I'll keep on losing, but you're whispering. Trust in me. Love me. Open up your heart and let our love begin. Trust in me and let me in. Love me. Love me. I'm growing tired of always running from what I'm looking for. Won't let this fear take over my life, not anymore. Trust in me. Love me. Open up your heart and let our love begin. Trust in me and let me in. Love me. Love me. Slow down, fade out, hold down, fade back. Slow down, don't forget me now. I don't wanna fade out of your memory, your memory.
Welcome everyone to the watch party, Louis V Titans watch party to be short. Guys, we have a lot of action today, and I am joined by the one, the only, the bestest looking caster around. Oh, I just had to say, ooh, look at that beautiful smile, man. Hey, proper. Welcome to the stream once again. You know, we had everyone loved you so much last time. We had to bring you back on. We have a lot of open matches to go, guys. We're in round 3 to start. We're gonna have the Chicago Nightpack going up against Legendary. We got the observer mode in. You guys aren't going to miss any of the action. I think we're getting loaded in right now. But let's take a look at this best of 3 proper. We're starting off at Street Strongholds.
Yeah, starting off on Street Strongholds, Aquarius Slayer is your guaranteed first 2 maps, and if we have to go the distance, it'll be settled on a live fire oddball. Best of 3s all the way until winners round 7 to qualify into being top 8, and then lower rounds, well, we'll talk about that if it ends up coming around towards the tables. But I love this map set personally. Garrett, I mean, you get a lot of different nuances of what the sandbox has to offer, specifically when we do take a look at streets, especially for Strongholds. One specific part of the map that you don't really take a main focus on if you're always flooding over towards B is that purple alley leading over towards Cafe, who's going to be getting control of that Bulldog in that power position to hit the OE towards A from C. It gives you a great angle to look at that Rockets.
Yeah, it's there's definitely, I feel like there's been a shift in the meta recently on Street Strongholds where we could be seeing some unorthodox pushes from either of these teams. A lot of people trying out new strategies. Like you said, honestly, you most likely want to stay away from that purple. It's low to the ground. It doesn't have that many great angles, but what we could be seeing is quick flanks through purple, trying to keep established control of alleyway and using that as a quick outlet to rotate between A and C and try to provide trip cap, oh my God, I'm going to say coverage, but pressure while we see some pushes towards PD. So like trying to spawn trap them over at PD. That's something I've been seeing a little bit more of. I'm interested to see how that works out today, if these teams will try to go for it. I'm not too sure what's exactly going to happen, but I do know one thing for sure. We're in this game and we're locked and loaded. Guys, Rocket. I was hearing Bound yesterday scream all day while he was screaming. Rockets take no skill. You know, I disagree, Bound. I feel like these Rockets, we're going to see some skillful play out of them today. I love these Rockets. They shoot fast. They don't do too much damage. So you have to be a little bit more pinpoint with it. And I'm excited to see what happens today, proper.
And the community was so quick to be able to quickly figure out, of course, that the YY, as far as the animation cancel is concerned, it'll save you maybe about like a half a second. That half a second will probably be the difference in between you getting a double kill and you losing your life. As we start off here on Streets, immediately hopping on board with Winter and Co, just seeing what they can possibly do from this high ground position. But the Rockets have already been taken early. It's going to be a very quick trade, but a good one at that.
Right, guys, and if you aren't familiar, Kilimanjaro, Bone, Shields, and Aziraphale. These guys, some Halo 5 grinders. They never stop playing the game. I expect this to go into their favor, but you never know what could happen. Keep an eye out on Kilimanjaro specifically. This man can absolutely pop off at any moment. And, you know, I always got to give a shout out to Aziraphale. He's a great guy to play with. Always has great comms, and we'll see what ends up happening. But Kilimanjaro, he's able to find one, and it looks like we're going to be restarting this game because we've had the first lag out of the day. That's something that we've been getting accustomed to on the streams.
Look, you know what, at this point, too, like, I mean, if you're unfamiliar about what I ended up doing at HCS Raleigh, I was a part of the stats division. I was inside with all the production and stuff like that. It's just almost like a second nature at this point, right? You know, when it comes down to Halo, we're just dealing with a couple of disconnects. It's just what we're going to end up going to be looking at. But now it gives us an opportunity, right, Garrett, to go back and talk about that meta diversity that you were starting to really bring into conversation earlier on before we actually loaded in towards Streets about that PD spawn trap. And I really wanted to hit this point because you were very right to talk about that kind of discrepancy that a lot of players are starting to feel from that A side all the way down towards the C. That Stalker Rifle being up on that C side, I mean, it gives you so many good opportunities.
Yeah, it's interesting. We haven't really seen it explore too much. The only team I've seen that really handles it well is Sentinels. And obviously, you know, Sentinels is the best of the best. You know, they make anything work out. But it looks like that player was able to rejoin. I always forget the face-it rules, guys. A little bit different than your average scrim. You won't actually restart the game. A lot of times it's going to be about inviting your player back. There is join back, unlike, you know, your matchmaking games where you ain't able to get back in. You can get back in during the tournament, and I believe it is within the face basic rule is that once someone lags out, you're not supposed to end the game. Although you will occasionally see some like gentlemen's agreements to, you know, end the game, but not today. These guys are going full-blooded, and look at this. It's a trip cap for Winner and the crew as they're starting to apply the pressure. And this is what I love to see. How do teams handle trip cap pressure? And so far, it looks like Kilimanjaro and Bones are getting the job done as they're able to get C and B back just about right away. But if you're able to get that trip cap and get another slay on top of it, to me, that's how you dominate games. And that's how you're going to see a team really pull away. It's whoever can get that first trip cap and get a round of slays immediately after.
It all just comes down to that first pick, right? Where do you spawn at? What are the immediate angles you're going to be looking at? What avenue does that open, pun intended, towards the map on streets, as we see this great position being held so far by Hannah, just trying to really just lay in the pressure from the top of lights, just trying to deal with a lot of different players that are pushing through on the cafe side, but one player's going to end up slipping through. That shields, big kills ended up coming through, and now they can continue on this pressure through rails.
Well, you know what? I don't think Shields is going to be stopping anytime soon. This man looks like he knows exactly what he wants to do. I love the way his presence on the map feels just so right. It feels like he doesn't miss, and he gets 2 perfect kills in one life, and he's able to stop A for just the time being. C and B still in the control of the Chicago Nightpack as they are just starting to rack up the points, and this is where I believe we'll start to see this game get a little out of control. As we can see right now, Shields been the main slayer for the team at 9 and 7, and well, he's gonna get taken down by the shotgun. One of the guns that you really have to be on top of on this map, right? Obviously A to C alley, not that popular in the grand scheme of things, but why is so important to control? Because that shotgun's gonna be spawning up, and once it's down, it spawns up pretty fast, and you want to make sure that you have shotgun control at all times.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Bulldog is just so punishing. I mean, you have so many different bursts within those shells to be able to make your presence felt. You can two-shot individuals. One-shot melee is always great to be able to have. Nice nade actually comes all the way down. Trade's going to end up ensuing between Tomel and Azira, so it's going to amount to essentially almost nothing for Legendary. But Chicago Nightpack, they're going to get a little bit of a gifted spawn out, and that's going to give them B for the time being. But it's going to come down to a lot of isolated gunfights here, Garrett.
Who can win the Pivs? Well, tell you what, you know, so far it's trade after trade. It's gonna come down to who gets the keep saying I'm a big fan of the trip cap. I know a lot of people probably disagree. You know, you be in matchmaking proper. I know you keep that mic on, you're listening to people, you'll hear people constantly say, don't push the trip, stay at 2, hold. It's like they're holding on to their crypto, man. It's the worst thing I think I've seen in the world. To me, whoever can dominate the trip cap pressure, who can put you on your back foot, put you in the spawn trap, and make sure you keep trip cap pressure forward, will win games. So far, surprisingly, in my opinion, Legendary's been the only team that's really pushed for strong trip caps. They haven't been able to translate that into a lot of points quite yet. They do have the lead, but that's because they haven't been able to get the slays on the crackback after the trip cap. I want to see one of these teams go for the trip cap, get the pressure, and then also get the slay out on the time after, and then we'll see a huge burst of points in one team's favor. I'm just so interested to see how it's going to go down, but Tomelo not able to get that kill as Aziraphil comes out on top in the kill feed. A and C back into Chicago's control as they're going to be able to get B at the same time.
That stalker rifle, gotta be careful of that one for Kilimanjaro's sake. It will end up being Hannah that picks that one up. Get 3-shot perfect individuals if you land a 2-body shot to the headshot. They're going to be spotting on the C side, much like your point that you were talking about, Chicago Nightpack coming away from that triple cap that Legendary were holding over top of them. Going to be battling from the back foot of things if you're working your way from C, but nobody was holding that cafe side. If they were, well, they died almost instantly, and Juicy Fruit's going to be able to pick up the rockets as well. That M41 Spanker could be a mood swing as far as this push is concerned, but Chicago, I mean, they're not really stopping anytime soon. They try to make this push happen over towards B. A rocket that it got picked up by Juicy Fruit to put that quickly to rest, and now they're spawning back over by C. Garrett. An uphill battle, to say the least.
Yeah, Legendary just has better weapon control right now. They have the stalker rifle, they have the shotgun, and they have the stalker, and they're using that to dominate the kill feed at the moment and to keep the pressure on as their lead grows. Make it about what, a 45-second lead, 50 seconds, and that's those big chunks of times. They allow you to play a little bit slower when you are getting capped on. You're able to alleviate pressure on your own pace. Right now, Chicago Nightpack, they're going to be in a little bit of a hurry to make sure that they stop the scoring and to get themselves back into this game, and we could see an uptick in the pace. But here we go. Bones able to get B. We're going to see the push materialize over towards PD. Who's going to come out on top as Bones is going to take the fight. He's jiggle peeking, trying to do his best, trying to keep him off. But look at this coordinated push from Legendary. They're just applying the pressure. The Stalker Rifle from top C putting in the shots, but B has flipped control with the numbers. The question is, can they finish the cap? And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Legendary coordinating pushes quite well right now, but Shields taking them out. Once again, this Stalker Rifle, I know you love to see it, Andy. This Stalker Rifle is just so deadly, and look what he has to pair with it. The Bulldog was as well. This is a dangerous combination, and if you can get into a power position with it, it's going to be hard to take him out.
Shoddy Snipes playlist 1. Come on now, the winner. We got a little ambitious there. Push all the way towards C. Didn't even get the shield regen, and they lost their life to shields, who, much like to your point, and was able to benefit from the double weapon pickup. Nice shots down the mid street will amount to 2 more kills that come through for Chicago Nightpack, so they can hold this CB setup. Some pressure coming through on B, though, so you have to immediately shift your focus over towards B. But now look at how the presence has shifted. Here comes that little bit of a difference maker. Chicago Nightpack, with all the presence of mind, got control of tires, looking towards mid-street. They went ahead, they got themselves the rockets, but not the convincing kill feed as 3 more kills come through for Legendary. As soon as they push over towards C, they're going to be looking at map pressure soon after.
Look at that. They were able to get those kills, the entry frags into B, and they have control once again. But you can see Shields, he's making his way over, trying to flip out the C. No one's there, so he might be able to grab that at any point in time. Looks like he's going to drop down. Juicy Fruit looking for the angle. Shields trying his best to stay alive. Gets behind the barricade, but it's not enough to maintain the life. And here we go. Trip cap pressure in for Legendary. They have a player at C, and this could be the difference maker. Now, all of a sudden, Chicago Nightpack trying to figure out how to break out. It's 3 down. Trip cap pressure, 2 seconds at a time. We're talking about a 20-second period in which Chicago Nightpack needs to get 2 caps. And look at this, the PD spawns are in. This is absolutely devastating for Chicago Nightpack. Legendary looking like they're going to clean this one right on up.
Oh, you gotta win so many gunfights in sequence of one another, and it might not just come through. Shields will find Hannah, but much like your point, you gotta hop on 2 points simultaneously. It just won't come through in time, Garrett, as Legendary will walk away with this strongholds on streets. And much to your point that you were talking about, it's gotta come through from the team that feels comfortable with the triple captures. And, you know, to everybody's, demise in how they feel about it in our ranked games, it doesn't matter. At the highest levels of Halo, being able to put yourself on the back foot, spotting yourself out, maybe not in the most comfortable situations, really gets yourself a lot of map control. On a map like Streets, where it is very linear, those 3 lanes are just so perfect. As we take a look at a few of the stats from this map, Legendary just were so proactive and just double hitting so many different angles together and just bait and switching to such a high degree. It always amounted to some sort of power weapon, whether it was the Bulldog, getting the Stalker Rifle out from Chicago Nightpack's hands as they were spawning over by Charlie, or that ever so glorified M41 Spanker. When they had those power weapons, you just felt all of the presence. Even over here in the casting desk, 250 to 148, the final scoreline, and a lot of that point value was accrued very quickly from the triple captures.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, we saw it. They finally were able to translate the trip cap into extended pressure by getting slays on the clapback. But man, that PD spawn trap is absolutely nasty at the end, and it's gonna be, I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be meta defining. I see so many times on streets people are like, well, you want to spawn them at C, you want to keep A and B and try to keep them down low, but if you can give the trip cap pressure and then spawn them over at PD where they have to come out of one box and have to win their slays on the way back, and you're able to just push forward, it is absolutely devastating. And we saw it to great effect at the end. I'm sure we'll have it on the replays right here. As we saw, it was a close game, and really the difference makers, it was the trip caps at the end of the day. If you guys aren't trip capping in your matchmaking games, so I'm telling you right now, you're not doing it right. I'm gonna make you, I'm telling you, probably watch out. 2 weeks from now, bro, I'm gonna have a YouTube video out. I'm gonna explain all of this stuff because I'm tired of it, guys. If I go into another matchmaking game and I have someone yell at my ear because I went for a trip cap and they're like, we can only hold 2, I'm gonna lose my damn mind. I'm gonna lose it.
You can hold more than 2 captures. It's very possible on strongholds. You just need to rotate with your teammates. I know it's a crazy phenomenon in Halo Infinite matchmaking. It's probably up there in the files as far as, picking up the oddball for time when you end up getting 3 kills. But if you rotate with your teammates, much like what we saw from Legendary, regardless of the lag out earlier on, they were just commanding so much pressure and dictating so much pace throughout the entirety of it. Through those, I think it was like somewhere near like 4 or 5 triple caps, but that final one that came through was the setup that they were looking for. Much like to your point, Garrett, that everybody was spawning inside PD. I mean, you can't really talk about much more of an uphill battle. I mean, you are stuck in nade land. But as we say so long to Street Strongholds, we set ourselves up for Aquarius Slayer. Very potential for the series to end here. Best of 3 all the way until winners round number 7 between these two teams. Chicago Nightpack definitely needs to make something happen here on Aquarius.
You know what? Something makes me so happy, and it's this map right here, guys. Aquarius, one of my, I shouldn't say one of my, because it is my favorite map on Halo Infinite. Something about it, man. It just has the Halo feel to it. It has that same sort of style that you'd see on a midship or a Truth. The short quarter combats with long oh my god, sight lines. Woo, that's a word. But here we go, guys. It's gonna be an exciting one. Camo up right away. It looks like Tamel gonna be able to get away with it for now, but he's got some chases. Oh, jeez, Kilimanjaro, get another one. Him and his teammate take the same sight line, and yeah, that's gonna be an early 2 down. Chicago Nightpack, they have control of the power weapon as well. That heat wave, guys, can be used to devastating effect, but Winner are gonna shut it down for the time being as they're able to get down to bottom car. But bottom car is an exposed spot, and Shields showing why, as he's able to get the cross and the heat wave back in his team's hands.
Big one shot will connect. Gonna try to clean up. Hannah here is gonna be able to find it. This kill lead has been able to at least be held for 3 for the time being, but not exactly in the most comfortable spot over by those dynamo nades. Again, nade sentry is where you don't want to be here on Aquarius, given that you can end up getting those dynamo nades. You end up having plasma grenades that spawn up over by P2, and then much like you were talking about with that heat wave, you can get a lot of control on this map. You can get up close and personal, but it's all about line of sights. Legendary are able to piece together about 4 kills for the 1 that Chicago Nightpack were able to find, tying the game up 7 apiece.
Hey, you know what? Someone needs to help my boy Tamel. Yeah, he's sitting there 5 and 2. His teammates, a couple goose eggs. Guys, get in that kill feed. Start helping out my boy, because Tamel, this man looks absolutely cracked on the sticks. He's going to take the fight versus Shields and Kilimanjaro. Not going to be able to take down the 2, as Bones is able to get 2 as well. 3 down, go for Legendary. As once again, Tamel, hey, you know, sometimes your back got to be a little bit strong. Make sure you work out the back muscles, because sometimes you got to strap on the backpack. And Tamel, I'm telling you, man, this man needs some help, because so far what I've seen, he has great individual talent, and he's been able to slay his way out of problems, but his teammates need to get there and get some help. But look at this, Tamel going to be able to get the second camouflage. The question is, can he get away with this one? The first one made an early exit. This time he's able to stay alive, and this could be the shift in the wins, as we see him take on 2. Aziraphale going to take the fight. Tamel putting in the shots, gonna back down for now as 2 more spawn up, and this is trouble for Chicago Nightpack. They need to get together, or else they're gonna be put on the respawn screen over and over. Shield's able to get away for now, but Tamel with this camo doing his best. As Aziraphale looking for him, they just can't quite find him. He's causing havoc in the back of the lines. He's gonna take the fight versus Bones, not quite able to get the final shot in, but Tamel putting this camo to work. I love this young man right here. I wasn't very familiar with his legendary squad. What I've seen from Tamel making me very happy with the way he's moving across the map.
Yeah, and although Tamel didn't walk away with all the eliminations in the world, it was still communicating everything to their teammates. I'm sure of it. You know, the 2P2, the 1 cross back over towards Yellow Street, back in towards Yellow Flag, and that immediately just came through for so many kills. I mean, now look at how the script has quite literally flipped. It's been there before, first melee, doesn't connect to the assassination, the dynamite. I don't know what's happening over here anymore, but regardless, going to be able to walk away with the kill. 20-15, but Legendary have quickly swapped the gears here. Tamel was leading everybody by charge. Winter's right now there, as with them, 7 and 2 is their KD stat line, but Hannah and Juicy Fruit have stepped it up immensely over the past minute.
Okay. Well, guys, that's why you pick up the thrust right there. Winter able to get a kill. Reversal with it. Shields eventually going to be able to take him out, but Chicago Nightpack clearly have lost their step, and they have to get themselves back into this game. Look at this, Juicy for trying to do his best to stay alive, and he's able to get the kill. Oh, the jukes, the ankles, they're broken, as Juicy for gets away with the one that he definitely should have been able to get. And look at this, it's still trouble for Chicago Nightpack as they go 2 down once again. And when you have a lead like this, a 7-kill lead, now you can really be aggressive as a team. You can play for the trades as long as you have help, and as long as you're confident that you can go even for the rest of the game, you'll be just fine. But here we go, Chicago Nightpack. They're gonna get a couple to go, and that's the exact opposite of what I was talking about. No trade outs right there proper, and that's gonna be trouble for Legendary, letting the Chicago Nightpack potentially get back in this game.
Yeah, adaptations after adaptations for these two different teams, right? Legendary coming away from that camo fumble off the rip was staring down the barrel of about a 3-kill lead that Chicago Nightpack held, and then they went back towards the basics that we saw there on the street strongholds, where they started teaming back up together, spawn up, find a teammate, double challenge something together. Chicago Nightpack kind of fell into a lot of red dot chase situations where they were just trying to chase down kills and got kind of separated and then bamboozled, isolating themselves out, and well, that amounted to a hefty kill lead, 31 v 24. Legendary starting to run away with this for the time being.
Miracle trying to get Kilimanjaro's help. He's going to be able to do so. Takes down my boy Tamel. Shout out. I don't know why. I just like Tamel's name a lot. I'm going to go crazy over here probably. But hey, guys, look at this. This is how Chicago Nightpack can get right back into this game. They're going to grab Util's control. They have 2 out of them. They need to win these gunfights. Tamel going to be able to find 1 as Zerafel pushing in for the next. Looking for the double. Not quite able to land the headshot, and the help comes from the spawn. Winter able to get him from the cross map. And those are the tiny mistakes that can make a difference in a close Slayer game. You have to be able to get the double kill, get away with your life. Legendary's fine with all the trade outs at this point. Chicago Nightpack, they have to figure out how to get on a run, and the way to do that is to value your life, have each other's help, and make sure you are going positive. No trade outs. Make sure you are disengaging before the fight's over. If you're not confident that you can get the kill and get away, then don't take the fight.
Tough cut fight there for Tamel. Had no idea whether or not to use the heat wave or just swap to the BR. Aquarius can be quite the nuisance as far as the cross angles that you can have, and that's some of the help that we're talking about as Azira is going to be persuaded. Still trying to chase down this elimination. We'll be able to find it eventually. Now swaps back over towards 1 up top on this blue flag. Will be Winder. Some help is actually there from the blue util, and well, that's going to be able to be Kilimanjaro there to clean up that kill onto Winter. So we have now seen a sway as far as the kills are concerned. Now just a 1-kill lead. Now even things up. Now a lead swap for Chicago Nightpack. 2 more kills come through in succession. The battle here in P1 Azira trying to make their presence felt. Did have the thruster, but did not have the health advantage. This should be a trade-off for sure, and it absolutely will be. Look at the 1-kill lead advantage still being held by Chicago.
You know what? Those are 7 unanswered kills that Chicago Nightpack was able to get. They get themselves right back into this game. And honestly, it doesn't show in the stat line at 9 and 10, but Kilimanjaro, really the man that led the charge there. He had the camo and the heat wave. He was able to get behind players. We saw a massive double kill that went to the kill feed. And if you look, he has 10 assists to go with it. But when things are going great, sometimes you get a little bit complacent, and that's what happens. 4 go down for Chicago Nightpack, and now they have to be aware of the spawns. And look at this, Tamel finding a huge piv to break in for the first, getting his team to 1 round of slays till their victory, 46-45. I'm not even gonna pronounce that. I have no idea. That's a tough one. But hey, look at this. We got 2 needed for Legend. Actually, make it 1 and 3 for for the Nightpack, as the Nightpack are spawning up once again. And it's gonna be Tamel who's waiting. He's gonna let these players try to push up, and we can see all 4 players from the Nightpack back in utilities and waiting to take this fight.
Just about slowing down the pace, trying to fade out these isolated engagements. Here comes Tamel trying to at least push forward, trying to find the kill, and it will be locked down. 50-47. Legendary's going to be able to find that final blow needed, but it got really close there. Really close. At the beginning, we saw Chicago. They held the lead. Yeah, it was only maybe about 2 or 3. Hell, even before we got into double digits there, Garrett. But then they quickly brought it back. To your point, they had 7 unanswered kills. They took a page out of Legendary's books. Hey, maybe it would be smart that we don't red dot chase anymore. Maybe we should just play as a team and try to double challenge a lot of these different engagements. The problem with that all is, even if you go back to the street strongholds, is you can take a look at some of these beautiful stats on our screen. Most of those 2-on-2 engagements, 3v3s, the bait and switches, I mean, it was all Legendary. They were walking away with so many of them. Even in isolated engagements earlier on, you saw what Tamel was able to do. They slowed down considerably through the middle of that Aquarius Slayer, but where they slowed down, Hannah, Winter, and Juicy Fruit just picked it right back up. Again, controlling that heat wave, getting players up on top car, getting players up on P2, and then making sure that every single camo went their way. I think maybe the Nightpack got all of a single camo out of all of them that spawned. And that is just so massive as far as map pressure is concerned. I mean, yes, it was close as far as the final score line is concerned as you watch some of these replays back, but still, as far as what overall high level Halo is concerned, Legendary had all the cards on their table.
Right. What happened when Nightpack was able to get those 7 unanswered kills? Well, it was Kilimanjaro who had the heat wave and the camouflage, the only one that they really had the entire game. Other than that, it was all Legendary, and really it makes a difference, guys. They said it from the beginning of this game. Oh, 1 second, we gotta run that one back right now real fast, Louis. This is woo, this is hard. That one's tough to see. I love this from Juicy Fruit, right? Just stays alive. I don't know how Shield somehow he misses the man. Reversal metal. Love to see it. Those little reversal moments. But 343 said it from the day this game launched. This game's going to be about scavenging, using the sandbox. If you're not on top of the sandbox, you're not going to win games, guys. You have to be picking up every little bit of utility that's going to help you win the game. And on this map, camouflage is key to victory, especially on Slayer, where you can make quick flanks and find 1, 2 easy kills on a map where it's really heavy on the trade outs. We'll get to know with the beautiful shots to finish this one out. But make sure that you're prioritizing the pickups, prioritizing camouflage, prioritizing the pistol, prioritizing the heat wave. There's so many goodies to work with on each map. And if you're not on top of them, well, the scoreline's not going to treat you well.
Especially on Aquarius, right? I mean, where you have so little options as far as sandbox is concerned comparatively to other maps. I mean, like you were talking about, you got the heat wave, you got 2 thruster packs. Say what you will about the Pulse Carbine, it's not exactly the most powerful weapon, and it's not exactly sought after. We didn't see a lot of sidekicks either, but this was really well played out from what we saw from Street Strongholds and Aquarius Slayer. Legendary definitely have the cohesion as a team, and we don't have access to what they sound like in comms, but it looked very, very clean. A lot of blind trust to come through on a lot of very sticky situations, even with those kill leads, those 7 unanswered kills. They remain composed, just went to go play their game. So with this win here, they're going to continue on into winners round 4, top 16, if you will, secured for these individuals. And even still, they still have a very tough matchup ahead of them as they're going to be going up against Status Quo, who, from what I understand from in our back of house, told us they absolutely milli-whopped their round 3 match.
Well, I'd love to bring up like one of those ESPN graphics. We don't have it, but you know, I want to take the combined age of the players over at Status Quo and combined age of the players over at Legendary, because I imagine there'll be some disparity, a lot of experience to be sure over on that Status Quo roster. Guys, if you weren't aware, we got the one, the only, the 100 Thieves legend himself, Enable, gonna be standing in today as the 4th. You know, there has been some rumors circulating that he's trying to make the comeback, that he's gonna be pursuing competitive Halo. I'm not too sure how that, you know, how true that's gonna be. You know, I'd love to see him back into the scene if that's the case. But yeah, Flamesword and Enable, the duo, getting back together. But I believe right now we have Complexity gonna be playing on our screen. Rob the Turtle, Hysteria, Vetra, the new up-and-comer, and Triton here. Vetra, we're very familiar with Vetra. We love Vetra over here at LVT Productions. We've witnessed him a lot in the Halo 5 Pro Series. He won the HCS Raleigh FFA, and now, you know, you win an FFA, you get yourself some more opportunities. A tier 1 org for the young man, as Complexity going to be taking on the fight soon. Vetra going to be able to pick up the first versus Dog the Legend, who is a keyboard and mouse player, guys.
Yeah, arguably probably the best mouse and keyboard player that we have in HCS or in Halo as a whole right now. I'm sorry, Active, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I mean, you're the one that gave me that anyway. If you're watching, I don't know if you are, but if you are, I'm so sorry. Regardless of the matter, yeah, this is Complexity versus Samurai. It's going to be map number 2. Not too sure how that map 1 ended up going. This is their winners round 3 match, but Vetra, of course, going to be now replacing what was Hunter JJ on this team that we saw at HCS Raleigh. Did not make it out of pool play, so maybe this little swap right here may give this team a little bit extra oomph, Garrett, into making some magic happen.
I love Hunter JJX. The man's great. I've casted him plenty of times. You know, he's an awesome personality. But when you're able to pick up the FFA winner, when you're able to pick up the 19-year-old phenom who absolutely turned heads in Halo 5 and looks like he's going to be doing it once again in Halo Infinite after he dominated in the FFA, guys. If you weren't aware, the FFA wasn't even close. He said that he stood up with a minute of time left in that FFA and was celebrating because he had such a lead and he knew it was impossible for them to come back. This is how talented this kid is. And I've been seeing the kill feed right now. We're watching Hysteria's POV, but if you take a look over to the left, guys, Vetra He's lighting up that kill feed. I'm excited to see what the stat line is at the end, but Hysteria going to be able to find another as he goes over to take some P control. Going to be coming back to the team, getting through the center. That heat wave so important. He saw it go down and he gets the team help. This is what I love to see from these more experienced teams. Hysteria, a player who's been around for a while. He knows what to value. He knows how to get his teammates helps. And we're going to be seeing that time and time again. Unfortunately, not able to get that last kill. Vetric going to clean it up for him and get himself the heat wave in his hands as he started off this game. You see that 7-1, the young man absolutely on a tear.
I mean, when you have, like you were talking about, some of these very core and veteran players just surrounding this young come up of a player in Vetra, I mean, this is going to make their job so much easier. I mean, they don't have to be the ones to get a power up, and yeah, you get a heat wave in their hands, they're probably going to be absolutely nasty with it, but look at all the map pressure that Complexity are currently working with in this 8-kill lead game that they have on Aquarius Slayer over Samurai right now. There doesn't really seem to be an answer from Samurai. They're finding stray kills, yeah, that's fine. I mean, Oog was able to walk away with at least one isolated engagement, now pushes forward, is able to take down Hysteria. Big things are actually turning in the way for Samurai as they now encroach this lead just to about 5 kills.
Hysteria trying to take control of his base while his teammates are on the back foot. There we go. Triton able to get 2, and look at this angle from Hysteria. He's staying in a mid position, able to get shots on one and the cleanup on the next, and that's 3 down momentarily for this opposite squad. And look at this, Hysteria has no fear. Well, you know, maybe you should fear him a little bit, Hysteria, because you can't be missing shots like that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, you gotta win those pivs. But instead, you know, they built themselves a little bit of a lead behind. Vetra is absolutely crack slaying in the beginning of this game. The question is, can they maintain it? We've seen it in the previous game. All it can take is one camouflage going in the wrong hands, and you can see a 7-8 kill swing happen in quick succession on this map because of how close quarters it is and how predictable the spawns can be.
That's absolutely right. I mean, just off your positions, it's very easy to be able to read where the enemy team is going to be spawning in, and while Complexity are just hitting everything in all spades. Big trade's going to come through there. Trident actually picking up a double. So big 2 more kills coming through, making this lead kill grow just to 8, 29 now to 20 as Complexity starting to run away with this game as Hysteria spawns in, is able to pick up the heat wave. Look at all the map covers. They know exactly they're going to be spawning back blue flag.
See the nades coming out. Vetra all by his lonesome over at blue base as he tries to hold him off to get this camo into the hands of Hysteria. He does his job, although it costs his life. Hysteria was able to get the camo and he gets away. And now he's going to earn himself a couple easy shots. Can he get both the kills? Oh, Hysteria! Both came out towards him. That heat wave absolutely devastating, trying to earn himself a triple. Unfortunately, Dog the Legend going to be able to get the smack in before the chill comes through. But with a 10-kill lead, this is all but over, in my opinion. Looks like Complexity really looking strong with the new addition of Vetra. They look like the slaying prowess is there. I like the way that they're working with it as a team. One thing I have noticed is Vetra has a tendency to push and just be ultra confident in his gunfights. If you look over, if you see Vetra on the screen in front of Hysteria, he's usually isolated by himself pushing forward because that man has supreme confidence in his shot. Not one thing that he's lacking in this game, as he's going to always feel confident to push whatever fight it was. That's why he was the Rally FFA champion.
Yeah, and that for many different reasons too. A just absolutely twisted individual as we just continue to just gas up this new look for Complexity. 41 to 29, really starting to run away with this one now. Just need 9 more kills. They have all the presence in mind. Hysteria trying to chase down this kill. We'll be able to find Almighty there at the, or I'm sorry, another player at the end of it all. Now it's shifting their focus back over towards top blue util. Picks up another heat wave. Again, as far as what we're concerned, what we broke down earlier between Chicago Nightpack and Legendary is being exemplified to such a high degree here from Complexity. Camos, the heat waves, the dynamo nades, everything seems to be in their back pocket.
Hey man, they look absolutely well, you know, and this is why I just feel so confident in this team. They look like they're playing together as a unit. You can always tell that they have each other's help. They're not letting players get away, and it looks like the slaying prowess. I think that was really what was missing from this roster before, is that they just didn't have the slaying output. And well, they're putting all that to rest in this game so far. They're playing against a very talented squad on the other side. Dog Legend, a very talented mouse and keyboard player. You know, we often always say controller is the only way. Well, Dog Legend, he's trying to make waves with the mouse and keyboard, and I think he's been doing an incredible job at it. I just think this Complexity roster proves to be too much at the moment, as they're able just to always have each other's help, and they're looking to get another kill. As Hysteria able to use that pistol, I think you get a little bit of a quicker beatdown. You don't have to wait quite as long. You're able to double melee and get those kills. But with just one left to go, we'll see that 50th one cross the way. Complexity able to take that one fairly easily. Not a steak dinner or anything like that, but they look like a well-oiled machine as they take that game.
Yeah, and obviously some gray spots being shown there for Complexity came through. Vetra, overextending just a handful of times. A lot of isolated engagements, probably to where we probably wouldn't be seeing Complexity be holding themselves at. Once we get later onto the bracket, you can spin any sort of narrative you want. I mean, again, an earlier round match for these Complexity individuals don't want to be taking any of your adversaries for granted, and then they shifted their focus. Once it was about like 29 to 20 or so, then they started packing up together, watching each other's crosses, really starting to encroach on that spawn trap that we saw over on the blue util side. When Hysteria got that third camo, when they had that heat wave in their back pocket, almost got that triple kill, that's when the game really started to escape from Samurai's hands. They tried to bring themselves back, they tried to find themselves a couple trades, but it was just that, right? It was just trades. Once you have that leader's advantage, especially on Aquarius Slayer, trades are not going to be good enough for you. You need to find that convincing kill feed. You need to be able to find some perfects. You got to be able to ice up for your team, and it just never really came through from Samurai. Yes, some great moments were being exemplified for them. Specifically, we saw from Oog being able to take back-to-back isolated engagements at half shields against Hysteria mid-Hydro Hall. That was massive within its own self, but we also got to see what Dog was able to bring to the table, Almighty as well. This team definitely has a good backbone to make it far, but they're going to have to do it in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's tough, round 3 is pretty far in the winners, but when you get knocked down in round 3, it doesn't really make much of a difference. You don't get that much alleviated pressure, and you're going to be having a long day in the losers bracket. That being said, I think those guys have the fortitude to go far. I don't think we're going to be seeing them in contention for our top 8. They're just on the outside looking in, but here we go. We got our marquee matchup, our round 4 ready to go. Guys, we're going to have an observer in this game. This is what I love about us being able to cover this. We're going to be able to see it all. We're not stuck on the streams. We're going to be able to watch whatever player we want, and it's going to be that Status Quo roster playing with Enable versus that legendary team that we just saw take down the Chicago Nightpack.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, this can go back to what we were already speculating earlier. Enable coming in for Status Quo. We were watching very intently on what Fragout was doing earlier in their earlier round matches as well, and across everything of what little we did get to see from the Status Quo roster at Raleigh, they were quite electric. I mean, although once they did make it to the championship bracket, they ended up losing their back-to-back matches. They ended up taking, I believe their only map that they took was like a Stronghold on Livefire versus Team War, if I'm remembering correctly. But even still, this team has the makings to be absolutely filthy. Now no more Blaze. You bring in Enable. This legendary roster, though, what they do to their name in a legendary way is that they just play good fundamental Halo, and that'll offset any team that kind of relies on individuals just to absolutely pop off. To be able to see what Fragout can do as an individual, it's great. To be able to see what Enable could possibly do would be amazing. But what Legendary are able to exemplify time and time again is their double challenges, their consistency, and always aligning themselves with a lot of pressure. We saw it on Aquarius Slayer, but as we start off here on Aquarius CTF, things are going to be easier to read as far as spawns are concerned, but that's, of course, given that you're able to find the eliminations first.
One thing about Aquarius CTF is you have to be very weary of the timing, right? It's not really the spawns per se. Obviously, you want to keep the car side, make sure you have util control, and kind of do the flag run that EU United patented through that car run. If you can get that down effectively, you're going to be fast, and you're going to be able to really cap flags on flags on flags. The problem is for a lot of teams is getting the correct timing, right? You have to get the kills, get into that base, pull the flag out with the correct timing, because if you're too slow, well, it's going to be a free overextend over on the P side, and you're going to be fighting your base once again. And that's how we've seen plenty of counter caps happen on this map. So it'll be very interesting to see how fast these teams pace themselves, making sure that they're hitting on all the engines. Obviously, the player to watch out for on the side of Status Quo, it's going to be Fragout, guys. If you don't know, he doesn't come from Halo, but damn, it looks like he belonged, because this man is absolutely crazy. He was the standout player at Raleigh. He absolutely turned some heads, and I mean, everyone knew what was going to happen. When you are the best in your previous game, comes over from Rogue Company, looking like one of the best over there, he comes, and that man absolutely shows that he belongs in Halo. Yeah, I absolutely love what I've been seeing from Fragout.
Yeah, I mean, was super flexible in Rogue Company, playing a multitude of characters, was almost made and bred in the sandbox that we have here in Halo Infinite. To your point there, Garrett, what we were able to see from Fragout thus far in a very early stages so far in Halo Infinite is that no matter the weapon, they're able to find value with it. No matter the point of the map and no matter the uphill battle, Fragout is able to walk away with some perfects where they probably shouldn't be able to walk away with them. The dude is filthy, and when you're coupling that along with Flamesword, again, a veteran when it comes down to Halo as a whole, this team has the ability to do some nasty things, but you're on Aquarius CTF, being a nasty individual can only get you so far. Like what we were talking about earlier, you have to tread lightly in some of these gunfights. Watch your crosses, because you never know who's going to be watching on the opposite side.
The Flamesword gonna be taking on the first fight as winner. Takes down Burton, looking for this play over at Camouflage. Gonna get the shots down, but not quite the kill as Enable finds his trade. Enable finding two, and look at this, all the players from Legendary down low. Look at Enable, I think he's gonna hurt himself a little bit of cheeky. Oh, Flamesword, why you steal it? Oh no. Well, Enable looking strong. He almost gets that triple kill. He is the reason why Fragout's been able to push up so far. Unfortunately, Winter gonna take him out with some nades, but map control has been secured for Status Quo as they have the car side ready. Flamesword at this 50-yard line, just hearing, listening, trying to find any player that decides to push too far. He finds the first, gonna be able to get that kill. He's waiting for his teammates to push up so he can get into those utils, because you see two other players from Legendary in Status Quo's utilities, but they've let Flamesword through, and if they can find the kills over in their own utils, it'll allow Flamesword to push through. Unfortunately, those kills not coming through quite yet, so Flamesword gonna be back for the time being, but I'm loving this presence that Flamesword has. He's playing slow and methodical for the time being, waiting for that moment so he has the correct timing to pull that flag.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so smart, right? I mean, Flamesword essentially hasn't left this closet hallway since the opening rip, right? And then once Enable respawn, they push all the way through P2. Yeah, they ended up getting traded on out, but look at the presence that it's going to end up forcing. All of Legendary essentially spawning in their backside of their fridge. Once you had Flamesword work their way inside of the yellow utility, but big 1v1 engagement, Enable will end up losing that. Numbers advantage still here for Status Quo for the time being. They're actually going to be feeling the notion to be able to pull this flag. Burton's going to start running this down utility, and this is just great coverage overall. Flamesword doesn't even need to fully slay out, just needs to continue to lay on the pressure and not allow Legendary to cross the map.
Flamesword showing a display of what it means to be a low presence player, right? He stays low in their base, trying to value his life, and he's going to get him in the back. Look at this. One thing to note, guys, look at those death columns. Flamesword still hasn't died. We're about, what, 3 minutes into this game? I feel like 2 minutes into this game. Still hasn't died, and he's doing all the work necessary. He's going to have a close fight, and there we go. The curse finally comes through. Who else but Tamel to shut him down? But the damage is basically done early on. You have to be able to regain if you are Legendary, and giving rid of this status quo, being able to get away with this camouflage is not the way to do it. Now the question is, how does Burton approach this? He's going to take a fight bottom mid, going to easily win that one and earn himself a killing spree. Question is, what's the next move with this camouflage? How do you get behind the next player? He's gonna let Winter get a little bit too exposed and then take the fight so that there's no escape. And now one more right off the spawn. Oh, look at, dude, Burton's just so patient. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He's gonna wait for the opportunity to use that camouflage to the best of his ability. Get up here and look at this. Nice little cheeky pull. Unfortunately, a player did spawn right in front of him, so that is gonna be short-lived for now, as they're gonna have to find slays on the flat back.
Had been a player for Status Quo, pushing over by the P side, over by the stairs, trying to clean up on that weak individual that was over by the refrigerator. So a little bit of miscommunication coming through and not a full opportunity revealing itself, but doesn't mean that you cannot still capitalize on it, as the flag has now moved its way past that 50-yard mark, and well, Enable's going to be able to pick up 2 more, so this should be a pretty sufficient flag run, as we see Fragout will end up picking up that flag player inside the blue util, though. Fragout feeling the pressure amongst themselves, needs some help here to try to stay alive, and that help will come through very quickly.
Now, one thing, we joke around when we're in our green room, you know, guys. When it's just us casters, we kind of joke about some players. And I said, I love the Status Quo roster. Enable's not it. Well, you know what? I was a fool. Enable 10-5, playing just like he belongs. Obviously, the legend, he a multi FPS champion, has done it in Halo and Call of Duty. Well, he decides to come back to Halo for the time being, and it looks like he's not missing a step. He's 10-6 to start this game. But finally, some room to be made for Legendaries. They're starting to find kills on the map. They get 3 down, and now they're running this flag. Winner already has it back all the way to his utils, and this could be the first one on board for Legendary. as they've finally been able to alleviate some of this pressure. Come on, get it on in. No! Oh, just a little impatient with it. Juicy Fruit will eventually get it in, but at what cost? 3 go down, camouflage in the hands of Status Quo, and now all the pressure, Legendary, on their back foot.
This is every single camo actually going over for Status Quo. 1 kill will be traded off inside their base, so we're essentially reset, just playing for this middle map coverage. Enable shots coming through towards that base. 12 and 6. This individual will finally bite the bullet, but still, Legendary just can't really find much of anything. Tough engagement coming through. Fragout will lose that one. 3 and 8, very uncharacteristic game so far for Fragout, but they're playing their role nevertheless. Just holding towards this mid lane so far is Flamesword. Those dynamo nades can absolutely cut through any one of these choke points. Not exactly an inviting doorway for Legendary to try to push through. And as they continuously be trapped, Enable finds 2 more kills. Well, just 1 more. I thought they were going to be able to at least walk away with that one, but 2 down for Status Quo. Now Legendary, an opportunity to be able to get some of this map coverage.
Yeah, if Legendary can get up and get this next flag out and tie this up, that will be a great boom for them. It's showing that they can have the mental fortitude to hang with some experienced veterans, right, and make sure that they're not just quite out of the game, even though they had a bad start. Burton trying to do his best to stay alive. He's able to do so, you know, by disrespect at the end. It shoots the nade, and the nade will, oh, it gets the assist at least. I thought nade was going to kill him. Look at that, just knowledge, the ability to know how the sandbox works and what you need to do. Every little advantage that you can give yourself in a gunfight. Well, Burton, he knows exactly what needs to be done, and that's why he's been able to absolutely just frag out this game at 13 and 8.
Now 14 and 8, 14 and 9 for Enable, 10 and 7 for Flamesword. The only other person that's really able to rival that on the opposite side for Legendary is Winter, who is having a pretty good game. 13 and 11 for them with 6 assists, but still needs some more to come through. Some more map coverage potentially. Nice shots coming through from Flamesword. Will end up cleaning up Winter, and Burton's going to find another one on the opposite side. So this should slow up the push. Another big engagement happening, but Flamesword will not be denied. 4 shots, that poor individual. Now all that map coverage that Legendary we're hoping to be able to have, well, it's completely put them on the black screen.
You know, I love watching players just absolutely outskill someone in the one-on-one, the 1v1, the engagement. He waits behind that box and he strikes, man. Flamesword, he absolutely put that man on the black screen, and I love to see it. Enable, he's going to be the player controlling utils. Unfortunately, didn't hear that one sneak up on him. They're going to lose the util control for now, but map control still in their favor. They're going to have to slay, once again, Legendary will, in order to get some more map presence for themselves, as Fragout takes the fight from the bottom position. Does not matter to him. He'll still lay down their hurt. They give up their utils, but with the slays not quite going in Legendary's favor yet, they could still counter this, as we see Burton taking top P control. They've decided to opt to give all the car control towards Legendary. This could be risky, but it's going to allow them to overextend and get a flag out of their own. Now it really comes down to these fights that we're going to see at the 50-yard line. Who wins them will determine who gets this flag back.
Tough engagement here for Burton. Actually eats a couple of shots, so the health advantage not necessarily there, and the cleanup's going to come through. 2 for 2 trade. Now another one coming through. This could be for the flag, but it's going to be traded out. Juicy Fruit for Flamesword. Now Fragout going to try to push up as far as they possibly can, just trying to get their flag back into control. We'll shoot that poor player in their back. Hannah did not stand much of a chance at all. Fragout should be able to clean up this kill. Should be the return, barring any sort of minor heroics, but Fragout will find one more. And that should be the flag return, and it absolutely will be. Still a 1-cap lead so far for Status Quo, 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I love that. You can just see in the gameplay the Status Quo rosters, they really listen to each other. You don't see players just get away with pushing through a chase or trying to make some heroic play. You know the communication is going to be too strong from Status Quo. They're going to make sure any player that is getting through, that's leaking through, is going to be caught. Burton not quite able to get that kill, and that's going to allow that flag to be returned for now. Tamello in the base, not going to be able to find the first, but the trade out happens from Juicy Fruit as he's looking for a double. He's going to be able to find it. One more to go. Get the triple kill, young man, as he's going to be pushing into the base. Burton already up for the fight as he's staying in that back base, and look at that, the spawns did come through for the Status Quo roster, and they are going to be able to clear the base because of it. Enable able to clear his utils, looking for one more, but I don't think there's anyone to be found in that back. Oh, never mind, I'm just crazy. He knows better than I do. You know, sometimes the observer mode doesn't work like how I want it to. They're able to find one. Tamello able to stay pushed forward. The question is, can he get this flag before it returns? Yes, he can. oh man, back in Halo 5 that would have returned because now when you get in the circle, it doesn't return anymore. In Halo 5, it was if you didn't touch that flag and it was returned, you picked up a gun instead. Well, tough luck because that thing is getting returned. One of the additions that I love to see in Halo 5. But look at this, Burton with the flag back and another cap on board for Status Quo.
This is about to put the game just almost out of reach. Also has the heat wave in their back pocket. Great strong side just to be able to keep themselves alive. No headshots will be coming through from Burden's backside of their skull. 18 and 13 for them. Knows that there's more pressure coming through from their courtyard from a couple of pings, and Flame Sword will be right there for some help as well. Picks up 2 within the kill feed. And Fraga's going to be able to find yet another. It's a 2-for-2 trade, though. Now 3 dead for Legendary. The problem with this is that Status Quo essentially only have 1 member pushed up, but it's Burden. And Burden is having themselves a whale of a game so far. And you're going to have Enable on the opposite side. A lot of pressure inside of this util, but Enable won't be able to walk away with that kill. Will be traded on out, however. But the play for so far, Garrett, was just to get this camo. And Status Quo, again, will pick it up.
Oh, look how aggressive he's playing with this camouflage. His teammate gets the flag out. He's going to take the shots from mid-map, does not care, and is able to get this flag back to his side. And look at this. The fridge spawn comes in. I think he's aware, but I don't think he expected them to push through the mid. He was really ready for that P2 push. Fortunately, none of that materializes. And look at this, they're just getting slay after slay. They're content with letting this flag sit as they're able to get it away. Although it took some time, Flame Sword will be able to get that 4th one in. I love that from Burton. Get it back to your side. Yeah, come on, camo, young man. Just make sure you do your thing. Make sure, you let the veterans go put the flag in. You go and slay, because this man, that's all he's done this game. We see him at 20 and 13. The most impressive stat line for me, though, 15 assists, guys. And you can only get an assist in this game if you do 50% of the damage. That means this man's just been everywhere on the map.
I mean, this is going to be somewhere near about like a 7-8K damage game so far for Burden with these sorts of stat lines. Enable not too far behind, 23, 11, and 20 for them will be traded on out. Is Burden over by that Hydra Hall, but we're down to 50 seconds. And well, we can tell by the camera in my voice, there's just simply no way that Legendary will be able to sequence all 3 of these flag caps that they need to be able to put themselves in towards overtime. But hey, crazier things have happened. You could certainly relay it, but maybe not against the Status Quo roster. Maybe not on Aquarius, not with the way that they're playing with all of these impressive stat lines. The only one not positive on their team is Frag Out, but the role that they've been playing, just anchoring out power positions, is just such a good spot to be in. Very tough team nade coming through. Enable almost dying towards their teammate of Burden, but regardless, just looking to hold this map coverage for the time being. 15 seconds remaining. It's going to be a 1-map lead for Status Quo in this best of 3.
Let's make some bets, man. How much damage do you think Burton did? I'm going to say north.
Dude, it's got to be like 9K. It's got to be like 9K.
I think it's over 10. Well, we'll make it. You go under 10. I go over 10.
Yeah. What are we playing? The price is right. I bet $1.
Right. $1. Okay.
1. I say 1.
All right. We'll have to make our producer will have to let us know. Louis, the man behind the desk, Louis V. Titan. He'll let us know who had the most damage. Guys, I'm gonna say it's over 10K, man. Burton was all over the map, man. And you guys gotta realize, like, there's a lot of shots. Like, if he gets 1 shot on a player, that doesn't count as assist. He'll get the damage, but it doesn't count as assist. He had just off his kills alone, I think it was like 40 engagements. Absolutely crazy. Let's go take a look over at the kill feed. Burton, come on, 1 more over. Let's see what that damage was for Burton. Oh, it wasn't even close, man. I'm just crazy. I'm just crazy.
Well, the enable damage.
Man, I got some egg on my face, man. 6K. Woo. Okay. Well, 10K in a flag game was pretty tough. I felt like the man was everywhere. Enable, though, once again, man, showing that he belongs. 7K. And I see it in the chat, our good friend of the broadcast, Tony, puts it, #fear the Quo. Now, Flamesword, when you're watching back, you're like, how did my team do? I'm going to listen to the broadcast. I got a suggestion. Make it fear the Squo, bro. I think it sounds, I just like
what?
It, fear the Squo, not fear the Quo, fear the Squo. Nonetheless, that's just my addition to you, Flamesword, if you want to listen to me. I like fear the Quo. I think fear the Squo to me is a little bit more, but hey, Bizarre Slayer, we're going next after I get off that bizarre rant that I was on. We have rockets, grapple, shotgun, mangler, commando. What else? Camouflage. We got just about everything that you could possibly want on this. Actually, it's an overshield, but
it's an overshield, yeah.
Yeah, we got just about everything you could possibly want on this map. The question is, who's going to put it to work? Guys, really bizarre. It's the map of the sandbox. You have just about every goodie that's put in the game on this map.
Yeah, the sandbox on this map is vast, to say the least. But you brought up every single weapon besides the one that is probably going to have a main focus. especially for a high-level Halo. You get a Mangler on both sides. Mangler, if you're unaware, I'm going to go on a line. It's the best weapon in the game, hands down. One-shot beatdown. You can three-shot perfect somebody, 2 shots, drop your weapon, get that headshot burst with either the commando or the battle rifle, and well, you're dancing with a free kill, as rockets will be the main focus off the rip here for Tamel. We'll be able to pick that up, but they lost 2 teammates along the way, so with this power weapon being held, Mel's just going to go ahead and back all the way up towards Red Palm and just try to preserve these spawns for the time being, so that way they can get some friends right behind them to be able to make this push happen.
Yeah, they got the rockets, but it came at a big cost, right? 3 kills in the favor of Status Quo. And it looks like they know exactly where these rockets are. We can see the pre-nades coming through Tamelo. He's waiting for the push, and his teammates, you know, this is an interesting play because he's going to make sure his teammates can't get traded out. And that, yeah. Well, Enable, he takes care of the rockets. He's going to be able to get one for his team, and that is not the start you wanted to see if you are Legendary. They are just absolutely getting destroyed. 7-2. Lost the rockets early on. That's the thing. He played passive with the rockets. I'm more of an aggressive player with the rockets, but if you are going to play passive, you have to make sure that none of your teammates are taking fights. You have to try to bait them into a position where the rockets are for sure kill. They weren't quite able to do that, and it's going to cost them at the end because they give up complete map control to Status Quo, and now it's just putting them on the respawn screen 10-2. Not looking pretty for the side of Legendary.
Yeesh. I mean, they have both sides covered. Mangler in the hands of Burden. Looking towards this top rock side. You got players over by in top palm. Flame Sword will be traded out by way of giving so much information. We got so many players inside this bar. Nice nade will come through, but didn't change the fact that winner was one shot. A little bit of a bait and switch from that jump up here on the blue catwalk side. Fragile will be able to keep their life, but will be traded out here momentarily. But again, all these trade outs with this leader's advantage, 9-kill lead so far for Status Quo, you're quite content with that, just to be able to find a couple trades. So long as you're able to walk away with a handful of information, you're able to walk away with a couple of kills towards mid-map when you are looking towards these power weapons and power-ups to come all through. Status Quo can absolutely snowball this, but Legendary gonna go back towards some of those bread and butter techniques that we saw in their winners round 3 match versus Chicago Nightpack, doubling on up together, taking engagements not as 1 but as 2, and by doing so, they're going to be able to get themselves this overshield. Some nades going to dissipate that, but still a power up that Status Quo we're not able to get this time around.
But they're trying to do his best. I love the, you know, I don't love the AR, but I love the fact that he picks it up, guys. Once again, this map just filled with every weapon that you can possibly want, and everything has its place, right? There's some sort of fight that you can take on that's more advantageous with the AR, or something that's more advantageous with the BR, or something that's more advantageous with the Mangler. And that's what I love to see. Burton trying his best to stay alive. You know, he did a valiant effort, but Hannah going to be able to eventually find that kill. Enable trying to take the fight from the long range. That nade will eventually pick him up. And look at this, you know, after a rocky start, they're starting to pull themselves a little bit back into this game. They need to get this kill on Flamesword and get away with the rockets. It's going to be up to Tamelo to make that push. Flamesword's still alive for the time being. Enable gets out of trees. It looks like they grappled the rockets away towards themselves, and it's going to be Tamelo that's able to find Flamesword. That's a 2-kill swing, and they have position. Hannah with the Mangler to go. They have the truck spawns. The only player that's unaccounted for is that player over at Lockers. Burton going to be taken out after a quick Mangler shot and the BR to clean. And so far, looking great for the side of Legendary, getting themselves back into this game. Although they still have a hill to climb, it's been, they have the gear to do so.
Well, hey, that 8-9 kill lead is now quickly starting to dissipate a little bit. Again, the cross angles, everything, the communication, although we can't directly hear it, you can see it on the map by way of bullet tracers and how many players are getting assists, where Legendary is at an all-time high. But that doesn't mean that Status Quo can do the same thing. We saw it come through continuously on that Aquarius, capture the flag, just trying to get some of this cubby control. Still one shot, though. Flamesword will go down, but left that player one shot. Frag out will be able to clean that up. Overshield has popped. Doesn't exactly mean that Tamel can grab it for free. We'll eat a nade from Enable, and there is presence here for Status Quo. Up on top of this blue catwalk, we'll try to drop it. Tamel will end up picking that overshield up, and this could be a great opportunity. One more kill comes through, has one more inside the cubby, will be Enable, can end up locking it down. Tamel will burn that overshield, but they found a plethora of eliminations along the way.
Tamel trying to get up into the presence of the base. Going to be able to find Burton with that fast movement with the grapple. Unfortunately, no more to work with as he's trying to find this player over at Trio. They face through each other. There go Flame Sword. He's gone after. He's being absolute Enable. Gonna have to take on this fight one-on-one. He does have the thrust to give him a little bit of an edge in the fight. Tamelo gonna be made one shot and is trying to survive. Both lock. I love this lockers fight, especially when it's on equal footing. It's like, okay, who's gonna win it? Look at this. The bait and switch is gonna start to happen. Enable just trying to do his best to stay alive. Has one more thrust to burn, but his teammates are getting kills at the same time. Looks like he did eventually win the fight over at lockers, and now if he can get through and get to the other lockers, they'll have an expanded presence on the map. They can potentially make something happen. Unfortunately, gets caught down at the truck and will be taken down for the time being. And now this is Legendary's chance to finally gain some map control as they are tied in this game. Look at that. They've finally taken the lead. Talk about a disastrous start. The relief, how good that has to feel for them to be down by so much early game and to get themselves right back into it has to feel immeasurable for this Legendary squad.
Yeah, first lead spot that we're able to see come through, and well, Winter is definitely leading this team so far. I mean, 11-8, they were definitely putting in the legwork on that Aquarius CTF. Nice to be able to see this team start to come to life. Tamelo also double positive off of that fumble that we saw earlier on from the Rockets to start things off. Now amounting to a 2-kill lead, 31-30 now, as Enable's going to be able to take down Winter across the map. You can see what Legendary are doing with all this map pressure again. Another overshield. This is back-to-back overshields that Legendary have been able to get for themselves. A lot of pressure coming through. Status Quo trying to team shot. The Mellow will get the backs back onto Frag Out, who's trying to get a little cheeky with that one, but Flame Sword, though, able to pick things up for themselves, able to find a couple of one-shots as well. At least keeping this a one-kill game for the time being.
Well, Flame Sword just got a double kill, and he's 5-9. So maybe wasn't having the hottest start to this game. Maybe he can start to pull that around. As you see Hannah try to take the fight, he's able to find one. Enable's going to push forward, not going to be able to get the stick, and the kills do come through. And now a 3-kill lead for Legendary as they're starting to flood into the rocks. They're going to be able to find one more as Burton goes down. Look at this, Frag Out trying to take the fight. And you can see all of Legendary start to push forward as Hannah regains the shields. It's what you love to see, the aggression. Flamesword able to find the first one through, and this could be the opportunity that Status Quo is needing to alleviate the pressure. Flames are going to be able to get the truck, and there we go. It's a 4 down for the time being. Legendary going to be seeing the respawn screen as Enable's looking for one more, and that's they're going to be all on the opposite side, so he's ready for them. Name yourself, not a great start to your rocket plays, but there we go. Enable finally able to find the first, and this is how Status Quo can end this game, is by getting that critical 4 down. And it all started with Flamesword finding that first entry frag and alleviating that pressure that we saw Legendary put forward.
Yeah, that killing spree, Flamesword's turnaround, if you will, the coming of an age story for Status Quo in this Slayer was starting to escape them momentarily as Legendary. We're starting to piece together a lot of power-ups, the power weapons as well. We're dictating the pace of the match, but nice nades coming through. I mean, every single ordinance this side of the Mississippi, Ian's just throwing inside of that bar area. Will now put this up to 43-39. Status Quo, much like to your point, Garrett, have all of the tools to be able to put away here.
Oh, well, you know, I think Enable likes to see that 2 players towards his back. He'll get the killing spree. Although it was shaky in the mid-game, well, they're cleaning it up quite nicely. Looks like they'll be getting 47-39. Look at that. Bird's like, hey, we are getting this grapple. We are not letting the grapple go to the other hands. Winner trying to take the one-on-one. Well, Burton, you know, he has time to shoot a 4 while pinging. Look at that. The man absolutely just destroys the player at bridge, and now look at this juicy fruit. Frag Out has the overshield. This is not looking great as Frag Out's able to find one. Enable does go down. The trade outs eventually come through though, and Status Quo able to win that game. Flamesword had a rough start, but he found the pivotal kills when necessary. Burton though, looking absolutely critical to the Status Quo roster success. Having great games in both game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to see everything be so well executed from Burton's perspective, specifically when we go back towards that Aquarius CTF. I mean, the discipline on this dude was insane. I think he got like 4 camos, 4 heat waves, all in succession of one another. As we take a look at some of these beautiful stats on our screen, 17 in 12, 6.7 KDA for Burton, the player that we're highlighting here. I mean, say what you will, Flamesword 6 in 9 for out the entirety of this map. A little bit slow start for them, but their teammates were doing just about everything that they possibly could to be able to keep their team going in it. And Legendary, I mean, they gave themselves a real good chance to be able to bring that back. Back-to-back overshields unanswered. The Rockets also unanswered. They were doing a better job, much like what we were talking about when we saw them in our winners round 3 match versus Chicago Nightpack. Just again, falling back towards those basics. Okay, I'm spawning up here on Slayer. Where's my nearest teammate? Let's try to double challenge something. We got to get mid-map pressure. We got to be able to find convincing kill feeds so that way we stop trading things out. We needed this map pressure to come all the way through as we take a look at a couple of these replays.
You know, it starts with Enable finding the skill on Rockets and not dying. And one person that I feel like we haven't shout out enough is Enable, because I came in, I thought Enable was gonna be, you know, kind of washed and not gonna be like this incredible player that we've seen. You know, I said it. You know, I'll take my penance, because Enable absolutely has showed out in these 2 games. Obviously, we have quite a bit more of a bracket to go. We'll see how he plays against some of the better teams, but I've been very impressed with how Enable's been playing this game. It almost seems as if he's been scrimming since day 1 with how he's been showing the presence on the map. I love what I saw, but you know, a little bit of a back smack action over there. I was so surprised that Legendary was able to get back into this game in the first place, but then it all came down to this right here. They just start to run away with it. Guys, you remember the ending screen? Well, look, it was 39-39 at one point. Hey, they didn't give up after that. Look at that. Enable with the perfect kill. And with that, it was kind of an exclamation mark, because he's going to drop down right here, and he eventually gets that what do you call it? The fragmentation grenade, the spike grenade up in that tower, and he eventually got that kill as well. So it's just absolutely incredible from Enable this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right there, just picking up the Bulldog again, the mass pings of the grapple shot that we were also highlighting, all the power-ups, what it felt like just like the meat of this Bazaar Slayer sandwich. Really, everything went to Legendary. They got the overshields, the grapples, the M41 Spanker. Everything was going in their hands until that one turning point that you were talking about. 39v39, got the trade out with the Rockets. Enable was able to have one more rocket, and they made their presence felt when they dropped down in the sewers, picked up that Bulldog, and then pushed all the way back in towards the red flag as well. It was just such beautiful sequences coming through from Status Quo as a whole to be able to recognize the very off-putting spawns that can come through on Bazaar. They seemed really well collected, even when they were getting slapped around in the middle of that map, when they were losing all of the Spanker warfare, when they were getting the overshields or the grapples, they remained cool, calm, and collective. It just came through just to working those cross angles, get a player inside a cubby, get a player inside the bar, find those eliminations, and then push all the way through to be able to find our upper hand to be able to close out that map.
Well, we're back on board with the team to watch, guys. This complexity roster, they trade out Hunter JJX for the FFA champion Vetra, and so far we've seen great things from them. That looks like it will continue as they are having an easy time thus far over on Bazaar Slayer. Let's take a look. Vetra 16-7. Hey, you know what, man? I love to see the young man pop off, guys. You know, this is what we're talking about. Take your opportunities when you get the chance. He was teaming with some of his best friends, and he says, hey, you know, I got this offer from Complexity. I have to take it. You guys understand. You know, what I love about his friend group is they weren't upset about it. They're like, yeah, you got to do what you got to do. You got this offer. Go spread your wings. They pick up Crossfade instead over at Solaris. Vetra gets acquired from Complexity, and it looks like he just fits like a glove thus far. This was the slaying prowess that they needed on this roster. We love Hunter JJX and love what he's done, but it looks like Vetra, it looks like the right pickup at the moment. This man has been absolutely popping off in the open bracket thus far.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw earlier on just in the live look-in on Aquarius Slayer was just flying at the enemy. We're looking on board here with Hysteria Stream, just throwing shoulders towards a player inside a cubby. That little bait, the switch will come through. We'll take down at least one more player. One more towards the double doors, 45v28. Just needs 4 more kills now to have a nice juicy steak lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this place, I think they're going to get it done because this push is going to come through. Vetra's well positioned to take any player that decides to push through. Hysteria going to get his shields back and then try to bait this player through. They do just that. Rob going to be able to get the one. They got the overshield. Overshield not going to last long as they're just 1 kill away from the steak dinner being complete. That player pushes out mid. Ooh, okay. They're playing for the steak lies. Who can get the next kill is the question. We have the one-on-one fight. Hysteria playing for the steak dinner. Oh, no steak dinner. Get that thing off the table.
We season it. put it back in the refrigerator, a little bit of salt, you know, keep it cool, and then maybe throw it on the grill later. That's a nice little tip for you guys if you're cooking steak at home. But yeah, I mean, that was a convincing 2-0 again, coming through for Complexity, this time over Team Mystic. What we were getting word of from back of house is that they 5-0'd on that Aquarius CTF versus Team Mystic, and then 50-31 on that Slayer. To everything that you were highlighting when we hopped in towards that watch-in with Hysteria stream, right, Garrett? I mean, from everything from holding angles and from all the information, the veteranship that you have on that team, and then you have this young buck of Vetra, the FFA champion, coming into the mix too, dude. I mean, like, the kid is twisted as all get out. And if you can continue to create so many different, so much space and so many different opportunities for Vetra to be able to, you know, not even always pick up a power weapon, maybe not even picking up a crate weapon, whatever it may be, the BR is going to be just fine. And they're able to walk away with 2 pieces after 2 pieces, double kill after double kill. It is just going to snowball any map mode that this Complexity roster plays.
Yeah, Vetra has the ability to take over any map, and we saw it in the FFA where he was the champion. In fact, you know, let's take it back. Let's go back a couple weeks. We're gonna go back to Raleigh and go to the moment where Vetra had won the FFA. We were able to get him for a quick interview. Let's go watch that real fast while we take a break and get our next match ready to go. Tools back with LVT Productions, and hey, we had the losers final behind us, but while that was going on, the FFA finals are done, and our victor right here, Vetra, you might have heard of him. He's on Solaris, got top 32 in the 4v4, but man, he just beat out 1,000-man FFA for $2,000. What are you gonna spend that money on?
I'm gonna try not to waste it on skins in Halo Infinite.
Hey, you know what? Soon, as an FFA champion, maybe you'll be on one of those teams that has a skin. Guys, you have to be looking at this kid. He's too gross. He's awesome at everything that he does. He didn't get too far in the 4v4. What happened over there? What broke down in the 4v4?
Okay, so it was actually pretty hard for my team to practice online. A lot of our players have very bad setups, and that's just something that we really can't do anything about. So it just kind of holds our practice back. And we did lose to Sentinels round 5 in winners, which is unfortunate. Somebody had to play against them. It was us. And then we got taken out by Oxygen. I think they were just a more practiced team, but respect to those guys.
Well, it's unfortunate. You played against 2 really good teams in the 4v4. Let's wrap back to the FFA. Now, I was hearing, you know, we're watching this over here. It's loud, but then all of a sudden from the side stations, we hear something even louder. A bit of a pop-off over there. I heard it wasn't even close. You absolutely dominated in the FFA. What was it like having all your friends around?
It was sick. To be honest, it only made it better. I love my friends, and I probably wouldn't have won without them, to be honest. I love their hype. I love their energy. It was amazing.
All right, guys. Vetra, $2,000 richer. He basically beat down 1,000 other dog shit kids. Got it all done today. I love to see this, guys. Make sure you follow this guy on Twitter. And, you know, we're going to watch the end of this losers bracket final. We're in game 5. Thank you. Follow LVT Productions for more updates on what's happening on Championship Sunday. Guys, we've seen it. If you've been following the broadcast from the start, we've seen two juggernauts. Status Quo on one side, Complexity on the other. Well, they're finally meeting, and I'm joined with Proper to bring you guys the action. These two teams have been phenomenal throughout the tournament thus far, and now we're ready to finally see them take on the match. And honestly, I want to say I want to give the edge to Complexity, but I'm not too sure, man. Enable's looking really great. Status Quo with that with frag out over there. It's going to be a tough game, and this could be the first game that we see today to go to a third one on stream.
Yeah, I mean, here in Winners Round 5, you're very right to assume that this has Game 3 written all over it, Garrett. I mean, at the end of it, we're mostly looking at the two stand-ins, right? We got Vetra over for Complexity. You have Enable for Status Quo. A lot of question marks around how are they going to fit into the mold for these teams that obviously did play at Raleigh. Status Quo making it out of the open bracket. Complexity did not, but with these few changes that we did ensue, we find ourselves here to really be able to test the waters to see how these two juggernauts, as you put it, kind of stack up against each other. The map set is a good one. Definitely one of my favorites that we have so far throughout all of these best of threes. We're starting it off on Streets Oddball. Recharge Slayer is the guaranteed 2 maps that we have. But if things have to be settled out for a third map mode, it's going to go to Bazaar CTF. I mean, there is just so much sandbox potential between all 3 of these maps. And what we've been seeing from players like specifically from Burden on the side of Status Quo, or over for Enable for Complexity, or for Status Quo. And then on the other side, just so many different players for Complexity, just finding infinite value, like Hysteria with the Heat Wave that we saw earlier on in the Aquarius Slayer. It was just a fight that you do not want to take. Across all 3 of these map modes that we have, Garrett, there's just so much potential for some nutty engagements.
Oh man, I love to start on Streets. Streets, one of my favorite maps. It reminds me of a Halo 5 map back in the day with the design of it. A lot of people are saying it looks a lot like Plaza. Although it doesn't quite play the same way as those Halo 5 maps played, it does give you that reminiscent feeling. And Streets Oddball will be a great way to start this game. Obviously, there's a couple places you can hold the ball. We'll see which ones they opt for. I prefer the back A PD sort of lane where you can switch between the two, spawn them over at back C, though occasionally you will see C holds where they're able to keep it in C, try to spawn them over towards PD and make them fight the long way through. We'll see what these teams opt for. Sometimes it just depends on how the cookie crumbles. You know, you take what you can get, and I expect this oddball. One thing that we've seen a lot is oddballs going to round 3. Doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter how good the teams are. It's really rare that we've seen 2-0 oddballs, I feel like, in this game, where you really see oddball rounds go to round 3. I love the new format that we've seen, the remix, the remux of the game modes. I love the new oddball. You know, 250 points of oddball in the previous, you know, it was great. You know, it's awesome. It was fun to watch. But the way that they've reintroduced oddball, with it being first to 100 for every round, you have to win 2 out of 3 rounds, I really feel as if it's elevated the game type, made it so much more exciting, and it keeps it fast and fresh paced.
Yeah, and there's no real snowball potential. You get that little bit of breath of fresh air going in towards the next round. Sides do end up swapping, so you can end up looking maybe on the, I guess the favorite side of the map could end up being that A stronghold side, to where you get a little bit of an easier avenue towards that B stream. We know just spawning over by that C stronghold, down by that tram station, trying to push that driveway right off Ripple. There's probably going to be a lot of nades coming your way, but that Bulldog, again, a main focal point, can give you a great angle over top ATM where the oddball does end up spawning, and then if you can couple that along spawning over by the A stronghold side inside of tires, that's the cross angle that you're mostly going to be looking at, just to continuously get that spanker pressure, because we know, especially for all 8 players that we're going to have inside this lobby, Garrett, can find a lot of value with those rockets and absolutely swing any sort of setup that we ended up seeing any of them try to work for themselves. But the one thing in particular that we got to talk about here on Streets Oddball is which team is going to be more proactive, because that's where teams typically will end up finding 2-0s, is when they're mostly proactive, reading the spawns, reading where the engagements are happening, and then rotating the ball to a different part of the map. You could be all the way back by PD. I'm there with you, Garrett. I love that setup, to where you can have the ball back Soda or back PD. It offers you rotations, whether you're looking down that purple alley, going back towards the tram station, or down the B street, again, headed towards driveway and that tram station. It just comes down, for me personally, which one of these two juggernauts, again, as you called them, is going to be more proactive. Who's going to be working together? Where's that team cohesion going to be at? The communication to make sure that the ball gets rotated properly, so that way the setup never truly becomes broken.
Now, one thing they did bring up is how the starts, right, and how one side's more favorable. And this is the map that probably has the biggest problem in Halo Infinite when it comes to one side being more powerful than the other. If you're able to spawn towards A, you have such an advantage, right? Because you have the high ground for the fight versus B right away. And you can also go back A, grab the shield, and use that shield to give yourself the advantage in the fight for the shotgun. And that, to me, is what's so important, getting that bulldog control. Yes, rockets can definitely swing, but it's only for 1-2 gunfights. The bulldog is perpetual. It will keep you in control. It'll allow you to lock down a lane by yourself and be able to play close quarters combat. And if you are able to keep a bulldog and be able just to hold down a lane, you can absolutely see the difference made. We'll have to see how the starts are, what they're opting to do. We saw a plethora of different ways that players approach streets in HCS Raleigh. My favorite was sending 2 towards B, 1 mid, and you send 1 player to play shotgun by themselves, but they have that drop shield and they're ready for the fight right away. You can often see them win, and then that mid player can come support through ATMs or come through the back and be able to secure that bulldog for your team. But getting B bulk right away and stopping players from staying at C overhang and getting them off that stalker rifle should be a priority to start.
Oh, absolutely. Dude, I love that stalker rifle. I mean, the amount of breaks that you can end up having with that weapon alone, if you get a 3-shot perfect, can just open up the floodgates. And for hold potentials too. You were talking about the potential for the ball to move all the way back towards that tram station where the stalker rifle does spawn up. It's annoying, to say the least, when you're trying to work through mid-street or you're trying to work over by the B street on top stairs, and you're just being belittled with pulse bullets from that stalker rifle. It's absolutely annoying. It comes down to a player to be able to find the utmost value with that. But I'm going to shift focus over towards just Oddball as a whole. I mean, we didn't have an opportunity to be able to track too many different things for the Status Quo roster when we were over in Raleigh. The one matchup that I distinctly remember, I was watching this one very intently with Team War's management, was Status Quo versus Team War. And yes, say what you will, Vetra again is in place of Blaze here, but this is where we got to see the best of Frag Out. Yes, that one map mode was on recharge, but the one thing that Frag Out was able to do continuously was enable the ball carrier, so that way they can continuously feel safe with the ball in their hands. And Frag Out went to work on just picking up every little bit of the sandbox that was on recharge. And we've been seeing from Frag Out again, as we were gassing them up earlier when we were watching them versus Legendary, although a very uncharacteristic KD on that capture the flag on Aquarius, they were not afraid to pick up some of the weapons that I'm sure a lot of people would be, specifically that pulse rifle. And that does exist here on Streets Oddball. When you are talking about that backside over by PD, as you take a look at the lobby is currently populating. We're just waiting for Rob the Turtle to hop over towards the team, and then we will hop in towards this first map here, which should be Streets Oddball, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, maybe they want to play this one backwards. I'm not here to judge, but regardless of the matter, Garrett, it's got to come down again towards that sandbox. Who's going to be able to find the utmost value with it? So far, from what I've been able to gather across a lot of different oddball maps and modes, it's Frag Out and Burden for the side of Status Quo. Vetra has almost just been doing it just about everything with the BR so far, enabling Hysteria to be able to pick up a lot of these different power weapons, specifically what we saw earlier on that Aquarius with the heat wave. But here on Streets, again, you just got to be able to find that one player, enable them, make your ball carrier feel safe, and then just really start snowballing these rounds away.
Enable them. Interesting, guys. He's getting in your mind. He's getting behind you. Some speaking there. I'm gonna say it one more time. Enable your team.
I didn't even mean for the fun to happen, guys, like that. But hey,
keep an eye on the man. Enable, because he can absolutely turn this game. He's been the standout player thus far for Status Quo, really dominating the kill feed, dominating the damage dealt. He's been the player to watch, and he's been in tandem with Burton thus far this tournament. But on the other side, guys, it's Vetra, man. We have been seeing him absolutely slay out in his games, although they haven't played the most tough matchups yet, right? You know, they still have to get it done, and now they have it ready to go. It's going to be a tough one. Status Quo. It's going to be a huge matchup, and seeing how Vetra reacts to what happens today could really be telling him whether he is the right choice for this roster, because it's easy for players who are very skilled individually to beat up on the bad teams and kind of go quiet when it's the good ones. Vetra, I have no doubt that he's going to show out today, but how he responds versus Status Quo, versus 2 legendary Halo players, is going to be very telling today.
Yeah, and you know, even on the opposite side of the bracket, I feel like we need to talk about this. I believe exclamation point bracket in chat will actually get you towards the Face It link so that way you can end up taking a look at the things that I'm talking about. The winner of this matchup actually will go forward to face the winner of, I believe, BBG and Solaris. So this is why we're taking a big focus point on winners round 5. Again, throughout the earlier round matches, we're not sitting here trying to say that any team is worse or better than the other, but I'm going to sit here and say that Status Quo and Complexity definitely had an easier time through their earlier round matches, and I'm sure Solaris and BBG did at the same time. This winners round 5, this is going to be quite telling. Again, it's to winners round 7. If you win winners round 7, you have qualified for the upcoming days to be able to compete against the pro teams. Winners round 5 is where the bracket becomes a little bit more fleshed out, where you're going to be facing teams on the same caliber as you. The Status Quo versus Complexity matchup, as well as the Solaris versus BuiltByGamers matchup. This is going to be quite telling to be able to see where some of these better teams stand in this weekend's competition, Garrett, and where they might be able to go throughout the end of the week.
Yeah, guys, one thing that's for sure, the losers bracket, it's going to be hell. You know, it's, you know, winners round 7, that's a nice way to stop. You know, you get top, you get into winners round 7, you're like, hey, I don't have to play anymore for today, I can fresh up. You know, let me go take work off Thursday, I'm going to be playing some Halo. When losers bracket, man, that's going to be a long run. You're going to be right here. Rob the Turtle, I saw he eventually flipped teams, you know, shout out to him, but start the damn game, guys. I'm excited. I want to see what happens. Oh, look at that. They listened to me. Here we go, guys. Streets, oddball. What will be the setups? Who gets control of the sandbox? To me, it's going to be who gets control of the Bulldog. Who's keeping that thing in their hands? Yes, rockets are important. Yes, Stalker Rifle can buy you a couple kills, but the Bulldog will dictate the pace of this game, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Because we talked about it a little bit earlier. The last time that we saw Streets was Chicago Nightpack versus Legendary on a Strongholds. But here on Ball, specifically with that Bulldog, you have a plethora of burst shots with that bad boy. Almost inviting individuals. Yeah, step into tires from mid. Step in towards PD from back A. I dare you. Because that shotgun, again, 2-shot can obliterate you, 1-shot you. One-shot melee you if you're not careful from your spacing alone. If you don't know where that player with the Bulldog is at, they can find continuous value with it as well. Just try to read where the players might be located at with that Bulldog. Just reading the kill feed, listen to your teammates, relying on that communication, and just trying to eliminate that player. Because if you let a player with a Bulldog in their hands just go rampant, oh man, that's a snowball waiting to happen.
All right. Hey, I gotta ask your prediction. I'm going with Complexity 2-0. I think it'll be close. I don't think Status Quo quite has the legs to take on this Complexity roster. I could be definitely wrong if Enable pops off. What about it? What prediction do you have on your side?
I'm leaning more towards Status Quo. We talked about this in the digital green room, if you will, before we actually came back live with this matchup. And Enable has just been frying as they start off 3-0 here on Streets. Had number 4 on back soda, but was not strong enough, or did not have enough HP, excuse me, to be able to take that battle. Well, it will go down. But I think that if Enable continues to pop off, along with Burden, I mean, Frag Out and Flamesword, I mean, they could just sit back and play their game, man. This as a tandem duo so far from what we've seen on the day, especially in that earlier matchup versus Legendary, was fierce.
Well, Enable still started off strong, 4-1 to finish the start of this game. He has another fight versus Rob. Rob the Turtle gonna get away for now. What are the names, you guys? You'll see a lot of Robs in Halo. For some reason, you'll see them all around. But Flamesword, he's gonna get taken down by Veteran. Enable opts to get back, get some high ground. You can see the push starting to materialize from Complexity. They're pushing through. Enable trying his best to stay alive and find the kill, as he's gonna be able to find one on Rob. And look at that Vetra with his back to the action is going to get taken down. And look at this, 35-3 to start the game, looking beautiful. And what else? The Bulldog is in the hands of the Status Quo roster, as they've been able just to rack up the time. And does he have he has a Bulldog Stalker combo?
Yep.
Oh,
Shoddy snipers win. Shoddy snipers win.
Oh, and the sniper comes through. Oh, Vetra, goodbye.
They're reading the push coming through from B Streets. They know that there's still one player that's going to be Hysteria inside of PD. Flamesword will push that. We'll end up getting the back smack as well. The M41 Spanker is up. Looking to be potentially acquired here by Frag Out. Nice team shots coming through to be able to deal with that one player dropping out towards mid from tires. And well, they're not done quite yet. Frag Out will continue to lay on the pressure. Picks up the rockets. Won't be able to find the kill with it, but did ample damage for Enable to clean things up. One more rocket left inside that Spanker down mid-street.
This could be exactly what Complexity needed These rockets are gonna alleviate the pressure for now. They need to find the one kill. He is able to trade out, but to go into the favor of Status Quo. Rob gonna even the numbers for now. Burton gonna take the fight. Burton gonna be taking. Oh, did he? Okay, I'm not sure exactly. I think the nade came out, made him one shot, and then he got the headshot kill. But talk about a reversal from bottom to top. And now it's going to be Hysteria who's able to pick up the ball. But the question is, how long can he keep this? Because Status Quo are on the push. Burton able to get the first. Enable coming back. Ooh, look at that pulse rifle. He's, oh my, Enable using the sandbox. The pulse rifle makes the difference. Frag out able to get the ball time, and now just 30 seconds from taking round one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are still becoming adept with the pulse rifle. Its biggest difference being pulse damage does do a little bit more amplified damage towards shields. It's just 2 bursts. If you land those 2 bursts, you rip the shields off. Quick swap to the BR for the headshot. It can be quite deadly. Look at it again. Enable. Just living in the sandbox. 10 and 4.
Okay, that might be one that we saw the clip from Lucid at Raleigh with the pulse rifle. That pulse rifle kill from across the map right there, that was filthy. And that thing looked like it was tracking. Oh my. Yeah, this is gonna be a decisive round one for Enable and the crew. Enable looking great, man. 10 and 4. Fraga only dying 1 time that entire game. 6 kills, 8 assists, doing what was necessary on the map, getting 34 seconds of ball time. Now though, Complexity, they're gonna have the better spawns. Guys, remember, spawns can make all the difference. The shield comes out. It's actually no, what am I saying? Dude, they lost by that much with better spawns? Oh, I'm crazy, dude. I just assumed that Complexity had worse spawns to start. That is crazy. Talk about Status Quo making a statement in round one.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And again, it's just going to be the break of a lot of different teams as far as what they're going to be able to do when they're on their back foot. Status Quo exemplifying just so many high parts of their game so far. Fragout does have that M41 spanker in their hands. Burden going to be locking down a lot of time. The bait for the kill will end up being traded on out. The grenade will come through on the backside of cones. 3 quick kills come through for Complexity. Just Enable last alive is just existing inside PD with their pulse carbine. Might be able to find 1 free kill. Oh, did not do enough damage. Okay. 2 of those bursts from the carbine did not connect, so the beatdown did not ensue.
That's the pulse carbine that I know. Okay, guys, that's the pulse carbine I know. I was about to say, he has a pulse carbine and a dream. That dream was quickly tattered. That thing is, it can be rough to use, to say the least. But hey, you know, a year from now, I'm sure everyone will know how to use that gun, and it'll be absolutely cracked. We'll have to wait and see. But here we go, trying to do his best to lock down PD. He's the only player that really has an angle on this B lane, as Flamesword is taken down with the help of Rob the Turtle. And now with this push starting to get cut down, they just have to worry about frag out in the back. If they're able to get that kill, they'll be able to get some more ball time. And Vetra comes just in time to get 1, make it 2, potentially 3, as he has to take on the legend. Flamesword comes out of top as Vetra runs out of bullets, but that will allow them to get another 10 to 15 seconds of ball time before having to fight once again.
Yeah, just about 2 more bursts needed, 6 more bullets inside that VR, and then we'll probably see the triple kill come through for Vetra, but the setup has been broken. Complexity did a great job just scrambling, throwing the ball towards that A-court area. They just could not lock down all the eliminations to come all the way through. I mean, hey, that's a lot of pressure on the young buck of Vetra. I mean, FFA champion, yeah, probably got a lot of triple kills throughout that 1,000-player bracket, but still needed a lot more kills, and they're starting to slay out. 2 down for Status Quo. Make that the 3rd. Burden last alive. They're going to be on the backside of A, and they're going to be dealt with a nice break coming through for Complexity.
Look at that. Rob the Turtle is going to be able to grab time, while Hysteria, we talked about it before, this stalker rifle, basically a sniper on the map. Well, he has 3 players to worry about. He's not going to be able to get out of that one. Enable gets the back smack. Triton with the Bulldog, though, and he's going to be able to really take the fight. He's putting in the damage. This thing can put a lot of damage from down range. He's able to get the assist, and now it's going to be up to Enable to break through. And look at that. Rob the Turtle using the sandbox with the Sentinel beam to get that kill. Unfortunately, not able to get back to the ball, as it's going to be frag out that kills him before he's able to get to that ball and get some more time. Eventually they get there, as Venture is going to rotate towards PD, as the cafe spawns are going to be going into the favor of Status Quo for the time being. Enable solo pushing from B, gonna force Vetra back towards A. Unfortunately, it's not Complexity that's winning the fights. He needs to try to live for as long as possible. He knows the push is coming from somewhere. And look at this, playing his life beautifully. Going to be coming back to help with the fight. Going to be able to find one. Flamesword takes him out, but the trade outs are there soon. And that was a great play from Complexity. They weren't quite sure where the pushes were exactly materializing from. They got caught up on Enable, but they are able to adapt and win the gunfight anyway. That's the kind of fortitude that we need to see from Complexity.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were able to hold on towards those PD spawns. They didn't know that if it was just Enable, once they were able to confirm that it was just a solo push over towards B, they dealt with it, and then they shift their focus over towards Cafe. But now the push coming through from Tires. Triton's gonna yeet that ball all the way down towards the purple street, in towards the safety net, and we'll be able to combine some shots there with Hysteria to be able to take down one, and then Triton with the assault rifle will take down one more. Just 9 seconds are all that needed, and Complexity tie things up one apiece.
Look at that. He's got the Bulldog and the ball now. Rob's going to be able to find another 2. Status Quo on the respawn, and they're going to be able to block the PD spawns in time. There's no shot they're going to be able to get there in time. So now one thing to bring up, right? Each team has won their round of oddball on the worst side. They spawned over at C and have won their rounds of oddball from the C spawn. Does that continue as we see Status Quo get the worst spawn over at C? How do they respond? As we see Flamesword take benches, he's looking for someone to fight. It looks like Triton gonna be able to find the first one as he finds 2. In fact, Flamesword trying to answer back with 2 of his own. He's gonna be able to continue. Look at that curb slide, the movement tech coming out from Flamesword, allowing him to get that first. Unfortunately, not able to get a kill with those rockets as they're gonna be spiraled down towards bottom mid, as we see the push from Status Quo start to materialize as they're starting to gain the kills necessary to fight for this ball.
Yeah, ball just dropped right outside of benches. Not exactly in a great spot to be able to pick up. Need to slay things out a little bit further. Status Quo are going to start pushing on forward. It's Enable inside of Tram. We'll be able to lock down one more kill on a Rapa's Hurdle, as one more player up top purple stairs will just beat them down and leave them just a little bit weak for the headshots to also come through. Pinstripe kill feed has come out, and the rockets have been recollected by Vetra, but did not read that Flamesword will hit them from mid-street. Will be traded out yet again. Not enough time collected for the ball, so it will be reset back towards bottom ATM, as we are still at a standstill, but a 13-point lead nevertheless for Complexity.
Triton will get taken down. Burton with those rockets. He's going to be able to find another one. Huge double kill from Burton. He's going to be able to lock down that spawn for his team. Rob, with no fear, still heading towards them. I don't think he quite knew where the spawns were. I don't think Complexity had a handle on that. And now it's going to cost them dearly, as Enable was able to find Vetra. They go, and Complexity goes 2 down. And now they're going to have to fight for ball control once again. We see Rob get the red spawn. Enable quite ready for that one as he took the top position. Going to back him down for now. And Burton grabbing ball time already with 97 objective seconds. The man has been the ball carrier for his team, and it showed in the stats. I feel like this man's been playing it extremely well, and they've really let Enable just stay over here at Batman by himself. They have confidence that he's able to maintain the B lane by himself and at least get the damage in and the help necessary. Look at that. Enable able to take on the 1v3 and eventually get the kill on 1. That's exactly what you're looking for from a solo player holding down a lane.
Drop wall will come through. We'll keep these 2 players safe from any nades if they were ended up coming through. Did not read that one player got inside of A, and now one more from behind them. Just too many players to be able to deal with that Bulldog. Just not enough opportunity to be able to lock down that one-shot beatdown. So Triton's going to be able to get that Bulldog in their back pocket. And it just comes down to reading the tendencies, not necessarily always the spawns, but Enable, every single time they spawn over by C, besides the opening Rip Garrett, pushes at B lane. And they're always going to try to look for that presence. And then they go up on top lights, like you were talking about. If the setup gets broken, Flamesword pinging like a madman, trying to at least find where some of these kills are located at. Double cal inside of Tires. Enable will find one, but it's a 2-for-1 trade, not good enough to break Complexity setup.
So interesting, right? Rob the Turtle leading the rotation, throwing that thing towards C. Although they lost the setup over at A, he was able to get the rotation through the ball and still trying to hold them back over at A. Unfortunately, not able to execute on that kill. If he was able to get the entry frag as well, that could have been a huge momentum swing for Complexity. Instead, they're still going to have to opt the fight. And it's trade out after trade out. Vetra not able to stay alive as Burton is going to be able to find that kill, and now they're going to be able to secure. This is the first time in this series that we've seen a C hold from a team. And like we said, sometimes it's just what you're given, and this is what Status Quo was given. The question is, how well can they hold? Because we obviously seen them favor the A side thus far.
Yeah, I mean, very proactive as far as rotating the ball all the way back towards this Tram side. It is one thing that I was mostly looking at. The Pulse Carbine trying to come through, but Two bursts for that beatdown to come all the way out. Won't be able to find that, so the setup again will shift back over towards Complexity here inside of Back Tram, trying to read where some of these spawns are located at. Trident playing a very nerdy spot, just trying to catch any players off guard, but they're going to be left one shot by way of a couple frag grenades as we now see Vetra pick up the Bulldog. It is fresh. We'll find Enable for the first, and this is going to continuously dissuade Status Quo from trying to work their way across the middle of the map. Flamesword is pushed up there with Burden. We'll end up finding one, but Vetra is finding a lot of trades towards the middle of the map. This just has to come down towards the rest of the players for Complexity to find the kills, and Trident will find that Flamesword elimination eventually, and they also have 2 rockets to play with.
And Trident's such a nerd. See him just hit that jump, no problem. Ugh. My God,
You do that jump, no problem?
Yeah, no, no shot. I tried it. I practiced for like 2 hours of matchmaking. I was like, this is not for me.
You tried it in matchmaking?
Not matchmaking. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what? But hey, look at this backside for Triton and the double kill with the rockets. He's gonna be able to get his double. And now looking for one more. Hey, you're not staying there long. Triton gonna be able to get the next one. Single-handedly breaks Status Quo's push, and now more time going in favor of Complexity. Frag out. Gonna try to take the fight, and look at this Triton, a one-man army. He takes down another one at ATM, and the ball time now firmly going in favor of Complexity as they're able to expand the lead to over 20 seconds, potentially going to make it 30 in just a moment. And this is exactly what you're looking for. Both teams now having to opt for this C setup, something that they're not so comfortable with. I think Triton saw that player on the flank. He's going to get shot in the back in just a second. He's able to get away for now, but it's going to have to take the fight. And Enable is going to be the one that wins it. He gets a double, looking for the trip, as Hysteria is going to be the one that gets away, and Rob has to chase help. Flamesword goes down, and although Enable gets the 2, it's not enough to break the setup of Complexity.
Well, Burton's going to be able to find 2 more. More slays are required here for Status Quo before they can start finding some time. A 2v1 battle over here by the B stairs will go by way of Status Quo, but again, the ball is dropped just outside of ATM, so a bit of a slide will come through. Bulldog will be picked up here. Burton trying to lock down the kills. Leaves the player one shot, but it's Hysteria for the double. Vetra will pick up the third. 4 down for Status Quo. Just 20 seconds needed for Complexity to take map.
You know how you can just tell when the game is over? Like, you just see the moment happen, and you just think about it at night. You're like, oh man, if that would have went different, I could have absolutely changed that game. That Bulldog kill not going into the favor of Status Quo is what's gonna be that moment, guys. Absolutely devastating that just happened, and it's gonna allow Complexity to take this game 1 after getting absolutely whopped in round 1. They get 2 back-to-back as Complexity showing that Vetra is a difference maker for this squad. We'll have to take a look at the stats in a second and see how he did play, but I'm very impressed with how Complexity was able to rebound and regain after a rough start to that first game.
How about Trident in round number 3? If you're unfamiliar, is your first time watching competitive Halo, stats reset every single round. Trident had like 17 eliminations in round number 3 alone. They ended up going 29-16 with 12 assists. The breadwinner, if you will, as far as KDA is concerned inside this lobby. Much like to your point, everybody on Complexity just playing their role to such a phenomenal degree. I mean, Trident, the one-man army that you were talking about there in round number 3, the difference maker, comparatively to what we saw, the potential come out from Burden. Again, it is just those 2 eliminations that are needed. And if they got the help from behind, even just a little bit of extra help, instead of going for the ball, maybe they missed the extra slide. We didn't end up seeing what happened behind Burn. All we saw was the initial miss pump from the Bulldog, and then a couple of connection shots, and then a lot of space being bought by Hysteria, just backpedaling away to be able to find that double kill, was just so massive. As we play through a couple of these replays again, it was a milliwatt in that round number 1. We thought that Status Quo were really going to bring the heat. Enable went like somewhere near like 10-6, 11-6 in that first round, just playing with the sandbox, the pulse carbine. We were gassing them up. The Complexity with the adaptations, the proactive ability just to rotate the ball when it was necessary to slay out and find that time when it was offered to them. It was just massive.
Yeah, Louis, can we get that pulse rifle kill back? I want to just like dissect how he did this, because this is kind of crazy. Okay, so let's see how you control this, because does he physically control the spread of this, like to get Vetra? So he shoots the first burst at Vetra. Let's see, those all connected. Yeah, Vetra just kind of strafes into them, and then he fades down, and then Vetra just kind of jumps into the burst again. Man, that is like some of the best pulse rifle shots I've ever seen. That is one of the greatest kills, you know. And like, this is all the testament, because in round 1, it was all this this Status Quo roster, it felt like Complexity was just outclassed. And then Triton, you know, he kind of figures out his way in round 3. We see Hysteria playing solid throughout the entire game, and we saw big kills just start to go into their favor. It was a close round 2, and then round 3, I just felt, you know, round 3 was just all Triton and getting this roster situated and playing right. One thing I do want to point out though, this Bulldog, huge difference maker, and being able to execute with it. We saw the one moment that happened in the game when I believe Burton had the Bulldog and wasn't able to get a critical kill with it, made all the difference. And obviously Triton right here, just fighting about every goddamn kill on the map. This is crazy to watch. He gets 3, and he's gonna go back. He's gonna ego chow eventually for the 4th. Right over here, right away. I love this gameplay from Triton and what he was able to do throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, again, when we talk about how you snowball any map mode here in Halo Infinite, it comes by way of what you can do with the sandbox. A Stalker rifle, the M41 Spanker, the Bulldog, all big highlights, but we didn't end up talking about all of the different equipment, too. I mean, the drop walls were being used to such a high degree, but the thruster that spawns on bottom driveway, that is going to be the difference maker in a lot of battle rifle fights and just keeping yourself alive, as you saw Triton there, even with the rockets, threw a rocket out, thought that they were going to take sufficient damage, so they just thrust out from the blast radius. It's just the 5-head maneuvers that we got to see from Triton there just in those last few clips of round number 3. It's just why we talk about them in such a high regard. As we'll go back through again from this triple kill that we ended up getting from Triton. Just again, the thruster play alone is just so integral towards this play. To move across the entirety of the map was just so beautiful. Just always offsetting Status Quo, never allowing them to be a cohesive unit from 2 different sides. That's how they really snowballed that first round, Garrett. But then going forward off that, it's just adaptations after adaptations. Complexity did not give them an inch to breathe.
Yeah, and being adaptable is just such a key indicator of your success in Halo, right? It's not everything's going to go to plan. You have to be able to work as a team, and you have to be able to adapt as a team. And that's what I really saw from Complexity. They often got pushed out of their setup, and they're like, okay, we're going to make an early rotation. It's okay that we went 3 down. We're going to throw this thing towards C. I'm going to go back. I'm going to try to hold them off at A for as long as possible. And they executed on their jobs, and they were able to get what was necessary done. And I'm honestly just extremely pleased with what I saw from this Complexity roster, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do in the future, because these guys, you know, they get picked up by honestly a tier 1 squad. You know, Tim the Tapman, he owns Complexity. I think he's like part ownership. That he's got high expectations. You know, you got a lot of legacy behind you, a lot of hype, and being able to put out for your org is so important. And you know, same side on for Flamesword, he's bringing back the legacy org. He's saying he's bringing back the players that helped make it happen. Enable's playing right now. And now you go down 2-1. Disappointing loss. You have to be able to regain somehow, and it's moving on to Recharge Slayer. And honestly, that sword's going to be playing a really important role. The Mangler going to be spawning over by Control. And one thing, who can pop off with that shock rifle? Because the shock rifle can make all the difference. If you're able to hold down an entire lane with the shock rifle and get doubles, make sure you pop off and be flashy, it can absolutely just swing a game in your favor.
Got that Mangler off spawn too. Probably won't see a lot of players immediately gun towards the sword. It's not the immediate focus point off the rip. It is that camo. You can see it just so beautifully smack dab center of the map here in Pit. It's going to be the main focus here off the rip. Just lay out, try to get that camo, try to sling things in your direction. You have a couple of equipments that we can talk about later on, but as we start off here in map number 2 between Complexity versus Status Quo. Status Quo need to win this to force out the Bizarre CTF for map 3.
Well, Status Quo starting off strong as they're able to get 2. Enable going to be able to pick up the next with the help of Flamesword. I don't know if that camo player was able to get away, but Enable still starting off strong. He's been playing very well throughout this entire tournament. Unfortunately, not going to be able to handle the 2-on-1 as he's going to get that Mangler back over towards Complexity. About even to start. Fragout was able to get the shock rifle, a player who's really well known for using the entirety of the sandbox. Unfortunately, he'll be taken out, and we'll be giving the shock rifle back over to Complexity. And I love this from Triton. You have A all to yourself. You have the Mangler. Watch the crosses, and if someone decides to push, well, it's up to you to execute.
Working with this elevator setup for the time being, so trying to at least isolate players in long haul was Vetra. We talked about that earlier on. I mean, Vetra does have a tendency to be able to, or just to overextend and find themselves more isolated than what they possibly want to be. Hysteria calling out for some help on the backside. Won't necessarily need it, but it's Enable that ends up picking up the shock rifle. Does find one with it. They're looking just to play that long haul angle, and well, there's yet another one too. You talked about the pressure that you can find with this bad boy. You get the one-shot headshot perfect. This thing can absolutely sway any map mode that you play here on Recharge.
Absolutely, man. It's just using the shock rifle to be all the difference. And we can see Enable able to find another kill. Getting perfect kills is important, but it can also absolutely just shred a shield as we see Enable find another one because of the shock rifle. He still has 4 more bullets to work with. And although, you know, he's not in like the greatest power position possible, he's watching the cross and he's getting the damage dealt when necessary. Look at this. I love this aggressive play. He's going to be able to make Hysteria weak for now as Hysteria was able to get frag on. Unfortunately, not able to stay alive. Goes for the no-scope. Not able to get it. Does tag up Triton for a second, but Vetra will eventually take down, but only 3 bullets left in that shock rifle for him to work with. So really shout out to Enable to do what was necessary. And Burton, oh, he has the camo and the sword. Talk about a combination
and a grapple.
Ooh,
he's got the trifecta of everything. It is grapple, camo, sword, slice, and dice. Hysteria stood absolutely no chance there. 5-kill lead so far, coming through the grapple. Oh my goodness, Burton. He's putting on a clinic. Runs out of sword energy, but even still, I think the damage has sufficiently been found.
16 to 11 in favor of Status Quo so far, using the weapons on the map to their best ability. Now, shout out in the chat. I'll say it one more time. Use the sandbox, guys. It's so damn good in this game. If you aren't controlling the weapons, you aren't controlling the pace of the game. And we're seeing right now was the Status Quo roster. They've been able to find kill after kill, but Burton gonna choke an easy one, letting Hysteria stay alive. This could be devastating. It's gonna flip out the spawns. Frag outs all by his lonesome. He's taking the fight with Vetra. Vetra not able to win it once again, kind of isolated away from the action, taking the one-on-ones, and it hasn't been working out for him. He probably needs to be playing a little bit more with his team and get a little bit more comfortable with accepting the help. Yes, you're an incredibly talented player. Yes, you won the FFA and rally because, let's be honest, you're gross, but you have to be able to work as a team. So far, a couple isolated pushes that have costed him in the end.
7-2 for frag out so far. Again, as far as maps are concerned, from what we saw on land, this was frag out's best. So many different cross angles, so many different items, so many different goodies to be able to play with, but even the BR will be sufficient enough. 2-for-1 trade will come through. 23v18 as we stand so far. Status Quo with a healthy lead. They can continue to play the trade game even until this game ends. We're going to be getting another camo to spawn up, and it'll actually be picked up by Triton this time around. Last time we saw Burden with the camo and the sword. Not an option this time around. Just going to be waiting for this shock rifle. Another nasty combo to be played with on this map.
And he puts it right to work. I love that off the rack metal. He's going to take frag out, put him on the respawn screen. Still has a little bit of this camouflage to work with, but beautiful nades are being thrown. Triton. Oh, man, we're talking about a couple centimeters from getting stuck and losing that camouflage Enable. He's peeking his head. We'll peek it again. It will be gone. Nope, gonna go down under Triton. Not able to adapt right away. But look at this. All these players in Status Quo towards A. Enable isolated over in control. And we can see all these players starting to creep towards C as they're not really wanting to push into A and give Status Quo some free kills. They have to gain their own. And that's going to come from finding the weakness. And we can see 2 rotating back towards C. Does Triton get the call out in time? No, he's going to be looking towards A. He's not going to have the shock rifle ready for those push. Hysteria. He's going to be one taking on the action with Enable. We can see that fight happening in just a second. It looks like Enable is going to be the one that comes out on top, and that could be the difference maker in this game, as it's going to allow Status Quo to just alleviate the pressure. They don't have to push, right? They have the pace of the game. They don't have the control that they want, but they don't have to push into their to fights that they don't find favorable. As Vetra trying his best to stay alive, I believe he gets taken down by frag out eventually, as they've just really been maintaining this 5 to 7 kill range. Great job by Status Quo to do this on their back foot.
Yeah, Enable just playing footsie down there in the repulsor tunnel. Let's have the sword in their back pocket. Shots coming through from Enable will lose their life to rob the turtle down lane. So the sword's going to be dropped in long haul for the time being. Might be looking to get recovered here by one of these players. Disruptor pistol, not exactly something that you see used quite often, but it could be quite deadly. Swaps it out for the Mangler. Best weapon in the game, by the way. Frag out 10-4, 11-7 for Enable. Again, like you were saying there, Garrett, continuously holding this pressure. It started off with that 5-kill lead. It has now grown just to about 9 or so. You get continuously trying to find these trades. Frag out will end up going down. 2 trades come through, but still, Flamesword picks up the new Mangler, continuously laying on this pressure inside control.
He's trying his best to stay alive. Fragout does get the favorable spawn. Unfortunately, that pillar a little bit too skinny. You know, we'll have to call the developers, make sure that this control tower is stable. You know, it's such a skinny piece of metal holding all that thing up. You know, I'm sure if it was a couple more meters wide, you know, Flamesword would be feeling a lot more comfortable right now, and instead he'll be seeing the respawn screen and getting back into the action. Frag out, he's trying to decide what goodie he wants. Well, he finally figured it out. The shock rifle, not quite able to hold the headshot long enough to get the perfect kill, but he does have the Mangler, and he knows there's players towards A, so he could make that push at any moment. And we're starting to see the push materialize into control, and that, oh man, the Mangler just makes such a big difference. It allows you to get kills that you'd never see in a game like Halo 5. It is very reminiscent of the Mauler and what we saw, the rampage that you could go on with the Mauler, but with more range. It's just such a fun weapon to use. It probably does need a little bit of a nerf though, because that thing, like you said, it's the best weapon in the game.
Yeah, man, it shoots a projectile. You can cross-map somebody if you zoom with that bad boy. A lot of players aren't almost exploiting that one fact. You know, we saw a lot of it over with Raleigh, but not enough of it, I would say, as we see Enable will drop down, can't keep themselves alive this time around. 12-11, they will fall. Frag out 13-6 now, as we're just tracking down where a lot of these players' stats are at. That is a very unfortunate place for a plasma nade to be at. You push too close to that wall, you can't get a full jump to keep yourself, I guess, safer from that nade and the massive explosion radius that it does have. So the pace has slowed down considerably, and while Complexity, they absolutely need it. Now at least encroaching on this lead. 6 kills separate these two teams so far. It's got to be working with a couple of map pressure, not where you want to be. Hysteria down in the pit, but can keep their life for now in bottom stacks.
Well, Complexity, this is at the time where you gotta figure it out now. You can't really let them get to that 40 kill mark without you having some sort of pressure. There we go. This is exactly what you're looking for. Hysteria gets the double. The camo gonna go into their hands. Complexity, although they're behind, oh, that was their opportunity. Enable gonna be able to find that kill at the last second. And now Vetra, he's gonna be on the front line of defense. He has the Mangler in hand. Unfortunately, Fragout gets right behind him. The help is there as we see that player Triton drop down, but Vetra not able to get away with his life. And so far, Status Quo, although they've lost the pace of the game, they've done an incredible job of making sure they're trading out each and every kill. And that Burton makes a statement, finding the kill on the Mangler player at A. And that, to me, should be enough to make sure that this is now, if they lose this game, it's a throw. And you have control. You have them all backed up. You can play your game. If you let Complexity back into it, it's because of your mistakes. Absolutely driving position for Status Quo to finish this one out.
They're actually pushing inside of pipes as well. Burden does find Vetra. This is a very aggressive take to be able to close out this game. You can play the trades, though. You have the leader's advantage, trying to at least find the one. Enable picks up a sword. We'll end up finding another frag out for another as well. Just 1 kill needed for Status Quo to send it to a map number 3.
Enable, just 1 more to go. Burton will be the one to find it. 50-39. Man, what a swing at the end of the game. Well, it looked like Complexity was going to be able to do it when they got the 2 down with Hysteria. He was able to grab the camouflage, but who else other than the man that's new to the roster? Well, I guess new now, an old friend of the roster. Enable comes in and finds the trades necessary, keeps them on their back foot. You got to love that. Enable's been playing absolutely phenomenal throughout this bracket. I'm excited to see how he fits, and if this is maybe a permanent installation to the roster. I'm loving what Enable has been doing.
14-7 for Fragout, 15-12 for Enable, and you're right to gas them up because, I mean, this dude has just been grinding this game, whether he's playing 8s, whether he's playing matchmaking, solo duo, open queue, it doesn't really matter. He's playing this game continuously, and there has been talks again in the back channels whether or not Enable is feeling comfortable enough to come back and compete. I mean, he's living lavish. His content is hilarious. Definitely want to go check that out if you haven't. Well, nice plug there for Enable, but even still, you surround him with other players of like minds. What we're seeing from Burden, Fragout, and Flamesword, Enable is just going to, well, live up to their name and continuously be enabled. How many times did we see so many different weapons being picked up by Enable, the Mangler, the Shock Rifle, the Sword, continuously, just always in the back pocket of one of these Status Quo members. And this is why we highlighted it so much going in towards this Recharge Slayer. You get control of these sandbox weapons, these power-ups, the equipment that you also have at your disposal, it can snowball very quickly. And for me, it came through that opening breakoff and then the secondary gunfight that soon came after. They had that 7-8 kill lead, and then it never really stopped from there on out, all the way until the end, where they just found so many eliminations in sequence.
I love that headshot from Triton. Triton, though, on his side, and we're going to talk about the positives to take away from that game. The man is absolutely nasty. He had 4,800 damage for his team, and he only took 3,300. Well, plus 1,500 on the damage. Was really carrying it for his team. Unfortunately, just wasn't quite enough this time around. And, we said it when we started. Game 3 was on our radar. Well, it's finally here. We're going to be seeing one. And the question is, who comes out on top? Man, what was, I think it's Live Fire that we're going to next. I could be wrong. No,
Bizarre
Bizarre
CTF.
Bizarre Flag, yeah. Bizarre. Man, so we're in for at least 12 minutes. No one's getting 5 flags on Bizarre. The question is, who can get the control?
Look, I won't knock on any team. I mean, I've seen strong teams versus other strong teams, top 8 teams versus other top 8 teams. I mean, Scrimbucks being thrown out here too, that have absolutely 5-0'd people on Bizarre to capture the flag. It is possible, but it's got to be a snowball effect. Again, you got the Manglers on each side of the alley, the Bulldog down in sewers, you got the M41 Spanker just above, and then you have the Overshield to be played with as well. There's just so many different goodies on Bizarre CTF to ensue that snowball effect, but it's much like to your point there, Garrett, you gotta start at square one. You gotta get that map control. You win the first gunfight, great. You made it to mid-map. Now maybe you can get a player inside a bar. You get one more good gunfight convincingly in the feed, that can be a flagpole, but it doesn't mean it's going to be a guaranteed flag capture. There's so many different nuances of Bizarre capture the flag, and I'm sure we're going to see it to such a high degree between these two top teams.
Okay, well, I think everyone's heard it enough, but I'll pull up the word once again. It's something that children play with. You'll see it all the time, and it's something that game developers love to bring up. But this map is the epitome of it. The sandbox. It's so important, guys. We're gonna have an Overshield, rockets, Mangler, shotgun, commando, assault rifle, thrust, grapple. I could list more and more and more, but there's so much to keep on track of. And one thing that we've seen that's very well controlled from Status Quo is being on top of every single little advantage. Something that Frag Out in particular is very keen to be doing. And we've seen it from a player who hasn't really been in the competitive scene for quite a while, and Enable is he's also been the one going and grabbing the pulse rifles, grabbing the guns that give him a little bit of an edge and using them within the gunfight. I'm really curious as to see how the Status Quo roster fights for the grapple, the rockets, and the Overshield, and how they'll use them today. It looks like we had a little bit of a false start, so we'll have to sit here and talk about Bizarre Flag a little bit more. One thing I would love to see, 343 if you're watching, with all your greatness, I love flag. I would love to see Bizarre go down to 3 flags instead of 5. There's just something so exciting to watch a game end by flagpoles, and it's just something that doesn't happen with Bizarre with how big of a map it is. It's really hard to get 5 on. I'd love to see Bizarre finish at 3 flags instead of 5, because then we'd see exciting moments where teams are absolutely desperately pushing the base to stop the 3rd flag cap from going in. We're seeing some exciting 2-2 moments where the 3rd flag cap makes a difference. Just my little wish list for Halo Infinite. I'm sure there's much bigger things to fry at the moment proper, but I would really love to see Bizarre go to 3 flags.
Yeah, I mean, the map is so big when you're looking top down, but it can feel so small in some of these engagements. I mean, regardless of the, or besides the bar to cubby fight or the cross palm to palm fight, I mean, that's where you definitely feel the length of this map, but it can feel so small once you do that 3-player push down alley. It can feel so small in that regards. It can feel very small on the opening rip as well, depending on what the team's rollout is. Been seeing a lot of players enable just one individual to try to work their way through the double doors, as you see here on the screen. Get that grapple first and foremost. Make sure there's a player up in bar, just to at least look at the rockets. And then that player from the double doors gets the grapple. You can then get the overshield, and then that pressure can amount to so much map control earlier on, so long as the rest of your teammates can hold their life. But as this map 3 is still waiting to get underway, we do have an update that BuiltByGamers were able to 2-0 Solaris on the opposite side of the bracket. So the winner of this, Garrett, goes on to face BuiltByGamers.
That was a shame. I was hoping we'd see Solaris versus Complexity because that's Veteran's old team.
Yeah.
I guess Crossfade not quite able to get them through the winner's bracket, though. I will say I think that team does have the legs in the losers. I'm sure we'll see them back on stream at some point. Though one thing I want to bring up about map design in general proper is we always talk about these 3-lane maps and how they're pivotal to a game's success, especially in competitive shooters like Halo, like Call of Duty. 3-lane maps are the maps that we like the most. And this is such an interesting map because it is a 3-lane map, but it's also a map that's separated into thirds for the opposite end. You have your home base, the mid, and the opposite base. And honestly, it feels like you have to win in every lane and in every third. And it's just such an interesting way to play this game. But we see the Rockets go straight into Status Quo's hands along with the overshield. They have all the goodies, and they're putting it right to work. Oh, look at them already in the opposing base. Complexity early on the back foot. Burton trying to take the fight. Rob the Turtle with a piv to win. Rockets do drop down. I wonder if Rob saw them. Does he see the Rockets down right here? Ooh, I don't think they saw the Rockets. Did they get used? Did they get away? Nope, there we go. Finally, the Rockets in the hands of Rob. He knew they were around there somewhere. He eventually found them. And now, look at that. Complexity answering strong as they lost the base early, but they're answering right back.
And that could have got out of hands really, really quickly. Rob Turtle's going to get behind 2 players. The one Rocket did sufficient damage to both of them. Easy double coming through for Rob the Turtle. Now has 1 more player down low. Will they be able to find it? And a little bit of a distraction coming through on the opposite side. It's Hysteria that picks up the double kill inside of the blue flag base. So now you're going to be able to work this pull. It's going to be Hysteria that's going to start this run. A lot of coverage coming through on the top side of the blue side of the map. Rob Turtle, nice shots on the killing spree he goes.
2 go down for Status Quo. This flag still on out. Hysteria now past the 50-yard line. The question is, can he take it all the way home? They're going to possibly have a fight over at tree if these players are able to get here in time. Hysteria 1, 2, and in. Complexity for the flag within the first 2 minutes. And honestly, that's an accomplishment in itself. This map, very hard to cap flags on, especially with 2 teams of equal skill. And I honestly, Complexity and Status Quo, it can be a coin flip which one of these teams could take a series any given day.
That was such a big flip, too, for that flag capture that Complexity were able to find. Remember, at the beginning of the map, Fragout was able to find a crucial 2-piece. Status Quo then got both the M41 Spanker and the Overshield, and then they had to battle up from their base. They completely flipped the tides of the opening few minutes here on Bazaar CTF, and they are continuously amounting more map coverage to boot. Hysteria, though, going to be tethered for the time being, drop down incredibly low shield. Just has to hop inside of this little cubby for the time being, but Fragout will suck them out. We'll be able to find that kill. Now Status Quo, an opportunity to potentially push into this red base.
Well, the man that stopped the initial push, he's going to have to do it once again. This time, he has the AR out. Enable going to take the first fight. He's going to take a load of lead to the face and the punch to finish it. The flag is out. Burton has it. Frag out, able to take down Rob. The spawns are towards the Rocket side, and look at that. The flag is stopped as Burton gets hit by a couple grenades. Hysteria is going to be right on that flag. Flamesword still in the base. Then he's going to have great position to pick that player out of commando and get the second with the help of Enable. He's going to earn himself the Bulldog, and now the Rockets also going to be going in the favor of Status Quo as Veterans all by his lonesome over at the lockers. Did they not get the Rockets?
No.
Holy... I'm gonna say two fingers, 2 hands over the neck, because that's a choke, guys. You had all the control. You lose the Rockets, and then that you lose the Bulldog, and you allow Complexity to fight on back.
It's just from Flamesword's previous positioning. One player actually ended up spawning in the bottom side of sewers, but when Flamesword started pushing inside of the bar, that's where that player was able to hop up, was able to grab those rockets, and again has completely stuffed this push so far for Status Quo. 2 more kills come through. Enable was able to find value with that last rocket, and then was able to find a double with BR. Tough gunfight, nice use. Again, Triton with that thruster pack has been using it to such a high degree in this best of 3 thus far. Again, stuffing the push when Status Quo find 2-3 down. They just can't win the next gunfight to then follow after Garrett to fully push into the base. But now Flamesword does have this overshield. Let's see what they can do.
Flamesword pushing through, looking for more. Oh, that noob combo. That's a way to neutralize it. Hysteria trying to take the fight. Flamesword still has the advantage, but not the kill. Oh man, a noob combo to neutralize it, guys. It's not Halo 5 anymore. The noob combo isn't one of the best guns in the game. That thing is tough to use. It's really a positional gun these days. Although the damage is done to an extent, Burton able to grab the flag out. He has one more grapple and he uses it to get the flag to tree. And look at this, Enable has a line of sight right to the flag. The question is, can he get the kills though? No, that flag will get returned. And so unfortunate, but I love the use of the grapple to try to get that flag just a little bit further and a little bit faster.
Yeah, again, just to put pressure so that way then you can find another series of eliminations and then throw it towards the middle of the map and try to work this run and table. To say that they're at 1 HP would be an understatement. They were at probably about a half of an HP, and they will be dealt with quite swiftly. Burden there for a trade, but it's not going to stop Complexity from actually working their way towards the map. But Flamesword, who spawned over by sewers, push all the way through. Now it's trying to work this flag capture. Has it inside a bar. One player down low. It's going to be Hysteria. Tough gunfight to win out in the bottom side of sewers. It's going to be a grenade that cleans things up at the end of it all. But the bar still housing the flag for the time being. Tough bottom gunfight there for Burden. Another flag return coming through for Complexity, stuffing what feels like the 5th push for Status Quo.
Yeah, it's like Status Quo has done a great job to be able to find these pushes, but they just haven't been able to execute on the tail end. And that's what I mean by this map is really built into thirds. You have to be able to execute in every section. Yes, they're doing a beautiful job at slaying out in the mid, but when they get to the base, the execution has been lackluster at best, and it's cost them dearly because they haven't been able to get. They probably had the potential of 2 flag caps by now. This is what you need to see. Rob using his low presence play to kill Enable and to prevent them from getting these rockets for now. Overshield still in the fight, and look at that. That is 4 down for Status Quo. They lose the overshield, they lose the rockets, and they lose map presence. This could be it, but Enable with a huge kill, complete 180 of what we saw at the beginning of the game. He's going to be able to take down rockets. Unfortunately, not able to get his own kill as Hysteria will stay alive for the time being.
Yeah, but still, the job might have been done there for Ian. Was able to find 2 kills, one with the rocket there on a Vetra, and then the rocket carrier just previously to that. So that's going to have to leave Hysteria inside of this blue bar just to try to find some value. Nice nade from Flamesword, and then be able to lock down that headshot to get Hysteria out from that bar area. Now looking to cross the pressure onto Vetra, who's inside the cubby, communicating to Burden that they are, in fact, 1 shot, and they will be dealt with. 3 kills come through. Very quick succession for Status Quo. Hysteria would be the 4th Flamesword, has to stay alive.
He finds the reposition and the kill. And we've seen this multiple times from Status Quo. They're able to get the kills in the mid and push into the base, but they haven't been able to get the flag back. And look at this. Flamesword knew that the spawn was happening over at Rockside. He knew that the overextend would happen. Rob was able to get away, though, and Flamesword, he's going to be the most back player. He's trying to watch for the overextend to go down in favor of Complexity. Status Quo now going to have to figure out where Rob is on their spawn, because he's sitting in their back base as Flamesword opts to push forward, and he's going to lose the fight to Hysteria. Rob the Turtle did eventually get caught out, though, so they were able to clear their base as Enable starts to push forward. But once again, it's Status Quo, 4 down, getting into the base, doing what's necessary, but not able to execute on the tail end, the story of this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, so many pushes that we've seen come through for Status Quo where they initially get 3 kills, and the second that they try to get into the base side of Complexity, the script immediately gets flipped. 3 more kills come out from the base of Complexity. Status Quo just struggling to be able to win that last necessary gunfight to then be able to work that flagpole with numbers inside of the red base. Overshield is up. Vetra trying to at least play for it. Burden will be able to find the trade. That should be the overshield actually picked up by 1 member. It's going to be Hysteria that ends up picking it up. Does deal with Burton. They're pulling so much pressure towards the middle of the map. Again, down to 3 minutes. Status Quo, they got to mount an offensive push here.
And Status Quo, I mean, they've had no problems killing in the mid. The problem is the execution on the tail end. Can they change that narrative? Enable's going to find the first on Hysteria. Rob, all the way in the back of his base, trying to get into the action. He's going to have to deal with Flamesword. Flamesword comes in. He finds the first with the Mangler and then gets the BR to clean up. Frag out staying alive as Vetra is going to be the one who pushes forward. Enable on the quick flank. These players in trees are in trouble. Vetra trying his best to stay alive. Frag out going to be able to find the first. Look at this Flamesword coming back to help. They're staying alive and they're finding the slays. This is their opportunity, but they need to find the kills. And once again, it's Complexity in the base. They find 2, clear it out. Now, Frag out, the only one alive. Flamesword able to get 1, but Rob the Turtle finds the back. And once again, Status Quo's push has been stifled.
Again, so many pushes. We're reaching the damn near double digits. That Complexity has stuffed this push from their base. And like to your point, Garrett, Status Quo, they are finding great kills. They're slaying out in the mid. They're even finding power weapons and power-ups. But they just simply cannot get a sufficient flagpole. It has not worked its way past the 50-yard line quite yet. And again, even with the rockets being picked up, they haven't been able to get themselves inside the base. 2 up so far for Status Quo, pushed up. Rob the Turtle, last alive on the red flag itself, will actually be picked up by Frag Out down low. And now 3 players are here. You gotta stay alive if you are Enable and Co. inside the space. Nice bait and switch. Flamesword will pick up that elimination. And now the flag has been pulled. Frag Out is working it through the bar.
They're plus 13 in this lace, and this is the flag to tie it up. This is absolutely great. You don't see this often, being outslayed by this much and still having the lead. Complexity doing their best. They have control of the opposite pillars. Flamesword trying his best to stay alive. He's going to take Solaris in the lockers, taking an eye on that flag. Make sure they don't get away, but Rob the Turtle was able to get that overshield, a shell of protection as he's going to be taking down the fights. Veteran try and find him, and the return will come in, and once again, it's Status Quo of a flagpole and not executed. This first flag gap that happened in the first 2 minutes being all the difference maker as we see Rob take on 2, only able to get 1. The 2 players just phasing right in front of each other. That's always tough to deal with as Enable takes on his fight. Look at that aggressive push in the bar. Flamesword will eventually be able to clean up that kill, but they're having to clear their base. Is there enough time for them to find these kills and to get into the opposing base and pull it out? We're not going to a best of 5. It's only best of 3s. The difference between winner's bracket and loser's bracket is such a huge burden for either of these teams, and it looks like Complexity will be the one that is going to be staying in the winner's side.
6 seconds left, though. You can make some magic happen here if you are Status Quo, but you got to be able to lean on these eliminations. Again, 2 for 1, 3 for 1 trade actually comes through. The return will start to be captured, but with Flamesword going down inside the red double doors, there's putting much pressure on the front side of the base. Burden, they needed help, though. They're going to be dealt with actually by Triton. These uncoordinated pushes from Status Quo are not what is necessary to be able to mount a flag capture. They got to be able to work this pull in the next 20 seconds.
Flamesword, he's going to be the first player. Remember, guys, it's not just the timer. They can get the flagpole out. They will still have overtime to work with. Hysteria goes down as well. Enable's able to find another. They have 10 seconds to pull out this flag, but they're playing really patient. They're waiting until the last possible second. There we go. Flamesword finally gets the flag out. We will have overtime, but you have to stay within that flag's parameters, that circle that the flag is in. If you get out of it, the pie chart that you see at the bottom, it will slowly deteriorate and you will lose the game. Frag Out finds another. This flag's still out on its way. Finally at the 50-yard line, but 2 go down. Rob going absolutely massive in the feed. Once again, the return's coming in. Can a player get there in time? No, they cannot. The flag is returned and it's over. Status Quo, pressure, relentless, outslayed, did what was necessary in the mid, but were not able to get through the defense of Complexity and win that game.
That's the summary of the entire map of Bazaar Capture the Flag. I mean, through the opening rip, we saw a great rollout for Status Quo. They found the rockets, they found the overshield, the grapple, the dynamo nades, literally everything that you could possibly ask for there at the start of Capture the Flag on Bazaar. In Status Quo, they could barely get inside the base. They couldn't hold the numbers once they ended up getting there, and that's where things became rather disjointed. They never really found an opportunity to be able to rectify one of their players going down, whether it was inside the bar or inside the palm. Never necessarily in a correct spot to be able to then take that position from their fallen comrade and then have the player that was then respawning kind of pick up the mid-map pressure so that way the flag could then be moved past that 50-yard line. I mean, what's the furthest that we ended up seeing the flag pull past? I mean, it was maybe inside the dynamo nades there at the end. I think that's the furthest that we ended up seeing that flagpole going for Status Quo, which again is very uncharacteristic. I mean, you look from top to bottom there at the end, even from the stats that we just flashed there from LVT, you would assume that Status Quo were going to run away with this. Absolutely not. And from there going forward, that flag capture happened just around the 10-minute mark for Complexity, flipping the script, and then it was just all the trades game. From there on out, finding trades, convincing kill feeds, then they were starting to take map pressure away from Status Quo. From that map pressure being taken away meant all the power-ups, everything in the sandbox going to Complexity, and they were still working flag captures. It's just such a nuisance here on Bazaar CTF that it's not just 2 gunfights you have to work to be able to spawn out your enemy. You have to essentially win 4 if you're battling from your side of the map.
Absolutely, and honestly, it could be just a timing issue, right? Because they get into this base, they're fighting these kills, but they weren't quite like fast on the flag pickups. They definitely maybe overslayed a little bit, and like you said, it wasn't like they got the flag back all the way and it was some heroic play from Complexity to stop it on the flag, like a flag goal line stand. It was honestly just not being able to get through the thick defensive Complexity in their base. And Complexity, I mean, honestly, for that game they won, but they have to figure out their mid game because they were absolutely getting demolished over at the lockers, over at the Rockets. And although they were able to win when it was critical, when the overshield was up, when the Rockets were up, and they were able to use those to stop flag runs, you're not going to be able to replicate that success versus top 8 rosters.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you even saw it be completely exploited here and called out by Complexity. You try to go and try to work some of these silly gunfights and try to make this happen versus say like your Sentinels, your Cloud9s, your FaZe, United. They're gonna punish you so much worse than what we saw. I mean, there were a lot of different opportunities that maybe if one more kill came through for Complexity, they would have had an opportunity to potentially get 3 captures on the board just by how disjointed Status Quo were. But their day's not over yet. They still have a lower bracket to play through. It's going to be a gauntlet down there as you take a look at a few of the stats here. Again, just Vetra is 6,400 damage. It's just absolutely insanity what they've been able to do on the day. This young buck, again, stepping in here for Complexity, the new guy on the roster, your FFA Raleigh champion, just able to find so much work. But Complexity moving into a best of 5 versus BuiltByGamers in the next winners round match and winners round 6. They can win that round and then put themselves in the next best of 5 to then qualify for top 8. That's the objective on the day in Complexity. Well, they have their sights aimed on that exact moment.
Well, that's what I love to hear. Best of 5s, guys. No more of these best of 3s. We're going to best of 5s to determine the top 8 for now on in the winner side. So I believe we're in what, winners round 6. You have to win winners round 7 in order to qualify for Thursday, where you'll get to play against the top 8 teams. So thus far, it looks like Complexity, I mean, if they keep going the way that they are, they're going to have a tall task ahead of them with BuiltByGamers with, I believe that's Mines and King J, which will be an incredible roster to see how this Complexity roster matches up with them. But it's going to be close games throughout the entirety of this rest of the bracket. There's no easy ones, no give-me's. And I'm excited to see how this Complexity roster answers back and how Vetra fits in. Once again, we saw Vetra absolutely slaying out of his mind versus some of the lower teams. Now that they're about equal strength, we haven't seen Vetra take over games like he was when we came up on the stream. Although he's still putting in the damage, he's still doing what is necessary. It does seem that there are some kinks in the armor, some growing that needs to happen, and some teamwork that needs to establish for this Complexity roster. But I'm very promising thus far. I think the change has been a good one because I think we're seeing a more capable Complexity roster that's been slaying out just a little bit more. And I'm a fan of adding the FFA champion to your roster. We'll see how this shakes out. And, you know, guys, if you're going to Anaheim, if you're going to Kansas City, maybe try to win the FFA. It might give you some opportunities later on. But guys, we're going to take a quick break before our next match. We're going to get BuiltByGamers and a Complexity ready to go. We'll be right back. LVT Productions, we're back. Guys, 3-2 on the main stage. Getting it done in game 5. I gotta feel your real fast. Oh man, that's icy. Oh dude. Whew. Hey, that was crazy. Now I know we'll get to the series, but we have to talk about the game 5 Repulsor. You blew Ola off the stage. Talk about what that. Yeah, it was Ola. It was Ola.
Honestly, like my teammates called out that he was there with Repulsor. I knew I had one, and I knew I had the better angle, so I waited for him to push me. And then when he pushed me, I feel like it was pretty far away. I got really lucky there, a little bit, but I think I made a good play there because I put my back to the wall. He did not have his back to the wall. So,
hey, you guys go up 2-0. It looks like you're going to do it in a sweep. You get everyone nervous. You drop the next 2. But then, hey, what happens in game 5 for you guys to come back so strong and make it look like nothing happened?
well, game Game 3 and 4, I think Stellar would admit this. Like, he didn't have the greatest games. I think something was like going on with his Xbox. He was having some tearing. He said it was really hard to aim. But after that, he quit his build in Game 4, and then going into Game 5, like, they won the start. Like, they owned us at the start. I think we went down by, 7 kills. But I said, like, we're fine. Like, let's just slow down the comms. Like, we got to work together. Like, everyone stop dying. I have Renegade actually just raging in my ear. I was like, come on, John. Like, we know what to do. Like, let's do it. And we clutched up, came back, and we won by a pretty good margin at the end of it.
Well, hey, you guys clutched up, you come back, but you brought it up. You were betting on PCs all year, getting ready. Now, you're on day 1, you're on PCs. Day 3, on Xboxes. How are you feeling about it? Is it making a difference, or you wish you were on the PC still?
Xbox is surprisingly smooth. Like, obviously there's VSync and not as much customization as PC, but it seems really good when it works. But I was having problems on main stage. Braden was having problems on main stage. So hopefully that gets figured out. Maybe it was like we were on quality instead of performance mode on accident. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, Xbox feels good. Seems like auto aim's more consistent. But I think PC, because of that inconsistency, low-key has a higher skill gap.
That's interesting. You're not the first person to say that. I think that's been the general consensus. Now, one thing I had to bring up, you're in grand finals. I think you guys expected yourselves to be there. You yourself have a lot of detractors. They say you're not Shotzzy, you can't do it, you're not going to win. Today, you're proving the haters wrong. What are you going to do? How are you going to react after you win this?
The way I see it is, yeah, I'm not Shotzzy, but me, Braden, and Kevin have all teamed in the past, all been super good together, but we just needed, like, that main Slayer. So we're just unleashing Renegade. If anything, like, Shotzzy and Renegade probably, like, even each other out a little bit, but if you have someone like me, Renegade can thrive in somewhere else, and then I can do the other stuff that he doesn't want to do. So I'm totally cool with that. It's been absolutely awesome, and, like, I've always performed. So people, like, talking smack, like, saying whatever, I'm not Shotzzy. Yeah, I'm not Shotzzy, but I'm a really good player, too. So
Exactly. I don't know what they're on about. Hey, Penguin's Penguin. And guess what? First event at Halo Infinite, it could be Championship Penguin. You guys are looking incredible. Stay tuned. Twitch.tv/Halo. You're going to see him on the main stage in the winners final versus E United. Hey, E United, Ryan Noob came on here. He said, Cloud9's our better matchup. We want them. We wanted you guys to win. They seem to be really confident in their ability to take you guys on. They think it's going to be a little bit more of an easier time versus you guys against then Optic Gaming. What do you have to say against that and Ryan Noob?
I think they do match up pretty well against us, at least in scrims. I don't know if we've played them in a tournament, but honestly, the way they play, like, just pisses my teammates off, especially in scrims when it doesn't matter. So maybe that's part of the reason why they feel like their matchup is better, is because we aren't necessarily playing our best. We're just, like, kind of tilted. But, going into Winners Grands, like, we're freaking ready. Like, we're taking everyone absolutely seriously. So no matter what, like, we're going to try our freaking hardest, and we have to adjust a little bit to play them. That's totally fine with us.
I'm rooting for you, Penguin. Thank you for coming on out. Awesome interview. Guys, if you want more interviews, more action about what's happening right behind us, make sure you follow the Twitter. It's going to be lit. Championship Sunday going off with a bang.
How could I trust you when you hurt me so bad? You hurt me so bad. You hurt me so bad. Why would I love you when you hurt me so bad? You hurt me so bad. You hurt me so bad. How could I trust you when you hurt me so bad? You hurt me so bad. You hurt me so bad. Why would I love you when you hurt me so bad?
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the LVT watch party here on this Sunday. My name is Proper, and we did a little bit of caster musical chairs, if you will. And I'm going to be joined by my brother across the pond, Brody. It is a pleasure to have you on this broadcast, man. Welcome to the fun.
Yeah, I'm so ready to get into this, Andy. Always casting with you. That's always a treat, regardless of what esport I'm doing it in. And it's time for some more Halo. We're jumping right into round number 6, I believe, in this double elimination bracket. BuiltByGamers taking on Complexity. And while this is going to be a super interesting match ahead of us, we just saw Complexity win their last match 2-1 in a stunning matchup versus Status Quo. Now we move on to this one, and this is the first time we're going to get to see BBG today, I believe.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and they quite swiftly dealt with Solaris on the opposite side. A 2-0, I believe, but going the distance was Complexity versus Status Quo down that barn burner of the Bazaar CTF. We'll have to see what they can do here on Aquarius. And, well, or Aquarius capture the flag. It's really just got to come down to what you can do with what is at your disposal. The heat wave, the thruster packs, and everything else in between from the cross angles. Nice kills coming through Vetra and Trident. Got to be able to at least double all down. But they lose 2 in that sequence. That just means you got to play for the time being.
Vetra has eyes here on utility. Seeing players around him, able to pick up the first one, look at the second across King J to the mid-map, and a nice shot is not going to get it just yet, but Rob Patel comes in with a kill assist, and that's what this team has been doing really well today. From looking at complexity in that last match versus Status Quo, you know, their teamwork at the moment, the team shots they're able to put together, Randy, they've just been sublime, really.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, their teamwork has been absolutely something to be talked about, especially for Rob the Turtle, Trident Hysteria, you know, originally just triggers down and then being picked up by Complexity going into HCS Raleigh. You know, you lose Hunter, then you pick up Vetra. This young buck, the FFA champion of HCS Raleigh, has a lot to offer for themselves. Something that Garrett and I were talking about to such a high level was that Vetra does have a tendency to overextend themselves. So whether it's on 4 players left alive, they put themselves in situations that they can't necessarily bounce their way back from, but you're going to end up having this opportunity now. BBG working this flagpole. Mines is going to be able to find one more towards the blue courtyard, and that means that the flag can start moving through this util.
Can they get it going, though? Mine's going to have to turn around here looking for these kills. He's going to get one, tries to get the flag, and we'll slip the finger across the X button for the moment here, as it is actually going to be Stainers here in this matchup. Looking to pull that flag over towards their utility, and they have managed to get it at distance. Can they now get it in?
Should be a free capture here. Stainers going to be able to put themselves on the board first and foremost. Love to see that. King J 5-5, but with the camo being held so far, Hysteria won't be able to find much of anything besides just a flagpole, though. And I think that some more pressure will be coming through from that yellow utility. It was, but Turtle is going to meet their demise, and Vetra soon after. So back to square one if you are Complexity. Stainers just really laying on the pressure. Maybe we'll end up finding the trade onto Trident, but that's still work done. Middle of the map, being controlled by Stainers.
Stainers now looking to pull yet another flag here. It would be good if they can get it done. Of course, 2 players in utility to deal with, and Mines has the help to do exactly that. The kill's now going in Stainers' favor. They've just got to get this flag now across the map, and maybe this final kill against Vitra would be extremely helpful, but they're going to put it straight towards utility once again here. It's not all that surprising to see this route once again being utilized by Stainers. It worked for them already once, and, well, nice juggling coming through. This should well be a cap as long as this crossfire can come in from Mines.
Shots coming through from P2, and to be able to at least deny some space for the time being. Playing a close angle, though. Nemesis trying their best. They were already so low, so Rob Turtle's going to be able to at least lock down those 2 shots. The flag is in an auspicious position, so now you're going to work this opposite flagpole. The return will ensue as well. Complexity just really trying to come alive here, working this flag back all the way through this utility side, but Stainer is just relentless, just laying on the pressure.
Yeah, they should be able to get that return in. Now Stainers look to put together yet another push. So far, this has been a solid game for them. Big part of that has just been the kills have been able to get, but Rob the Turtle comes in. Nice kill coming in against Mines. That's a big one to put a stop to. Mines has been, I think, the first forward player for this Stainers squad time and time again. And now in the base again, Rob the Turtle stands staunch as a defender of this flag. Complexity not letting another one go out here, Andy.
And we saw the Stainers roster at HCS Raleigh back in winners round 1 once they made it out of the open bracket swiftly, or no, I shouldn't say swiftly, I'm sorry, went to map number 5 versus Oxygen Esports and were able to walk away with it, and didn't end up losing 2 Pioneers and then G2 Esports to inevitably be eliminated from the tournament. But they had a really strong outing. If you remember King J's interview, they was able to put up some very nice words as Rob the Turtle picks up the killing spree by way of the active camo and a melee, but it's just trades so far. 2 more come through for Stainers. You can't really find too much off of this for Complexity. Just gotta find some more stray kills and get these Stainers players out from your base.
Rob Turtle thought he had an easy kill there. He is going to get 1, but it is traded straight out, and that camo, I think, for Stainers at the very least, will be kind of happy that that's all that Rob is able to get off the back of that play, but having a hell of a game so far as Rob the Turtle, and that is, well, been repeated, I think, time and time again throughout today. Currently 14-7, and there's now Complexity to grab this flag. Utility. Victor just going to get away for the moment here, trying to hunt down one of these players. Get return as well. There it is now, the team coming in for the help. Can he get this kill against Nebula? Well, the frags do come in from Triton. Players on the other side, though, and this is going to be a real big ask out of Vicha. He is left alone on this island. Teammates now coming in, though, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Stainers roster, as you mentioned, has a really strong outing. If you remember King J's interview, they was able to put up some very nice words as Rob the Turtle picks up the killing spree by way of the active camo and a melee, but it's just trades so far. 2 more come through for Stainers. You can't really find too much off of this for Stainers. Up Turtle, 1 for 1. Trident goes down on the opposite side, but it does not dissuade the flag from actually still moving all the way forward. King J trying to work this flag capture, and they're going to be able to find it. 2 flag captures there for Stainers. 6 minutes. There's a little over that to play in Complexity. End up finding themselves 2, 3 eliminations in sequence of one another, but they do lose 1 in return. This should be a flagpole here. As long as you can find this kill up on top car, Vetro won't be able to do so. Trident, can you find the trade? Not so much, not so far. Hysteria also seeing a lot of pressure even inside of the enemy utility base as well. It can't necessarily work that flag capture even outside of the enemy's base so far.
Yeah, Stainers have done such a great job at the moment, applying all the pressure in the right places, keeping mid-map control as well. And massive reason why they've been able to get those 2 flags in for now. You need to start seeing some pushback coming in here from Complexity kind of at this stage of the game, right? You've got 5.5 minutes left almost in this game. 2-0 down. The worst situation in the world to be in, but still, nonetheless. You want to get yourself out of it pretty quickly, and Stainers, can they clear out base? That's going to be the question. They've already got 2 down. Hysteria and Vitra still problems that you need to deal with, and well, Nemesis is going to run away for the second here. Don't want to take those fights unless you really need to, and will survive for the moment.
Gotta start stripping together a couple kills if you are Complexity. Battle off from your fridge. That is an uphill battle to say the least. Nemesis, clean shots. Will end up taking down Trident. Rob the Turtle falls soon after as well. Stainers have just been doing a phenomenal job of just controlling the one integral weapon on this map, and that's the heat wave that spawns down in bottom. Planters trying to play their life up top. Nemesis won't be able to stay alive for too much longer, but the damage was done. Trade comes through. Vetro will meet their demise. 2 down for Complexity. And while the flag is still moving its way all the way through yellow utility, Rob the Turtle facing resistance inside of yellow courtyard. Will find 1. Trident does find a double kill. That was off screen. Now last player alive is Nemesis in the backside of the yellow base. That'll be a flag return. Well, you're going to try to work this flagpole as well. You know that the utility is covered so far, but well, you're covered from players. Doesn't mean you're safe from nades.
Yeah, you got to get this flag as far away as you possibly can from the enemy base. There is absolutely an opportunity here for a counter pull. We did just see a great play coming in from Triton and Rob the Turtle, but now they need to follow this up with some more kills to get this flag through. They really need this capture at this point in the game, Andy. It's a huge moment here. Nemesis gonna get close, and well, that's a nice defuse coming in. Nemesis looking for free as well, but realistically speaking, the 2k is all that he realistically needs. Doesn't need that 3rd kill, gets the return also, and that's really yet another moment that might prove crucial later on during this game. Complexity, they tried to get that flag away, Andy, just wasn't possible.
That was probably one of their best looks to be able to do it. Just can't really amount to anything past that 50-yard line. 3 minutes left to play. Beatdown sequence happening inside. Nemesis will lock down the elimination eventually on Hysteria. 2 more kills come through. Rob the Turtle is still actually laying down the pressure. But it's not going to dissuade Mines, who's up 21 in 13 with 9 assists currently. Does get that active camo to play with. Has a plasma grenade in their back pocket. Vetra, though, does get some much-needed help from Hysteria. A 1-for-2 trade does not mean that the flag can be captured.
Yeah, flag still down in the middle, though. Vitra are going to go in, make sure this return does go through, but I mean, again, Sayan's just doing such a good job at applying all this pressure at the moment. Every single time they pull that flag, it's another moment where, realistically speaking, Complexity, more likely than not, are not going to be pulling theirs, but hey, an opportunity here as Rob the Turtle's able to pick 1 in the kill feed, a 2nd coming through from Hysteria, and that's actually going to be 3 down here. Actually, all 4, I think. Complexity in with a great opportunity here at pulling this flag. They pull it towards utility, and now the opportunity here to at least get a flag on the board, Andy.
You need it. You're just down sub 3 minutes. Complexity, Rob the Turtle is just full on running. They got the mid-map coverage as well. Big kill comes through for Hysteria. Trident will go down, but oh, the flag carrier, Rob the Turtle, under immense pressure. King J will find that one, and that means that the flag will be pulled out from the blue base. What can you do here if you are veteran? You gotta go big. Does find the first, but cannot get to the flag to stop that return from happening. And the flag for Complexity is moving halfway through bottom center. Stainers looking to put 3 on the board.
Stainers, I mean, again, yet another big moment. What is this, our 2nd in the game? Can they finish this one off? That's the question. Nemesis in the mid-map doing such an awesome job of covering this camo area. And just like that, 3 flags to the good with 2 minutes left in this game, Andy. It's not looking hot if you're a Complexity fan.
It's really not, but I'm having shades of FaZe versus Sentinels. Every single time that I think about Aquarius capture the flag, you can never count a team out, no matter the amount of time that is on the clock. But the work 3 captures in about, I don't know, just about 2 minutes or so. But you're going to need to play basically picture perfect capture the flag here on Aquarius. You need every single power-up. You need every single elimination. You cannot go down. And as soon as I say that, Complexity, they'll lose 3. Stainers won't be traded out, not even by a single soul. So 4 players strong. as we hop on board here with King J trying to work inside of the blue base. Another one versus Rob the Turtle. Trades are good, just to shave off the clock.
At this point, 90 seconds left here for Stainers. It's all about bringing down this clock, just trying to survive. I mean, you've got yourself such a lead in this game. You've done such an awesome job. And really, at this point, Andy, I'm starting to get an idea what these guys were named the breakout team at HCS Raleigh. I mean, these guys were just so awesome at that event. Top 16 finish for them there. And, well, in such an awesome position at the moment. However, there is a beacon of hope here. Complexity able to bring this flag all the way through Util. Can they make a capture out of it? This heat wave need to be used, I think, for a couple of gunfights still.
Oh, the thruster, though. Just, I thought he was going to get clipped by that wall and lose his life. Well, Trident will go down eventually as King J and Co. will then push all the way back inside Blue Util. That little beacon of hope was just the flag moving across the Hydro Hall. All the eliminations through the middle of the map over by the Planters side. Stainers were able to find them all. 40 seconds remaining, and you got to think that this is just the ending moments for Complexity here on Aquarius. Capture the flag. Looking towards that Team Slayer to try to correct a few things. I mean, Rob the Turtle, 25 and 18 for them, was the breadwinner as far as their team is concerned, and the lobby, actually leaving the entire lobby as far as kills are concerned. Big 1v1 inside the base. Again, just laying on the pressure, keeping the gunnies warm ahead of the Slayer. Minds tough engagement to say the least, but 2 go down. Complexity, not dissuaded quite yet, still gonna work that flagpole.
Complexity, they want to get something going here at the end of this game. I think, you know, if you do get a flagpole in the last, what, 10 to 15 seconds, you get a flag capture going. It is a big momentum boost, I think, going forward, even though you haven't eventually lost that game. So them getting that in, that would have been nice. Unfortunately, they aren't denied it. They will not get it in the closing moments of game number 1. Andy Stainers taking that one 3-0. That is a convincing Aquarius CTF victory.
Yeah, it really was, too. I mean, you go back again to the conversation points that we were mostly talking about all day long. I mean, ever since Aquarius became a thing, we were looking at one specific thing comparatively to most other maps inside of Halo Infinite. You don't necessarily have all the tools to your trades across the board. I mean, you got the heat wave, yeah, you got a sidekick in the util hall, that's great, dynamo nades, but the thrusters are really what's going to make or break a lot of these BR fights. We didn't see too much value continuously being found by the heat wave, not a whole lot of snowball potential, but the one thing that we did see continuously utilized for Stainers was just good team cohesion. I mean, that's Aquarius within a nutshell. Whether you're playing Slayer, whether you're playing Capture the Flags, you see a lot of these stats just being shared across the board for all of Stainers. The only real big outlier on the board is on the other side for Complexity, for Rob the Turtle, for the amount of kills, deaths, and assists that they were able to accrue for themselves. But between all the crossfires and the angles, reading the spawns, and then just fully realizing when we had a numbers advantage, Stainers had it all, baby. And they were able to recognize when they could properly pull out a flag and when they could just run it all the way across to their base.
Yeah, there was some early momentum there, I think, from them. Really awesome victory on Aquarius CTF, of course. Next up, though, Andy, we're going to be going to Streets for Slayer. Now, I believe this is a best of 5. I'm not entirely sure if that's the case here, though, looking at that series layout. I have to get it double-checked. But at this point in the game, obviously, Street Slayer, I mean, what are we looking at here going into map number 2 between these two teams?
Street Slayer, I mean, it's a weird one, right? Because you can end up ensuing that spawn trap that Garrett and I were previously talking about. Even for Ball, you can force all of these players to end up spawning inside of Tram or inside of PD, excuse me, and you are just open to a blanket of grenades and all the map pressure that also ensues. A lot of teams are becoming a lot more comfortable with playing from the Tram side of things, getting that Stalker rifle, able to work your way towards that Bulldog, playing those longer lines of sight, keeping it weak, and by keeping those enemies weak, you can then work that mid streak, getting that ever so wanted M41 spanker, so that you can at least find yourself a guaranteed 1 kill. If you can walk away with 2 or multiple, that's exactly what you're going to be looking for. But as far as Street Slayer as a whole is concerned, you gotta find value with these power weapons. You gotta be able to dictate the pace with that Bulldog. That comes up more frequently and has a lot more to offer than that M41 spanker. Use it as a catalyst to continuously pressure and break these setups that whatever team you are supporting is currently holding, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. You talk about the sandbox. I mean, we can go on about this all day, how well these teams are able to utilize the sandbox, especially in Street Slayer. You mentioned, of course, the Spanker there. That's one of the weapons that you're going to want to see these teams fighting over, and it's going to be a weapon that they'll be using straight away, but straight towards the Bulldog is going to be Nemesis, and, well, I'm really excited to see what he can do with it, and that's a caster's curse right there, because he dies straight away.
Yeah, two things we try to never really say here on broadcast is that we're excited to see players do a certain thing, and then they absolutely just get gutted. M41 Spanker, though, is going to be collected here for the time being. It's Hysteria that has it. There's actually one player that is currently lurking just outside of the A catwalk. Nice rocket, though, inside of Tires. We'll take down King J. So one player lurking. No real big lead to really speak of. That player will now show their presence as Hysteria just questioning, where am I being shot from? Nebula, Nemesis, double all the way down, giving them a 1-kill lead.
Grateful that second rocket doesn't hit there, as now we look over towards Robert Turtle to see what he can do. Wants to go at this Stalker Rifle, of course, in the right hands. It can be deadly. Unfortunately, Nemesis will take him out before any shots from that Stalker Rifle are even put away. So, no Stalker Rifle usage just yet. Currently at the very start of this game, Stainless in the lead. Let's see, Hysteria and Triton looking for players inside Tires. Nemesis has pushed his way up to Cafe. I think the Hysteria is well aware of it, looking for it. There it is, the kill. Yet another one on his hands. Teammates have spawned up over towards Arcade, though, and that's going to be a rotation all the way through to PD here as they want to help Hysteria out.
Got to be able to help Hysteria out. Just got to preserve as many lives as possible. Rather be cycling through another look at a lot of these weapons to be able to come around. Nice root grenade actually comes through deep inside a Cafe. We'll keep them weak. Hysteria will go down. So Purple Street now being controlled by Complexity. A lot of pressure coming through. You can see where all those blue diamonds are on the opposite side of the map. Hysteria actually spawns inside PD while the rest of Complexity pushes through to drive.
Here we go. Rest of Complexity looking to push through that driveway area, looking to push through Arcade, looking to push through PD. The pressure now going to boil over as Hysteria able to pick up one. Trade in for King J, though. Looking over towards Triton. What can he get done here? On a Strongholds. As Rocket Turtle for help. And at the moment, you're just looking at Complexity roster, not looking to give anything away to Stainless here, and they got to find a way to push all the way through as a team. Players pushing up towards Neon. That's going to be Nemesis, but now we see Triton with this shotgun, and this is why this shotty is so deadly. Only able to get one, though, unfortunately. Mind will take him out from behind.
Yeah, you know, it's not the Halo 3 shotgun. It's not like a long-range marksman shotgun, if you will, but still you're able to find a lot of good damage along the way. Complexity will lose 2. Will answer back with 2 of their own. Sentinel beam being picked up. The microwave will come through. Some help. Trident will find the final blow. The King J, but Complexity still working with a lot of map pressure. That's until Nemesis, as well as Nebula, double all the way down. They know that the rest of Complexity have one more player here in back red. We'll end up getting Trident to spawn on them to help fetch her out.
Now we're seeing that Stalker Rifle action coming in. Nice kill come from Vitra to take out Nebula in that situation again. If somebody gets their hands on a Stalker Rifle in that position, it can be a deadly one to find yourself in. As Vitra finds himself in the spot above her at the moment. Robert Turtle looking to come in for the help. Unfortunately, I think kind of knew that the pressure was coming in from Nemesis, and unfortunately will end up falling. And Nemesis actually finds a second inside red also, and those are the kind of moments that will matter in a game of Slayer. You get yourself a 2K like that, a double kill like that, can absolutely change the pace of any given game. It is Complexity spawn up towards Elbow. Stainers looking to apply the pressure, unfortunately lose that gunfight.
And Stainers have completely nullified that almost 5-6 kill lead that Complexity once had. Was starting to run away from them. Stainers actually lose a kill. I don't know how Mines ended up claiming their own life. I don't know what exactly happened there. It might have to be a Twitter DM later on in the day for me personally. But now that 6 kill lead is just right back. Complexity controlling middle of the map. Hysteria will get another M41 Spanker. We'll see Mines inside Arcades. Will just be damaged for the time being. We'll be looking to clean that one up, but there's no real player to be able to find that value on the one shot.
V-Trip looking to stay alive, and this is a nice wave of kills coming in here from Stainers to once again close the gap in what has been a super close game here. Street Slayer. Nemesis looking for some more pressure here, has the help of a teammate, I believe in King J. Coming from behind. Nebula. Unfortunately will get taken out from behind, but in the meantime, Mines has managed to pick a double, so once again, the deficit now down to 2 kills from Stainers. Looking for another one is King J. Can he get the double? No, is the answer. As Christian takes him down, now has that second rocket ready to go. How much damage can he do with it? Looking to take down these players around, and I tried to turn for it. Unfortunately, won't happen as Nebula able to get to. This is just such a close game now, Andy. Neck and neck.
Yep, all tied up. There's going to be at least a pull away. 1 kill lead now for Complexity. Not a lot of map pressure to speak of. Does see King J up on top rails. The Trident knows that the rest of this team is probably going to be inside of Tires and on that B street. We'll eat a bullet from King J. Their position is now fully revealed. King J actually goes for the jump challenge, and I believe actually some team shots came through from that C balcony side. Trident will be able to find that final blow. 2 more kills come through, making it a 3 kill lead for Complexity.
This is just such a close game, and again, tide of the game can absolutely turn around as these players pick up the power weapons. It has been Trenton once again picking up this shotgun for another player right in front of him. Will get it with the BR, looking to play alive inside Cafe. Unfortunately, as much as he tries to dip and dive, he will not get away. But once again, if you look in the kill feed, this is all complexity at the moment. This is now a 6-kill game for them, and looking to extend it is Rob the Turtle. He will do. Nice reversal there for him as he gets that BR gunfight in his favor, and over the 40-point mark they go. This is dangerous territory here for Stainers.
Yeah, this is where you got to almost start slowing things down if you are Stainers. The problem is you're slowing things down inside of Tram, and on the opposite side, you are messing with Rob the Turtle, who had themselves the Stalker Rifle and then bought themselves enough time to be able to go pick up the M41 Spanker, but not immediately finding value. So Nebula will collect it. One more rocket within its chamber. Still not out of it yet. These are sufficient eliminations that Stainers are currently found that are not being traded by Complexity.
Pendulum just continues to swing here in this game. Unfortunately, only a hit marker to be found there with those rocks. It's not going to be a kill just yet. Trip comes in to pick up one more as well. That's it now, down to 5 for Stainers. Can they get this one done? Rob the Turtle will end up falling. But again, at this point in the game, a 5-kill deficit is a huge one. Nebula inside tires. Look for the kill against Treatment in mid-map. Won't find it. We'll have to turn around and get the kill against Hysteria. It won't happen. Complexity playing their numbers very well at this point, Andy. Stainers need perfect Slayer gameplay from here on out.
5 kills, now 4. Be able to tie up this series in a best of 5 here in winners round 6. Rob the Turtle, but at least find that previous one. Hysteria doing and going great lengths just to be able to hold their life, getting confirmation that there are players inside arcades, but can't not clean up the one-shot. So now it comes down towards the flank. Vetra from Tram is able to find one. That's Mines that goes down. On the opposite side, it's going to be a trade on a Trident, but Rob the Turtle cleaned things up. It's just one more kill that is all that's needed. Rob the Turtle is starting to pop off screen. 14-9 is where the final kill will be found, and Complexity tied the series up 1 apiece.
Now you say Rob the Turtle pops off. Well, it's not really that much of a surprise, is it, Andy, to be honest? I mean, that's what we've seen from him in that prior series versus Status Quo. It's not a surprise to see him do it here once again versus this Stainers roster. Of course, now 1-1 in this best of 5 off the back of that Slayers victory. And it was extremely close. I mean, there were moments there where Stainers were able to bring the deficit down to 0 kills, but every single time we saw it, it was like Complexity just like, yeah, right, we'll bring it back up to 6 now, don't worry. And a massive part of that was down to a player like Rob the Turtle, who did extremely well there. 14-9, you see it, but that's not to say anything bad about the rest of the roster as well. Vitra 13-10 also, Hysteria 10-11, Trident 13-13. Incredible gameplay coming out of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, Mines was trying everything they possibly could. When 14-9, preserved their life, was able to take a lot of the enemies, but at the same time, it was disjointed. And there was not really much that Stainers could have done besides just maybe turtle up inside of their spawns, maybe just try to play together and just try to maybe bait out an engagement and try to overpower a lot of these individuals for Complexity. But the opportunity never really presented itself because of Complexity's proactive ability to be able to move across the map and force spawns out from Stainers. Complexity just had the sandbox at their disposal. I mean, we're talking so many Bulldogs that almost went unanswered. We're talking value with the Stalker Rifle as we take a look at a couple of these replays. Rob the Turtle and Hysteria, it always felt like that they had some sort of power weapon in their back pocket.
Yeah, for sure, right? The utility of these power weapons was really great. I mean, like I say, the amount of times that we saw the Spanker in the hands of somebody like Rob, it's tough when you're going up against that. And the other thing as well is, you know, you're kind of seeing these players zone off the opposition away from these power rifles and power weapons, right? Like you see there, you see the Stalker Rifle play coming out. You know those players are going to be spawning up over towards the train station. So you just make sure that they don't get anywhere close to the Spanker, and it is all yours. And we saw a play like that coming time and time again out of this Complexity roster. Just a massive, massive victory for them there, especially after what was that CTF. It wasn't a nice CTF for them.
Yeah, I mean, there were opportunities during that capture the flag, but the one thing that we definitely walked away with is that Complexity, they can slay, man. And that's why we're definitely looking at this Streets Team Slayer to potentially go in Complexity's favor, because we know that their coordination, specifically between Hysteria and Rob, since Halo Infinite's drop, has been played to such a high degree. So we're tied up 1 apiece here. We're moving over towards Recharge for Stronghold, a swing map mode here for us, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely is. This is one of my favorite maps here in Halo Infinite. It's just so well designed, and of course, this is going to be all about the utilization of the sandbox, what is around you, making sure you're getting that camo when it's up, make sure you're going for the sword as well, because if you get those two together, Randy, it is a tasty combination that we've already seen a couple of times today.
And we saw Complexity actually lose a Team Slayer here on Recharge to Status Quo in that previous best of 3 back in winners round 5, the previous match to this one. And what ended up happening, again, Garrett and I talked about it in great lengths. You know, Vetra coming in for this Complexity roster had always notoriously had the issue of overextending for themselves and never really had much help. That has to be immediately rectified. The Stainers roster will absolutely punish you further.
We'll move over towards Strongholds, of course. This is going to be all about the objective. We'll see what Complexity are able to do. Can they take a 2-1 series advantage here in this best of 5? Important 1 versus 1 going over towards that B Stronghold. Feature, unfortunately, will lose it. And I think now, for the moment, for Complexity, going to be all about using the sword. And that's a lovely way to get it over to you.
Love that combat evolved.
It's
Everything.
so nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just the simple fact. I mean, I've been playing Halo for a long time. I won't say my age, but I've been playing Combat Evolved since its initial launch, and to be able to see it as a medal, and we'll rob the turtle. It's a melee to the face, but we'll still have ample time to pull out the sword, but it does not stop King J from pushing all the way through, finds themselves a handful of kills. Right now, trying to immediately stop this A capture from coming all the way through. Jay will be able to tank that grenade, and the A capture point will go over towards Stainers.
Of course, you do still have to duel players over towards Goad, over towards Pipes. So the pressure away from B isn't done just yet. Of course, this Mangler in hand for King J. It is very, very deadly in the right hands, and let me tell you, King J, he has the right hands in this position. Let's just say that much. As Rob the Turtle will bounce away for the moment, the defense of B will continue, but I think as far as they're concerned, they're more than happy with the situation, especially as we see in the kill feed, Mines now has the sword ready to go.
That sword, what can you end up trying to do? Are you just going to sit here and play Heaven, or are you just going to chase the mission? Actually ends up pushing all the way through, doesn't fully check the corner, but Vetra doesn't get the back smack, so Mines is able to turn around, is able to turn that back in their favor. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Stainers have the numbers advantage, looking to at least hold this Bravo stronghold. Charlie will now flip over for Stainers' favor, knowing that all of Complexity are spawning inside of A.
And this is a great position, I think, overall from Stainers. They're more than happy with this one. Of course, if you get that sword into Pipes, it's incredibly hard to get it out. Of course, Camera will be up in a second as well, so there will be an opportunity here for Stainers, or for Complexity, to use that aggressively to take this B point. But here comes Mines, going to move away from Pipes. Lovely nade to take out Rob the Turtle. Look for the second as well. Will get it. Lovely play coming out. And, of course, the grapple. This is the wombo combo that you want. The grapple and the sword as well. But, unfortunately, the sword will be completed. Now going to move over towards this Commando BR duo. And in such a good position at the moment is Mines. Just everything he's able to do. Looking for this kill against Hysteria as well. It would be nice. Unfortunately, going to be denied.
Just got to preserve your life here on the CB setup if you are Stainers, because you are tacking up a plethora of points, Brody. It is 103 and counting up to 9. We're talking triple digits and single digits here, baby. And the triple cap will actually almost ended up coming through, but Rob the Turtle will end up stopping that for the time being. A lot of pressure coming through on a lot of different fronts here for Complexity, but not necessarily amounting to much of anything. Hysteria with that double kill end up trying to push all the way forward. Rob the Turtle has some help inside of Turbine, will actually dissuade Mines from holding the angle any further.
This has just been such a dominant game from Stainers, and Complexity now with a 2 cap here. An opportunity to come back into this game, as unfortunately Mines won't be able to hit all the commando shots that he wants. Going to be the Mangler up top from Rob the Turtle, ready to defend this gold area inside Attic. Nice repulsor to get the player off the B zone, but it won't happen as Nebula ends up with the capture anyway. Stainers going to go for this BC setup once again. And there is a moment of relief there, Andy. Just a moment for Complexity where they're able to get 2 flags in their favor. Once again, they're relegated to holding onto A, and this has just been the position they've been in pretty much all game.
Continuous pressure coming out from Stainers, and not to say that Complexity aren't finding the kills, they're just not finding the right numbers to be able to push these strongholds efficiently. Now AC setup will come through for Complexity. This is a very realistic setup to come all the way through. Some things coming out. Vetra going to be able to lock down those by ways of pings from Hysteria over by this A catwalk is under immense pressure. Mangler is up. Gonna play for these shields to be able to recharge. They lost Alpha. Mangler, but can't find the beatdown. King J will end up finding that elimination. Will be traded all the way out. The focus for Complexity has shifted over towards B.
Yeah, just get what you can get at this point. If you're a Complexity, you don't want to get trip capped here in this one. Grab beat. We'll probably be able to get A also, unless, unfortunately, that pressure on him overflows, but he will actually win the gunfight there, or should I say the fist fight. Now holding on to B also. So but this is an opportunity here for Complexity to get a hold on this game. They are currently down by a rather large margin, but as we've seen in the past, Andy, you're never quite out of a Stronghold game until the Fat Lady sings. So this is a good opportunity here for Complexity. Let's see if they can follow through with it.
Gotta be able to hold this AB setup. If you remember, you go back to what Garrett and I talked about earlier last time we casted to Strongholds. You gotta feel the moxie to be able to push forward this triple cap, really lay on the pressure, and just start ticking up those 2 points at a time versus just the one. But the AB setup would be good for the time being. It's just gonna make the game last a little bit longer for Complexity. It's gonna make this feel like it's gonna take centuries to be able to come back from this lead, but at least they diminished it to under 100. And yeah, they were about 100-point under for a certain amount of time, but Complexity, look at their command through the middle of the map through Turbine. Triton sticking alive, does have the Mangler in their back pocket, and a Repulsor can send back any nades, does find Mines who was one shot, and now has a cross angle on the King J, leaving them one shot on batteries.
Jay, yeah,
Nade.
nice
Whoa,
nade.
nice
Lovely
nade.
nade. That is so well done from Triton. Recognizes that King J is just sat in the corner. Hey, I'm just going to throw a nade, and by the luck of it, gets a second kill also. A Complexity trying to hold on to this AB setup, and they will do in spectacular fashion also. And now perhaps even going for a trip cap here. I think actually they've just recognized that A is not going their way. Swordplay coming out from Rob the Turtle, though they need to get C. Rob recognizes it and thinks, well, might as well use my sword here in this position. If you can get control of control, well, that would be fine and dandy also. We'll actually move over alongside Vitra here, recognizing how important the crossfire towards B will be here.
That at least one VR shot will drop all the way down in the pit to confirm that kill. Triton will get traded all the way out here. Rob the Turtle has to try to play their life, but just simply cannot. The grapple comes through from Jay. We'll be able to at least find that elimination. Now a battle has ensued over by A. Nice nade coming through from Mine, just skipping that up the stairs like that. Absolutely perfection coming through from them, and they have the cross angle to help out Nemesis over by batteries. It's a 2-for-1 trade though. Stainers do have 2 strongholds in their favor. Looking for the player, can not behind the sword slash was Hysteria. We'll get one shot beat down for the cause.
I'm just going to say it, Andy. I mean, yes, Stainers have control once again here, but I mean, Complexity have done such an excellent job of getting back into this game. They were down by about 100 points or so, now down by 50. Yes, they're not out of the woods just yet, far from it, especially as those kills come on through from Stainers, but, you know, hey, in a much better position than they were previously. They just cannot afford to continue to get trapped inside long haul, inside control, because that has been their problem so far in this game. Stainers, again, with the crossfire from A, from B, it's horrendous. It's a horrendous position to be trapped in.
Really can be. See all the pressure that Stainers has at their disposal, all the tools. If you will, Nemesis does have the sword. Hey, Rob, how's it going in that corner? Thanks for keeping it warm for me. Triton does find a stick on the Nebula. It's going to be a trade. The sword is going to be dropped here in pit, so it's not exactly a power weapon that's Complexity are going to go out of their way to be able to go get. They're going to be mostly focused on the strongholds. B will be captured. A will also be captured. And there's a lot of good information that Hysteria was able to find. There's a lot of players there over by C. It's actually currently being traced. They're currently pinching this from Triton, but Nebula will still find the kill down there at bottom sex.
How long can they hold this, right? I mean, that's the big question here, Andy. How long can they hold this? How many heroic plays can they pull out of the bag to hold on to this trip cap? It seems like the answer is none, as you're going to see Mines here and King J pick up this A stronghold. Maybe even B also, as the kill feed is absolutely in their favor. And what a flip this has been. Stainers, once again, while the game slips away from them for the moment, once again, back in control of this one. Now just 40 points shy or so of victory here in this game, Andy. They've looked so good.
Yeah, has absolutely looked amazing. Stainers, again, just off of that early capture, they were able to find for themselves, even when Complexity were laying on the pressure. Stainers, even against all the odds, all the power weapons and everything else in between that Complexity had at their disposal, bounce all the way back, but it's not quite over quite yet. You gotta get on towards a point if you are Complexity. Gotta stop that clock. We'll take that time. Mines knows that they have the leader's advantage. We'll grab the sword and just try to guard out Charlie. 20 seconds are all that's needed here, Brody, and we're going to have a 2-1 lead for Stainers.
Yeah, indeed we will. 15 seconds left on the clock. Mines with the sword in hand. Of course, he has been stuffed out here by Rob and Vitra. Is it enough, though? The sword play comes in. This might well be the capital. Full stop on this game. Rob will be pushed away for the moment, and there is a player on A, so the clock will be stopped for the moment, but there we go. It's now ticking up once again here. The neutralization of that A zone comes on through, and just like that, Stainers put a massive full stop on this one. Andy, honestly, early on there, Stainers, they look so good. And although you never want to call how a Strongholds game is going to go, that early on, it was just such a good early momentum push coming from Stainers that Complexity never quite recovered from.
I mean, look, once I saw 144 to 9, once I saw the triple digits to the single, I was just like, oh man, this is not looking too good. But I've seen so many comebacks since Halo Infinite's launch, specifically on strongholds and on recharge as well, to where if you can get those power weapons and you can get in those power positions and trap all of your enemies to spawn over by C, well, you can really start to counter snowball it. But I don't think that anybody was going to attest to what King J was able to bring to the table. It had a very impressive KD stat line, 58% accuracy on the map, but it's not necessarily what matters. It was the ability to always help out their teammates, not always in the mix with it, not always trying to go for the beatdown trades with it, but always holding the cross angles. Whether Jay was over on top glass, top gold, or on the A catwalk side, C plat, you name it, they were holding every single cross angle to help out their teammates cross map. That's exactly what you want to see when you are being spawned out by the enemy team and then recollecting yourself to stop the capture points to come all the way through.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate as well because you saw early on Rob the Turtle, I think he came out with that Combat Evolved medal that you were talking about, right? To grab that sword, and unfortunately wasn't able to do enough of it. And it's early plays like this one that really cemented this early advantage. And overall, I think just looking at what this Status roster were able to do, hold on to A, hold on to B, just making sure these players didn't even get past long ball for 90% of the match. Just incredible map control coming in from them, incredible weapon utilization. And that's what we spoke about right before we got into this. You know, if you control the sandbox on a map like Recharge, you're just going to have such an awesome game. And that's exactly what they did. And yeah, it does help, of course, when you have moments like that. But for Triton, didn't help enough.
Yeah, that double kill, that cluster lock gets me feeling some sort of way. The medals in this game are so cool. We saw a Combat Evolved medal, and we ended up seeing the cluster luck as well, but even still, much like to your point, Trident even dropping the 20 bomb there did not amount to anything. So we move over towards Oddball here on live fire between these two teams, to be able to decide who is going to qualify and who has to continue to duke it out on the day down in the lower bracket. I mean, to be completely honest with you, Stainers, they're looking poised to be able to do it, but here on Oddball, specifically on live fire, where spawns hardly makes sense depending on where you are positioned at. You gotta be careful, you gotta tread lightly, but you cannot count out complexity.
Yeah, I mean, well, in this game, in Oddball, on live fire, there is really only one way to play this game, and it's channeling your inner Princess Fiona, getting that ball to the tower as fast as possible. Well, we'll see whether or not Stainers will do that later on. For now, though, right out the gate of this one, Stainers looking to regain control of that ball. Complexity have pulled it all the way to Garage, and they'll be more than happy to sit in this position. You've got to make sure that active camo isn't used. The second kill as well from Rob the Turtle, and these opening kills from Complexity, this opening ball control will be huge, especially as now camo is being utilized.
It's got the Mangler. The ball is just going to be held by Trident all the way back on that A window side as well. Two players will end up finding the first, trying to at least look for the damage. We'll drop down towards the key door. The damage is already done. I mean, yeah, Rob the Turtle is going to lose their life, but that was a quick amount of kills that Complexity were able to end up finding. Now Nebula is going to try to push this through the scoreboard side, but Trident will end up finding that elimination. Just dealing with these isolated engagements. Let's have a heat wave. Nice repulsor. Not have the HP to convert the kill.
Get post snipe here. Not going to even need to do it as Vitro will pick up the kill just with the slap to the face. For now, Complexity is doing a splendid job of keeping this ball in control for Garage. Might want to start to think about pulling this one away towards green though, as players coming in from all angles. Nebula able to take down Hysteria. Now going to have to be a clutch moment from Rob. Unfortunately, he will end up falling, and at this moment in time, Complexity seem to have lost control of the ball. They've got players in close proximity, but Stain is doing an excellent job, and now they are in control here towards Garage.
Nemesis actually lurking over by that Nest side. Off-screen engagement might just be able to settle who's going to be able to work the pinch. Nemesis will be traded all the way out. So 3v3 we go. Oh, quick little battle over on the inside of the scoreboard door. King J will find the snipe beat down, but will be quickly traded out by Trident. Battle from the sandbags. Nebula will win that bout. That doesn't mean the pressure is over yet.
Not at all. This battle for the oddball is still ongoing, and look at this play coming through here from Mines, trying to move this all the way to tower. Unfortunately, runs right into the LOS of Triton. We'll have to walk away from this one. Didn't manage to grab the oddball there, but still, it's out of the hands of the opposition, and that's probably the best place that it could possibly be, as King J able to pick up 2. Nice snipe coming through. Oh, King J with 3. A nice triple. The snipe to cap it off also. And well, Stainers in a much better position now as they have control of the oddball.
Yeah, that's sniper rifle value right there. That's for sure. Jay now up to 6 and 4. Battle here inside of the B field. Gotta respect it though. Jay at least should go for the repulsor play. Does not end up amounting to more HP, so they will end up being down. But now the fight going inside of the garage. Very weak individuals. Just gonna be able to clean up Nemesis. Doesn't mean that they can collect the ball, though. Very smart play from Stainers to be able to throw that ball here inside of open field. Need a handful of more eliminations before Complexity can pick that bad boy up.
This game at the moment. Feature going to grab this ball and push it towards Garage once more. Of course, not out of the woods just yet, though. Hysteria will trade that kill onto Nebula. Feature recognizes he's still got a gunfight to go. Will get it nice, perfect inside tunnels as well. Fortunately, gets taken out from behind as now Stainers in control of the Garage area. Rob the Turtle going to push this all the way through, actually. Those players coming through Garage. This is going to be a fight maybe they wouldn't want to take as he unwittingly brings the ball right at their feet. And now it is going to be Stainers in control.
Yeah, absolutely will be. Got the sniper inside of A, the setup inside of A, the push coming through the B field currently. Complexity throwing nades here on top sandbags. A very aggressive angle actually being held by Mines. Will now go down. Hysteria go 1-for-1 as Vetra will be traded out. Tough engagement over top of the sandbags. Got to be careful with where that, at least the barrel is at from that BR. Not all shots can essentially make it over towards that, over top of that sandbag from time to time, but Nemesis able to clean things up, finds a very crucial double kill for the break, and now Complexity can start, potentially maybe find themselves an opportunity, but still, Stainers, I just don't know what else Complexity might have to be able to do just to be able to break this setup. I mean, every single power weapon, every single power-up has essentially gone in their way. Even when we find trades like this, Brody, Complexity just can't get in.
Yeah, this is just running theme at this point. Stainers continue to hold on here in this round of oddball. Nice double coming in from Nemesis. He's going to pick up this ball and bring it right back to Garage at this point. Just try and get a few seconds before you get swarmed here by Complexity players. Of course, your teammates spawning out on the other side of the map can actually come help through tunnels. If we could chuck the ball over, it would be a good play. But actually just going to continue to hold on it. Having a lot of faith in your teammates here to hold on to these gunfights. Nemesis, unfortunately, will only pick one before falling. And now, finally, an opportunity here for Complexity. They've got the ball control once again. Players will be spawning up over towards dummies. And this is an opportunity here for Complexity to hold on. Mangler in hand for Vitra. What can he get done? Unfortunately, will end up falling. Nebula takes him out. Complexity now going to have to drop this ball, ready for these gunfights. Nebula comes on through. The pressure from King J and Nemesis also. The ball control, not theirs for now. Heatwave for Hysteria also, Andy.
What a brilliant push coming through from Sanders to break that setup. They ended up pushing through from Concrete, and then they bait out the potential that they were going to end up pushing through Garage. And with this breakup, might just be the end of it, but Complexity still there with the heat wave, able to at least find one here on the open field. 9 seconds for all Stainers need to be able to close out this first round, and with that one kill coming through, Stainers, they do have the opportunity to be able to slay out here on the dummy field. It will be collected by Mines, and now it's just a game of cat and mouse. Good luck trying to get to this ball. I don't think Complexity are going to be able to get here in time to be able to find this kill. They just barely do it, but the ball is going to be collected for the final second needed. Stainers take a 1-0 lead here in the oddball.
Now look at Nemesis, by the way, as well, before we go to the break for this second round. 16-8 currently. He's having a hell of a game here on Live Fire. Remember, this is one more round of oddball, and I believe they even qualify, right, Andy? I think that's actually what's happening here.
Yeah, the winner of this match will end up qualifying, so I mean, all the pressure truly on Complexity. They can end their day here, or they're going to have to go down to the lower bracket. Things are suggesting that it might have to be a lower bracket run. The heat wave down here with the ball will end up setting up for at least the assist. Nice shots coming through from Nebula down this basement range to take down Hysteria. Had some immediate help. Now you can just rotate this ball all the way over towards Garage. The spawns will be coming through in the open field, and this is just Live Fire within a nutshell. Gonna be spawning out. Don't really know where to bring that ball, so you just got to play it down here in basement for the time being, and it's an opportunity to bait out at least an engagement. Trident does drop the ball there of Nebula, but Nemesis quickly there for the trade.
Camo in hand here for Nemesis. How much more damage can you do here in this round as Trinity will find a very short walk off the map there as Nemesis is able to take them down. And if you're a Stainers at this point, you're more than happy with this position. The ball is currently sat in virtual no man's land. Nemesis continuing to slay out, looking for yet another one. The double kill for Nemesis. He is starting as he started in round number 1. 5-1 here now with ball control also. 35 seconds on the objective overall.
You can just see, I mean, just the legwork being shared by Stainers as far as objective time is concerned. This is what you want out of your most anticipated team from Raleigh in the open bracket. Nice shots. Can't find the third shot, headshot there onto Vetro, so we'll swap to the BR and make things a little bit easier. Trades coming through, though. Mines is able to find that second one, forcing Complexity just to be down 2 players. The Mangler, the best weapon in the game. Nemesis laying on the pressure will leave one more player. One shot down in that basement will be cleaned up by Mines. and Complexity just struggling to find their numbers to be able to break again.
It's all looking like Stainers at the moment. They're in control of the ball once again. Complexity kind of need a break. Effectively now, you do not want to let them continue on this momentum swing at this point in time. But you're able to pick up one for the second, and we'll actually end up getting it also. Players now over towards dummies, and now an opportunity here for Complexity as Stainers spawn out over towards the tower. This is an opportunity here for Complexity to really start getting all of this time, Andy.
Gotta be able to hold this setup, though. Stainers have continuously broken the setup within about a handful of seconds. It's looking to happen all over again. Triton was trying to go help out their teammates inside of A. Vetra will end up going 1 for 2. Not exactly what you want to see. Rob the Turtle, the only one alive for Complexity. Stainers, their first attempt to break the setup, successful.
Yeah, I mean, it looked hopeful, didn't it, for a second there? Complexity, they managed to get 17 points out of that play, but Stainers right back in ball control as well. That's not good enough at this point in time. Of course, you lose this round here, lose the series, you find yourself in the lower bracket. Well, the Turtle trying to save the day here from Complexity, and what a save it would be if they're able to end up winning this round, but now keep waving the hand of Nebula. It's not exactly the hand that you want it to be in if you're Complexity. Ball now being transferred over towards Tower, over towards dummies. And at this point, you're very happy to just continue to take this ball control. Hysteria and Rob will push through that tower area. King J is there as the advanced guard. While this is going on, the time now going in favor, just dropping the ball for a second, is going to be Nebula. Look at this one. King J will surely be able to trade out, and he will. Rob is there, though, and now the snipe from Mines. How many more dirty angles does he want to go for?
Rob Turtle will find Mines by way of a frag grenade, but still it's trades, and that's not what Complexity need. Complexity need a convincing kill feed to be able to break all these players down and get sufficient ball time. Repulsor will come through, but the damage was still coming all the way out. Nebula will take down one more. Mines 10 and 5. Jay now up to 3 and 7. Not the sexiest round in the world, but we'll still find 2. Hysteria will find a double kill of their own, and it's still time that Complexity would love to have all their teammates to be able to take down Jay, who is just bouncing this ball within their hands and the ground. Some nades come through. Triton is able to find yet another double kill, but it's still not enough to be able to work sufficient ball time. Now some more kills come through by way of the open field. 4 down for Stainers. Complexity have the tower set up. They have to hold it here.
Indeed they do. Now, I talked about this at the very beginning of this game. This tower setup can be, well, pretty good. I think we'll say that much, right? You get a sniper in the position like Triton has at the moment, and it would be huge. Unfortunately, not able to get the first snipe. Look over towards green, and trade's going down. And it is now just going to be Triton left up here, all on his lonesome. Has to hit the snipe, unfortunately will not do so. The initial against King J. Going to switch to the BR here. No, the pressure is mounting. Looking for it. These snipes not connecting. Will finally get one, but it's not a headshot, therefore not a kill. And how disastrous this has been. Triton, he tried to clutch up for the moment there, Andy. But unfortunately, it's led to Stainers now having full control over tower and the on ball.
Yeah, it's not a perfect ball. It's not fully a circle, but it does roll down those stairs if you do drop it, not on the platform. So now here with the last alive is going to be Jay. They're just going to go ahead and reset this bad boy. Also had a sniper in their back pocket. No telling how many bullets were left, but that's going to be reset as well. Now the ball is back down towards bottom center. Stainers still have the presence of mind down here. Triton is in a very, very tough angle, but it's actually a spawn out that does ensue, and that means a pinch is also going to be following. Some nades coming in. Very tough spot to be in here in bottom center. King J able to find yet another double kill, but 4 do go down again for Stainers. They're caught off the respawns. They are just laying in the pressure. Now Complexity staring down the barrel of being 4 down, and it's Stainers with the ball rotating it here to B field.
Yeah, that 4 down might well have been the dagger in this one. You just got to pull it over towards the field, over towards bottom tower, and you should be okay. There was also the option for a reset here if you want it, but just getting yourself in a safe position as Stainers put a full stop here, not just on the game of oddball, but on the series also. 2-0 in the oddball, 3-1 in the series. They managed to qualify here, Andy, and what a performance it was from Stainers.
Look, you know, there's a reason why walking away from HCS Raleigh, this is your highly anticipated team coming from the open bracket. They are respectable, to say the least. It's typical almost to be able to see a lot of the things that we saw come out from this Stainers roster as we take a look at a couple of the stats. 30 and 15, a casual double positive game out from Nemesis. 17.7 KD, excuse me. I can only imagine what the damage numbers truly look like for Nemesis. I mean, they were Mr. Cleanup. If there was a sufficient amount of damage coming through from nades by way of either Mines, Nebula, or Jay, Nemesis was always that dude with the BR that was able to work their way in, found themselves a sufficient amount of one-shot kills. It was just a spectacle to behold. 23 headshot kills, too? Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was a great game from Nemesis, and massive reason. Again, what we saw in round number 1, what we saw at the beginning of round number 2 there, Nemesis played a crucial part in victory there as he finishes that game with 6k damage. What a performance out of him at the end of that oddball. Of course, shout out to Rob the Turtle also on the opposition, had just an awesome game there. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough though, and it is kind of starting away to say can play complexity here, at least for now, as they move over towards the lower bracket. They will not be able to qualify at the end of this game, as we've seen them have some great performances so far. They just couldn't do it versus this roster.
Yeah, I mean, every single setup that we saw here out of complexity was held for all of, what, like 5 seconds at most, at a clip. I mean, that 17 seconds was the most ball time that we saw in sequence of one another. As this engagement, I mean, this was just a tough one to say the least. I mean, Jay was just definitely on one. Did not lead their team as far as KD is concerned, but with that sniper rifle was doing dirty things. I mean, look at this one right here. Just this quick flyover, was able to find the body shot, and then the headshot from the BR just to clean things up. I mean, Jay was always that anchor at the end of it to be able to almost be the anchor point to where the ball had to be brought to continuously, but it was just a cohesion overall from the Standards roster, picking things up where they left off at HCS Raleigh and just leading it here.
Yep, they look pretty good there. I think overall, there's only so much you can say. We can look at this highlight reel, and they just look like such an awesome, well-put-together squad. And I feel like this highlight reel, realistically speaking, is just Nemesis playing really well. Obviously, you have those moments like we just saw with King J, but you really can't understate. When a player like has those individual performances like we just saw from Nemesis, it is very hard to say anything else other than, yeah, they did pretty well. That's the bottom line here for me at the very least. And, teamwork, I will say that much from this Status roster. If you were ever questioning why they were considered the breakout team at HCS Raleigh, don't question it, because now you've just seen it. They played extremely well. They did so well on the open bracket at that event, and now once again, they're continuing that performance here, moving into this one. They have qualified, and now we kind of shift our focus, I believe, over onto the lower bracket.
Yeah, and so we're waiting for the other qualified teams from the winners bracket side. We know that Team War is currently facing G1. A couple changes coming through from that roster in particular. We know that Oxygen Esports are currently facing off against EXO. The winner of those matches will then qualify. I believe that there was one more potentially. No, Falling Esports were able to 3-0. I don't even know how to say that. With a do-rag activity. There you go. I went ahead and I said it. But even still, with Ascend beating XSET, we talked to Sika from the EU team itself. So let's go ahead and throw it over to a quick interview. We're going to do some more casters, musical chairs, if you will. So stick with us once you enjoy this beautiful interview, and we'll be right back.
Guys, Tools back with LVT Productions. I'm with the one and only Sika. There's fans out in the guys. You have no idea how big of a deal this was. Ascend, they beat XSET Game 5. It took about 3 hours. It was a long time. But I'm here with Sika. How are you guys feeling? EU finally out representing. How do you feel about after the game?
I'm very, very happy to win this first series. It was very long. There were a lot of replays. At some point, I thought, am I going to sleep today? And yeah, finally we got it down. Like, Europe got our first win, I think, or maybe some other win, but the only one on main stage. So we're the first Infinite LAN for me, first LAN in the US for me as well, for our team as well. First LAN together. We're so proud of our first win. And now we just want to win the pool. I'm not gonna lie. Second is not enough. Third is not enough. We want first if we can. So yeah. If we have the time to play today, we are definitely going for it. We have shown that we can under the pressure, especially in the second replay when we were the first game. I mean, on Recharge Slayer, they were up by 8 or something, and we managed to come back while they were playing very, very safe. And it's so hard to come back on Recharge when people are playing safe. So yeah, it was amazing. I'm really proud of my team. Yeah. I hope that we can continue winning.
Okay. This is your first time really playing North American teams on the big stage. What do you think? You guys, are you able to do it? NA? NA no problem?
I won't say NA no problem because it will sound weird. Like, obviously NA is a problem, but yeah, we're not scared as well. We just want to play our game, and if we play very well and we play without the pressure, I think that we can win a lot of games. Our objective is basically to go to the end, but I know that it's not easy at all. Yeah. We're here to go for it anyway. We want to break the Europe record. I know that it's top 6. you don't know how important it is for European to break the top 6 and go into top 4. It will be making history for us. So yeah, definitely we're going to try. But first step is to try to get top 2 or top 1 in the pool. So we get a free win tomorrow, and that's all that matters.
Cloud9's next, right? How you feeling? Are you gonna be up for the task, Cloud9?
Well, so far Cloud9 has impressed me a lot. It's probably one of the best teams on Halo Infinite. So yeah, it's going to be even harder. I hope that we took some experience out of that match because it will be very useful, considering that Cloud9 is very insanely good. They are world champ player. They know to handle the pressure. We cannot say the same for us for now. So yeah, we're going to try our best. First, it's a dream for me to play people like that. You know, I've been watching them on the big screen for a while. So play some big players like that, it's so insane for me. I'm so proud. And even if I lose in the end, it's just a good experience.
Yeah. All right. Once again, Sika, appreciate you being here. Before I let you go, you have anything to say to your French fans out there? Well, I want to hear it.
On l'a fait pour vous, les gars. On a ramené la première win contre les Américains. Ici, c'est Ascend. On est là.
All right, guys, Tools, LVT Production. Remember, follow the Twitter if you want more updates about what's happening over at Pool Play or maybe what's happening over at the Open Bracket. Thank you guys for watching.
I'm searching for some sunshine. Just need one ray through the dark skies. I gotta look for the bright side. I know we're gonna be alright. I know we're gonna be alright.
All right, guys, we're going right into it. We have a match ready to go. We're going to be watching G1, who is taking on Team War. We have Commonly's POV up, guys, and it's 2-1 in favor of G1 right now. We're going on to the oddball on live fire. If G1 wins this match, they will they will secure their way to Thursday and be in the winners bracket. I'm joined with Brody. You guys heard him last game. Welcome back. Also, I'm back, guys. But Brody, I'm excited, man. Let's get this going. Commonly finally back in the Pro Series. He said he was retired after Halo 5. He decides to come back. He's going to be competing in Halo Infinite, and I'm excited for it. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't even be calling him Commonly anymore. It's now Ollie. He's going by Ollie.
Okay, right. That's fair enough. Now we've got that out of the way, right? I'm super excited again in this game, as you say. Not just for that reason, also, but of course we love these kind of qualification matchups. With G1 here going against, I believe, that Team War, right? And this is just going to be such an important game, I think, overall, looking at this Team War roster and what they've been able to do here. Looking over towards Raleigh, Team War. I know those guys on that organization. They were super happy to get a roster like this, and I think we're about to see why.
One thing to notice about this Team War roster, right? A top 12 team just outside the top 8. They played extremely well. Got caught up in the bracket a little bit at Raleigh, and this G1 roster didn't have quite the performance that they wanted. Well, they end up picking up Ollie these days, and it looks like this could be the difference maker because they're up 2-1 in the series versus probably what a lot of people considered the best AM team around. And they're giving it to them thus far, although they are down early on in this oddball. We see Ollie making the rotation back to top mid and finding the kill. And I love these quick flanks. Ollie's known for this stuff. He has great awareness of where everyone is on the map. He finds the weaknesses. He gets behind players and he helps his team. And look at that. He's able to get 2. And I love it. He's changed his gamer tag. Look at that, Brody. Ollie Flies. Used to be known by Commonly. He went by that Commonly Flies tag, but he says, that's retired. I'm Ollie now. And I love it, man. New game, new mentality, new name, everything about it, and he's ready to rep this G1 roster.
Yeah, I think this kind of fresh start perspective for Halo Infinite, I think, is being shared amongst the community quite a bit. But this guy's taking it one step further. He's kind of rebranded himself entirely and having a good go at things at the moment here. And this game of Oddball, as you're looking over towards this G1 roster, they're looking to get control of this ball inside the garage. Currently down by quite a bit in this game. But it's this mid-map control that you love to see, especially when you got the Mangler in hand. We love to see what these players can do with it. And of course, a player like Ollie, we know what this guy can do with any weapon in the game, let alone the Mangler. So let's see what kills he can get here with this mid-map zoning. Looking for the first here. Looking to get it. We'll have to switch to the BR to finish off. But nonetheless, look at this. Once again, you talk about this guy flanking. He's loving it at the moment, Garrett.
This is just him knowing the weak points, knowing his opportunities, listening to his teammates, and figuring out where to go. Look at that. That was almost a potential triple. That player did get away at this just in the nick of time. But check this out. He's ready to fight for the sniper rifle. He's going to give it to Sargoth. And look at these shots. Getting everyone weak, getting them away. The sniper does get away for now. That player is getting chased. But it looks like Sargoth will live to tell the tale and get the sniper rifle for his team. And look at this. Ollie taking the fight top mid, just putting down their hurt. And while all this is happening, they have a B hold and they've been able just to rack up time. B, not a conventional ball spot. You see it played occasionally. It's usually a rotation spot. You're back up where you can play the ball off the map, but you don't see clear setups. G1 opting to do a clear setup. Usually you'll see an A or a C setup, but B looking like the way to win right now for team G1.
Yeah, I mean, G1 there, they had a solid amount of time, right, where they rotated the ball from Garage towards Green. It was such a good rotation come out of them. Of course, the map control from Ali most certainly helped the situation they found themselves in also. But now they want to regain control, at least try and force the play ball coming out of Team War here. And that's exactly what's going to happen as that ball will reset over towards Garage. Ali are going to win this one inside Garage, and will do so as, well, now it's about who can get to this ball quicker and where they're going to end up taking it. And I've got a feeling it's going to be towards Tower, towards the green side of the map.
Ollie doing his best right now. Just playing low. This is the low presence play. He's going to let players pass, and that's exactly why the easy backsmack now, trying to get to the ball in time. Not going to be able to get it away. Unfortunately, the pressure too much from Team Ward. They're going to be able to get a clean wipe, get 4 down, and they're going to pull that ball back. But look at this. The score door spawn comes in for this G1 roster, and they're going to be able to engage right away at B if they can get these kills over at top mid. 2 go down for Ollie and the crew. Make it 3, and it looks like Team Ward doing what's necessary. They're holding the B setup now, and although they're spawning close to this ball, it's gonna be so hard to break through, right? You have to deal with the player in tower that's gonna watch the sandbags cross, and you also have the player at nest that's ready to shoot anyone that comes out of sandbags. You basically have to find the opening pick, and with Super CC holding down the garage with that mangler, it's gonna be ever so hard to push on in. They finally get the pick. Now he has to win the one-on-one with the ball. Predevinator able to do so, and they've broken the setup, but now they have to secure it as they need to find a couple more kills.
I think the ball just got played as well, potentially. I think someone actually managed to get past Predevinator, play the ball here for the reset, and now can Ali grab it before the opposition does? The answer is yes. He's actually going to use the heat wave here to get that kill. Nicely done from Ali, bringing this ball over towards Nest. That is the best way to make this one happen. At the very least, this entire map is in control for G1. And we've only, what, 30 seconds or so before victory here? This is a one or two wave of kills. They should have this in the bag.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, we're talking about, what, 30 seconds? A lot can happen in 30 seconds. And if they get clean wiped and the ball goes over to Team War, I don't know if they'll have enough time to get back to that ball and contest it. They're going to opt to play it off, and that's exactly why. It's more dangerous to get wiped and to lose the setup than it is to play for the reset. They'll play for the reset Ollie, ooh, that's going to take me a second to get used to. Gets the 2 in the back and clears the way for his team to collapse in, and that is a big momentum shift. They have camo, they have ball, and they got the nest spawn, so they're ready for the B push. They're probably gonna be coming out towards dummies. They're gonna leave Ollie to watch the entire backside, and that should be enough for this game, as Ollie's gonna be able to get the shots over on Super CC. That player goes down. One more to deal with. They have to win these fights, and right when I said that, that's when Team War rushes on in. They're able to find all the kills. The spawns are happening at B, and I spoke too soon. I don't know if these guys are gonna be able to get there in time. They're gonna have to go through a bunch of crossfire, the player rotating away, and this ball could be stolen away from Team War.
It is dropped though. It has been dropped for a second here. Can they get to it before this 100-point mark is hit? Sargoff is trying for it. Will actually get the backstep against Super CC. The ball has been dropped here, Garrett, but unfortunately picked up right away and dropped again. It's going to be the heat wave coming in from Squid A, and that is the kills that are necessary here. Can they get it done? No, is the answer. They get through tunnels. What a round. That's round 1. We got 2 more rounds here potentially.
Oh my dude, and to me, man, that Ollie, that might be, an indicator of him just not being as familiar with the meta game as other players are, because he hasn't been playing as much. Those last 30 seconds, it really felt like he was out of the fight, trying to figure out where to be, and maybe that's a great learning experience for him, because, he'll pick that up right away. He'll learn from his mistakes. He'll watch the theater and figure out why he wasn't in the correct position right there. But man, Team War getting it done with a last second push, heroics to save the day. And now Camo's up. We have 3 players from G1 looking towards this camouflage, trying to get this thing secured, but they're all weak as they push forward. Look at this. Ollie getting the shots in, keeping his teammate alive, and he's going to be able to secure the camo for his team and get on away. Love to see that from Ollie and the crew, bouncing back right away. Although they gave up 23 seconds of time, I think the momentum clearly in their favor after they kill this sniper player.
Well, now you're going to have to see a hero play coming up from Ollie here. Needs his 2K. Can he get it done? Yes, he can, of course. Going to get the help here from Squall 8. Is now in control of this ball, RG1. I was going to say they kind of want to use that camo to break the setup, but if anything, it actually kind of helped them control it here, as Ali still in use of it. Predominator over towards Sandbags also, and the kill feed is entirely G1's in this position as then. Now they're going to start to rack up some time. And Garrett, this is just so hard to break this setup.
Honestly, it's going to be so tough, right? Especially with the control that G1 has right now. Ollie, with that heat wave, bottom mid's going to be able to find one. And look at this, he can help right away at garage. He has so much, he has so many options being in that bottom tunnel. Although it does take him a little bit to get over to A, he will get taken down. And now it's up to his teammates to get it done. He was able to find one, but look at these spawns from G1. They're spawning just as far away as possible. They finally get the B spawns. They need to get these kills. They find the first set Sandbags. Ollie leading the way from the backside. He's going to be able to get damage on one and look for the second. Come on, we're going to see the push come in. Ollie finds a player hiding in the corner. That's one. One more with the ball. Camo should be, I think Camo was up. They might have gotten away with it. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw it up for a second. Ollie going to be able to get more damage down, but look at this. Team War, even under all that pressure, they were able to rotate it away, maintain that time, and that's really been the story for Team War. They take it away from G1 when they have great position, and they steal away 10, 20 seconds at a time and make it so that this game is just a little bit more scrappy and a little bit more towards their edge.
Once again, Ollie's going to bring this ball back all the way towards garage here. Has the help of players over towards Sandbags. Looking to drop this for a second. His teammates will have to get in a scuffle with Super CC here. He will end up falling. So once again, it is ball control here for a G1. And now the question is, how much ball control can they continue to hold on to? How much time can they accumulate? As players looking to get control of the sniper in mid. Also, good opportunity here to get a solid lead.
Ollie's in trouble, right? 2 just went down for his team. He's going to go for, this is what I was talking about. B is often the rotation point, so you can get that play position and milk. He does exactly that. Can't stay alive as they go all down for the moment. His teammates spawn up and they're ready for that ball. Unfortunately, not winning the fights as the sniper rifle not in their control. They're going to have to fight out of dummies. Look at this. Ollie gets a split spawn and he's going to find Septify with his back towards him. Not quite able to get the kill as that sniper will get away, but he's getting big damage down on all these players. They have to deal with the sniper. Skep hits the shot. Skep putting the fire on, and Ollie goes down. Huge kills from Team War, but the ball is in the favor of the G1 for the time being. Remember, guys, G1 up 2-1 in the series, so if this ball goes in their favor, they will secure their spot in the pro bracket this Thursday.
Indeed, they will. Looking for the oddball victory here. They're already 1-0 down, though, so this is going to be a bit of a mountain to climb for them. That ball is still in position below tower, though. Good opportunity for Ollie to grab this. At least just want to zone off the left side area of the map towards that camo spawn. Got control of Nest also. There's a good opportunity here for Ali and co to keep control of this map. Super CC looking for the one. Will end up actually getting here. A couple of kills going War's way. And now an opportunity for them to start to gain more time here. They want to force this game 5, Garrett.
This is going to be a close one, right? We're talking about just one set of slaves could be making all the difference. Predominator leading the charge for his team. Going to stay alive and wrap to back tower. Squally able to find one. Did that ball go off? Yes, it did, but Commonly's ready and in position. Going to throw out the pre-nades. His teammate will grab the ball and get it away for the time being. It doesn't look like Team War was ready for the reset, and that could cost them. That's going to be at least 10 seconds of ball time. I say that, but 2 huge kills come in for Team War. Predominator going to have to play this ball early, and now all of a sudden the reversal card, they've activated the trap. It's ready to go. G1 on the back foot. They have to win these kills, and oh my, the perfect from Ollie getting the job done, and he's ready for the second. That ball carrier takes it right to him, is made one shot. That spike grenade should take care of the rest. One more player to deal with, and they're right in position to do so. Oh, just Zero gets away for the time being. Huge live by Team War as they're able to step closer and closer to finishing this game.
Yeah, they're going to be pulling that towards tower as well, towards that playable spot if they need it. Of course, somebody top tower looking to cover. They take them out. You can imagine this ball will be played. But actually, no. Predominator gets this kill. Now opportunity here for Ali to grab this ball. We'll look for the reset, I think, there, so that his team can go grab that tunnel area of the map. Still a player to deal with up top in tower also. And, oh no. Ali loses the fight.
Onboard, what a big play from Onboard, and it's going to allow them to maintain the flank. Look at this, Sargos basically all by himself in the bottom mid. That's going to cost them dearly. They're trying to get the rotation away. Onboard able to get away. The 18 seconds to get this done. Onboard gets into the tower. He can get naded out. Great nades come out. Onboard plays it right on out to the dummies. You can notice no one really in position at the moment. Ollie just keeping this nest for now while the ball is so far away. Only 7 seconds needed. Make it 5. As we step closer and closer, G1 trying their best to stay alive. We see them rotating back to top mid. Ball still in an open spot. G1 needs to win the fights. They don't win the first. Super CC gets the kill with the heat wave. They do repulse the ball out to bottom mid, and Ollie trying to go big. One more player on the ball. They have to get this kill. They can't let him get around the corner. Around the corner, he gets one player there to get the kill. Make it 94 seconds still. Too much rotation with the ball. There we go. G1 finally building time. The tower spawns come in from Ollie. They're going to be at B, and he's going to push the nest to try to squeeze and pinch these players out. He's going to be able to find one, but he's going to get shot in the side, and this could be devastating for G1 as Team War will secure the last little bit of ball time and force us to a game 5.
Yeah, lovely play from G-War, of course. Ali makes a kind of gamble there in the final seconds of the game that, hey, look, you know, we're going to try and push this ball over towards green, try and get these players if I can. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out there for Ali. And as you say, game number 5. War look like they've got quite a lot of life in them there, Garrett. They look so good there in that oddball. I'm super pumped to see what happens to this game 5, to be honest.
What I'm seeing is two of the best AM teams going at it, right? A lot of people consider Team War the best AM team,
right?
And now I think they're proving why, right? And what I'm excited about is G1, a roster that kind of fell short to what their expectations were. They pick up Ollie, and they're going blow for blow. Game 5, I'm loving that, and we're moving to Bazaar. Woo, man, that's a hell of a game 5 to watch, guys. Bazaar, we're gonna have so much action. There's going to be so many goodies to play with. You have rockets, you have grapple, you have overshield, manglers, DMR, commandos, shotguns, everything to your heart's content. Hell, if you want to pick up the AR, you can pick up the AR. And what I would like to see is what Commonly does, right? Because he hasn't been in the scene for a while. How does he work with the goodies? What does he value? Where is he going to go? And how is G1 going to play this? They're back. Honestly, they got kind of whopped in that oddball. It was close games, but I think in their opinion, they kind of threw those away, especially that round 1. Do they have the mental fortitude? I was seeing Ollie smile a little bit, joking around saying, hey, we're going to game 5. Let's get this done. But how much of that is just for show and how much of that is true? Can they regain in this game? We shall see. But yeah, Bazaar Slayer for our game 5. Let's check this one out.
Yeah, of course, it is important to note, while they do want to qualify here, they don't necessarily have to. There is a lower bracket, which is a nice safety net for whichever team does end up losing. But the winner of this one does end up qualifying. Their road for today's tournament, at least, will be ending here. Who will come out on top as we're on board once again with Ali? No surprise here as we're watching his POV to see what G1 can do right out the gate. And it looks like they're going straight for this OS.
Well, guys, a little update on what's happening around in the bracket. Our other 3 teams in the top 4 have qualified, right? So we have Falling Esports, BuiltByGamers, and Oxygen Esports will be the 3 teams that will meet whoever is the winner of this game 5. Whoever loses has to get it done in the losers bracket. I'm confident whatever team does lose will get it done because these two are looking great thus far. Ollie, he was able to get the overshield, but hasn't really been able to do much with it as he's leading the charge into the bar. His teammates just standing on top of each other, making it so hard for that player to decide who to shoot. And look at that, he has 2 at tree, and they're keeping the pressure up. But the cross shots coming over from Rocks could keep him down.
You're going to see Onboard looking for these kills over from Rocks, but nice kill coming in from Ali to get that one done. Looking for the second as well, has the help from the teammate. And you're talking about map control at the moment from G1. Things are looking very good early on. They've only given up 1 frag to War. Everything has been up in their favor. This has been such a solid start, and a lot of that has been down to utility control. A lot of that has been down to map control. What we're seeing from this roster at the moment, just insane map control. They need to keep this up, though, of course. It is a long road ahead of them.
All you're looking for is angle, right? They don't want to over push and give away an entry kill. And look at that was his opportunity. Jazero poked his head for a second, not quite able to finish out that kill as it's going to be Ollie. But look at this, out of ammo. He needs to maybe get to commando if he can. or is he going to just try to melee someone as they come out the door and trade his life? Okay, he saw the player push forward. He's going back. There's an AR in the back right. I think that's his target right now. Go grab the assault rifle. Yes, okay, Ollie getting it done. Okay, we're back in the fight, and he has 3 ahead of him. Oh, he gets 1. Oh, can he get the second? No. Oh, my. Well, talk about being resourceful. You run out of ammo, you sneak your way through, and you still buy yourself another kill.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was one hell of a story in and itself there, right? From Ali trying to play his life with that M4AR, but it's not to be today. We'll only pick up 1 gunfight, but I tell you what, that's enough at the moment for G1, who have managed to maintain this 6-point advantage at the beginning of this Slayer game here on Bazaar. Can they continue to apply the pressure? That's going to be the question here. Ali looking for this one towards the back of Cafe. Will actually get both kills there. Nicely done with the Thruster as well. For that second, the pressure just continuing to mount here if you're a Team War. They do manage to pull back a couple of kills, but once again, this lead not dissipating.
Beautifully done. You can see him just reposition his reticle on that player. That was one shot. Great awareness from Ollie during that gunfight. Unfortunately, he is going to get taken down with the push from Onboard. Now Sargath, he's in the opposite lockers. They're able to find one more, so they're going to maintain their control for now. With these rockets coming up, it's going to be so important to see which team's able to get him away with. Super CC cracks a double kill, and that's going to secure rockets for his team. Team War has been on their back foot. This is their opportunity to turn things around.
Indeed it is. They managed to bring this deficit just down to 2 for now. Looking over towards another POV here. It's going to be Envor that we're seeing, of course, inside Cafe. Or inside BR, sorry. Looking to just play his life. Has done a good job of it. We'll get involved straight into this gunfight, though. If he can get the reversal, it would be nice. But no, Predevinator will take him down. I believe we just saw rocks there in the hands of Septify. So we'll keep an eye on him. Don't know if he's actually used them just yet. But regardless, would be good utilization if you can get a couple of kills out of them. And as for now, looking at this team, they have brought this down to, I think, what is a 3-point deficit between themselves and their opposition. Or 4 points, sorry.
I will say, Onboard, your color palette, your choice, it makes me want to throw up, dude. The screen is just so ugly to look at, but hey, you know, it helps him see his teammates, I suppose. I feel like his teammates are easier to see than his opponents, as he has a light shade of purple for his opponents, but we'll see what happens as we see him take the fight on. We're going to find one as they're starting to push on back. I can't quite read the score with the green and purple, but it looks pretty close. I think it's like 38, you know, whatever it is. A little tough to read, but Onboard able to get it done on his end. And there we go. Ollie, he's back. He's looking for some action. Super CC taking the shots from Commando, as Ollie's going to be pushing forward. And look, if he can get to the other side of lockers and secure that for his team, it's a huge boom. But Skeptify was able to get away with the shotgun. That Bulldog is going to be so important, and they have the complete rock lane to themselves. They're winning fights. Oh, Team War are winning the fights. They're going in. And I wonder if we can, for the next minute or so, I want to go over listening with Team Onboard, see what's going on through their comms as they're approaching the end of this game.
Ball taken.
I'm gonna try to the big door. Yo, hot pre-dev with Frost.
One's in lockers.
OB Rockets 20. Our lockers and their lockers. Our lockers and their lockers.
Okay, they're still got.
I'm nading the shot out of lockers.
Michael with rocker. Yeah, step back, Sargath. He's their side.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
I'm
nade
looking
it.
through Shotty. I'm watching your Shotty, bro.
Right. Yeah, one's lockers. Yeah, our lockers.
Yeah, on their hot.
OB Rockers.
He's one. Pick.
Nice, let's go.
One shot, careful. Nice, rockets down.
Lockers in hot, lockers dead.
He has rockets.
And big door, one shot at me.
Okay.
They're throwing. Good. Nice, 3 dead.
I got Shotty, I have Shotty.
I'm getting off the side of the map.
Listen. Okay, we're split spawning them.
We could have split them. Yeah, we could have split them.
I'm sitting in their lockers.
I'm sitting in their lockers. You guys need to watch this.
I'm looking. Nothing.
I'm baiting this.
Okay. Yeah, one's big door. Bigger back now.
I'm not peeking that. Chase, I could watch your rockets push. I could watch your stairs. That's all I'm doing.
Oh yeah, two. There's 2 in tree. 2 in the tree.
Make sure no one gets through.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Rockets, we got a tree.
2 in tree, 1 in hut.
Okay, I got a mauler.
Okay.
Alright.
I still have Shotty.
Let's try to get shots on somebody, bro.
There's a guy tree still. Tree,
Yeah,
two
tree
tree.
does really weak.
I'm back up.
Fine, that's fine. Just live. No one.
Yep.
Joey, can you look there? Can you look at nut?
No, I'm not peeking. They don't
Yo,
even
I
know
think
I'm
this
here.
is
They're
one
not
shot.
even-
This is one shot. Lee.
One shot, the elbow, one shot, the elbow, Sarkov.
Alright. They're gonna try to make a play, dude. They're gonna.
One shot max. One shot and Shotty running. He ran. He was one.
Joey. Keep running. Chase you, Joey. One shot, Joey.
This two
Two
gets a
Shotty.
shot going out their alley, bro.
Oh my
Going
god.
top bracket,
Live,
step
Jay,
back
live.
Yeah.
Tree Devin, really weak. Balcony.
I got one.
Balcony. There's
Yeah,
guy.
he's
on market, market
I
weak.
gotta back up. Are they pushing me?
Locker's flying out. Yeah, he just flew out truck. He's our lockers now.
OV in 30, guys.
Balcony hit me.
Balcony weak, Balcony challenging you. Balcony challenging you.
One shot tree.
One
One
shot
shot
hut.
tree max. Right up.
Bottom mid two, bottom mid weak.
All right, here we go. This game is so tight. One thing I love to hear, Brody, the communication from Team War. This is a team that has been together for a long time. Jazero has been replaced with, ironically, Ali is who they used to have on their team commonly back in the day. They get Jazero after commonly decides to retire. These guys have been teaming with each other. You can tell they like each other. You can tell the comms are absolutely brilliant between them. I'm loving it. And I loved what I heard for a second. They said they're throwing, they're feeling themselves towards the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely right to feel that way, right? I mean, there was an 8-kill advantage, I want to say, at the very beginning of this game. There was an awesome start for G1, but ever since then, it's been looking all war. They've now got themselves an advantage here in this game, I believe, again. Can't exactly tell from the purple scoreline what the opposition has here from War's POV, but we do know they have 37 kills to their name, so 13 more, they guarantee their place in qualification. Can they get it done?
They know about me.
You're going to see Envoy, sorry, has actually picked up that shotgun, and this can be deadly, even in a map like Bazaar. Can he get this done? Yes, he can. Nice kill. Has the support of player over towards Lockers as well, and here comes that teamwork once again from War.
Oh man, that Bulldog is putting in absolute work. You usually don't see it worked with in this position, but he's chilling bottom mid for the time. He was bottom mid, and now he's pushed it back towards Lockers. Something I just love to see is like the versatility that we've seen from Envoy with the way that he's playing with those with that shotgun. Unfortunately, he did go down, and now his team's his team's starting to feel the pressure. The Rockets move into the position into G1, and now they're on their back foot, but they do have a little bit of a lead to work with. They need to find these kills, and look at that. Ollie doing his best to stay alive over at the trees. Does that nade get him done? No, it doesn't. So Ollie manages to secure his life and allow Sargoth to get the trade out. But Rockets did go back into the hands of Team War.
I think that CPCC has actually used both rockets here. I don't think he's got a second Rox ready to go here. So 44-38 is the current scoreline. A 6-point differential between these two teams. This is going to be tough for G1 to bring back. Looking at this from one War's point of view, though, CPCC over towards a Rox spawn. Just going to keep an eye out for this sewer players. You do not want to let any players through and cause any problems. But of course, with control of the mid-map, power weapons would be theirs. OS is up. Should be an opportunity for Envoy to go and grab this and do some special stuff with it. Player comes out from doubles. And now if he can get at least one kill off the back of this, just continue to hold this lead, it will be huge. They are just 3 points shy here, Garrett, of taking the victory.
Oh man, I thought he was going to get a little bit more time with that overshield. It was an immediate melt. Unfortunately, though, he was able to get the trade. And when you have a lead like this, that's all you're looking for. They have 47, 3 more to close this one up. But we're on Bazaar, and you can definitely throw away games from a much larger lead than this one. It is very swingy. If you lose control of the map, you lose control of the power weapons, it can absolutely swing. And that's what G1 is trying to secure. Skep trying to stay alive. Oh, look at that. Envoy gives one to his teammate's head. He's going to kill himself and his teammate. He did get a trade out, though, so that makes it 48. You can see Zero has taken control of the tower, of the rock tower from the opposite side. So they are going to flip out spawns for now. Onward picking up that needler, putting it in his back pocket. He signs 2, and he's going to give that comms to his teammates. And the question is, can they use that to finish out this game? One thing to note, though, 44 seconds left on the clock. Not a lot of time for G1 to get this done.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Raw in this position, you just play super passively, right? Don't give anything away. Now just 1 point shy, 1 more kill, and you'll be putting a full stop here on this series. And, of course, your own qualification time dwindling down. They are hunting down this final player. Who will be it to get the final frag? Well, they're not getting it just yet. still being denied. 20 seconds on the clock. They cannot find his final kill, and there it is. Finally, the reversal with the Needler to close out the game, 50-46. An incredibly close series, at least from what we saw there. But it will be Team War coming out on top.
I didn't think Needler was going to be the difference, but man, that was the difference, dude. Honestly, if he has a PR, you're talking about, you know, maybe a 60-40% chance with the Needler. He basically made it 80%, you know, unless something crazy happened in that gunfight, he was going to win it. And that's what I love, using the best weapon for the utility. Oh, man. Guys, what an incredible game 5. We're going to have to see G1 do it in the loser's side. Team War staking their claim as one of the best AM squads to get it done. Oh man, love to see it. Now, hey guys, losers brackets only for the rest of the way. We have our top 4 secured. Guys, just to run it down one more time, let me pull up my list over here. Following Esports gets it done. Stainers, which is also BuiltByGamers. Stainers in the bracket, that's BuiltByGamers squad. So we saw them do that with King J and Mines. And then Auction Esports, that's Common, Swish, Name, that squad over there. But hey, we have our top 4. Now it's time to go to the losers bracket and see what's happening. Here we go. We have XSET going up against NastyWithRifle. I believe I'm trying to remember what squad that is, but hey, we saw game 1 go over to this ultimate jock squad. Oh wow. So XSET not having a great time, losing that first game. Or actually, no, they won the first game. I'm being crazy, Brody. Ignore me. First game did go into the favor of XSET.
Okay. I would be surprised if it wasn't, to be honest. I don't know too much here about this NastyWithRifle squad. Maybe you can kind of enlighten me. But looking over towards this XSET rosters, I mean, if you know anything about Halo Esports, you'll know some of the names here. You know, you're looking at Arctic, looking at Kratos, looking at Suspector as well. And, you know, this is coming off of roster changes, right? I believe. I think that Arctic and Tonison have replaced Filthy G and Porky J on this roster. Unfortunately, XSET top 24 at Raleigh, and that's kind of maybe why they wanted to make the change coming into here this
Yeah, remember guys, XSET did have some promising results in the beginning of Raleigh where they took down Space Station Gaming. Kratos made that well known in his interview with LVT Productions. But hey guys, we'll see this Arctic new on the squad. He played really well with G2. They opted to go with the change anyway after a disappointing placement where they had to meet FaZe early on in the losers bracket. They decided we're gonna make a change. Arctic gets the boot, and Arctic now on this XS squad. And I like Arctic. I think he has a lot of potential. He's going to be playing with Kratos and Suspector, a duo that has, you know, seen great success in the past. The first Halo 5 World Championship, they got second place on that Allegiant squad where they're teaming with Nated. Unfortunately, weren't able to get it done in the grand finals. But hey, that was a big chunk of change at the time. Kratos thinks he can do it again in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right, you got the history behind these names. You can say that for a lot of players, to be fair, but these guys are absolutely well-deserved when talking about that. Can they continue to find success here in Halo Infinite? That's going to be the question as they look to qualify here with, not necessarily this victory, of course. This is technically the lower bracket. I think they've still got a long way to go here in this tournament, but nonetheless, getting past NastyWithRifles, that's going to be the first step in their lower bracket journey. Nice kill coming in though from Ant, and we're about to see what this team are made of. Of course, Magler in hand for Ant still has a lot of potential left in him.
Looking for more to take down. Ooh, it's the headshot. We've seen a lot of people dropping their weapons these days. He gets it done with the third to the dome instead, and look at him starting off this game 8-3. Ulti now taking the top control, and look, these guys are playing this XSET squad really close. And you know, XSET, they've had their consistency problems, but if you're able to hang with XSET, you can just about hang with any team, guys. These guys are really good. Arctic is just a massive main slayer for whatever team he's on. He's basically, you know, unleash him, see what he can do on the map. You'll really notice him if whenever we see him, if he has the commando in hand. I think he's probably one of the top 3 commando players in the game. He really puts that gun to work when he's able to get it, as we see him pick up ulti, and looks like XSET starting to take a charge as they're finding kill after kill. Suspector able to find the trade out, so they go 2 for 2, and he's going to rotate his way back into yellow.
Yeah, this is a super close game here between these two rosters. Spectre looking for this kill, unfortunately will not find it against Ultimega. He will end up picking up that one. Kind of split up here, looking at this XS roster. Nobody from the team really looking to play together, as you can see in the kill feed. You see Arctic will go down, and No trades coming on through. Looking at Kratos at the moment. We'll be looking to grab this camo. At least I think we'll burn it there. So that's a win. You know, unfortunately, you're not going to get any kills, but at least burning that camo so that the opposition doesn't get it.
As the Mangler can make a big difference. He's able to find one. Suspector immediately gets the trade out, though. And the sword's in hand. Triple kill for Suspector. That sword put in all the work, and his teammate was able to put it back on his body, I believe. Or actually, no, they're my Eagle. So this is the opposite team was able to get it. And Kratos is going to receive the opposite end of that, as Ant was the player that was able to get the sword back in his back pocket. And he has the grapple to go with it. Right when I bring that up, though, he gets taken down, unfortunately. That sword, man, that sword with the grapple combo is so deadly, man. You can do some really crazy things with it, but this sword is just cursed. I'm convinced, Brody. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's great. Sometimes you feel like you got the sword and you feel like you got superpowers, and then it just all goes wrong. Like that, for example, Ultimate Mega I'll have a piece of Arctic's leg, and unfortunately the sword won't go anywhere near it. But here we go, Arctic. Now going to show us finally how to use this sword. We'll pick up that first kill, of course. Has help from Tonison in close proximity. And now this is the map control coming in here that you want to see. They're currently 2 kills behind. They just need to keep map control, keep an eye on each other's backs here, because we saw a moment earlier on where maybe they weren't doing that and they were punished for it. Sword in hand. What can Arctic do? Looking over towards Long Haul. Knows that at least one player is over there. I think has actually spotted out and Torso. So the impression will be gained, and has players up in attic, up in gold, ready for this.
Arctic looking for his chance. Just watching the cross, making sure no one can get too far. Gonna take those cross map shots over towards Native. Native taking them along with Ant. And look at this. Arctic's basically a one-man army, just trying to keep them away for the time being. Tony up top as well. And there we go. Camo's up, and it looks like Arctic opted not to look at it, and they're going to be able to get away with the camo. He is going to be able to find one at control, but he has to worry about camo and this other player at control. I'm not sure if that was the right play. Yeah, camo did get away. Ant has it, and Ant has been an absolute force for his team at 12 and 5. And this camo could be the difference maker in the game.
Yeah, and in a game close to that, you know, letting go of the camo like that, probably not the best decision to make, but we'll see how much of a decision it is that they're going to regret. As Ant will pick up 2 kills off the back of it now, looking to continue to hold on to this advantage. Remember, folks, these guys, they need to win this game if this is a best of 3 to survive and force a game number 3 versus XSET. And this camo will end up being burnt, and now Arctic and Suspect are going to be staring down the barrel of Ant. He's going to face 3 different players inside Turbine. This is a tough ask for this man.
Oh, man, that was a tough ask, but he played it just about as well as you could. He bought enough time for his teammates to find one. He eventually does get traded out, and they still do have a lead. I mean, this XSET roster looking to find some sort of weak link to break in and tie this game up, and they just haven't been able to do so. They've just been met with trade after trade, as Native is able to find another one on Kratos. Arctic is the trade out, but once again, the trades are coming in favor of Ant and the crew. And look at that, they're starting to pull away with this game, as they have a 4-kill lead, as Kratos is finally able to get the pick on ulti.
Kratos trying to survive this gunfight. We'll end up getting it against Ant. Of course, you've got to imagine the Native will trade things out, and he will. And this advantage that NastyWithRifle have managed to accrue has not really been defeated all that much. I mean, what, a 3-point advantage, now just 4 points shy of victory here, and in control of control. Look over towards Wog. Trying to take these fights against both Suspector and Arctic. It's a bit of a ballsy move. We'll actually walk away with a last shot kill against Arctic. Surviving Suspector also. Job done. That's a job's a good moment.
Well, 49 kills, just 1 left to go. Looking basically impossible for XSET at this moment. Suspector in trouble. Arctic's trying there to get this help, but it's going to be Kratos to be the last one that goes down. Not having his greatest game. Double negative, 7 and 15 on his end. You know, we don't like to see it, but Kratos, he'll bounce back. We know him, Brody. He'll be back. But so far, guys, this loser's bracket, it's looking intense. And I'm glad to see NastyWithRifle is, hey, you know, making a name for themselves. If you're able to take a game off XSET, you're looking really promising, and that's great when you're trying to get picked up by an org like these guys are. no, you can put that on the resume. Say, hey, look how far we went in these open brackets. We're playing really well against the top teams. We just need a little bit more time. Love to see that stat line. 16-7 from Ant. Love to see that.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there in terms of what HTS looks like generally, right? I mean, it's these kind of open systems that you love to see in any given esport, and for Halo eSport, it works so well when you've got this roster such as NastyWithRifle. I mean, these are big names, right? You cannot understate this. You've got the roster of Suspecto, Tony-san, Kresos, and Arctic. You know, you take these guys down, you win this game number 3. That is a massive win, not just in terms of moving on the bracket, but also making a name for yourselves in Halo eSports, and that is why these kind of formats work so well, these kind of open events. It gives everybody an even playing field, and for these guys, I mean, it just would be a massive win. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the game number 3 will end up being, but regardless, I mean, just what an awesome game number 2 coming in here. I mean, there were moments where it looked like XSET would maybe try and pull away and take the lead, but I mean, time and time again, every single time we saw a kind of setup from XSET, we saw some crazy moments coming out from NastyWithRifle who were able to just kind of bring it straight up.
Yeah, Arctic though, on the other end from this roster, comes from G2, gets replaced with Tusk. He's playing extremely well. He had the most damage by far on his team. Something that you can expect from this young guy. He's very talented. Honestly, a little surprising that G2 made the change. It's like I understand what happened over there, but Arctic is an incredible player, and I'm sure XSET is really happy to have him as they're able to take that game. And looks like they're, oh, was it a 2? Was it actually? Oh, wow, it was a 2-0.
Okay.
So that is surprising. XSET, they pick up Arctic, not quite able to qualify either. Kratos not having his greatest game in the Slayer. You know, maybe that could spell some little bit more raw. You know, when we're in the Pro Series, we're a couple weeks away from the Anaheim qualifiers.
Right.
Hey, it's roster mania, baby. At week to week, if you don't place where you think you should place, it's time to jump ship. Go where you see. I don't know if this XSET roster is going to say the same. Arctic didn't have he probably doesn't like what happened right there. We could see Arctic make the change next week. I'm not sure. I could be talking out my ass, but hey, guys, I'm saying it's roster mania over here. Our XSET could not be the same next week. We'll have to see. NastyWithRifle, though, huge upset for them. Congratulations to them. They get one step closer to making it to Thursday to play in the pro bracket.
Yeah, one thing I will say is, you know, coming from Call of Duty where roster changes are pretty much, they happen basically every week, Garrett, right? That's Call of Duty for you in a nutshell, especially North American Call of Duty. Roster changes just happen so often. I actually wouldn't like to see XSET do this. I think this is their first tournament playing together, I believe, after the roster change. Of course, Arctic no longer playing for G2. Of course, Tusk placing him on that roster. I don't want to see this XSET team make a change. You know, there's just so much talent on this team. If they have to make a change, fine. But I think, you know, you can iron out your problems. You can work together as a team to play as a roster and really improve that teamwork. You know, look back at this VOD. What went wrong versus this NastyWithRifle's team? You know, what can you improve on going into that Anaheim qualifier? But you do have a little bit of time to get things sorted. And of course, as we say, you know, there's just so much talent on this XSET roster that it would be a shame to see them not playing together.
Oh, man. It's tough. Well, I wonder if we can get an idea of what's going down over at the losers bracket. But here we got, guys, we'll see what's going on. We'll find our next match. We'll get the observers in. In the meantime, the man that was faceless for so long finally revealed himself. You know what? He's basically a model. We have an interview with Bound that took place over at Raleigh after they beat the Kansas City Pioneers on Sunday.
Guys, it's over. FaZe Clan has done it. 3-2 over the Pioneers. And guys, if you didn't see the game 5, well, I don't know what you missed, because Bounds, he did it all. I was seeing some, you know, a little bit disrespect at the end. Bound, how does it feel? A lot of shit talking going both ways. How does it feel to finish it out in game 5?
Dude, to win in that fashion was great. We lost the overtime bazaar. We kind of lost full, but we regained fast. And to win those next 2, especially the game 5 by 20, 23 kills, whatever, it felt amazing. It was a great feeling.
Really a statement game. You guys have had a bit of a rough start to the tournament. Lost 3-0 versus G2. You come back today. You get it done. 3-2 versus G2. You've been running through this bracket. How does it feel? This is your first LAN. You had a bit of a rocky start, but now you're playing for top 4. What does the regame look like? How are you able to do it?
Feels amazing playing on land for the first time. I mean, people literally die instantly, so you have to play the game kind of a lot different. You know, online I'm more of like a finesse player. I try to finesse the movement, all that shit. So just being able to like just play as well as I can, and just I know we started off rocky, but we're really putting it together, and I feel confident whoever we play next.
All right, hey, for years, you've been around in the scene. Everyone knows you're the cracked out god. We've finally been able to see your face. You're here at your first LAN. People have been seeing you, dapping you up, all that fun stuff. How is this for your first LAN experience?
Dude, it's awesome getting to meet everyone. You know, I've been cool with everyone forever. You know, I never thought myself I'd come to a LAN event, but the opportunity to be on FaZe was too good to pass up, and especially with my teammates, I had to take the chance. So it's been awesome so far.
All right, well, you can hear it behind us. You play the loser. Who do you want, Optic or Sentinels? I mean, you play the winner, Optic or Sentinels. Who do you want to play?
I'd rather play Optic just because Optic is, you know, they're kind of known for being the best team right now, and they're also kind of feeling themselves. Things with Sentinels too, they don't even have Royal too, so it's kind of like, but yeah, I'd rather play Optic for sure.
All right, what team do you think is your biggest threat? You guys are trying to go all the way. What team do you think looms the largest? You have EU United, Cloud9, and potentially Optic and Sentinels in your way.
I'll say Cloud9, because when Cloud9, whenever they're feeling themselves, that's when they're usually at their best. Whenever they have like any self-doubt, I feel like they're more easily beatable, especially. But yeah, I'll say Cloud9.
All right, a lot of people know you from LVT's Money Tuesdays. They had seen you play with Renegade all the time. I have to hear it from you. Who's the better player? Is it you or Renegade in twos?
It's Renegade. No, I'm kidding. No, it's me. Me and John, especially towards the end of Halo 5, I was kind of like destroying him a little bit, but that's in the past. This is Infinite, so I'll say John, just because John, for the most part, was pretty good. Seriously, John was probably the best twos player, him or Shotzi.
Humble. Humble is the only word to describe it. And now, I want to see some Money twos in the future. When are you going to start going on the 2v2 grind in Halo Infinite?
I played twos a little bit in this game. It's all right. I mean, there's so much like stuff on the map with the Mangler, all that stuff. So it's a little newbie, but I think after this event, we'll probably start playing twos just because we're all grinding for this event with how little time we had. So probably after this event.
All right. Thank you for coming outbound. I appreciate the interview. Guys, if you want more about what's happening behind us Championship Sunday, stay following the Twitter. We'll have more today. Thank you. LVT Productions is back, guys. Championship Sunday in Sentinels. They've done it. They win 3-1 versus Ascends. How'd you feel the EU guys? First time really playing them. How'd you feel? Did they really match up to you guys?
I mean, yeah, they matched up well. Like, we're kind of like a setup team, and they're kind of like super scrappy, just running all over the place. We kind of knew that going into them. But I mean, yeah, they played it really well. I mean, we were just the better team at the end of it, but I mean, they're super good. They impressed me for sure this whole weekend.
Obviously, everyone's thinking it, right? You lose Royal 2. He's at home. He's doing his watch parties. Formal's here. Not much practice. How's the squad been? How's Formal adapting?
I mean, with how much he's played compared to everybody else, he's super good, man. We were super happy to, obviously not happy losing Royal 2, but super happy being able to get Formal as a replacement. It's kind of like best case scenario for us. So, I mean, yeah, the team's feeling good. We're vibing. We're just trying to have some fun this event, and we're just going to put on a show for you guys.
Now, you guys had to go through the open bracket. You know, I think it was 5 rounds of winners. You got it done. Wasn't really much of a problem. How was it warming up and the winners compared to your normal pool play?
Yeah, I mean, pool play, we ran through like some decent teams, but obviously making it a champ bracket, it's like a whole new playing field. And, you know, we picked up Formal right before the event, so we didn't get to practice much. We didn't scrim any top team, yeah, now that we're jumping in champ bracket, this is our first test to play against all these good teams.
Now, they've been having problems. You were in the open bracket, so you've been on Xboxes all day. Obviously, you play at PC at home. You've been told you're going to be playing at PC. You get to the venue, you're on Xboxes. How's the difference? Do you prefer the PC? Do you prefer the Xbox? How's it been this tournament?
Yeah, definitely prefer PC. It's honestly not that bad to play on Xbox. Once you play on it more and more, you get used to it. But I mean, yeah, I feel like everyone's kind of like well acquainted now. There's less game crashes and stuff like that, so it's good for the event itself to run smoother. It is what it is. Hopefully we can figure stuff out moving forward, though. But yeah, I mean, at least we have the Xboxes here, so we're able to switch. But yeah, I mean, it's been fine for the most part.
All right. Hey, I think the series isn't over yet. Space Station's up 2-1 versus Team War. Who do you want to face? How are you feeling about your next match?
Feeling good. I mean, I don't care who I play. If I play SSG, it's a good match because that's Formal's old team left right before the event. And if we play the other team, that's actually Mikrin's team. He's coaching that team, so I would love to play them. Either way, it's going to be a good match.
All right, guys, stay tuned. Follow LVT Productions on Twitter, Frosty. Thank you for coming on out. It's been great. They're going far. Losers bracket run starts today. Hey, stay tuned. Guys, Tools back with LVT Productions. I'm joined with the greatest slayer of all, Spartan, getting it done with E United 3-0 over Space Station. How did you feel after the first match?
Really good, man. It's funny you say Slayer because like normally I do, but man, my teammates are just freaking torching this event. Like, I don't know, it's like easy. I don't even have to do anything. I'm just like running around the map, having fun, and my teammates are out here just killing everything, and you know what? Screw it. But it feels good, man. Feels good. We're top 6, and we play KCP tomorrow for top 3, and I'm just, we're just gonna keep up the groove.
So far, breezing through the open bracket. I mean, through the championship bracket. Like you said, KCP's tomorrow. Yeah. They had a pretty strong showing today. How are you guys feeling? Another easy game, or how are you guys preparing for KCP?
Definitely not an easy game. I think they've proved that, they made it to top 6, right? They've upset a couple of teams, and definitely not taking them lightly. We struggled with them online, but granted, they were all 4 at the same house playing us, and we're all across the country. So we're taking that with a grain of salt. We're just going to go in, we're going to play our game, and, we're here to win on Championship Sunday.
Now, a lot of people been discounting E United the last couple weeks with the performances that came out with the lower placings than expected. You guys come out looking really strong. What do you want to say to everyone? Is LAN E United a little bit different than online?
100%. I mean, you got to take into account, like, all 4 of us are playing from different corners of the freaking U.S., right? Like, Tim's up in Seattle, Nick's in New Jersey, I'm in Tennessee, and then Ryan's in Texas. So, like, online is hard, man. Like, it's always a crap, like, server for somebody, so but we like I said, it's online. We just practice a lot, and I think on LAN, one thing that shows is just how aware we are of where our teammates are. Like, I think we're constantly evolving as every match goes on. We're constantly talking in between games, like, oh, we could try this, and we're literally trying new things like mid-tournament, and we're adapting very well. And to all the people who discount us, that's fine. I know everybody has their favorites and whatnot, but that just kind of fuels our fire. We have a chip on our shoulder, and we're here to prove how good we are.
Now, one thing that's been on everyone's minds. First day, PCs. Second day's been Xboxes. How are you feeling about the change? Is it something that you're welcome, or you wish you were back on the PCs?
Personally, I wish we were on PC. I feel like I'm not shooting as well on console, but thankfully my teammates are torching. I'm just kind of doing my job. I'm communicating. I think I've kind of picked up on the communication like a lot more, like kind of like IGLing almost, which is kind of weird for me because normally I don't do that online. But I'm perfectly comfortable with it, and my teammates seem to be comfortable with it. So, roles are kind of switching up a little bit, but whatever works to get us the W.
Awesome, man. Hey, I heard it over there. I've been hearing it wherever you guys go. The E United crowd runs pretty deep. Anything you want to say to the fans and the support that you've been seeing at this LAN?
Honestly, it's so surreal to hear people chanting your team name again. Like, after we won, I heard a E United chant, and like, I haven't heard a chant in a while, man. Crowd has been amazing for not only the feature stations, but the main stage, and hearing the crowds roar again, it's amazing. I can't thank
everybody enough for either supporting us at home and watching streams or supporting us in person at the event, man. It's unreal. Like we appreciate and love every single person who shows us support.
Awesome. Guys, if you want more, stay tuned to the Twitter. Follow it. We're bringing you all the interviews, the news about what's happening all around. You're probably going to see this man on again because I think he's going all the way. He has it good. Spartan, thank you for coming on out. We're signing off for the night.
So what? We witnessed the upset. 2-0. XSET gone. Nasty with rifles. Well, we got to stay with them because, hey, turns out their namesake is true. They're nasty with rifles, but can they break the status quo? We're here to find out. Brody, welcome back. We are going to be killing it this time around. Man, we got a huge matchup. I'm excited to see what happens. This nasty with rifle squad, I'm not too familiar with a lot of the players. I know a couple of them, but man, they just absolutely rocked XSET with Arctic, who played really well. And now they're going to have to do it against Status Quo, who we saw earlier in the tournament play very well as well.
Yeah, the names they're going to have to take down going to keep on getting harder as the tournament progresses. Of course, I think they're 3 rounds away, I want to say, from making sure they qualify for the next stage of play. But, you know, as we were saying, beating XSET, that is an incredible achievement. And, you know, as we said before, you know, in regards to the open nature of these tournaments, right, Garrett, they did what they needed to do already. You know, on this stream, they proved themselves as a name to look out for in the future of Halo esports. Now they got to do it again against a Status Quo roster that earlier, as we saw on stream, lost to Complexity 2-1. It was an incredibly close best of 3 in that matchup. And, you know, I think now the question is, how do Nasty with Rifles kind of stack up against Complexity in terms of opponents for a Status Quo? Can they pull off yet another upset here?
Right, guys, you gotta remember, Complexity went all the way to winners round 7. They're waiting in losers round 10. If they win their match, they will continue on to Thursday. Status Quo, that's the only team they've lost to thus far. Enable has looked incredible this tournament. The question is, can he keep it up? He hasn't been playing for a while, but hey, man looks like he never missed a step. He should have never left. I shouldn't say that because he went and had a huge career in COD. Yeah, that's stupid of me to say, but I'm glad he's back. Street Strongholds is how we're starting. Aquarius Slayer will be our second game, and if needed, we'll move back over to Recharge and watch some oddball streets on Strongholds. We've seen it a couple times today, guys. I said it when I was casting Andy. I'll say it when I'm casting Brody. Yep. Push the trip cap. Trip caps for life. If you say, "Oh, hold it," if you're in matchmaking, you open your mic and you say, "I just want to hold the." This is how you sound like when you're in matchmaking. Don't push out. I just want to hold 2. I just want to hold 2. Don't do that. Push the trip cap. We'll see why in this game.
Yeah? All right. That's a certified Garrett little tip and trick there. Make sure you get the trip cap on Street Stronghold. Of course, you know, I will say I'll defend those players that you're so being mean to. Garrett, you know, I sometimes go for the 2 cap here. Don't want to push too heavily because, of course, you can mess up the spawns. It is going to take quite a lot of composition as a team to make sure you effectively hold a trip cap, as you say. But if you do get it right, it is a rather rewarded strategy to go for, of course. But generally speaking, when we talk about streets, we talk about Stronghold, controlling the power weapons around the map. As we will always say, when street comes up, grab the spanker as quickly as you possibly can. Make sure you get control of that middle area of the map because it will be very fruitful.
Hey, you know what? The other thing to really value, guys, make sure you're on top of those Bulldog spawns. Obviously, purple, not the greatest part of the map, but you do want to make sure you have someone over towards alley, maybe controlling at cafe, because you want to be on top of those Bulldog spawns. Yes, the spankers are incredible. They're going to get you a couple free kills, but they only come around once every once in a while, and there's only 2 of them to work with. That Bulldog is on a continual spawn. Every time you drop it, it's out of ammo. It's going to come back on respawn and spawns up quite fast. And you get so many damn bullets. I think you get like 16 or something like that. Yeah. You keep that thing in rotation. It, to me, is a power weapon to watch out for on this map. Obviously, the thrust can play a huge impact. It can let you get out of bad scenarios and win one-on-one fights. But be careful of that Bulldog. See what happens. I expect to see some fast rotations throughout this game. That being said, Status Quo, we got some 2 older players. You know, I love me my H3 guys. Enable, Flamesword, you've done it. Can you adapt to how Strongholds plays? Are you going to be fast? Because these guys, these rifles, man, they are. You can tell there's some H5 kids in there. They were rotating fast when they're playing against XSET. They play fast. Now I wonder how the pacing will be in this next game.
Yeah, I imagine many cameras have been broken today in these NastyWithRifle games. They played extremely well. Again, I mean, we were kind of surprised in a way. I mean, we were so surprised that we didn't think they were actually 1-0 up versus XSET in that prior matchup, but they were. And then, of course, they ended up taking the Slayer. They ended up winning 2-0, moving on to this matchup. They just look so good at the moment. And again, this is a good opportunity for these players to continue to prove themselves. They've already done that, in my mind. You know, just that win against XSET, yes, all right. It's situational to a certain extent. This XSET roster does come off the back of roster changes and such. They are technically newly formed, but still, I think, you know, you can't take anything away from this NastyWithRifle's roster. They look so well put together at the moment. It stinks of a roster that has put the effort in, put the time in, and look so good as a team. And of course, it does help, as you say, that they're kind of cracked out of their minds in the way they're playing at the moment. But a long road ahead of them, and the next step in their journey is going to be Status Quo. As we said, they're looking to break some cameras, and those cameras are Flamesword and Enable. Now, you kind of highlight there, Garrett, these two players as really not necessarily stand out, but the most notable players here on this Status Quo roster, the players that, you know, I think for a number of players, maybe if this is your time watching Halo after, you know, watching Call of Duty for a long time, you'll know Enable, right? Even Flamesword to a certain extent, of course, of Optic Gaming fame, you will know these players. And, you know, they're fan favorites coming here into this matchup. I will say one thing, Garrett. From what I've seen today, I have been so impressed with Enable. He hasn't really touched competitive esports in a while. Outside of maybe show matches and such, he played some early events. I think he played the second or the first Open Series. He's played extremely well, Garrett. I'm so excited to see what he's able to do now as Status Quo moving forward.
We got this Enable, gonna be the first one on our screen. He's fighting for B. He's gonna have to deal with Native, not quite able to get it done. Guys, the player to watch for over at NastyWithRifle, I was very impressed with, was Ant. He was the one that really gave it to XSET, so keep an eye on him. And then we seen Enable and Burton be the duo over at Status Quo today. When they played against Complexity, they looked incredible. They weren't able to get the job done, but they're here to answer on back. To go in favor of NastyWithRifle to start. How much do they push this? We'll check it out. Ant just keeping the B stairs for now. They're getting ready for the rotation at the purple torch shotgun, and now it's going to be Ant that has to rotate back to deal with this player at Arcade.
Now, we haven't seen many Sentinel beam kills today, of course, but in the right hand, it can be a deadly weapon to use. Unfortunately for Ant, we'll try to play his life while Enable and Frag Out work to take him down. And in the meantime, they will actually end up capturing this B stronghold. So, for Walk now, trying to hold on to C with the Stalker Rifle, a deadly weapon ready to go as the rest of his team look to hold on to A. I think for a Walk here, his initial opportunity there was to try and hold on to C, hold on to driveway. Can he get the second kill? No, he cannot. And this will open up a lane here for Status Quo to move on towards C.
Burton was able to take that player down. He opts not to pick up the Stalker, so we'll have to see that. Guys, this NastyWithRifle squad, the team that they lost to was Team War, a roster that has already secured their top 8 finish. So, you know, they've had a rough run through the winners bracket. They weren't quite able to get it there. They're ready to play, but now, and also, I just got news. They lost to them in round 2.
Wow.
So these guys have been in the losers bracket from the start. I think round 2, you still get put in losers round 1. This is a losers bracket run to talk about. These guys taking on some heavy hitters and coming out on top. But here we are with Burton. He's just rotating, checking every angle. He's going to grab the AR. I can't quite tell if that shotgun's up yet. We'll have to take a look in a second. But look at this Flamesword pinging out some things. He's going to be able to find one eventually. Burton getting it done. And one thing I loved about the Status Quo roster, Brody, is they are so adept at making sure that they pick up everything on the map. They don't let any weapon go to waste.
I mean, that's what we've been talking about, right? It's a running theme throughout the day, making sure you control the sandbox well. And I completely understand why Burton went straight for the M4AR there. Just wanted control of that one. And, well, the AR will help in those closer range gunfights to capture A. As Status Quo now in control, I was going to say, of 2 points. But immediately you're going to see Native and NastyWithRifle pick up that C stronghold. But Status Quo right back at it. Will take control of B. And we're very much in a similar situation where we were before. Nice rocket from Native, though, to get that kill on a Flamesword, and that's certainly going to pave the way here for NastyWithRifle, at the very least to get a look in onto this B stronghold.
Native is eventually going to get taken down. Burton puts down the shield and is looking for more. No one to come quite yet. Gets one more at tires as they're starting to apply the pressure. They're still down in this game. Neither team opting for that trip cap pressure yet. Trying to wait for their opportunity. Enable trying to find his shots. He's gonna have to back down, opting to give control over to Nasty with rifles and taking the one-on-one. Both players gonna opt to push down for now, just waiting for the catalyst to break and for them to push into B.
NastyWithRifle's currently still in the lead here in this game, but it is a relatively shaky one. It wouldn't take much for Status Quo to come out here and start leading in this game. As we see Enable pick up that one over towards the B steps, will end up taking B also. C now in control for Status Quo, and as Enable pushes up towards Tires, we're seeing now control of the 2 flag setup once again flip towards Status Quo this game. While the scoreline does show a NastyWithRifle's lead, could not be much closer at this point in time. Now, Ant wants to get control of B, has his eyes on Tires, recognizes that Burton's going to be up there in a second, but hey, look at this. Burton has a Rox ready to go, needs to land this one if I'm him.
Well, he does get the damage in, but not the kill. Flamesword should be able to get the cleanup. No, does Flamesword not? I don't know if he... Oh, no, I think they found him. Burton got the kill. They're going to be able to secure B for the team. Burton pushing down, trying to get the pressure right onto C. Look at that perfect shot for a perfect man. Burton able to get the job done, and this is what I like to see. They're pushing into C. No fear. Enable leading the charge. Burton right behind them. They're going to be able to 2-on-1 this guy at top C. Keep him away. Then C will go into the favor of Status Quo. The first trip cap we've seen, A is getting captured right away, but they've won the fights at C. They have B control, and they're going to keep these guys back at A. So although it's only a trip cap for 3-4 seconds, what you got to realize is even though they're getting A, if it was a 2 cap, right, then you wouldn't be scoring while they're capturing it. Now you continue to score even after they capture it. They're gonna have to slay you out one extra time, and you see a 20-second swing of time just from that trip cap. Though you do have to win your gunfights on the way back. Native was able to come out on top. He has the shotgun, the bulldog to put it to work, and now he's trying to get his team back into this. He has 3 players ahead of him, a tall task to deal with.
Yeah, this is courageous coming in from Native with that shotgun. Of course, the bulldog does do quite a lot, but when you've got facing down 3 different players from Status Quo, there's not really much you can do here, and you get the feeling that Flamesword playing around Tires might be looking to have his eyes set, at the very least for the rest of his team, on those rocks, which will be up very, very soon. But control now of all 3 flags in favor of Status Quo. All 3 strongholds, and this lead has absolutely gone their way now. They're very happy with this position, Garrett. In control of B, in control of C. Now NastyWithRifle spawning up over towards A. If they can get those rocks as well, it'll be huge and enabling the kill feed. I think he might have just guaranteed that.
To the mid, NastyWithRifle trying to stay alive. Log able to get away with the rockets, but was made 1 shot. Still getting tagged up. He's going to have 1 more push and not quite able to get the kill. Burton will be able to secure that last rocket for his team. And he's going to try to secure A at the same time. They have control of B, but is he aware of this player that's pushing up back A? The rocket's ready to fire, and he's going to be able to get that kill, and he secured the cafe spawns for his team. Although they do, they won the fight at B, so they have full control. Wog is the only player to worry about as he's pushed up towards ATMs, and he bought the cafe spawns for his team, and they're going to be able to push right back into A.
This is just so back and forth between these 2 teams at the moment in terms of the control. Once again, now it has flipped. Status Quo, of course, spawning up over towards the train station. They immediately think, right, well, now we need to grab C. That is exactly what they do. So the lead will continue to grow here for Status Quo. It has been the biggest lead so far in this game. And as we say, it continues to grow, and the kill feed continues to highlight up in red. Massive reason for that. Look at Burton, 18-7 in the kill feed. Enable, 14-7. They are simply outslaying at the moment here. And can Enable get it done with a Sentinel Beam? Yes, he can. The match has been ended because, unfortunately, I believe a NastyWithRifle's player has lagged out.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the score was before that, so I believe these guys are going to gentleman's agreement. You know, shout out to Status Quo because I believe in the rulebook they don't have to do that. Although, that being said, if it was NastyWithRifle that was the host of the game and they ended it, then I guess Status Quo can technically DQ them. We'll see what happens. You know, it's always, Halo kids are Halo kids. Let's take a look at this score. It was, what, 177 to 109. So that's I guess we'll get to see where the lag out was and then figure out what the score was from there. Well, they go 4 down and then 1 player. Ooh, okay. Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna say it, but that's a little suspect, bro. 4 down. Oh no, my router fried. Oh, we went 4 down and lost complete control of the map, and now I'm not saying they did that, but convenient timing.
You always think the worst of people, Garrett. You need to,
Yeah.
have some more faith in
just a
humanity here.
pessimist.
Yeah? Alright, well...
Just a shame.
It's an unfortunate lag out. It happens, right? You know, it does happen in these situations. Of course, we'll keep an update on what happens there. You have to imagine that Status Quo more likely than not will... of course, I mean, it's the fact that they're kind of veterans in this situation. They're really not going to try and scuff this win, I'd imagine. But, I mean, realistically, in the position they were in, they had a 60-point advantage or so. They had control of the 2-flag lead. It was going to be a tough situation for... NastyWithRifle's to come back from. That being said, you know, we talk about how impressive we've been with this NastyWithRifle's roster. I mean, they had some really promising moments there, Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, they've had their opportunities. One thing we haven't seen a lot from them is pushing the trip cap advantage, and that's the difference. Status Quo, they had a huge lead, and that came because of this moment right here, where Enable and Burton worked with each other. They got the trip cap, and they applied that pressure, and I really felt like that was the catalyst for them starting to just run away with this game. You know, they're about even, and we see at the end of the day, there's about a 70-point difference between the two teams after this moment. And honestly, I'm telling people, man, I'm gonna put it out every single time. If you don't push a trip cap, if you are just content with 2, you're not gonna win the game. It's like the NBA, man. You really think Steph Curry would be one of the greatest of all times if he stepped into the free throw line and shot a 2 every time? And come on, boys. Like, it's the 3-point line. It's the domination. It's the satisfaction that you get from getting those trip caps and applying that pressure and putting teams on the back foot that secures wins, that puts teams over the edge and makes Cloud9. It's that kind of pressure, and I want to see more teams doing it.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think they were actually following Cloud9's footsteps there. I think actually what they did was they were tuning into the stream at this time, Garrett, and they heard what you said, and they were like, yeah, we know that Garrett knows what he's talking about, so we're going to go and listen to this guy. We're going to go for the trip out there in this situation. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I feel like you should probably be coaching at this point, Garrett, all right? You know what you're talking about?
Flamesword.
Help him out.
Hit me up, bro. I'll show you, you've been gone a while. I'll show you out. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to Status Quo, though, just signing their newest content member. If you guys didn't see the video, you know, Real Life Spartan, one of my favorite casual Halo players. Always entertaining stream. He's officially part of the Status Quo family. So glad to see that they're making moves over there, signing some Halo content creators. As we get ready for this one, you know, but hey, you know, if you're looking Status Quo B team, you know what I'm saying? After this game, you hit up Ant, you send over the contract, Squo B.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing overall, right, before we get back into this one. I think we're loading back into this now. You know, with this kind of roster, at the end of the day, even if you don't qualify for the next step, right, Garrett, you've done what you need to do. You've proven that you can play Halo at a top level against some of the best teams here in North American Halo. You absolutely have your eyes now, or the eyes of organizations, the eyes of coaches on you. So they've done that. Hey, maybe there is a realistic world. There is a multiverse out there where Status Quo B team. You know, that's who they pick up.
How incredible would that be? No, but one thing, like, real ramifications about what it means when they beat XSET, right, is let's say this is a roster that wasn't really well known. They weren't able to get scrims with great teams in the AMC. Now they beat XSET. Teams are like, okay, well, we need to scrim. This team's beat XSET. Let's scrim them, and they get better practice and they get better experience. Those are the kinds of differences, right? It's not going to be an overnight change. You're not just going to suddenly come from the open bracket and start making some waves. It's going to come because of little moments of you playing well for one tournament, and now you're able to get better practice and learn the game at a higher level. But here we go. Status Quo, they have about a 70-point lead. I'm sure they'll probably play with a differential. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Flamesword, he has the Bulldog in hand, and this is really the weapon of choice for any player on this map. You can see why as he finds one on ulti. He's going to get forward, get the second, and it's all because his Bulldog. Can he get the third? Oh, man, you saw him break the shields from that far away, though, and able to get the cleanup, and he will leave that shotgun for the next teammate to pick up.
Yeah, that's great map awareness, I think, overall from Sword. I mean, it's pretty basic when it comes to Halo, but again, it just shows the high level that we're seeing these players play out, right? I mean, Flamesword recognizes, hey, look, I'm going to get myself in the position to use this Bulldog effectively, does so in tires, gets a double off the back of that, and, well, a great start overall here from Status Quo as they find themselves 25 points or so in the lead. Now, the question for me here, Garrett, moving forward is, how do NastyWithRifle come back into this game? They're already down quite a deficit. Now, if that does remain here, this is not the best start in the world.
No, and it's remaining to look like it's not going to be a great start. They are going to be able to get A, but they're going to lose B in the process. And look, they got A, but look at this pressure that they're applying to immediately go down. Flamesword is going to be able to grab A. They have B, and look at this rotation from Burton. I think he's aware that there's someone over towards shotgun, and this is just not what you want to see if you're nasty with rifles. And honestly, what it comes down to an extent is you just got to win more gunfights. So far, what I've seen is they just haven't been able to keep up with the slaying prowess of Status Quo. And if you can't keep up in the slays, you're just gonna get dominated. Strongholds is not a map, well, not a game type that is very easily won when you're not out slaying. But look at this. Burton gets in at the last second, gets the contest and the cap over at C.
It's those kind of plays that make the difference at the moment, isn't it? Burton able to get yet another kill here, 7 and 2, looking for a number 8, will get taken down, unfortunately, adding the third death to his tally. But straight away, Frag Out is able to really clean things up over towards the C stronghold, looking for an up kill over towards driveway. Wog will win that one. There's Nasty with rifles. Need to find a way back into this one. You can see at the very bottom they had their eyes on A, and I think they might actually end up capping that. So now an opportunity here in this game, Garrett. They have A, they have B. They need a very long hold though, and they can't allow players to filter on through like Enable has just done. But Ant going to break his camera with that repulsor, looking for the second as well. Will find it, and that's a big double to hold on to.
Yeah, Ant really the player of impact for this Nasty with Rifle squad, and they're able to start pitting them back at back at C. Now the question is where does Status Quo come out? And it looks like they're going to opt for the A push. The problem is you have to be very weary of where you're pushing from A, right? You don't want to let them have the cross from tires. You have to try to stay alive, and these two are able to do that. We can see Ant starting to rotate back, but while this push is happening over at A, they decide to push into B, and this is what you see Ant. He's trying to make a decision. He says, I'm going to go back to B. Is this the right one though? He gets forward, he gets the trade out, but are those players at A still lingering is the question. B, the PD spawns and B push is happening. You can see Flamesword trying to hold him down. He's going to go back to C for the time being. Burton playing bottom mid. He's trying to stay alive, and they aren't going to be able to get A. So Nasty with Rifles able to stabilize for the time being. That was a dangerous position. If Ant doesn't win that gunfight and the A push comes, they could have been in a nasty trip cap situation where they're getting spawn trapped at C.
Well, it didn't come through at the very least. Now we have Nasty Rifles in control of A, in control of B. Trades coming out here as Ant will be happy about winning that particular engagement. Now Enable though, Stalker Rifle in hand. We know how deadly this can be, Garrett. Recognizes that someone might be coming up the B step shortly, and if anything, just going to reposition towards red. Has a couple of fights to take here. And well, there's the first one at the very least. Will get taken down. Ultimega, and now it's going to be Burton with the rocks in hand, only able to use one. Those rockets now down over towards red. This will be an opportunity here for a Nasty of Rifles if they can grab those rocks to get control of B. Instead, though, Native wants to play Distractor, make his way over towards A, and actually there it is. Of course, we kind of forget that the deficit is there, Garrett, and the game has been ended. Status Quo will end up taking game number 1.
So they didn't do a differential. They just kept the scores the same as what happened. I thought they'd play with a differential, but nope. They keep the scores the same and they replay. Oh man, one thing to note. I mean, yeah, that we saw for a moment there at the very end. It was 7 players down in the kill feed. I always love it when that happens. It was all 4 down and then 3 down for Status Quo. And, Burton was just on the map for himself for about a couple seconds there. Here we go. Let's take a look at the kill feed. Burton, once again, continuing on his dominance. And really, it's been the duo Burton and Enable throughout this tournament that's been so impressive. They really allow, Frag Out and Flamesword really allow these two to just unleash themselves. Look at that accuracy. Look at the accuracy from all 3 of those guys shooting in the 60s. Oh my gosh, the accuracy on the other end. They're all shooting 60s. What in the world? Oh my God, 70% really from Ant. Really impressed with Ant thus far. You know, if this roster doesn't work out, or, you know, things happen in general, or teams looking, you know, Ant's number might be getting called up because he's been playing extremely well throughout this entire tournament. I think he's obviously the impact player on this Nasty with Rifle squad. And if you're a top team that's looking to find some new talent, hey, this kid looks like he's the real deal at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's so often what you see, right, Garrett? I mean, we talk about teams being pushed up, teams, how often are they going to stay together despite playing so well in these situations? If you ever, and this happens so much in Halo particularly, if you ever get an opportunity to better your position, to get pulled up onto a higher level team, very often you'll see teams take that. I mean, not long ago, we still Formal do that, right? Moving up to Sentinels. So you know, it might happen. You know, as an individual, Ant is proving himself at the moment now, has another opportunity to do it though. We're moving over to Aquarius, and once again here, that active camo in the mid-map, it's going to be a hotly contested point in the map here, Garrett.
Yeah, camo gonna be really important. If you can get away with a camo and get a heat wave with it, it can be so impactful, especially on Slayer, where you don't really have to worry about getting a flag away. All it is about finding the flank, finding the kills, getting those 1 or 2 picks, and starting to pull away with the game. Look at Flamesword staying in his back base, trying his best to stay alive. Unfortunately, not able to get that kill, but his teammate does come in. I believe that was the camo player that was killed. So camo going to be neutralized as a 2-1 lead early on for the Status Quo roster. Flamesword going to be able to find another one, and look at this, Burton able to get his shields back. So the opening one up by Status Quo. Interesting strat to have Flamesword just stay in the back base and just cross at top. You see some teams opt to do that, some teams opt to send players out everywhere. I like the play. Flamesword was able to get the damage in necessary for them to burn the camouflage.
Yeah, that was a massive play coming out of Status Quo overall. I mean, NastyWithRifle, they went straight for that camo. They knew how integral it was to the early game lead. And well, taken down by Status Quo are they. So 7-3 a lead early on here in this one. You're going to see Burton try to calm down for the moment, taking a fight over towards Utility that he isn't currently able to finish. Now going to be facing down 3 players. If you can get one of these, it would be huge, especially against a repulsor player. That's a nice kill coming in from Burton. How much more damage can Burton do? That's the question, as he does take down yet another one. Wog, the last player left alive here.
Burton, more like Burr cleanup, right? I mean, the man just cleaned up all the kills on them, and that was incredible. 12, and look at, oh, he has another back. It's like, oh, Burton, he's keep going. Oh my, Burton. Okay, great. Oh yeah, he's great. We'll ignore what just happened.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Hey, you know, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't, but he's got the pistol in the back pocket, and so far it looks like full control. Definitely in the favor of Status Quo as they try to maintain their namesake as they're looking for 2 more. He's able to get one. Oh, Burton, get up in the face.
Burton he's confident at the moment. This guy is going for every single gunfight. I suppose when you're feeling hot like that, you got to go for it, right? So Burton definitely making all the difference at this point in the game. Also, shout out to Flamesword starting this game 5-2 now. I mean, shout out to everybody on the roster, right? Fragout hasn't died yet. Enable 4-3 also. This roster is having a hell of a start to this game. Now, unfortunately for Fragout there, Caster's Curse, he will end up dying with the heat wave in hand. So that will be dropped to the floor, the feet, I should say, of Ultimega. Now an opportunity here to do something meaningful with this. And as I say, he will end up falling again. Those kind of moments in Slayer, they matter, Garrett.
Oh, man. NastyWithRifle has probably about another 5 to 10 kills that they can give up before this game is over. They have to figure this out. Ulti's able to find 1. He's trying to stay alive. That's not going to happen as the push comes through. Fragout's able to find 2. Flamesword getting right into this base. We see the 2 spawns happen over at Blue Fridge, and NastyWithRifle's just put on a rotation. They just can't get out of it. The blender is in. Oh, finally. Oh, who else? Who else but Ant to break out of that situation? He wins the 2-on-1 and is able to finally stabilize a home spawn for them, but they have to continue on and figure out a way to get in. He works with Native to find another. He sees the util player over there. Flamesword able to find 1 on Native, but it's, man, Ant's impressive, man. He's just perfect kill. He's really getting the job done. Unfortunately, just such a huge deficit to make up at the moment.
Yeah, it's almost top of the school at this point, right? For Status Quo, if you're Ant, you got to do what you can. But I'm seeing Ant in that position. Yeah, you got to kind of make a difference, but you're just kind of running out into Utility Hall, and the rest of your team have spawned up on the other side of the map towards fridges, towards planners. Like, you got to try and hold back a little bit there. At least that's kind of what I saw there happening in that particular engagement. But regardless, at this point, Garrett, it is a really rough time if you're a NastyWithRifle. You're 1-0 down in this best of 3. Status Quo looking so solid. They have a 12-point advantage. You just got to find a way back in this game as quickly as you possibly can.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, and especially when you're down by so much, because like you said, it's not great to push out in the hallway by yourself and just take the one-on-one fight, because you're gonna win those at most like 50% of the time or 60% of the time. They're not great numbers, but when you're down by so much, you often feel like you have to make something happen. Look at Fragout. Fragout just saw the kill. He didn't get the kill, but I mean, good eagle eye. But yeah, you have to keep playing disciplined and find your opportunities. And so far, they're clawing their way back into this game. They're getting doubles. Native was able to get the camouflage. He's looking for more players. Unfortunately, they're on the other side. His nade is going to connect for now. He's trying to get in there, but as his teammates help there yet, nope, he's able to get the one pick and get away for the time being, though. So playing well, unfortunately, cut short because Burton finds a beautiful nade, gets 2 of his own. So they're trying to get this lead cut down, but so far it's a tough task as Ant tries to get away, but is not able to do so as the Status Quo roster just keeps playing trade for trade.
Indeed they do, and they're getting dangerously close to that 50-point mark.
Oh my
nice
God.
From Native. Double kill. It's moments like that have made all the difference here in this game, but unfortunately not for them. That is one of the first we've seen coming in here from NastyWithRifle, Enable and Burton able to combine for 2. Just 9 kills shy. There is still hope here, but it's dwindling quickly. Enable from the cross from a utility will end up taking down 1, and potentially next up to the plate to get taken out, and there it is in the kill feed. We're going to see him fall. Native, there's a player spawning up next to him. Can they play together here? Active camo up in 20. Can they try and play around that potentially? I mean, anything at this point, right, Garrett? They're kind of grasping at straws, seeing what they can do to get back into this one.
Yeah, you're looking for at least a 4 down and just total control, and that's just going to be so tough with the roster like Status Quo, because the experience that they have, they're not going to give up easy kills. When Native is going on a tear right now, getting himself into the positive. And man, I had to go back. I actually went back on stream and just watched it again because of how beautiful that double kill was. But there we go. Ulti was able to get away with the camouflage, and they know where Status Quo are. They're staying alive. They're down by just 9, and they have 5 kills to give up. So definitely still in the realm of possibility. They just can't afford to even get traded out. It's not even mistakes. You just have to win pivs, and you can't lose a gunfight from here on out. And that's exactly what I mean. You can't be pushing it into a spot by yourself. You have to have team help at every step of the way, because you can't afford to just get taken out like we're seeing right here. They do lose to the kill. The lead has been cut down to 7, but Status Quo will take those shades all day. All they have to do is, I think they can go 1 for 2 every single time, and they'll be fine.
Nice cross coming out from Native
Killing
again.
Frenzy.
Nice, yeah, it's Killing Frenzy coming out from Native here. Wants to end this game on a high. Potentially even in favor of Native. All right, stay alive, brother. Keep on rocking out, as they are just 1 kill away now, Status Quo, from closing out this game. They had such a good early game advantage. NastyWithRifle, I mean, from there on out, it's been an uphill battle. The most acute of angles. Just trying to find this final kill now, our Status Quo. They've got to find it somewhere soon and just play super passively to get this one done.
You know, shout out to Native in this last game. He really brought his team back into it, and it was awesome craft gameplay, staying alive, finding kills. And there was a couple times where it's a 2v1, or he needs to just hit the 4, and he hits the 4 and keeps his team in the game. Burton does go down. Unfortunately, it feels like too much. Ulti's trying to stay alive. Enable has him in his sights. He's going to be weary about pushing too hard. There's Wog up top. Wog's going to be able to find the kill on Enable, and so far this game, all of a sudden, it's looking doable. 46-49. So frag out. He's made 1 shot on the back base, so they know where he's at. And if Flamesword and the crew choke this is going to be 1 for the books, guys. NastyWithRifle's trying to keep their tournament life alive. Holy crap. Burton is in shock nades. He's trying to find his angle. Enable trying to do his best to stay alive. He's going to get caught out. Make it 47-49. 3 kills to go. NastyWithRifle can't afford any deaths.
Did we call this too
Surely
early?
not,
Did we call
right?
this too early, Garrett?
Oh, you know, we can always call it too early, but we'll see what happens now. Man, 48-49, and it's Native. He got a little too cheeky with it. Oh, no.
So close towards the end. What was that, like a 42, wasn't it? Like, oh my goodness.
Oh my God, I'm going to fix my hair. My God.
Native wanted that.
Made all my hair get messed up. Oh my gosh, dude. Can we run that back, by the way? I got to see how Native pushed at the end. I want to see like the last 20 seconds of that game. That's devastating to watch. Okay, so let's take a look here. I might tell you to freeze frame it at some point. So Native's over towards top mid. Maybe he had camouflage because camo just came up. Okay, so yeah, I think Native has camouflage at the moment. Okay, so
All right,
Native
Alex,
gets
give
away.
me one thing to focus on when I hop back on the cast with Garrett. What is it?
Pushes into fridge. Enable gets taken down. You have 2 in the back base. Oh man, this is so crazy to watch. Okay, Ant finds another. Yeah, look at this. So Frag Out is playing as a duo with Flamesword right here. They have each other's help, but yep, there's Native. Yeah, he had camo. That's why he was in that position, is he had camo. He's trying to make the play. The unfortunate part is you just can't take the fight right there, right? If you're going to take the camo, you have to take the fight in a spot where you know you're by yourself. Yeah, you just see him pop up.
Yeah.
He thought he was safe with the camouflage, and that's so crazy. I don't know. Like, obviously you have to make the play, but with how your team was playing, I don't think your camouflage player has to make. I think you let your other players engage, and you're like a camo be in a cheeky spot and try to pick up the two. I'm sure Straight Sick, he just joined us in chat. He can maybe give his thoughts on what happened at the end right there, but Native played out of his mind to make that comeback a possibility, getting a killing frenzy. Remember, guys, that game was like 12-3, 16-5. It was something like that. It was like triple down craziness that we see a 50-48, but Status Quo able to keep their tournament life alive.
Yeah, a crazy comeback overall. I think even if they didn't manage to complete it, coming in there from NastyWithRifles again, it kind of completes the storyline that we've been talking about today, right? Which is that this roster has absolutely proved themselves, you know, as we've been told behind the scenes, you know, they only lost maps prior to this one to T-War in that winners bracket round 2 match that they ended up losing. So, I mean, fair play to them. They have absolutely played out of their minds today. But looking at the post-match stats there, you know, everything pretty even towards the end. I can't believe that happened, Garrett. I'm still kind of in total shock, right? Because that game early on, they were like 30-16 up or something.
That was actually a
the
crazy comeback.
score.
They were down 12, like with them at like 47. I'm sure we'll see it in the replays at some point, seeing how close it actually was. But man, that was insane the way that they played. I guess Straight Sick. Oh, hey, nice to see. Okay, so we'll see what happens over here, Burton. Oh man, I want to see what this deficit was at one point. 14-3.
It was 30-16 at one point. I absolutely remember that happening. Like, it was crazy.
15
like, these guys,
15-3. Oh my.
They're crazy. They were playing so aggressive early on. The confidence they managed to build early on, it kind of, in my opinion at the very least, sent this NastyWithRifles roster into a bit of a frenzy, right? They were kind of like, well, what do we do here? In that kind of situation where you're up against this kind of roster and this happens, it's just like, well, there's no real time for recovery. But I'll tell you what, they did a good job at recovering it towards the end of the game, but still, massive deficit there. Massive.
Oh, run that back. Can we talk about how gross this is? He gets his killing frenzy and then just takes the one-on-one challenge. This is so crazy. So he finds Flamesword. Once again, that thrust being a huge boom for him. Takes the fight with a nade, immediately thrusts and lands the final shot. Unfortunately, a nade comes out and hits him, right? That's so unfortunate. Like, if he doesn't have that nade, I think honestly, he keeps popping off and gets it. I wonder who threw the nade to get him, because it's crazy. It was probably that player over at top that saw him, made to throw the nade over at car 1. Trying to think. No, he can't really thrust forward to take on the fight with Naval. So, he played it the way that he had to, and then he just couldn't get around the corner. Actually, if he would have stayed out the other side, he might have stayed alive, because it was Frag Out that got him from the opposite util that killed him.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was just so crazy. And Native, I mean, time after time there in that final game, just played out of his mind. It's kind of unfortunate there. You do what you can in that game, but unfortunately, when you're not as a team collecting all those gunfights, it's not to be. But it's this moment right here. It's the fact that we kind of write this off in this situation. As casters, you never think that a Slayer is going to go any other way than this is going to be. They're going to get the 50th kill any second now. But I mean, props to these guys. Props to NastyWithRifles, because they played the map perfectly. They weren't given anything.
Oh man. Enable. Dude, my heart still breaks. But guys, Native and like, you guys played out of your mind. If you're watching this, like, props to you guys, because honestly, there were so many moments in the games where you guys just had defining moments, and Native, especially for you in this game too, to bring your team back and to show that sort of composure. Unfortunately, you tried to make the individual play at the end. It didn't work out. Obviously, go in the theater, see what happened, see how you could have played it a little bit differently, but you guys were firing on all cylinders towards the end. And I'm glad to see that you guys were able to make waves, 2-0ing XSET and then taking Status Quo to close games, especially at the end, and almost making this huge comeback from this deficit. It's just such a... I hope that you guys are able to find more success in the future. That being said, we have to take a look over at what's happening in the losers bracket. So I think we're going to be watching Solaris next as they take on the winners of Coastal Gaming or Glory, but we're gonna have to see how that one's gonna finish on out. In the meantime, let's you guys go watch some interviews or something. We'll be right back. We're gonna make sure that we have everything needed to get in those games, and we'll be right back with some more action.
Guys, we're back 3-1 on the winner's side. It happened over at Bravo. I don't know why you're not up there. That shit was crazy. Ryan Noop, you did it 3-1. How you feeling? You got either one of these two coming to you, Cloud9 or Optic Gaming. Are you ready?
Oh yeah. I'm excited to, like, Cloud9 are up 2-1 right now. I really want to play them. I think that they're our better matchup. Optic are really strong, but if they're going to lose to Cloud9, I'm excited for our final match.
All right, hey, a lot of doubters this tournament. People's been saying you haven't placed as well as you guys have been expecting in the online tournaments. You're on land, top 3. How does it feel to prove all the haters wrong?
It's nice. I mean, we got a good bracket. I'll admit it, but we've beaten everyone we should have, and we're top 3 now. And now it's time to prove ourselves here.
Hey, everyone's been talking about it. You've been practicing on PCs. You've been ready for PC. You played PC game day 1. Now you're on the Xboxes. How does it feel? Is it a little bit different? You like it more? You like it less? Do you wish you're still on the PCs?
I don't care. Everyone always asks me, what's my opinion on this? What's my opinion on that? I don't care. I'm here for the strategy of Halo. I try to figure out how to win, and I go execute that. Shooting doesn't matter to me. I don't care if I miss every shot. I can still probably win. I mean, not against these guys, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
That's someone that came to win. I love that attitude. I think you guys have the potential to get all the way. The question is, what's the strategy in the next game? You guys look really dominant throughout all your objective games thus far. You guys are playing really well as a team. What do you guys credit that to? What's clicking right now with you guys to be playing so well?
I mean, I have to chalk it up to how much practice we had going into this. We played more than everyone. I think we played double the games of every single person in scrims, and I'm really happy about that. And we've shown that that's why we're really good. Right now, we're getting a little hectic. We're getting, I mean, it's the finals of a tournament. We're getting excited. So we just have to calm down, not have stupid deaths, and we'll win.
I was listening. I was sitting over there at the Bravo station. It was getting a little chirpy. You know, we're seeing a little bit of the Ryan Noob that we've known from before. What's the shit talk going like today? You got anything planned? Anything special for these guys coming up next?
Oh, I'm focusing on what I need to do to win. I got excited at the end. I got a nice double to win it. Got me hyped, but nothing against other teams. Never.
Well, guys, you got to look it up on Twitter. He's going crazy over on the side stations. We're finally going to see him back on the main stage. I'm excited for it. Hey, maybe we'll figure it out real soon. Cloud9 or Optic Gaming, they're coming up next. Make sure you're watching. Stay followed to the LVT Twitter channel to make sure, hey, you get all the updates on the championship Sunday. Thank you for the interview.
We didn't get camo yet.
Fucking camo, bro. No, I couldn't get it. Yo, suppress
I have camo X. I see it. I got camo.
Oh, bro, I know. There's literally all over me. Oh, we have camo. We have camo.
Wait, let me.
I'm going for heat wave. Is it up?
Yo, card 2.
Yeah, it's out.
P2.
Alright, let me get heat wave.
P2.
P2, like.
I don't make a play.
Yeah.
One shot P2. 2
I'll kill him. I'll kill them both.
Hurry.
Not one shot. He's coming to you. Another one coming to you. 2 1-shots on you guys.
2 1-shots?
Last one.
In the closet.
Top mid. Hack.
Wow, he has a thrush, bro. P2 and yellow fridge. One more P2.
One shot P2, guys.
Yeah, back up.
There's a heat wave on your feet.
I gotta hide here. I can't move.
I'm going for dynamos.
Yo, their fridge weak.
Yeah. I'm getting. I have dynamos, bro.
P2 weak. P2.
To the front base. I'm not even
going where?
On the jump up maybe?
Do you jump up? One shot.
Yeah, jump up behind you.
Yo, on my P.
Another one, blue fridge.
I'm nading P2. I'm nading P2 for you.
I'm dead from car, bro.
L3.
He's on car 2.
Top blue weak.
Car 2, guys. Don't remember. They're probably gonna have camo.
Where am I getting shot from?
Camo's still up.
Blue base right now. Do car 3.
No trade. One shot my X. Car 1. Car 1 shot.
Back base. Who said?
They got car 1 still out. Went jump up somewhere.
One shot blue base. Nice.
I don't see him, bro.
Oh.
You didn't get camo?
P2 or P1?
Yo, one shot.
Car 2. One shot in front. Car 1.
Front base. P1 this side.
Yo, I think there's another guy closet. Like the same
we have
closet.
camo. We have camo.
I have camo. Let me make a play.
Let's blue base. Slow the fuck down.
They're on blue fridge. Stuck there.
Yeah.
I'm nading the fuck out of them.
Yeah, behind you, Ab. Weak. P1.
I take a shot. Yo, car 2. Don's not calling it out.
P2 now. I'm about to jump behind P2, bro. I'm about to kill him. Just wait. 2
Small
seconds.
car, small car.
2 seconds. Hold up.
They're gonna be peek up, Like,
Let's get back up.
They already caused it.
Get Dynamo's Avenue. They're up.
Already did.
5 minutes remain.
Start chunking them.
Three the yellow base. Once they closet, 100%.
I instant them. They should be weak in there. Are they in closet
There's 2
too?
more shots. I have shots. Finish one.
I need it.
Too weak, guys.
Triple kill, baby. Overkill. Oh.
No fucking way, Av.
I mean, the over was the 51st kill, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Too nice in the chat. He gets
I threw a
camo
nice
heat
ass
wave
nade,
3
dude.
times.
I threw a nice ass name.
Bitch, I'm getting like, kids are dumb, bro. Weak in there. Are they in closet
There's 2
too?
more shots. I have shots. Finish one.
I need it.
Too weak, guys.
Triple kill, baby. Overkill. Oh.
No fucking way, Av.
Are they in closet
There's 2
too?
more shots. I have shots.
Oh.
No fucking way, Av.
I mean, the over was the.
Bro,
Yeah,
what
thanks for the
the
follows,
fucking
guys.
X?
Thanks for
Is that
the-
in winners or losers?
I'm not too sure, bro.
That was
If
a
it
losers,
winners,
right?
that's
Who beat them?
embarrassing.
What was the team name?
Bro, what?
I don't. I think the name was.
There's no way, bro. Hold up.
The name was. Wait a minute.
I'm looking at.
Tools back with LVT Productions, and hey, we had the losers final behind us, but while that was going on, the FFA finals are done, and our victor right here, Vetra, you might have heard of him, he's on Solaris, got top 32 in the 4v4, but man, he just beat out 1,000-man FFA for $2,000. What are you gonna spend that money on?
I'm gonna try not to waste it on skins in Halo Infinite.
Hey, you know what? Soon, as an FFA champion, maybe you'll be on one of those teams that has a skin. Guys, you have to be looking at this kid. He's too gross. He's awesome at everything that he does. He didn't get too far in the 4v4. What happened over there? What broke down in the 4v4?
Okay, so it was actually pretty hard for my team to practice online. A lot of our players have very bad setups, and that's just something that we really can't do anything about. So it just kind of holds our practice back. And we did lose to Sentinels round 5 in winners, which is unfortunate. Somebody had to play against them. It was us. And then we got taken out by Oxygen. I think they were just a more practice team, but respect to those guys.
Well, it's unfortunate. You played against 2 really good teams in the 4v4. Let's wrap back to the FFA. Now, I was hearing, we're watching this over here. It's loud, but then all of a sudden from the side stations, we hear something even louder. A bit of a pop-off over there. I heard it wasn't even close. You absolutely dominated in the FFA. What was it like having all your friends around?
It was sick. To be honest, it only made it better. I love my friends, and I probably wouldn't have won without them, to be honest. I love their hype. I love their energy. It was amazing.
All right, guys. Vetra, $2,000 richer. He basically beat down 1,000 other dog shit kids. Got it all done today. I love to see this, guys. Make sure you follow this guy on Twitter. And, we're going to watch the end of this losers bracket final. We're in game 5. Thank you. Follow LVT Productions for more updates on what's happening on Championship Sunday. All right, guys, Tools Cast back here with some more pool play action. Drunk 84 for the Kansas City Pioneers. They just did it. They beat the EU boys over on the other side. How you guys feeling right now?
I mean, we feel good. Like, it's good to be back online again, but we beat them, but like, I still feel like we could be playing like so much better. Like, personally, like, the audio was kind of fucking with me, and like, can I swear?
the audio is messing with me, and like the white noise is just it takes a while to get used to it because we haven't played it like in an event in 3 years, and like every station we're playing on now has white noise, and it's like a crazy amount. So like you gotta get used to like like your teammates' voices are like registering again, like stuff like that, like levels you want to call out, like just getting used to LAN and the LAN environment again. But yeah, we feel good.
Well, we expected the 3-0. We're not going to lie. We have a lot of faith in you guys over here. Now, the question is, end of the day, main stage, Optic Gaming. They're coming up. You got any words? How you guys going to fare against Optic Gaming tonight?
I think we'll win. I mean, I'm glad that we played the two foreign teams first to like get a warm-up before Optic, because like it's just good. Like when we warm up, that's when we're playing our best. Like we need like series to practice. Like the more series we get in the tournament, like the better we're gonna play. And that's really gonna help us against Optic. And like I know the crowd's gonna be crazy. Like all the Optic fans are gonna go crazy when we're playing on main stage. And I mean, I'm just excited to play them, honestly.
Hey, the green wall is pretty strong. They're gonna be loud. But I think you guys will have some supporters. I've been seeing the posse you guys are with. I think you guys will be just fine. Now before I go, hey. It's a little offshoot, but we haven't seen a lot of money twos yet in this game. Now, Druk, when is it going to start? When is the money twos grind going to start in Halo Infinite?
When they release some better maps, or when Forge comes out, and we can reforge Truth, Regret, and Plaza, because, I don't know, the maps in this game really aren't it, especially for money twos.
All right, guys, we need Forge ASAP. Tashi, get on the phone, make something happen. We need this man back playing some money twos. He's too good. Guys, thank you for coming out. KCP, Optic Gaming tonight. It's going to be crazy. Make sure you follow us for more pool play action. Thank you, Druk, for coming on out. Tools with LVT Productions. I'm back with Sab. Guess what, guys? Reverse sweep. G2 gets it done versus Navi. And now, Sab, I'm not going to say it, but I was looking at your gameplay, and you were giving them some couple respectful teabags at the very end. How did you feel after this match?
I mean, I'm really hyped up. I mean, they were just shooting my body. I guess they played a series before us. That was our first series on LAN. So, I mean, we just warmed up. Those first two games we lost. We warmed up after that, and we kind of just like destroyed them that last game 5.
Right, I mean, you guys do go down 2-0 in this series. Like you said, first time on LAN. Now, can you tell the crowd, is EU legit today? Was Navi ready for the competition? Are they NA ready?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're definitely, I think they're the best EU team. I don't know about, the other teams yet, but I always think, Respectful and Jimbo and them are, the top EU players. So I think they're really good. They can honestly, go far in this tournament, but, I mean, yeah, they just kind of, blew that lead. Yeah.
All right, man. I saw game 4. You guys were down 2-0 on the flag. You guys pulled it around. What happened in the comms? What was going on in that game 4 that allowed you guys to get back into that game?
I mean, we just saw the time. We literally saw, I think we had 5-6 minutes left. We had a lot of time, and we're only down 2 caps. So we're okay, we just need to cap 1, cap another flag, and we're just tied. And then we just work together for the next cap. So, I mean, we literally just work together step by step every time, and we just clutched that game, and then we won the game 5.
Any last words? Anything you want to say to anyone out there? G2, what are you guys thinking for the future?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to G2. Thank you to anyone watching this. We're all proud to represent G2 for this tournament, and we're going to do our best to go far in this.
All right. Hey, he sounds respectful on the mic. I saw him in the gameplay. Teabags all day. This man knows what he's doing. Reverse sweep for G2. They got it done. Thank you for watching. Follow more for some content.
Top A. One's weak. Nice play.
I got two. One's one shot. Another one ledge.
Oh, I got backsmacked. One more turbine. Nice.
Two on two.
Sword is line turbine. On me. Fuck yeah, he's got sword.
Yeah, sword grapple.
Where's he going? Yeah, I can't see him.
He's bottom A. I'm on attic watching Mangler.
I'm going long.
Well, yeah, we need to go long. I'm coming with you.
One's turbine. I'm gonna go sneak you. I'm trying to just look at turbine.
Don't die to him. Don't die to him.
Turbine. That's fine. That's fine. Just play your life. There's still one on the turbine. They don't know I'm here. Whatever the fuck that is. You're getting shot from
turbine. I got naded out. 3 and 4. 3 and 4. One was turbine.
Watch bat ledge. Turbine's so weak. Here, bat ledge. On me.
Turbine to pipes.
A pit weak. Absolutely.
That's combo,
got
dead.
chemo.
2 on 2.
Your camo. He's going up C stairs. He's going C stairs with camo. Okay, yeah, okay. Bottom control also.
Okay.
Watch out for this camo kid.
I naded long haul.
Hey, camo's on me.
One's on bat ledge, I think.
Camo's on my X. He's got sword now. He's up bottom, behind you guys on the stairs.
He's dead.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
That was laggy as fuck.
Top 8.
Watch you guys pipes. Turbine ledge. Small turbine ledge.
I got him.
Yeah. Top 8.
Nice.
You're top 8.
I got shot in the back. I'm trying to live.
Oh, he got me top A.
I'm coming to you, Josh.
He's one shot. Nice, big one.
You're better.
Long haul.
Another battery.
And C plat. And C plat.
Your C pillars.
Top gold.
Top gold. Oh, two C. Fuck. One's top, one's bottom, one's above.
Two control.
Yeah.
One's absolute precision.
I'm watching bottom.
Long haul, guys. I spawned long haul.
Yo, pinch control. Stay alive, Will.
Just fell bottom main, one's top A.
Okay, I'm going.
I traded. 3 and 3.
I see.
Yeah, bottom A. Mangler. Mangler one shot. Mangler one shot.
One's in pipes right now. One's in pipes right now.
I spawned bottom blue barrels.
He's weak.
I don't know where you went. Turbine.
Probably.
Top A. Top A's half shield.
Turbine ledge. Turbine ledge.
Turbine control. I got killed.
I see.
Top A still. With a
Still
shot right
bottom
now.
control. Bottom control.
Last one bottom.
Mid bridge. Mid bridge. He's one shot.
He's dead. He's dead.
Nice. I spawned A. I'm going turbine with you.
Spawning red.
He's absolute C. I got ego challenge. Your C plat.
I spawn A.
One was mid bridge jump.
Still on that crate.
Yo, don't die, Will. Don't die.
Bottom red.
Static.
Pipes.
Your pipes.
Bottom control weak. Jim, bounce.
One's in control.
Control got me. Control got me.
Alright, we're letting this get a little bit.
One's mid cat and one's control.
Get numbers.
Yeah, at least one turbine.
Just got camo.
Camo's turbine.
Two turbine. Coming up at A stairs, like turbine's still weak.
Camo's bottom mid. Camo's bottom mid weak. A pit with camo.
Yeah, top A.
2 on 4. No deaths here. No deaths here.
Turbine.
Bottom control.
I hate you, turbine.
Your control.
Keep eyes on each other.
So you guys control.
I'm with you, Biscuit.
I'm living. I'm one shot. I'm one shot.
Turbine's one shot.
Top A.
Camo guy's on me. He got me. He's just bottom A. He's out of camo.
Turbine Kenny.
One top A.
Still top A catwalk. He fell. Top A.
Top gold also. Can we
push here? We might get pushed here.
Trying to come to you, Tony.
Bottom A weak. 2 shot.
5 minutes.
Turbine weak. Precision.
Nice, we had a pick.
He's chasing you, Will. He's chasing you, Will. He's one shot. He's one shot.
I got one of them.
Oh, last guy's turbine. Bottom A soaring at you. He's soaring. He's soaring at you.
I'm still here. Can we look at me?
I died to C plat. 2 on 3. They're spawning C.
There's still one A. He's challenging me on A stairs.
2 on 4.
Two A stairs.
They're pushing through control. I'm going pipes.
One's my attic.
We're a little spread.
Top A. Top A's weak.
Bottom A and top A. They're both bottom now.
Absolute A pit.
I can't push it. I can't push it.
Dead.
We got a pick.
I'm gonna push to you guys in a second.
One was still A, I think.
Yep.
I'm going your bat ledge actually. One C plat, like corner of C.
Underneath A still on me. Weak here.
He's dead.
Top A soaring. He's bottom now, behind you guys.
It's sword on me.
He's one shot. Nice. 3 on 1. Last guy. No deaths. No deaths.
Long haul.
He's going up to attic right now, champ.
3 on 2.
I'm looking at this team.
I spawned turbine. I'm looking attic. I'm turbine looking. I'm being shot from C.
I'm just baiting this camo. I have sword down here.
They wasted a lot of nades on me.
You're stairs right now.
Bottom batteries. Bottom gold. Bottom gold. Nade Tony. Just fucking bomb him.
Got him.
Alright, nice.
I got camo sword. They should be spawning.
Two control.
I'm on A.
I'm pushing bottom control now. How does he see me? Fucking bird.
C plat, going along by himself.
Bottom control, 2 of them on me.
Precision's one shot. 2 guys top control. Nice, Will.
They're gonna have sword in there now.
2 on 3. Don't die. You're kind of solo, Josh.
2 top control.
Yeah, one.
Good pick.
Come here, Josh.
Turbine solo. I'm going pipes. I'm going to go pipes.
I'm with Josh.
There's that back C. I just heard him heal.
Back C.
I don't see
They're there. That's you too.
2 guys control.
I can't see him, dude.
Turbine.
Llama's weak here.
Nice.
Another one. Oh, baby! You fucking suck! Go back to your shit games! Where's that? What the fuck is this idiot's fucking Twitch? Marks, you need to have a fucking emblem of my fucking nuts next to your name.
Oh.
Pussy.
Who was that? Oh my god, bro. GG. GG. This is where we try to shake their hands after Will told them to eat his butthole.
Do we know who we play next?
Yes, it is. Preposterous, which is Swilly, Gunshot, Nikolai, and Simply Fear Me. That's rubbing some salt. For sure.
Oh, we play Nico next? Let's go. Let's go.
Better than Nico's old team, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
With Swilly and Gunshot and Simply Fear Me. That's a solid roster.
Yeah, Swilly's nasty.
This will be a good one.
Excuse me.
You lost 2-1 to Nikolai in the very first tournament. I know who you lost to in the losers bracket.
Is that the legend himself in your Twitch chat?
Yeah.
Give them a wiki page right now.
I'd love to see you do it again. Don't, you might not want to ask for that, brother.
I'm very happy we can we beat those guys for the people who lost them on that probably should have used them. Like Black Hand probably could have beat those kids.
Well, they were bridging host, so.
Oh yeah. My bad.
The takedowns by these rivalry. When we're 30, it'll be some record. Bro, I don't want to say it.
You're getting awfully close.
I'm gonna do a fucking full 1 hour special like I'm Bo Burnham.
What is their team name? Golo?
Preposterous.
Oh, okay, we're playing. Okay, for some reason.
Jump up. And battery.
We gotta slay out.
Don't grind up again. Top attic one. Top attic really weak.
Once we on, ready to do this.
I got him.
Battery. Top three.
That's three dead.
Where?
Got him.
Just run. They're gonna be attic.
I'm shooting attic.
Okay. One more pit. I'm going to see BR1 right now. Need batteries. Would you nice? Good kill.
One more in C. Going to BR1.
Oh, one in BR1 weak. He's absolute. BR2 soon. Nice, good kill.
What? Trade. That's two.
Grapple.
Four dead. It's 4 dead.
Nice, we grab. We win this.
Go forward to spawn. Third mine, termite, weak as fuck. Got him. Perfect.
Third B?
No, 2 yellow.
Flash, cash.
Got one.
It's a risky play.
CR, C-side, C-pit, C-plat. C-plat with Mingler, weak as fuck plat. Nice. I'm with you. A 1, A1.
Let's take a B if we can. Or take C.
Take a C.
Yeah, because then if we lose the fight, then we can,
Hit him in the lower. Got him. One attic.
7 seconds.
2 coming on me, absolute. On you, Flash. Very good.
Let's go, dude!
Oh!
Go, baby!
Holy shit, let's go!
Holy fuck, dude.
Woohoo! Woo! Good shit. Let's go, dude. They started choking. They started slipping on the little nubs.
Nubs are getting sticky, sweaty.
Oh, good shit. Good shit, dude. Good shit. Good work. Good shit. Woo! That's a good win, guys. Good work. House money, baby. House money.
Gave him the first map for suspense, you know?
Yeah. Holy shit. Oh, that was a nice run at the end, bringing that to C.
Bro, I was like a controller there, dude. I got a perfect on the guy in turbine.
Yeah, I was thinking we need to bring it C, because if we lose the fight and we don't start off the map,
We just lose, yeah, we just lose.
We have to bring it C.
I mean, we're just tripping up half the time because we don't know the fucking calls.
At the end there, I fucking got three nice picks at the very end.
Holy, what a game, dude. What a game. Set results. That is a well-deserved one. I think the team was good, too. They beat some good people.
What was their team name?
Are we officially top 16 right now? Or not? We're like top 24.
What was that team name? Do you guys know?
Zealous Zebra 777.
Oh, okay.
That's a tough loss for them, bro. Goddamn.
Losing to mouse players, yeah, especially.
Yeah, bro. They beat a team called Team. I don't know who that is.
We should have named the team 4 Blind Mice.
3 blind mice. 3 blind mice.
Did you see that Game Hunter? The freaking comeback at the end.
Calling all system blue teams. We're cranking up the temperature.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know what the winnings are. For a spot at the open land tournament, which wouldn't work for us anyway since we're all playing mouse. Like, we would have to play mouse on a. Yeah, we would have to play mouse on Xbox, which wouldn't work.
We're playing unsigned talent. Aren't those guys like for you?
Yeah.
Those
One
guys are
hard
like-
game to another, bro.
I'm pretty sure those guys are like the ghost, some of the ghosts of Halo or something. Dude. I don't know. No big deal.
Well, we played them in a rank and beat them, I'm pretty sure. Well, Avenue and Aperture at least.
How do you find the losers bracket? Is it low? Is it called lower bracket?
Yeah. I'll be right back.
How the fuck do you scroll over?
Been playing for 7 hours? Jesus Christ.
Staying on the keys. Thank you, Treasy. I think our whole team is pretty good on the keyboard.
Please Russian baby.
Oh my god, Flash had 10 melee kills. Flash had 10 melee kills, that's a lot. Elamite! Oh my god! The Elamite warrior! Nice win, thank you, thank you. It's tough out here. It looks tough, yeah. And like all four of us are playing mouse and keyboard, so it's rough, but we're trying our best. Hyped to watch the next series. Hell yeah, brother.
You get over there? Get over there, doggy?
Sorry.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Your working day is complete. Please return to your vessels.
I mean, we shouldn't have won that game.
My mouse actually needs
Gotta
charge.
gotta celebrate we can. Yeah.
What was that noise?
Guys, it's over. FaZe Clan has done it. 3-2 over the Pioneers. And guys, if you didn't see the game 5, well, I don't know what you missed because Bounds, he did it all. I was seeing some, a little bit disrespect at the end, Bound. How does it feel? A lot of shit talking going both ways. How does it feel to finish it out in game 5?
Dude, to win in that fashion was great. We lost the overtime bazaar. We kind of lost full, but we regained fast. And to win those next two, especially the game 5 by 20, 23 kills, whatever, it felt amazing. It was a great feeling.
Really a statement game. You guys have had a bit of a rough start to the tournament. Lost 3-0 versus G2. You come back today. You get it done. 3-2 versus G2. You've been running through this bracket. How does it feel? This is your first LAN. You had a bit of a rocky start, but now you're playing for top 4. What does the regain look like? How are you able to do it?
It feels amazing playing on LAN for the first time. I mean, people literally die instantly, so you have to play the game kind of a lot different. Online, I'm more of like a finesse player. I try to finesse the movement, all that shit. So just being able to just play as well as I can and I know we started off rocky, but we're really putting it together, and I feel confident whoever we play next.
All right, hey, for years, you've been around in the scene. Everyone knows you're the cracked out god. We've finally been able to see your face. You're here at your first LAN. People have been seeing you, dapping you up, all that fun stuff. How is this for your first LAN experience?
Dude, it's awesome getting to meet everyone. I've been cool with everyone forever. I never thought myself I'd come to a LAN event, but the opportunity to be on FaZe was too good to pass up, and especially with my teammates, I had to take the chance. So it's been awesome so far.
All right, well, you can hear it behind us. You play the loser. Who do you want? Optic or Sentinels? How do you play the winner? Optic or Sentinels? Who do you want to play?
I'd rather play Optic just because Optic is, they're kind of known for being the best team right now, and they're also kind of feeling themselves. Things with Sentinels too, they don't even have Royal too, so it's kind of like, but yeah, I'd rather play Optic for sure.
All right, what team do you think is your biggest threat? You guys are trying to go all the way. What team do you think looms the largest? You have EU United, Cloud9, and potentially Optic and Sentinels in your way.
I'll say Cloud9 because when Cloud9, whenever they're feeling themselves, that's when they're usually at their best. Whenever they have any self-doubt, I feel like they're more easily beatable, especially. But yeah, I'll say Cloud9.
All right, a lot of people know you from LVT's Money Tuesdays. They had seen you play with Renegade all the time. I have to hear it from you. Who's the better player? Is it you or Renegade in twos?
It's Renegade. No, I'm kidding. No, it's me. Me and John, especially towards the end of Halo 5, I was kind of destroying him a little bit, but that's in the past. This is Infinite, so I'll say John, just because John, for the most part, was pretty good. Seriously, John was probably the best twos player, him or Shotzi.
Humble. Humble is the only word to describe it. And now, I want to see some Money twos in the future. When are you going to start going on the 2v2 grind in Halo Infinite?
I played twos a little bit in this game. It's all right. I mean, there's so much like stuff on the map with the mangler, all that stuff. So it's a little newbie, but I think after this event, we'll probably start playing twos just because we're all grinding for this event with how little time we had. So probably after this event.
All right. Thank you for coming outbound. I appreciate the interview. Guys, if you want more about what's happening behind this championship Sunday, stay following the Twitter. We'll have more today. Thank you. We're back. Guess what? We have a great match coming up, guys. Solaris. Ooh, man, Solaris. Guys, if you don't know Solaris, used to have Vetra. He's gone. He's replaced with Crossfade, and they're going to be going up against Glory. I'm joined with the one, the only Fallout. Oh, not Fallout. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry. I see Fallout in the chat. I'm getting all messed up. Oh, my God, Brody. You guys, he's not as handsome as you.
Now I feel like I just...
Hey, you know what? You didn't let me down. You didn't let me down. You didn't let me down, Proper. We'll get Proper's voice connected. You're more handsome, Proper. You know, I just gotta say it. You know, I love you, Fallout, but hey, Proper. You know, I'm glad that you're here with me, and I heard you have some insight about this Glory squad. We'll figure out what's going on over there, but I'll get some insight about what's happening over with Solaris, guys. These guys, some grinders in the Halo 5 days. Calder, Crossfade, you guys might know. I think he's rebranding fully to Calder now. Crossfade, he's been around. If you guys haven't seen him pop off with the Halo 5 clips before, well, you better go check out Twitter. The man is an absolute wonder with what he does on the map. JK7. Now, guys, I mean, you might not know this. JK, he plays at 10-10-10 sensitivity. The man's absolutely cracked out. Love to watch his POV. Furiously is also a name to watch out for in this match. I don't know if he's playing today. I saw Mortally in there. And then Bart. He was the duo of Vetra. He decides that, you know, Vetra gets his call up. Bards is all by himself. Another great Halo 5 player who I believe will get his chance. But let's go take a look at the other side. I want to take a look over at that roster, but we'll figure all this stuff out. But I believe we're playing against the Gears of War players in Mental, who did try to make a short stint over to Call of Duty for a little bit. Didn't quite work out in the way that he wanted to, but he did make it to that Los Angeles Guerrilla squad for a little bit. Didn't have the performance that he was happy with, but I was glad that he was able to get his chance. He decides, hey, I'm going to go to Apex. Then he decides, hey, I'm going to go to Halo because I can just do it all. Love to see that from him. I believe he is also playing with Explosive. You also know him from his Gears of War tenure when he was absolutely just the grossest player in the game and would win everything and yell at people. I love Gears of War. I was going to say, guys, you know, while we're waiting for everything to get fixed out over here, Gears of War, we need more Gears of War in our life. You know, I'm sad to see that a lot of these players are retiring and not being there, but Gears of War energy is what Halo needs. And I'm sure that we're going to see some of that Gears of War energy in. But I believe I have you back with me, Andy Proper. I'm glad to be casting with you. What's going on? How you feeling about this matchup?
Oh, man, I'm feeling great. This one, much like you were saying, I mean, this has the rifle making of a slobber knocker of a matchup. Team Solaris, obviously, you know, losing one of their players, now being able to pick up Crossfade, still have a Core 3 team to be playing with. Versus this Glory roster, and this one within its own right is very interesting. Chance coming from Call of Duty, was on that Genji roster throughout Black Ops 4, and then playing with Florida Mutineers to start out the Modern Warfare year. Did not have everything that leading up to their cards, but actually Chance and Mental have time spent together with that Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy roster, so a little cohesion work, and again, coupling that with Explosive and all the time that they spend in Halo Infinite in between, I'm excited to see them play.
Well, it looks like Bard's not going to be with the Solaris roster anymore. Looks like Morley going to be taking his spot. So Calder, JK, Furiously, and Morley. All these guys established Halo 5 grinders. They know how to get it done. They got top 32 at HCS Raleigh, and they're going to be going up against, well, I guess, you know, champions over on the other side. Mental and Explosive, they know how to get the job done. We'll see how their transition to Halo starts today as we're going to start to finally see a push out towards B.
start to work their way up through this driveway. One player up on the rails, tries this quick swap over towards the Bulldog, but won't be able to find the elimination. Can be traded out here momentarily. 2 down so far for Solaris, and well, Glory are starting to reap the benefits because of these kills that are starting to come through, but quick off of the respawn. Here they come back, just trying to assault B as quick as possible. Well, 1v1 engagement, Mental getting shot in the side, stood absolutely no chance, but have slipped the net for the time being, starting to work their way and holding over towards A, our Glory.
Calder and the crew, they're able to get the BC set up, and look at this. He's chasing this player, and okay. Oh, Calder, you're making me nervous right there. He's able to get the kill. Guys, if you don't know, Calder's a grinder at Halo Infinite. He probably has some of the most hours played in this game. He started up his own 8s Discord just because he wanted to grind so much. You can always see this man playing for some money 8s, and he's absolutely experienced. He's played against the best of the best, and I'm excited to see what he brings today. Explosive, trying to maintain this C control for now. He's able to get the kill with the help of his teammate. You can see them just pinned down over at PD, and Explosive is able to keep his position over at A, and you know they're gonna have to fight through him to get there. Even though they're spawning at PD, they're opting to go back through B for now and to find their slaves and find another way into A, and they eventually do it through the mid part of the map. But man, that is just a testament to what Explosive was able to do at A. They weren't going to fight from PD to A. They had to go back through tires to bottom mid to find a different angle to eventually push her to A. And even then, not even able to get the cap as the trip cap is coming in effect for the Gears of War players.
And we know how much you love your triple caps here, Garrett. We know how much you do.
We love them.
But Solaris very quick off the turn, just trying to get that B stronghold back in their control. They will flip that bad boy. So we're going to have just Solaris back over towards this back A area. We'll end up losing their life. Solaris very, very quick off the run, off of their B stronghold capture, are quick to go ahead and force their way over towards A, and they'll flip it back within their name. Just a 10-point game or so between these two teams, but Solaris quickly rectifying that as they're starting to read the push come through from Red. Nice nades coming in towards tires. You're basically forced out of there if you are mortally, and well, now reading that there are more players back on the side of C. Quick 2 kills do come through in succession for Glory, and they have so much space to play with.
And guys, the trip cap, I think it was the right play. We see 4 go down for Solaris momentarily. We can start to see them collapsing over on that player at PD. They force out the splits at PD and C. They just didn't have enough presence over towards Cafe when they went for that trip cap, right? Because the PD spawns did come in. There was only 1 player that could deal with them. That was just not enough. If they had a little bit more presence towards Cafe and were ready to fight out a PD, they could have collapsed on that spawn and then been ready for the C splits. Instead, that doesn't happen. Solaris was able to get out of the trip cap quite easily, and now they're starting to push the control of their own. As we see finally the C rotation comes in from Mox, but they need to win the fights over at A, and it looks like they weren't able to do so. So we're just going to see another little swap out real fast unless this fight somehow drastically changes.
And 41 Spanker actually just came through and got swept up by a player. It's going to be Explosive that nabs it. 6 and 6 for them so far. Let's see what they can do with Rocket. 1 in front of their sight is going to be able to take down 1. Has to hold this space for the time being, hoping that their teammates find success on the opposite side of the map. They want this A stronghold do. Glory and Explosive with this rocket is so far keeping all of Team Solaris back on the side of PDS. Exactly where they're going to be spawning at. Nades, drop walls, everything else in between. We'll find another kill with that rocket. Turns around, tries to go for the beatdown, but furiously will put that to rest. No A stronghold capture so far for Glory.
Orderly not going to be able to handle the pressure over at A. We're finally starting to see the push materialize from Glory as they're trying to get A control. We can see the quick rotation from JK. They're going to let the Cafe spawns happen, but this is the danger, right? You're in C, you're trying to cap it. Well, they can just push out to mid and take the fight at their confidence, and they were just so confident in their ability to stop C, and they're going to be able to prevent it from being capped for the moment being. Eventually, the CB grab is here. Solaris trying to make sure he maintains Cafe spawns, but the pressure too much, and we can see this is the weapon to watch out for. The Bulldog can make all the difference in a lobby, and who can get control of it and set up could be the difference makers. Chance Mox, man, he made a name for himself in the Call of Duty scene, and he's making a name for himself in Halo. He's absolutely popping off right now at 15 and 6.
Absolutely is. Past the point of being double positive. Things you definitely love to see if you are a fan of Mox. It's leading the lobby right now as far as KDA is concerned. A nice little pinch setup came through to be able to get that B stronghold, but Mox is not done quite yet. Finds 1 player. It's JK down low over by the benches. Gonna have 1 more player challenging them here in the B stairs area, but has to play their life for the time being. Great setup though. Mental, Explosive, They pick up exactly the right amount of damage that Mox puts down, giving themselves more assists, making this A-B setup all the more potent.
Now look at this, Solaris really slowing down their pace. They're trying to make Mox feel uncomfortable, and that's exactly what happens, right? They waited so long to push out that Mox was like, they're flanking me. They have to be coming from driveway. Instead, they just waited for their chance to push through to purple. They were able to get through, and they got them off B-Bout because he wasn't watching at the time, furiously trying to do his best to win this fight versus Solaris with the Bulldog. It looks like the fight's just about to be equal to go down for either side, so it's still Solaris on the back foot that has to push out. But I love their pacing. They're trying to get Glory to feel uncomfortable, not quite know where to look, and use that to find their timings to get into the fight. As Solaris is finally taken down, that Bulldog gonna be going into the hands of JK, but unfortunately for him, it's the Call of Duty legend that comes back and gets the double, as Furiously's in trouble, as that's 3 going down for Solaris.
Yeah, and then Mental just hits that flank to be able to find that last elimination. Solaris ends up pushing all the way down towards the Charlie Stronghold, ensuing what Garrett loves so much. These are what Garrett streams are made out of. The triple cap, can they hold it for a sufficient amount of time? Not so much, but damage might be done, can be set up. Here comes Chance with the microwave in their hands. Will absolutely obliterate Furiously with that Sentinel Beam. Now shifting their focus back over towards A. One player weak on the backside of A, but Chance is weak themselves. That Nate should claim their life. Yeah, and Calder's going to be able to find that. So they got to concede A for the time being, but still working with the CB setup or Glory.
Well, I absolutely love that play from Glory, right? They go for the trip cap, and he has to decide, is Chance going to commit to B, or is he going to go back to A? He decides to commit to B with that Sentinel Beam, and it allows him to get an easy kill and stop it just in time. It allows that trip cap to breathe just a little bit longer. Mental going to be able to secure A. You see him checking for that PD spawn. Yes, even when you are in A, they can spawn at PD if everything is set up right. Mox going to be able to find himself a double kill, and the trip cap effect has just been too much for Solaris to deal with. They've been on their back foot all game. They need to find the slays, because clearly it's just a slaying battle that has been won on the side of Glory. I mean, look at what Mox has been able to do. 23-9. You paired this man up with these Gears of War legends, and you can see what's happening right now. I love this roster thus far, and I believe Fallout's coaching them, so great job to him as well. This roster looks like it could have the legs to go far, as they're going to clean up this game 1.
Yep, and last kill will come through. Kill number 25 for Chance, 25-9. They'll lose at least one stronghold for the time being. 3 more points are all that Glory need to put this map number 1 away, and we will see you on in the Aquarius Team Slayer. But Solaris, they're not done fighting quite yet. Don't want to go down without slugging it out. One hit comes through from the mid-street, and there's another player over by Caution, so gotta respect it for the time being, but Chance still peeks out from an ATM window. JK able to find a double kill. Now they're looking to pursue their threat over towards this A stronghold, looking to at least try to find it for the time being, but Glory have shifted their focus back over towards B. What can JK do? Over towards A. Still has some help down over by Planters. Mortalee's gonna end up pushing. Solars will end up finding the kill. This could be the final nail in the coffin. We can shift our push back over towards A for the time being. It's just 1 more second, or all that Glory that need. Explosive will hop on this A stronghold to try to flip it in their favor. The rest of their team just zoning away over by the B streets. There comes the flip. There comes the final point. Glory take map number 1.
Solaris winning that fight over at B at the end of that game was critical to their success. Right, they did have a massive lead. It was going to be unlikely that the comeback could succeed, but if he didn't win that fight at B, that was trip cap opportunity for Solaris, and they weren't quite able to do so. Instead, they have to fight on equal footing from A and C, spread too far, where all the players are able to find their opportunities and eventually get those kills. They have to try to rotate towards B, where they're just cut down short. But I'm very impressed with how aggressive and how smart this roster is playing. Glory look absolutely primed, going 26-10 versus, in my opinion, what is an incredibly talented Solaris roster. But Mox just showing that he's built different. There's a reason why this man was a terror in the CWL.
You can see one thing in particular. Man likes to shoot his gun. 861 shots fired. That is a lot of kills to be able to find. I think the one that was closest to rivaling them as far as a kill leader is concerned was maybe near about like 17, 18 or so. Just about 7 under the margin of what Chance put up on the board. Absolutely insane. As we take a look at a few of these replays back here, Garrett, I gotta ask you, what was the biggest turning point for you in this entirety of the Street Strongholds, and what stuck out to you the most, apart from Chance just going AWOL?
Hey, well, Chance making those big plays is definitely, a big part of it. But what I love from the team composition, I'm sure Fallout's in the back listening to it, was their trip cap pressure, right? They had no fear for going to trip caps. It was obviously on the top of their mind, and you'll see it so often. Players on street strongholds specifically fear pushing and overextending. That was not a concern whatsoever for this roster, and it made Solaris, like, if you are getting trip capped and you're spawning up, you have to basically win that first set of fights when you spawn up just to get yourself out of the trip cap. And what it allowed Glory to do was it allowed their Slayers just to play free, not have to play so hard to get into the hills. It's okay if they stop the trip cap. I'm going to slay them on the way out. I'm going to take unorthodox positions. And Mox was able to take advantage of that and absolutely decimate. I love this pressure that we're seeing from the Gears guys. The teamwork is there. And then you just let Mox, really a Slayer back in his day in Call of Duty, just let him go and do what he needs to do. Absolutely incredible performance from Glory. Solaris needs to figure out what needs to happen in this Slayer. They're so far, man, I feel like they're desperately missing the slaying prowess of Vetra and Bards. That duo together, I felt like it was really a key instrument to what the Solaris roster was. Missing those two players could spell disaster. I want to see them really get back into this game. I want to see I know Crossfade's good enough. The Calder is an incredibly talented player. He has experience with the best of the best. He just needs to show that in this Slayer right now.
Map number 2, lower round number 8, Solaris versus Glory. Winner of this match, I believe, will go on to face Status Quo. The slaying prowess definitely wasn't there in the street strongholds for Solaris, but you heard it here from Garrett Tools himself. Got to step it up here, going in towards this Aquarius Slayer. Nice, at least opening flurry. Be able to at least buy some space, and this is what Aquarius Slayer can definitely offer for itself. A lot of crossfires, a lot of angles, 2 players up on top of P2. Not exactly an angle that Mortally wants to hold for any longer.
Mortally has the fight versus the Heatwave. This would be a big one to win. The thrust comes in. He tries to get the final shot in, but just can't land it. The thrust and the Heatwave proved to be too much, although it was a valiant effort. Oh my, did you see that shock nade just getting all 3 of them? Oh my, explosive. Finally able to get one of them with those nades. But those shock nades, guys, if you weren't aware, if you have players that are close together, it's going to do damage to multiple. You'll chain them together, and I believe it'll do even a little bit more damage depending on how many people are in there. But love to see that use. That's why you have to be careful about staying together in close areas. JK able to find his double. Once again, this player, be weary of him, right? He has the ability just to absolutely destroy you in the 1v1 fights because he plays on probably the highest sensitivity of anyone playing in this tournament today. He maxes his sensitivity out.
That's the scary part, though, versus the Glory roster. If there's one thing to really take away from that street stronghold and what we've seen so far here on this Aquarius Team Slayer is that they don't always end up giving you those 1v1s. If they are so confident that they're going to win it. Otherwise, they're not going to take it. There's the 2v1. Fluriously going to back it up wisely so. Finds one with a nade, steps back down for a nice double kill out of Fluriously. Kind of diminishing towards this lead, 14-9. Glory still hold the lead so far. Some pings coming through over top of the yellow utility. A lot of stray gunfire coming out from the yellow flag area as well. Solaris have players pushed up. Bottom P1, but even still holding the heat wave. Got to play your life for the time being and got to work for this opening.
Oh, guys, if you don't know about Fluriously, well, get to learn about him. He's an incredible talent. He did win a free-for-all at a big tournament, big major back in Halo 5. I believe it could have been Worlds. I don't want to say it was Worlds because I'm going to look dumb if it wasn't Worlds, but he did come out on top in a major during one of the FFAs at a side event. He has the individual talent. And really, that's what Solaris as a roster was built around, was the individual talent of some of the best AMs in Halo 5. But so far, I mean, they're playing against essentially two players that have teamed with each other for such a long time. And I think so far what we've seen is the teamwork from this Glory roster. It's just been too much to deal with at the moment. They're well coordinated. They're making sure they always have each other's help and that they're able to at least trade out whatever kill comes their way as they open up a 10-kill lead.
Just so proactive and just rotating towards these power positions, always making sure they either have top car or top planters within their favor, doubling up together, pushing down P1. We'll end up at least finding one that's JK over on the opposite side. Mortally up top will be pinched from explosive down low, and now it's all about this top-down position. You have one player challenging up top. Nice team shots to come through. Fluriously will end up at least finding the trade, but Mental not really feeling the mode of just staying up top. It's going to look to preserve their life. A straight nade actually comes out of Narnia. I don't even know where that one came from, but it's going to dissuade Billy from pushing up any further. 28v B14 as the Slayer stands right now. If you are Team Solaris, Garrett, what do you got to do?
You have to coordinate with each other and not trade out any more kills at this point. You got a 15 kill deficit. We've seen it happen before in our previous match that we watched where the deficit was almost overcome. So it's definitely possible. It's just you can't afford to trade kills out at any point now. JK was able to find one, but Mortally goes down. JK able to get the second. Look at Mox trying to get away. JK finds his triple, and now he's looking for the over. There's one more player. He spots the camo. Eagle eyes from Jan as he's trying to find the final shots. Unfortunately, oh my God, dude, he's still looking for that camo. I can't even see it. He's got eagle eyes. You know, that's why you guys get yourself the best PC hardware out there when you're playing these tournaments. You gotta be able to see everyone out.
Glory getting knocked down by Exile Gaming. Definitely want to be on the warpath, backed up by Coach Fallout, showing that we can gears up no matter what the title may be. Mental 11-4 for the kid. This would be, what, their third controller title that they're about to be attempting to compete in at a very serious level. Things you definitely love to see. But Solaris, yeah, you're down by a solid 13. Make that 14, but you could absolutely still come back from this if you listen to Coach Tools over here on the broadcast desk. Just try to end up working some of these openings, but as far as map positioning is concerned, Glory aren't giving much Solaris to breathe at the moment. Calder tried to at least catch one player off guard. That was mental, but won't be able to get the tether there with the Dynamo Grenade. Because of it, they're going to lose their life, growing the lead even more so now at the 39 mark.
This is so interesting. You know, we definitely need to see a better performance from Calder in this game. He's 3-11 thus far. He needs to figure out what's going wrong and how to value his life. He's going to have a one-on-one engagement right here. Actually make it a one-on-two, and that's going to spell his demise. His explosives able to find that next kill. The cat ears, like JK, is going to find himself one as well. And at this point, right, it's just going to be over. Solaris, this is too much of a hill to climb at 28-41, unless there's some miracle comes through. But I do want to talk about this Glory roster and what they had to overcome to get back into this match, because they lost to Exile Gaming, which I would probably say Exile's not as good as this Solaris roster, unless if, you know, so this roster just isn't meant to be with Baypix, Anthony, Bejesus, and Nox. It's a formidable roster, but not one that I would expect. Like, with how Glory's played this game, I would not have expected them to lose to them. So extremely pleasing to see them come back out, regain in the way that they are. And this is why you go and find yourself professional players, right? They have the ability to regain into a match and absolutely turn on a switch when they need to. No stake on the menu today, Andy, but a pretty devastating loss for the side of Solaris versus Glory.
Yeah, I mean, the 250 to 155 Street Stronghold just wasn't enough. What is starting to look like a 50 to 31. Just some spam shots, trying to at least find the bank shot. We'll finally end up finding the last elimination needed. Don't know who found it. Don't really care. It's a 50 to 32 at the end of it for Team Glory. They will continue on to lower round number 9. I believe just 2 more rounds that they have to play here, Garrett, to punch their ticket to Thursday to play at the pro side of things. But even still, I mean, apart from the absolute barn burner that we just saw coming through from Glory, just lay on the Solaris roster. I mean, give me a recap. What were you watching besides just sheer amazingness coming out of Forward Gears and Call of Duty Pros?
It's honestly teamwork. It's coordination that these guys really excelled in. You could always tell they always had each other's help. Even in the Slayer, you saw one player going to utils up high, there was another player coming down low to make sure that there was no escape routes. They covered each other, and really I think that comes from a lot of experience in the Gears of War state. You don't let players get away from you. I think they really showed that they had the teamwork necessary to take on this game. Love to see that from Mental, right? Like he said, a 3 he's tried to do it in 3 FPSs. I laughed a little bit at the end because you can see him in the background. Look at all those guys with the same pose on. That looks absolutely incredible. Just love to see that. But yeah, these guys,
who's got their back turned? Where's the coordination? Come on.
Yeah, you got to coordinate. But guys, this roster's for legit. Look how well they play with each other. They are just going to learn over time. They're going to figure out what needs to happen and how to get on that next level. It's just a matter of time with how talented these players are.
Yeah, I know that Mox was at Raleigh, played with a different team, you know, through the first few cups, was also playing with a few different members as well. They're actually playing with Lamagod, I believe, in those earlier cups as well. We saw them earlier on in the evening, Garrett. But this roster, to me, it just makes sense. For the one point that you were bringing up is that you find yourself other like-minded individuals that can play on the same level, and you back yourself with some of the brightest minds in esports, and that is Coach John Fallout, to be able to help you really figure out these rotations, figure out what you need to be doing across all of these maps and modes, and you could see it just come through. I mean, their team name is just living up to it. It was absolutely glorious, and this is probably the best that we have seen these 4 players in Halo Infinite play so far.
Oh, yeah, I honestly, like, they've gotten so much better from what I've seen in the open. Like, when they first started playing Halo Infinite and they were in the open bracket, like, before Raleigh, I wasn't that impressed with these Gears of Wars guys. And what's even more impressive, other than the display that we saw today, like, obviously the gameplay was impressive, but what's more impressive to me is how much better they've gotten since week 1, since week 2. These guys are people that know how to put their mind to it, know how to grind and just get better, because they were mid-tier at best at the start, and now they look like a team that's ready to potentially make it to pro bracket and start playing against the top 8 squads.
They're looking poised to do it. I mean, we got Coach Fallout in the chat just throwing in some shade. He said he's flexing the scrim bucks here, Garrett. He said light work. They beat Status Quo in scrims 8-2 earlier on in the week. Again, verbatim, light work. I mean, this Status Quo roster, from what we've seen on the day, again, we were a lot of questions up in the air as far as how Ian and Abel was going to be able to hold their own on this roster, competing after such a long time away from just the competitive scene as a whole, has been holding their own. But I mean, I know it might be a little bit early, but I got to start poking your brain. How you feeling about that matchup as a whole between these 2 teams?
Well, I think it's going to be a close one. One thing to point out, though, right? Just because you beat a team 8-2 in scrims does not mean you're going to come out and watch someone. It's scrims. And there's a reason, like, you know, when I was scrimming with my teams, right, it's not really about winning the game. It's about practicing what you're bad at. And that's the one thing you're going to notice about Flamesword. He's been here, and he knows what they're struggling at. And there's times where you're just like, okay, well, we're going to go down 15 in a Slayer so we can try to figure out how to get back in the game in a Slayer. There's a lot of times where scrims, they don't tell the full story. And this Status Quo roster, what I've seen to date, they're playing like another level. And if you have enabled top fragging for your squad and looking great, hey, that's a benefit, right? It's like we expected Enable to be maybe the anchor for that team just because he hasn't played that much. And he looks like he hasn't missed a step. They played extremely well versus Complexity, who made it all the way down to losers round 7. Unfortunately, they are waiting, to winners round 7. They are waiting in losers round 10. It's not going to be easy. 8-2, I love to see the stat line. I would love to see these guys come out and absolutely wipe the floor. But scrims are scrims, tournaments are tournaments, and this is where you got to make your name. And we're talking about all experienced players. All these players have been pros at some point.
Only so many more teams remaining to still compete for that one spot for the pro side of things that is happening on Thursday. Unsigned Talent still has to go up against a team called Mouse Handicap. We still have the Guard. If you're unfamiliar with the Guard, if you did not watch any of HCS Raleigh and you did miss out on some of their barn burner of the matches, especially that one versus Na'Vi on Championship Sunday, definitely be on the lookout for some of these old grinders to be able to continuously put in work. They still have to face off against Astra, and then Glory, like we were talking about, is going to be going up against Status Quo. And then the winner of that match, well, hey, double elimination bracket. Who's to say that it's going to get easier throughout the entirety of the day? The winner of that match goes on to face G1, a very competent G1 with some roster changes that we were been able to see throughout the entirety of the day. I mean, Garrett, the day is not over so far. It is winding down. We got 2 more rounds left for us to play.
Yeah, 2 more rounds, and you have the rosters that we've really been watching throughout the entire winners bracket. If you guys were here for the first half of the broadcast, we watched the journey. Now all these teams are waiting in losers round 10. We saw what they went through, and we've seen how good they are. It's going to take a lot for these losers, for these guys on the loser side to come in and beat these rosters that are waiting. And right now, this is the momentum boost that you need to get. Glory versus Status Quo, Aquarius CTF. Man, I love it. This is our first game type. Aquarius plays so fun. We're going to see a lot of car side pushes, making sure that you block the utilities and try to run the flag through utils. But another tech that has recently just been developed, I mean, it's been around, but we're starting to see teams implement it more, is using the drop slide tech, the curb slide tech from the top base to pull that flag out and basically get it to the 50-yard line right away.
So much tech still being found out. I mean, when you're thinking about it as a whole, this game is still young. for the amount of tournaments and for the amount of competition, for all the grinders that we have, there's still so much tech to be found. I mean, I'm still seeing just cracked out videos of people hitting the super slide from P2 all the way into the enemy flag with the thruster. I mean, there's so much cool tech that you can do on Aquarius specifically to make that flag capture happen so much quicker. But there's one term that we haven't said in quite some time here, my friend, is that we haven't talked about the sandbox. All that serious. We didn't say it a single time, Garrett. Yeah, we didn't talk about the sandbox. Here on Aquarius, things are a little bit smaller to grab for, but when you can use some of that tech, you pick up the heat wave. We got to see what Glory do look like when they do at least get that power weapon of the heat wave and the dynamo nades as well. That triple chain, I'm going to have nightmares over tonight.
That's one thing, though, that is, I don't know if it's concern for Glory, but they don't come from Halo, right? Like, Mox, you don't even ever work with a sandbox in Call of Duty. It's it's what you spawn with, and you 95% of the time you're just working with what's on your loadout. Gears does have a little bit of a sandbox to work with, but you know it's not as much of a focus as it is in Halo. So working on a game where it's all about the sandbox, it's all about picking up what's necessary. You know, I don't know. It's a potential weakness that they have. I doubt it. You know, with how much they've been playing Halo Infinite, obviously they're going to adapt to some to some of the new ways to play the game. That could be a concern. We'll have to keep an eye out for it, guys. If you weren't able to, I mean, Europa Halo had a great broadcast today of the European Open bracket. We saw an incredible matches over there, and back at Raleigh we had the pleasure of interviewing one of the best European players, Sika, who plays for Ascend. Let's go take a look at that interview while we wait for Glory and Status Quo to be ready. Guys, Jules back with LVT Productions. I'm with the one and only Sika. There's fans out in the guys. You had no idea how big of a deal this was. Ascend, they beat XSET Game 5. It took about 3 hours. You know, it was a long time. But I'm here with Sika. How are you guys feeling? EU finally out representing. How do you feel about after the game?
I'm very, very happy to win this first series. It was very long. There were a lot of replays. At some point, I thought, am I going to sleep today? And yeah, finally we got it down. Like, Europe got our first win, I think, or maybe some other win, but the only one on main stage. So we're the first Infinite LAN for me, first LAN in the US for me as well, for our team as well. First LAN together. We're so proud of our first win. And now we just want to win the pool. I'm not gonna lie. Second is not enough. Third is not enough. We want first if we can. So yeah, if we have the time to play today, we are definitely going for it. We have shown that we can under the pressure, especially in the second replay when we were the first game. I mean, on Recharge Slayer, they were up by 8 or something, and we managed to come back while they were playing very, very safe. And it's so hard to come back on Recharge when people are playing safe. So yeah, it was amazing. I'm really proud of my team. Yeah. I hope that we can continue winning. Okay, this is your first time really playing North American teams on the big stage. Yeah. What do you think? You guys, are you able to do it? NA? NA no problem? I won't say NA no problem because it will sound weird. Like, obviously NA is a problem, but yeah, we're not scared as well. We just want to play our game, and if we play very well and we play without the pressure, I think that we can win a lot of games. Our objective is basically to go to the end, but I know that it's not easy at all. Yeah. We're here to go for it anyway. We want to break the Europe record. I know that it's top 6. You don't know how important it is for European to break the top 6 and go into top 4. It will be making history for us. So yeah, definitely we're going to try. But first step is to try to get top 2 or top 1 in the pool, so we get a free win tomorrow, and that's all in matter. Cloud9's next, right? How are you feeling? Are you going to be up for the task, Cloud9? Well, so far Cloud9 has impressed me a lot. It's probably one of the best teams on Halo Infinite. So yeah, it's going to be even harder. I hope that we took some experience out of that match, because it will be very useful, considering that Cloud9 is very insanely good. They are a world champ player. They know how to handle the pressure. We cannot say the same for us for now. So yeah, we're going to try our best. First, it's a dream for me to play people like that. You know, I've been watching them on the big screen for a while. So play some big players like that, it's so insane for me. I'm so proud. And even if I lose in the end, it's just a good experience. Yeah. All right.
once again, Sika, appreciate you being here. Before I let you go, you have anything to say to your French fans out there? Well, I want to hear it.
On l'a fait pour vous les gars. On a ramené la première win contre les Américains. Ici c'est Ascend. On est là.
All right, guys, Tools, LVT Production. Remember, follow the Twitter if you want more updates about what's happening over at Pool Play or maybe what's happening over at the Open Bracket. Thank you guys for watching.
Ball carrier kill. Ball taken. Ball taken. Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured.
Are they in closet too?
I have shots. I need one.
Too weak, Ab.
Triple kill, baby. Overkill. Oh.
No fucking way, Ab.
I mean, the over was the 51 kill.
Stronghold captured. Stronghold.
nade's gonna rock him. I got heat
Get there,
wave.
no, get
Getting
there.
in the base.
Hey, Team 1's running at the flag.
Oh, you guys, 2 last there, closet.
Pull the flag. Pull the flag at least. Pull the flag at least.
They're getting pinched. They're getting pinched. Pinch him.
Shot with the flag. Shot with the flag.
Go back, Aperture. He's one.
1P.
I can't, bro.
I got one, bro. Yo, press nade that. Nade that.
I got you. Watch out. That's it. Oh, watch out.
Where? Comms.
F1.
He's there, under.
Back up. P1 up, overextending.
Alright.
Oh, they're flag.
They're back.
Car,
He
bro.
spawned there, bro. What the fuck?
Nice. Still one shot.
You have camo. Go slay, bro.
Here, B-side, Eric. I have your B-side.
One shot the flag. No.
Back up.
Dude.
Is that our P?
Ah, it's a kill.
I won from base, bro.
Or two on car.
Dude, we're like split
car
all
two.
over the place.
He's our closet, guys.
Dude, I got the read. Score it.
You gotta let me know. Let me know ahead of time next time. It's all you, bro.
Read it, bro.
I'm hiding. Hold up.
Hiding.
Do the back flag.
2 on car 2. Car 2.
Our closet, go in our closet. He's one.
Another one probably.
Come on.
I don't know whose nade that was. He's pushing our flag now from closet.
Nah, what's his name?
Shot, bro.
He's one. I left him one.
It's a god nade.
Top mid.
Yo, from base. Call closet.
P2 shot me through wall. P2 guys.
Wow, one shot on our base.
Dude, you didn't die.
Nice. RP door right now.
Oh my god. Do it to him.
Oh
Nice.
my
Yo,
god.
live Austin. Oh my god.
Live Austin.
Shit on him.
Yo,
Nice to you, Austin.
I'm out to seed, bro. Holy shit. P2 as well, bro. P2 as well. Oh no.
I just got a fake melee. Our flag, bro.
Yo, our flag right now. Go on. Camus, P jump.
Yeah, I got him one. He's one on front base.
Yo, catch. Look at it, Ad.
I'm all in, bro. Don't worry.
Yo, P2 right now.
I'm about to counter cap. Where they at?
Other flag, one shot.
Last guy, their P. I mean, their car. Their closet.
Yeah, he's one.
Can someone else run it? I have heat wave.
I'm gonna read.
I got you, baby.
Run that shit. Why not?
Our car P, one shot.
I'm honestly gonna try to get another pool, bro. I'm forcing them to spawn fridge. Stay flazing. Last guy top base. They're gonna spawn fridge. I'm forcing it. Tell me when.
Go, sir. Yes, one EP.
Dude, they spawned back base instead. That's so annoying.
Yeah,
Yes, heat wave.
Oh, one shot.
What? That was an assassination, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You got hoed. Yo, their closet won.
Oh my god, last guy's coming.
I'm melting.
Start running,
3 shots in top
with
mid.
the flag, bro. Go.
Switch with me. I'm one. Switch with me.
All right, guys, I had to bring us back in just for a second. We have the Status Quo versus Glory game just about ready to go, but I wanted to give you guys some context about what's happening on screen right here. So this is unsigned talent versus versus do rag activity. Okay, now, you know, not the most well-known players. The unsigned talent, obviously the favorites for this matchup, but this is a losers round 10 match. So whoever wins this match is going to qualify for the pro bracket. So we wanted to make sure that you guys were able to see the action while we waited for our losers round 9 match to be ready, which will be Glory versus Status Quo. I'm joined with, the one, the only, the most handsome in the business, Proper. He's here with me, and we're gonna just check this out and get ready for our Status Quo match versus Glory while we wait. And so far, seems as if unsigned talent not really having an issue thus far.
Yeah, the core 3 of Suppressed Avenue and Aperture, it played under the same name of Unsigned Talent going back to HCS Raleigh, and although they didn't exactly have the outcome that they wanted, they inevitably ended up losing in Championship Bracket Losers 3, but still put up as good as a fight as anybody would hope, and that biggest fight came through on that Slayer recharge versus Sentinels, who did 3-0 them to get knocked out. But here is your best of 3 map set between Glory and Status Quo. Well, never mind, there it goes. But our first map, nevertheless, will be Aquarius Capture the Flag here and Losers Round 9, Streets, Team Slayer for map number 2. And well, Garrett, if we go the distance, we'll see you on the Live Fire Strongholds.
Oh, Live Fire Strongholds, man. That will be a fun one. I always love when we go to Live Fire. That sniper rifle is just so fun to watch. Guys, honestly, this is, to me, it feels like the different, Frag Out from Rogue Company. Did Frag Out play a little bit of Gears? I think he played a little bit of Gears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the Gears guys getting back at it. These guys know each other. They definitely probably have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder against each other. Being in hey, am I the best one? Am I the best one? We'll see what happens. Glory, they got the best of them in the last scrim that they had, according to Fallout, where they won 8-2. We'll have to see if that's the case in our flag game, as it's Solaris playing fast and aggressive. We're gonna have this Gears of War hybrid roster with Mox on your red squad, as well as the Status Quo on your right with the blue, as we have Glory already playing fairly aggressive and getting some kills. You see Mental with 3 of his own to start this game.
Yeah, it almost feels like this is the battle of the multi-FPS controller gods. You got Enable on the opposite side there with Frag Out for Status Quo, Mental, Explosive, Mox, Solars. There's just has so many different narratives that we could spin. We're just barely scratching the surface here as far as Aquarius Capture the Flag goes. We saw at least a base rush, some players at least working their way inside of the Glory base, but can't really work a flag pull so far, doubling on up inside of that utility room, at least being able to find some value. But there comes Mox, able to clean things up, finds at least one more player over by their flag. That was Burden. Mental's going to clean them up, resetting the map.
Mox able to clear out his base, and you see he's going to have a priority on this car side. Making sure that they can control the shock nades and control the utility is vital to their success. Enable is going to be able to take him out, but is immediately traded on out as we see the rotation from these players on Glory from P to car, as they know how important this utility control is. As we start to see him roaring forward. Solaris, he has the power weapon of the map, in my opinion. This heat wave makes all the difference, and we can see why already. One shot to the body, one hit to get the kill. It makes it so damn good. But I think, did that count as a backsmack? I'm not sure if that counted as a backsmack or not, but the trade outs happen as Status Quo is somehow still able to play solid defense in the back of their base.
That grenades will be retrieved here by Mental, and they're going to eat a grenade for their cause. Flamesword's going to go down, though, so they're going to have to wait for at least a 4-player strong, if not at least an opportunity to be able to push through this Hydro Hall is Status Quo. But Glory, again, just so fast and so furious. Does find a heat wave over by the engine itself. Big trades coming through, though. All 4 dead now for Glory. Status Quo, an opportunity to be able to take mid-map.
Look at that, all of Glory just having to look at the respawn screen. Now, Flamesword, we've seen this previously when he plays on Aquarius Flag. He wants to wait for his team in order to make the push, and he waits and he gets rewarded. That's 2 immediately down. Unfortunately, that nade is going to catch him. We see all 4 from Glory went to the same spot in order to handle the push, and that's going to leave this P side open. You don't normally see the P side runs, but they do get the flag all the way around to the 50. And you can see, once again, Glory really moving as a unit. All 3 players moving back towards the P side to stop the flag, and I think Status Quo is okay with that. They're all never going to get that flag in the first place. They're going to feel free to take the car control. Mental needs to make something happen in the back bases. He's going to have Frag Out with his back towards him, able to get the first one, but Frag Out got a kill of his own. He's going to have to deal with 2 at utility, not quite able to get it done. That flag will stay at home for Status Quo.
Yeah, Flamesword's going to get traded out, but at what cost? You don't exactly have the coverage to be able to retrieve that. Flag goes down low, but Burton's going to get swiftly retrieved there by Solaris, who is now trying to work at least mid-map here with Explosive. Not exactly a characteristic start there for Explosive at 2-7 so far, but at least is playing the role and helping out their teammates such as Mox and Mental, being able to find the kills. Frag out up top of the yellow fridge will end up getting the headshot there, at least onto Mental. With kills coming through in succession here for Status Quo. Pistol in hand now for Solaris, just trying to see what they could potentially do, just trying to at least defend their base, knows that there are players behind them, but just because you're sitting here in the utility hall doesn't mean that you might not just get hit from the Hydra Hall itself. Swap to the sidekick, will end up taking down the first, but swap back towards the BR, has the slower melee comparatively to the sidekick, but regardless, did not have the health advantage, I'm sure, to be able to turn that one around. Sneak King comes out from Explosive, somehow works the back smack. Enable did not get the back smack, I'm sure, but regardless, it is going to be great pressure to be able to be found, as that flag has already moved its way almost about halfway through the entirety here of Aquarius. But Glory doing a great job of just sending out Status Quo's flag, just resetting their focus so that way they can reset the map and start to work a flagpole of their own.
Sneak King, it's where you backsmack the camouflage player, so you know, you hate to see that, but Enable did have to learn his lesson, but he gets his revenge back on Mox. And now let's check this out, getting towards his opponent's utilities. These shock nades are so important, right? It just makes it so tough to win a gunfight when you are getting hit by those shock nades. He gets the thrust, he has 2 more to deal with, not quite able to get either. And if you recall back to when we watched Complexity versus Status Quo, what the real theme of the match was Status Quo outslayed, outperformed, were able to get it done in the mid game, but weren't able to execute on getting the flags home, and that's why they lost on Bazaar Flag. The question is, can they work on those mistakes that they made in that game and execute today on Aquarius Flag? So far, it seems the Slays are even. It feels like they have their opportunities, they just haven't been able to really find the timing to get the flag out and away, and we'll see if Frag Out can lead the charge and make a change, as it's 3 down in the favor of Status Quo.
Just about half the game clock has now dissipated, but a lot of players for Glory now spawning over by the refrigerator, so this gives an opportunity for Status Quo to start moving this flag. It's going up on top car, will be cut off for the time being as soon as we take a look at Flamesword's perspective, just cutting these players off. They know exactly where we're going to be spawning at, shifts their focus over towards the base, knowing that it's not so safe over there for the flag carrier to be able to work their way back over towards it, just quickly throws the flag down and bottom util, but the damage has already been done. Glory found all the eliminations needed. This will surely be a flag return, and there it goes.
Yeah, they weren't quite able to stop the overextensions from coming. You know, when you have to fight the player at top P and then also turn around and fight 2 players that are in your base, it's a losing recipe when you're top mid. The top mid control is so great when you have control and knowledge of where all the players are and that you're able to work with it successfully. Though it's not all for naught, right? They didn't get the flag cap, but they did maintain control of the map, and that's allowed Frag Out to get this camouflage. The question is, can they use it now to get the next flag out? Once again, it's not a problem for Status Quo to get the Slays, get into the base. What's really been their softest part of their game is making sure that flag is out and that it gets back to home.
Yeah, I mean, they have gotten to past the 50-yard line, but just cannot capitalize and find that 3rd set of Slays, if you will, to be able to capture that flag. Now Status Quo's members, 2 in the back base, 2 over by their refrigerator, so Mental's just going to go ahead and take their high road out of there with the thruster pack as well. Big engagement actually comes through on the backside of the blue flag. Solaris is going to be able to walk away with that elimination, but quickly gets shut down from top P2 and over by Fridge. 2 down for Glory. Status Quo again, an opportunity presenting themselves potentially to take the middle of the map back, but they know that Mox is still back here. Enable will dispose of them very, very quickly by way of some team shots. Now they're going to be looking to take some map coverage away from Glory.
Yeah, I'd love to see Glory just play a little bit more ratty in the back of the base, right? They're in the base. They didn't really have a clear lane to run through, but they still have to pull the flag and try to pull players back. It's okay to stand in the back of the base, not really pull out a flag, and play for kills. That's something that I would love to see from Glory. When you're there and you don't quite have the timings, you don't quite have the control, well, just overslay. Make them come back. Let your teammates push forward and alleviate some of the pressure that they're feeling at the mid-map. Mox taking cross-map shots from Frag Out, using that pulse rifle. One thing that I haven't really seen too much of from Glory is using the sandbox. We'd love to talk about it, but so far I think the sandbox has clearly gone in Status Quo's favor, as Enable, once again, speaking of it, able to get the camouflage on his body and get away.
Let's see what they can end up finding. The sizzle stick comes down. Enable's going to be able to clean up that elimination onto Mental. looking to pick up the thruster as well. Just looking for any bit of information of where Glory might be located. Some players are still alive, and the Camel's gonna get spot out, but can't end up cleaning up the kill. Tough situation for Solaris to try to combat it through, but now Enable in towards the yellow court. Looking for another kill, thrust forward, would really like to lock this one down, is gonna find Mental, but they lost their teammate, a frag out behind them. We'll see two more players inside the base. There's a double. Is it a triple? Yes, sir, it absolutely is. The nade will come through, did not know where that last player was located at. The opportunity might still arise itself as Status Quo off the respawns, trying to quickly recover the positioning that was once taken.
And see, that's a miscommunication on the edge of Status Quo, right? That player, Explosive, in the utilities, he's engaged in a fight. That call out needs to come out, and Enable needs to know, okay, there's a player that's ready for me over at utilities. He plays a little bit too fast and gets punished because of it. One thing to say, though, I mean, Enable, we've talked about it every time he's been on stream, he hasn't missed a step. 20 and 15 to start this game, playing absolutely wonderful as Solaris is trying to take the fight. Is going to lose it to Enable, but look at this. The flag is out and it's halfway through, and this is looking like it could be a devastating flag cap for the side of Glory. They've been outslayed, outpaced this entire match. They finally are able to get the flag out and away, and it's looking likely like it'll be capped, but Mental needs to win this gunfight versus Frag Out. Flamesword was able to call the player out. He shot but wasn't quite able. It looked like Frag Out wasn't ready for that fight. Fortunately enough, he does get the kill and the return, though, as they're starting to push into the base, and this is looking like a potential counter cap from Status Quo as they have all the pieces starting to come together.
It was originally very good help there from Burden to at least keep Frag Out alive. I mean, regardless whether or not you were ready for that engagement or not, you just double challenge from top and bottom utility and just guarantee yourself the map coverage. Hopping on board now with Flamesword, they were able to get the camo. Camo's going to get spouted out, though. The damage is starting to come through, and that means that Burden can clean up on top of it. Now the camo has completely been taken away. Explosive and teammates also able to find themselves a handful of kills. Solaris is able to take down Burden. That's on top of P2. And look at just how quickly and decisive Glory are. They found that elimination on top P2. They got players over inside blue util. They know that they're forcing Status Quo to spawn over by their fridge.
They need to get a player in the back base that can get this pinch on Burton. And that's a huge kill from Burton. That nade's going to alleviate so much pressure. And check this out. The flag is getting taken out from Glory, but he's going to have to fight. The Glory's going to have to fight their way through. And Burton is going to be the one that comes out on top of that. That flag going to get returned, no problem. And now look at Frag Out. He's doing his best. He's able to get his kill. He's going for the flag, and he's going to be able to get it. He's getting this thing right through the middle. It's in an exposed spot, so Status Quo they don't have to worry about just jumping right on top of this thing. They can afford to play their time, try to slay out, as Burton is the one that's staying alive in the back base. It's gonna be one player on flag. He's getting the shots, and there's two there, but look at this. He's still in the back place, and this is where I'm talking about. Play ratty. Don't feel like you have to pull out the flag and just run it right away. Take your time. Unfortunately, that's not what happens. He's going to get taken down. But, man, so many opportunities for Status Quo to really put a flag in, but they're just not able to execute on the end phase.
20 seconds left. You got to feel like this is where a lot of teams are going to start making some desperation plays like what you just saw, not waiting for more eliminations to come through to comfortably run that flag as it does get returned back towards the red base. Now it comes down to this last engagement. Status Quo are the furthest players towards their enemy base, but Mental is cleaning up players left and right. Burden's going to pull out the flag from the red base. They're the last player alive for Status Quo, keep it mind you, but that's going to ensue sudden death. Here comes Billy. Mental trying to stop this one from happening. Will end up finding that kill. Didn't even really get much of a fight at all now, didn't they? The return is going to be coming through. I'm certain of it, but the flagpole on the opposite side came through. Wow. Explosive, looking to end this game right here and now, but can't make it towards the capture. They gotta be able to make it towards the flag. Gotta be able to at least work this capture in their solar. Status Quo could not get to the other side of the map in time to get that return or to get the coverage as Glory take map number 1.
Yeah, dude, that was a little too much to witness. And honestly, I'm not sure. So we saw a player from Status Quo that was in the opposing base right when the double kill happened in favor of Glory. They opted to pull out the flag because there was no one over on util side, and they knew it was going to be an easy flag run to get it through there. But what essentially happens is they had no numbers. They had no presence on the map. I think we're going to see right here, right? Mental gets this double kill, right? And Burton has control of the other side. So Burton's like, okay, our side's clear. I know they're at P. I'm going to pull out this flag. Now, I want to see, okay, so it didn't matter. We're going to overtime either way. But at this point, you don't have any help. You just need to drop that flag, stay alive, and play your life. They're pulling out the same flag. You get over there, your teammates are trapped over on the P side. It makes it a relatively easy run. If he had milked his life, he would have been able to possibly kill Explosive, get the double kill, work on getting those kills, and then maybe being able to pick up their flag once again and returning it. That's where I think the mistake comes in at the end. But Glory, they fight through adversity. They got outslayed, they got outworked, and they're still somehow able to win the game.
Yeah, not all the kills can always amount towards a game win. Well, I guess in Slayer maybe, but obviously not in Capture the Flag. As you see, Enable did drop that 25 bomb, had a lot of damage to boot. But overall, the team cohesion, everything that we were talking about this Team Glory roster back in their matchup versus Solaris, where they 2-0'd in losers round 8 to find themselves here. One thing that we've noticed for certain so far is that their cohesion is in an all-time high.
Oh, man. I'm loving to see what we're seeing from Glory. It's just Status Quo has some problems in the flag, and they got to figure it out. Look at that back smack.
Yeah, the sneaking still confuses me.
Dude, it's just crazy to see. One thing I will say, though, a clear advantage on Status Quo on keeping on top of the camouflages, making sure that they're picking up any sort of utility on the map and using it to the best of their ability. They just weren't quite able to get the timing at the end to get the flag caps in. This is a huge play from Enable, right? Pause it right here, and it's just, to me, it's so surprising like how he approaches this, right? Because you have 3, you have 2 top mid. They know the last player's over in the utility closet, and he just runs out into the nade. It's just so unfortunate, right? If you're gonna do this in the first place, go jump up on the DMR or the commando platform. Use that as a curb slide and launch the flag out. If you're gonna die, at least make sure it gets to the 50-yard line. It's those little missed opportunities that have been costing Status Quo games, and now they're on their back foot after what I consider them playing a better flag game than Glory, and they're gonna have to figure it out right here. Let's see, we're on board with Flamesword, his team up 2-0, and it looks like they got away with Rockets.
Looks like they will absolutely do that. 4-0 lead for Status Quo to start things off here in this map number 2 on Streets. Team Slayer, a game mode where the kills obviously matter more. So now, what can you end up doing with this hot start from Status Quo? Well, Bird Grenade is actually kind of come through. He's going to leave poor Burden all one-shot. Mental comes through, cleans both of them up. Flamesword will end up at least getting the return onto Mox, but the kill lead has been diminished. Just a 2 in the early goings here on Street Slayer.
Flamesword getting behind 2 players and executing perfect kill. Metal comes out. He knows the last one's towards Tires. He's going to play patient, wait for his teammates to come. You see them rotating back towards PD. His back is to these players at PD, and it's going to cost his life. Unfortunately, he just wasn't aware of that push. Burton was able to at least get 1 trade out, and Mox needs to win this fight. Frag out. Holy. That's what I love about Frag Out, man. He gets in fights and he just uses the utility. He uses what's available to him to turn the tables to his advantage. He had no business winning that fight, and guess what? He's gonna find himself another double kill. Love this from Frag Out. Huge 3-kill swing for his team.
6-1 start for Frag Out, looking to make their stamp here on Slayer to force out that live fire stronghold. Still the early goings though. Can absolutely shut down this killing spree that is about to be right around the corner. But look at the coverage on the map. I mean, Status Quo, they have every single street legitimately covered. Flamesword is actually going to take this opportunity to push up inside Purple Stairs. This gives a great opportunity and angle, so that way you can get the M41 Spanker, but the player on top of Rails will put that quickly to rest. 2 down now for Glory. Status Quo looking to recover themselves a little bit down here in the C Plaza.
All right, Rockets are still down, though. I don't think they've recovered them. I actually not take that back. Enable, as he's in hands, he's been a formidable force throughout this entire tournament. Oh, just so unfortunate. He's just such an awkward position. At least able to waste 1 rocket before he dies. Burton able to put him back on his body. He's looking for someone. He's getting shot in the back. Oh, just terrible timing once again. He's at least able to get them from the grave. But Matt, just a little bit of a lackluster execution on this push, and it's going to end up costing them a couple of lives. Frag Out able to at least get the trade out before he goes down. A 6-kill deficit for this Glory squad as they're trying to get back into this game. It's going to be Mox and Explosive working with each other towards the shotgun alley.
We can just maybe see if we can get a quick little remote detonation. Won't be able to find it. But the pace for Glory have been slowed up considerably ever since it really feels like that Flamesword found that flank over by the B stronghold, right? But it's Stalker Rifle will be in possession for Status Quo. And we'll spot both of these players out on this neon flank, so can't exactly push this for the time being. We've gone about 40 seconds or so without a kill actually coming all the way through on the small map of Streets. Barely misses that information, but we'll eat a few stray bullets. You know that somebody's across the way.
They have to keep Mox out of C. They can't let him get into that top position with this Bulldog and find the easy pick. It's going to be up to whoever's down low to keep him away. That's a massive kill. Get the Bulldog off the map for now. It's going to go into the hands of Explosive, but making sure that Bulldog is out of commission and not able to really use it to its advantage is so big. And look at that, the bait and switch. That's some classic Halo play right there. They're showing their veteran gameplay, and they're able to stop the Bulldog from playing an impact. Although they get a little too aggressive on the rockets, they are able to trade out the players pushing for them now. But yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Status Quo, the way that they're playing as a team and finding their picks. Although they haven't been able to control the Bulldog, that has been in the favor of Glory. They've been able to play around the Bulldog and to make sure that they're isolating their fights and that they're sure of what's on the map, what they have control of, and not pushing into the enemy's advantage.
8-kill lead here for Status Quo over Glory. Just a quick update that's happening on the other side of things. In losers round 10, a qualification match, Unsigned Talent are currently tied 1 apiece versus Durag Activity as they are setting up for a live fire Strongholds, a swing map mode in that one. Exclamation point bracket in chat will be able to give you all the updates I'm sure that you're probably looking for. Mox will find Flame Sword inside of Tires. Looking for this B Street supremacy is Glory for the time being. Just trying to take everything that we're saying to heart here. Just try to slow things up as best as you possibly can. But Status Quo, though, over by this B Street just simply cannot be denied. Enable loves this street as its own. Will be there along with Burden. Now 3 dead for Status Quo. A quick little sequence of eliminations comes through from Glory, but they need about, I don't know, 2 more of those before we see an even game.
Mental able to find one on Burton. He's trying to lead the charge for his team. Unfortunately, there's no help to be found. He's made one shot and trying his best to survive. And look at these nades are just coming through, and he is just getting tagged up. I can't believe Mental is still alive, to be honest. He's able to survive, and there we go. He's able to maintain, and this is what I love. Mox, he's got the Bulldog. He's gotten a great position. He's in PD. He can find his opportunity to push through. Don't get a little too overzealous. Make sure you play to your strengths. Wait for the pick, wait for the opportunity, and then take advantage. That's exactly what happens. 2 go down. He's pushing forward, and they're getting themselves back in this game. Status Quo's lead has been cut to 4.
Cut to 4, now cut down to 3. Starting to piece things together here. M41 Spanker comes up, and well, Flame Sword just runs straight towards it, thinking that the mid street was going to be covered for it. It absolutely wasn't. So now rocks are dead in the middle street. 2 more within its chamber. Nice nade coming out from Fragout. Will completely flush out that player on the backside of the shotgun spawn, and Burden finds a double kill off screen. So 4 dead for Glory. Status Quo able to retrieve those rockets, again building the lead to 7.
Oh, Fragout with the missed rocket. He does make up for it by getting the BR and the assist on the next. There's one more player. He puts the last one in. There we go. The Rockets make a 3-kill swing, and what the comeback looked possible, all of a sudden it looks so distant. It's slipping out of the fingers. Glory gonna have to reset and possibly think about map 3 already, as they're down by 11 with only 7 kills left for this Status Quo roster to clean this one up. Shout out to Fragout, man. He's playing absolutely incredible. 15-7 on this game, and he's just staying alive. Love this play from him. Make sure you wait for your opportunities and then find the easy kill.
Sees the microwave, wants no part of it. Thrusting into action, though. His Fragout gets beat down for their cause. 6 more kills are all that they need. Explosive actually currently possesses the Bulldog, so it's a great power weapon to have in your back pocket and could possibly amount a comeback. Look, I know that it's only 6 kills that is needed, but it's a 7-kill deficit that Glory have to climb back from. We have seen them do it before in this tournament, and they are more than capable to do it as Mental doubles all down over by the B Stronghold. One more player weak over there was Enable. Explosive will have to force out to work for that trade, but now their position is more than scouted out. They need help. You see some more coverage coming through from Glory just inside of B pillars to make sure that nobody pushes a very weak Explosive. Again, has that Bulldog in their back pocket as we return back towards the standstill.
We're seeing a 2-2 split from Glory. They're going to have to keep 2 at B and 2 towards A alley. They're going to be looking for their pick and their opportunity. They have to get rid of this Stalker Rifle, right? Fragout's going to be able to watch the complete mid and B bout. Rockets are up, And honestly, if you're Status Quo, you're either using them as bait to try to get an easy pick on Glory and get yourself one step closer, because Glory needs to get a clean wipe and these rockets in order to get themselves back into this game. And Fragout's going to make that so hard. He has great movement and he has great knowledge, and we've seen him absolutely destroy with this stalker rifle in previous games. Burton's able to find one. They're going to push out for Solaris. He's going to be able to find the kill on Enable, and this is their opportunity, right? No more deaths, but you have the rockets. You waste the first, you're gonna waste the second. I feel as if it's a moot point if you're gonna waste your rockets that you got on that swing. And now Status Quo, they just have to play for a singular trade.
They know exactly where all of them are on the backside of A. Frag out incredibly low. Some damage was found. Flamesword still pinging that there are players all the way to the backside of this tower, but just waiting for the opportunity. I mean, there's a very possible chance that you end up losing one of these gunfights and you get completely wiped out, but it will not be the case. Explosive will be sought out and dealt with very kindly, as Status Quo are able to take that Streets Team Slayer, forcing out a game number 3 here in losers round 9.
Oh man, I love that we're going to game 3 so far. I mean, Status Quo do look like the better team. They had most of the control during the flag. It felt like a game that very much slipped away from them, and they pretty much dominated in that Slayer. They definitely have trouble cleaning up the Slayers at the end. That's the second time that we've seen them have a fairly established lead and then have the game be a little bit too close for comfort. Obviously, they close it out with a 7-kill lead, which is great, but when you're talking about having 15, 12-kill leads in your games, you don't really want to let them get this close. I would like to see them just absolutely make a statement in one of these games, put out a stake when you're playing well. But man, this Glory squad, they got to figure it out on the live fire oddball, and there's a sniper rifle to work with. Now, can you tell me who is the sniper on this Glory team that we should be watching out for?
I mean, honestly speaking, it could almost be anybody at this point. I've seen all of these players find infinite value with sniper rifles across a multitude of titles. I've been watching Mental stream quite a bit ever since walking away from Call of Duty. He's a power weapon savant, if you will. Mox can also find a lot of value with it. You go back to what they were able to do back in the day, even from the Call of Duty standpoint, was never shy away from picking up a sniper rifle, though they always were teaming with a lot of other individuals that can end up utilizing that sniper rifle itself. So it's going to come down to whoever picks it up, man. I think that's what you're mostly going to be looking at for this Glory roster, to pick up the sniper rifle, find value with it, because you need it all at the end of it, because this map number 3, it can get tight, it can get absolutely ugly, things can absolutely get out of your way here on live fire strongholds if you're not careful. The rotations are going to be key.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mox was the sniper for Gen G back in Black Ops 4, right?
I'm pretty sure you're digging deep inside my brain that is so focused on Halo right now.
I know, right?
Yeah, well.
Trying to think.
That's an I-Hold shift question right there. He would know.
I feel like I remember some crazy Black Ops 4 plays from, I don't know, guys. If you weren't aware, the Black Ops 4 sniper was like one of the hardest snipers to work with in Black Ops. I mean, in Call of Duty history. And if Mox was the sniper on that team, then it's fair to say that he's probably feeling himself. That being said, you got some. Naga was Gen G sniper. You're right. Hey, thanks for keeping me in check. Jack's in the chat. Appreciate you. That being said, I mean, Chance definitely has experience with the sniper rifle. I was just wanting to make sure. Oh, looks like Solaris lags out of the game, so we'll be here a little bit longer. See what we think about this live fire. Oh, it's not all about, it's strongholds, in fact. Now, live fire strongholds is an interesting one, right? Because there's a couple strategies that you can use. I really like maintaining C tower control, pushing for trip caps, and trying to spawn your opponents over at score door, or trying to get them over at dummies, making them play out of that open field and just maintaining a player over at tower. We'll see if that's the option that they opt to play for, but I'm very curious as to what these guys' established strategies are coming into this strongholds match.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about some of the strategies as we have some time as we repopulate the lobby, because we've been seeing the meta as far as live fire is concerned adapt very quickly, because spawn outs can happen very, very quickly, and you can get split spawns very, very quickly as well, because the map is just so rotation heavy. You can move your way across the middle of the map very, very swiftly to get from the pillar side, from mud, all the way over towards the camo or overshield. And honestly speaking, I've just been seeing players just continuously try to play reactionary. They see where players spawn up because they touch the zone immediately, and they immediately counter-rotate over towards the next zone that they have to end up capturing. What's your biggest take as far as the meta as we currently stand here on Livefire Strongholds?
Right, so Livefire is like one of the maps that reminds me most of how Halo 5 Strongholds played, where it's very based off having knowledge, right? You have to be sure that you're aware of the spawn weights, because Livefire has some of the weightiest spawns in the game. You can spawn in the A stronghold when players are just standing in front of you at sandbags. You can spawn back C if the player at C pushes too far forward and gets caught out at mid. So you have to be always aware of what the potential split spawns are and making sure your team is on top of it. Now, forcing spawns out towards dummies and forcing spawns out towards B is probably where you're going to see the most of your success today. B stronghold, you're okay with letting that go as long as you can keep A and C and force out the B spawns and make them fly out of B. It's so tough. You're at lower positions. You have the player over at nest. You have players at sandbags. You have a player at garage. It's going to be really tough to break out of it. If you can force out the B spawns, get the slay outs, go cat B, and then force the split outs over towards dummies, you can see a lot of success with that. You can also see a lot of success with playing an A-B setup and letting your opponents have C. I'm not such a big fan of that because I believe the tower on this map is such a power position, right? You're going to be able to grab the AR. You're going to be able to have a clear line of sight towards sandbags. You have clear help towards nest, and you can maintain the C spawns from there. That being said, it is a little bit isolated away from the two strongholds at A and B. So really, it's just picking your poison on what you want to be doing. But what's most important is having great team communication and being able to predict the spawns and being aware of the splits when they happen. If you can stay on top of the spawns, well, you can dominate a squad on Livefire Strongholds.
Friends, family, and everybody else in between, we are here. Map number 3, losers round number 9 between Glory versus Status Quo. Winner of this match will move on to a best of 5 versus G1 in losers round 10. The winner of that match will then move on to the pro side of things on Thursday. And I have to be sticking tuned with us. Exclamation point bracket will be able to get you towards the bracket itself, as Astra and EXO are currently battling in their best of 5 in losers round 10, currently tied up 1 apiece. Unsigned Talent up 2-1, beating Durag Activity 250 to 168 in their Livefire Strongholds. Now we'll have to see how this one plays out. Billy Mental already got themselves that heat wave. Definitely a strong piece of utility to have. The 2 shots will come through, but Enable not too much damage early on for Mental to be able to find any more.
Will doing his best job to stay alive over at this bottom C. He's able to find the pick on 1. And look at that, the dummies push happens, and the sniper has been given up to Explosive. He's trying to make something happen. Burton eventually takes him out, and he's going to be able to get that sniper in hand. He gets the spawn, but he has to reload the sniper. He's going to have to opt to get away. And look at that, they're going to give up the C tower for now, and he's going to have to reposition. Hit the headshot. No, he cannot. Fortunately for him, he can get himself right back up, and fortunately misses the shot once again. Oh no, hit one. Please, no, not gonna happen.
Well, unfortunate to say the least. You know, even Snipedown said that the Halo Infinite sniper is definitely one of the most difficult snipers to be able to find value with across Halo's history, and I honestly feel that vibe. Enable does double down though, 6-2 start for Ian, as we are looking at an A-B setup so far for Status Quo, currently holding the 72-point lead over Glory.
Fragout was trying his best to stay alive over at the backseat tower, trying to make something happen. He wasn't able to do so, and now you can see Mental. He's completely content with staying over at C. He knows how important it is to maintain this tower control, and you're going to see him really just stay alive here, using this Mangler to kill anyone that comes close and getting the cross towards sandbags to help his teammates at B. One player going to be pushing towards C. He basically is in a 1v2 at this moment. Staying alive is going to be so critical. He's able to get away with the heat wave for now, but staying alive and waiting for the team help and maintaining the C spawns is critical towards Glory's plan. And we can see 1 kill goes in their favor. He didn't see Flamesword, and Flamesword's going to be able to pick off Mental. And look at this. Oh, I was going to say he could rotate straight to B pillars and try to apply the pressure at B right away while they rotated back to C. He opts to go get the heat wave and get the tower, and I like this play a lot, right? Just isolate your angles. Make sure if anyone takes the fight, they're most likely going to get traded at worst, and that you're going to come out on top. And look, the pushes are materializing. They're getting kills. They've broken into C. They have A, and now they're going to potentially force back B spawns and have them in a potential spawn trap.
New sniper rifles up too. That is going to be damning for these spawn traps that could potentially ensue. As we see some spawn outs actually come through from Glory on the backside of dummies. Enable will end up taking down Mental, but Flamethrower will be traded in kind. 10-3 now for Enable, 7-5 for Explosive on the opposite side, as his AB stronghold setup for Status Quo is starting to put them over the 100-point mark. 54 points on the board for Glory, and it's going to end up being Burden with that sniper. You know, maybe it's because he's not on screen anymore, but he hits the headshot. We see it in the kill feed. Fragout's going to be able to take down another. 2 dead for Glory. They're going to have to wait for a little bit more reinforcements before they try to start flood through.
Enable trying to get his shots in. He's gonna find the player at C. Now there is, I think it's Mental who's pushed forward towards A. Does he go down? Yeah, he goes down. So he's gonna leave his teammates over at top mid. And this is great from Enable. Enable doesn't really have to get a lot of kills. He just needs to be present at B and make sure that they just can't push in for free. You can see him playing a little bit slower here at the bottom nest. And man, they just keep trying to force their way into A because they know how hard it is to push into B. Finally, the pick comes over at Enable and they're going to be able to push towards B. But there was a couple of kill cycles where they tried to get through A without interacting with the players at B, and it just did not work out. And it's really allowed Status Quo to build themselves quite a bit of a lead, 100-second differential between these two teams.
Back to the drawing board if you are Glory, but you are starting to find some presence here on the B stronghold. Will be fully captured here for Solaris, and can you end up turning this into your favor? A lot of coverage. There is players up on top. Nest, nice repulsor comes through to completely negate the one-shot melee potential with this Mangler in hand. Fragout just trying everything they possibly can to try to at least bait out the off-the-map push-through, but does not end up finding it. Of course, that will end up meaning that the triple cap will come through at least for about a tick or so. Status Quo still spawning over by that screen area. And you also have split spawns coming through over by C as well. So a two-pronged attack currently ensuing against Glory in what was currently going to be their 2 stronghold setup, but they deal with the players over at A, and wisely so that way they can at least keep this side of the map in their favor.
You gotta love that from Fragout and crew. They have the crosses. That's why you keep the tower in B, right? You have 2 lanes that are just checking sandbags, which is a really popular escape route. They try to get out through sandbags while they immediately got cut down. Solaris is going to be able to get the Mangler and get back B control, which is huge for this Glory roster to start getting back into this game. He's going to be really the line of defense here, and if he can get up towards the nest, that'll be ideal for his team. As we see the kill feed start to light up for Glory, he's going back. You see, this is him expecting the split spawns over at A, being aware that this could be happening as they've lost control of the overshield camo position. And now he's going to be, okay, well, they're going to be both at A and C. I just need to be controlling B by myself. Even if I'm not in the fight, I'm at least making sure that my lane's checked. And a great nade from Mental is going to take down Enable and nullify the camo for now. And this is a huge spot of time that's gone into the favor of Glory that now is finally being taken care of as A is starting to go into the favor of Status Quo. But at any point, Mox can decide to rotate to C. He's not going to do so because they win the fight at A. Now you can slow play there, and this is their potential to get the trip cap.
Picks up the pea shooter along the way for that one-shot beatdown potential with the charge shot. This is going to completely catch Status Quo off guard. There's 2 players inside of Nest, but Mox can't find even a single one. Goes for at least the relook down towards this tower staircase, but eats a nade because of it. It's just looking to hold his position for the time being. Throwing shoulders. Burden eats a nade, but Mox eats a plethora of shots. Can't hold it for the time being, and look what Status Quo were able to do because of that, Garrett. They were able to then rotate all the way through B, capture it along the way, and then put players over by A, and they're still finding kills as well. That is a clean kill feed, 4 down for Glory, and Status Quo are working that triple cap.
Definitely a high-risk play that he made by going to back tower. I still think it's the correct play. You just have to execute on the plays that you make, right? If he gets behind those players at Nest, gets the double kill, and then is able to get the trip cap in, we're talking about game over. Status Quo going to be really on their back foot. Instead, those players at Nest did an excellent job at zoning out the tower player, making sure he couldn't push forward, and now they were able to get an A-B control because of the split spawns that happened because of the C push. If you make the push out to get the flank, you have to execute on the flank, or else you will screw your team over. And essentially, that's what happens. You have to execute on those kills. It doesn't go their way, and now Status Quo able to take control of the game.
Mental's going to get the upper hand there onto Enable. Did drop a Mangler. I don't believe that Mental ended up picking that bad boy up. The focus was over towards this open field where the camo does reside here on Strongholds. And, well, it's going to go over towards Explosive, who has the E-Wave. There's the first, looking for the second as well. Just kind of whiffing a little bit with these shots. Throws a nade just to keep themselves alive. Nice help there from Mox to be able to at least lock down that elimination. But there's pressure over towards A. 2 players strong. And they're not actually taking this opportunity to rotate over towards C because you got players over towards B. Just a late rotation coming through. Now you're going to be looking at Glory, currently looking for this double capture, Stronghold C and B. 8 seconds are all Status Quo need to send Glory packing.
Oh, Mental got a huge kill over at C versus Flamesword. If Flamesword got that kill, the game would be over. Instead, Mental going big, and he finds another one on Enable, taking care of C Tower. Obviously, I think he's the player on Glory that feels most comfortable here. I think he really likes playing around this tower. He's very comfortable with it, and he's been able to find kill after kill. And look at this. They're going for the trip cap, and they're forcing out the dummy spawn. Unfortunately, not quite able to get those kills, but Mox knows what he needs to do. He's trying his best to keep them off B for now. Unfortunately, that did not send him off the way. They're going to rotate back towards B, and that, man, they have 8 seconds to get into a hill. Is there anyone towards A? I don't think so. Oh, look at this, the split spawn at A. Mental could potentially get in time. He does get it, but is immediately taken out. But look at that great awareness from Status Quo to head back and to get the rotation of those players that are spawning at back A, right? If you aren't aware of the weighted spawn at A, that they could potentially spawn and get right into a Strongholds, then there was potential that Glory could get back in that game. Great communication from Status Quo, and they look like just to be one step over Glory right now. I think Glory is a team that's ready to hit its prime. They just need a little bit more practice, a little bit more experience, and this could be a team that could cause some great upsets later down the line.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is just the start. I feel like for this Glory roster to be able to fully see what they're able to do. I mean, they got pushed to the brink. Here are those final moments of the Strongholds. Keep in mind, we saw a massive 120-point swing or so come out from Glory, but much to what you were saying, Garrett, this team from Status Quo, something had awoken inside them, something awoken inside of Frag Out across these past 2 maps, and the beast was unleashed.
It's just the difference, right? And it's like scrims are scrims, tournaments are tournaments. It's they have more experience in this level. They have more experience on what needs to be done. And when they're in scrims, they're working on their mistakes. They're playing a game that's a little bit, it's not their own. They're working on their mistakes. And obviously they're able to execute. Now, that being said, the huge run from Glory, shout out to them because they were able to make some great upsets. They look like a great team thus far. I think they've improved tremendously, and they're a team that's only going to improve. They're only going to get better. And, you know, maybe a couple weeks from now, this could be a 50-50 game that goes in the other direction. On the other side, though, Status Quo has to figure out their flag. It's by far their worst game type. It's by far where their most mistakes are happening, and they have to figure out a way to execute. And they're going to get absolutely destroyed by top 8 teams if they aren't able to clean up their flag games.
Status Quo able to win this best of 3 that you see on your screen. 1-0 on that Aquarius capture the flag. Legitimately came down to the final few seconds in overtime where Glory were able to get that capture, but that is the last map that they will win on this weekend. Losing the 50-43 Street Slayer, 250-192, albeit a fantastic 120-point swing there at the end. Just was not enough to deal with what Status Quo had to offer. But the job is not done yet. They have to go forward into losers round number 10 for a qualification match versus a white-hot G1. And that matchup has my eyes on it. I mean, Astra XO, I know that they're currently playing Unsigned Talent. Durag Activity, I'm sure, are currently working through their 3rd or 4th map. And Preposterous were able to beat their adversaries in losers round 9. So now Complexity have their qualification match on the board. We are down to the nitty-gritty here, Garrett.
Yeah, hopefully we can get into one of those matches like as soon as possible. I'd love to see that Complexity match. There's just so many great teams that are going to be playing. Yeah, look at G1 will be playing against Status Quo. That's going to be a great one. We get to see commonly, aka now known as Ollie. You know, he's back with his new team. They're going to be going up against Status Quo. That's going to be a great one to watch. Exco and Astra are playing right now. Oh, man, there's just so many great matches that are going to be happening. Complexity. Yeah, I think we got to stick with the Status Quo match. So, right, like Status Quo G1 is going to be an absolute slobber knocker. I'm excited to see how it goes. I definitely favor G1. I think they're going to be a cleaner team. But, man, it's going to be an exciting one to watch. I'm excited to see what Ollie's able to do.
And just a quick update, Astra got slapped. This is coming from Mr. Snow himself, that Astra got slapped in game number 3 against EXO. That is Employee, Fantasy, Moment, and Neighbor. They lost the Strongholds live fire 250 to 110. They're currently down 1-2 in their best of 5 as we quickly hop back over to Aperture to see what their stream has to offer.
Yeah, they're up 2-1 currently in the series, guys. Oddball is up, and look at this. They're losing round 2 quite heavily, 0-54, and they're down 1 in the series. So we could be seeing a game 5 between these rosters. Something I wouldn't have expected. I was expecting a 3-0 from Unsigned Talent, a very talented squad. But look at these guys. They're really putting it to them.
Absolutely, they are. I mean, they are down horrendously as far as the round count is concerned. And the current round that we're playing to, it looks to be just about 60-ish points. Yeah, it's actually 60 to the 4 that is currently being held here by Unsigned Talent, looking to try to get themselves back alive. Does spot one player over by the long haul. Will be able to at least put in sufficient damage. Can Avenue clean it up? Sinister actually decides to push up towards the B box, but they're going to be challenged up close and personal. Can't even find the trade onto Kyrie. Aperture will bite the unfortunate backhand.
Suppress doing his best to stay alive. That shock rifle going to be ever so important to their success. Unfortunately, he goes down in top control. But look at, I love this from Aperture. He knows the team play's happening right now. He's going to get behind everyone, throw nades, get good damage down, be behind enemy lines. Unfortunately for him, he exposes himself just for a second too long. He gets taken down, but I think the damage has been done. That's going to be able to break into this oddball. Unfortunately, oh man, big kill from Kyrie to win the control fight. It's just going so back and forth on this ball carry, and it looks like Unsigned Talent will end up losing the ball fight. But talk about both teams really coming out and swinging at each other to get that ball reset.
Fizz is going to take down Aperture. I don't think Aperture was expecting a player to challenge them up in top pipes, and Kyrie's going to be able to work this shock rifle as well. Does end up finding the headshot there onto 1. So now you're finding yourself in a place of dire needs. You got to be able to get this break grenade one. End up finding there's 2 players stacked on top of each other, but Aperture will be able to find the double kill necessary to break this oddball setup, and now has it in their hands, looking to rotate it through long haul.
I gotta reload my BR. Hold up.
Well, they only have, 15 seconds of time to give up. They got about 60 to go to get this round win and to extend this to a round 3. They have the sword, though. Avenue with the sword. He's going to find it himself, too, and then the third goes down. So, hey, we're looking promising, and I love this position from the oddball player, right? You see how he has 1 to his right towards C-plat. He has 2 in his hall, and now he's able to watch the rotations. He's checking. He's giving information to his team. He's letting them know where they're coming from. They're listening to each other, and look, they know that they're pushing heavily through Whirlpool. He's going to rotate to C, and what we could see is a quick rotation out of C after he's baited people to come fight him. But hey, you know, sometimes you drop the ball, you get yourself a perfect kill, and you get away with your life. Love to see it. Aperture eventually is taken down, but I love to see setups like that and to see if they can make the difference in this game. Only 10 seconds left needed for this other squad to get away with this game. If they can get that ball around the corner, 2 do go down in the favor of Unsigned Talent, but with only 4 seconds left to get the kills necessary, they're able to do so. And look at this, Aperture is already ready on the ball reset. He's going to try to get this thing away right away without getting any opportunity. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't quite there, but a heads-up play from Aperture to get that ball away from the spawn and to potentially buy his team more time. Unfortunately, they go 2 down, and that's going to be the end of the game. In my opinion, I don't think they're going to be able to get the position in time. That being said, it looks like he could potentially get there. There's one player. He has the sword in hand. He needs to get the kill. He finds one. There's another player up top. Oh, whoa. Yo. Do you see that? What?
Yo, wait.
Yo, that's crazy.
Did the velocity from the grenade just yeet that thing into the wall? I think that's exactly what happened, but regardless, Aperture is going to be able to pick up the camo. Does have that coupled along with the sword and a repulsor. Going to be looking for one. Can't end up getting the full lunge, but there it is. We'll finally take down another, and we'll find themselves a double. A chance for the triple, and they'll find it, plus the killing spree. 3 more seconds are all that Unsigned Talent can give up before they end up losing this oddball here on recharge. But the collective amount of kills and the spotting here from the camo by way of Aperture's eyes sees that all of the players are currently trying to flood on the backside of gold and up on top glass. Some nades just to be able to create the space. Some pressure coming through inside of Turbine. It's going to be a little bit of a pinch setup. What the hip fire? It's going to be able to find that perfect shot there on the Derns. He's trying to find a BR to switch to now that the sword is out of energy, and they'll be able to find it. But the ball was pressured on the backside, and it will get dropped, meaning that Unsigned Talent will lose the recharge oddball.
Yeah, you know, honestly, they should have lost because the ball, if the ball wasn't launched into the stratosphere and somehow broke the laws of physics, they would have lost that game. You saw the player that was there and ready to ready to grab that ball. They weren't able to do so, and that was a great attempt from Unsigned Talent to get back into that game. Having that sword and camo combination was so big. Unfortunately, not having the BR ammo did come to bite them, as he wasn't quite able to take the positions that he would like. And he had a little bit of wasted time trying to grab that ball. But hey, these are going to game 5, boys. We're going to see one of these teams is going to qualify for the pro bracket on Thursday, and it's going to come down to a singular Slayer game.
Slayer is going to have to decide it all here on Streets. As our famous friend, if you don't know, you better get in the know. Why not be reckless? Why not be casting? See me on the streets for this qualification match in between these two teams. Durag Activity versus Unsigned Talent. It's all going to end up coming down to this. This is one of the final matches on the docket for us here. And honestly speaking, I can't tell you any which way it was going to go because I'm right there with you, Gary. I honestly thought just looking just on paper, or I guess not on paper, on screen, excuse me, looking at these two rosters, I truly believe that Unsigned Talent was really going to have the upper hand in this matchup. But it really goes to show you here in these open bracket tournaments, you can never count anybody out just off a namesake alone.
Okay, here we go. Let's load in. Streets, Slayer. It's such an interesting one, right? I always say it, guys. This map is going to run through the Bulldog. Who can control the Bulldog and get it in the positions necessary? Hey, we said it a couple times ago, right? On 3, we'll say what's the most important thing about Halo Infinite, right, Andy? We'll do it. On 3. 1, 2, 3. The sandbox.
Oh, the sandbox. Sorry. Yeah.
Damn it,
oh,
Proper.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
get this man out. I saw Fall in the catch. Fall, I need you to come coach. Come on. I need the coach to get in here. You're getting booted. That was too bad, bro. That's true.
Debated. No, I brought my plastic mold for a castle. I always want to hang out in the sandbox. If we get a little pail of water, we can make a nice little castle. It'll be dope. It'll be dope. Yeah, the sandbox is where we live, baby. I mean, especially on Streets. When you're thinking of for a multitude of players, we even saw what Fragout was able to do in that Status Quo Team Slayer matchup versus Glory with that Sentinel Beam. The Sentinel Beam, the handheld microwave, as I like to call it, absolutely melt individuals. We saw what Enable was able to do with the Pulse Rifle. And you also have the Stalker Rifle. And this is all setting yourself up for that Spanker smack dab in the center of the map. But the one important part that I know that Garrett wants to talk about is that Bulldog.
Hey, the Bulldog, baby. Everything runs through that Bulldog. If you aren't on top, if that Bulldog's on spawn and your teammate isn't there to pick it up right away, you're doing something wrong. I'm just letting you know. Look at this. We're fine. Look, they finally get the match loaded and we're gonna finally get to see what happens. Guys, remember, this is just the precursor to our main matchup that we're gonna be watching. We're gonna seeing Status Quo take on Gamers first in our losers round 10 to see who qualifies. We're waiting. We'll have the observer mode, we'll have the bells and the whistles, but in the meantime, I mean, talk about having the perfect opportunity to wait for that. You get a game 5 as your appetizer to the main event.
Man, now you're just making me really want a steak dinner. I mean, it's about to be 9 o'clock. I don't even have steak, so I'm not going to have time to go to the grocery store, so I guess I'm just going to be hungry for the rest of the night. But even still, this is a great appetizer. You could not be asked for anything better of the sort. I mean, we love map 5s here on broadcast. We'd love to be able to see competition pushed to the limit, because when it's all said and done, you can flex as many scrim bucks as you would like, but at the end of it, it's a tournament match, and you have to put your best foot forward, play under the pressure, because when you get to that pro bracket on Thursday, well, there's no room for errors, now is there?
Avature, he picks up this. Oh, look at this. Is a man that knows what to prioritize. Uses the shield. He's going to be able to get one. The nade is blocked from the pop-up shield. Unfortunately, Kyrie able to launch that nade around the shield and get him. But that is a man that knows how he wants to start a match. He goes. He uses the curb slide. He gets himself the drop shield. He uses another curb slide. Launches that shield in front of the Bulldog. Able to grab the Bulldog. And he could have easily won that 1v2 if it went slightly different.
You can hear just the comms immediately. Just play smart. Don't want to end up giving free eliminations away to Durag Activity. As they're currently just waiting for the stalker rifle. Look at the map coverage actually coming through. A lot of presence of mind over by this B Street. Some scuffling going on just outside of tires. It will be a 2-for-2 trade as Sinister is going to be able to take down Suppress. But with the anchory spot here for Aperture, will be at least guaranteeing themselves a closer C spawn. Now taking this stalker rifle up towards the driveway side, just seeing if maybe they could potentially pick off any players. 1, 2, 3. Can't find the headshot for that third one, so no perfect to come through. As they are still looking for the continuous amount of pressure with the 4-kill lead.
This stalker rifle can absolutely lay someone to waste, and we see what it just does right there. It's a 3-shot kill. If you break the shields, it's 1 to the head, and man, it is an absolute devastating tool to work with. Look at that from Aperture. He gets right into the face, trying to give his team a little bit more of a lead. This Unsigned talent roster extremely well versed in what needs to happen in order to win this game. Rockets are going to be spawning up in 15 seconds, and how they position for Rockets can tell you everything. But first, Aperture needs to take the 1-on-2. He's able to get the first. Suppress will get the trade out, as he's going to be able to secure the cafe spawns. Now the question is, who can get the Rockets for their team? We're going to see them spawn at C, so they're going to have an angle right to Rockets right away. The nades come through, and they are going to trade Avenue out, but that rocket should be in a safe spot for Aperture just to drop down and get it for his team. And now he's just waiting for anyone to walk forward and be the prey of his boomsticks.
More ordinances were being thrown in, but Aperture will finally be able to escape with the Rockets. Is able to find one on a Kyrie, quickly traded on out. This 8-kill lead is certainly being felt so far. The presence of the map looking pretty darn strong if you are a fan of this unsigned talent. Here comes the last rocket in the chamber. We'll take down Sinister, but still not a whole lot of map presence to really speak of. Those kills and those trades that ended up came through. The rest of all of Durag activity pushed through the Neon Street. They were able to get over towards that A stronghold more or less. So now we're battling from the tram side. If you are this unsigned talent roster, they're able to find one on the Durnzo, so now here comes the push, trying to use these plasma grenades to clear out from the backside of Planters. One more player inside of Tires. Kyrie will find a trade onto Avenue. Sinister re-challenges there onto Aperture, knowing that they were weak, is able to find the one shot to the head, so that way they can end up locking down the elimination, slowly encroaching on the lead, 22-17.
And they're just going to try to maintain this for the rest of the game. Aperture knows that he can't give up any free deaths, right? Yeah, you can take the one-on-one fight and try to make something crazy happen. Instead, back down, get the damage in, try to take the sure thing and find your opportunities. It's exactly what he does. He's responsible for a 2-kill swing in his team's favor. And check it out. He's going to go get an alley, and he's going to be able to watch the cross. Earns himself. Ooh, I thought he was going to pick up that commando and opts to keep the disruptor pistol. Now, almost every gun in this game is a fairly decent gun, except for that disruptor rifle. That disruptor pistol is just absolute garbage. I can't.
Hey, you were saying the same thing about the pulse rifle. Then you saw what Enable was able to do with it. You're like, hey, maybe I might start to pick that thing up. So I mean, like, hey, maybe you just have to see somebody pop off with the disruptor pistol. I'm still waiting to be able to see it. I give a lot of my personal teammates and friends a lot of crap whenever I end up seeing. I just pick it up to have a secondary so I can YY my VR from time to time. But the rockets will be captured out here. Aperture utilizing these rockets, but Kyrie inside of Tires will take them down. Rockets will now be retrieved, but again, that was just our secondary focus. Our main focus of the night right now in this losers round 10 qualification match is going to be G1 versus Status Quo. First map, it's going to be Aquarius. Capture the flag. Let's get into it.
Ammo goes into the favor of G1. Ollie going to be trying to get this player right off spawn. Status Quo, we've seen them have trouble in the flag, and G1, the roster that looks like they'd be well versed in an efficient flag team. So I definitely favor G1 in this first game, as we've definitely seen problems in the flag from Status Quo today.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that 4-1 barn burner that they handed Legendary back in Winners Round 4, they've really struggled with their capture the flags. Would love to be able to see them find value with it here, especially against the likes of Ali that's now working their way in, formerly known as Commonly. Commonly has retired, so Ali can thrive here in Halo Infinite. Now got presence inside of the yellow util, extremely weak. Ali will end up finding one, but 2 more kills come through for Status Quo, completely resetting the map and the presence.
Ollie looking for his opportunity. Look, I love this low presence. Remember how I said you got to play ratty when you're in the base and you don't have the opportunity? Well, that's exactly what Ollie's doing. He's in their base. He's not letting them know. He just is like, hey, I'm not going to pull out a flag and just die right away. I'm going to use my presence to like find a different angle, to find myself some picks, to help my team. Unfortunately, he is going to go down, but he did get the trade out. But you got to be just aware of the situation. And I think, you know, a month from now, when Ollie's had a lot of time on the game and he's not just back and new to it, he is going to make a better play right there. He's going to find the better route and make the better play. But here we go. Status Quo, can they make up for their missteps earlier on? And yes, they can. They get the counter gap. And all of a sudden, you know, that forward position that I saw from Ollie that I thought was great, he wasn't quite able to execute on it. And it's allowed a flag to go in favor of this Status Quo roster. And it looks like they're trying to get a second one to go.
I mean, they surely are putting in a lot of pressure, but there's still trades that are coming through as Sargoth is going to be able to at least find one and will end up being traded out themselves. But look where the flags are at for both of these teams. I mean, the red flag is not exactly in a safe enough position as we quickly take a look at the picture-in-picture as the game will finally conclude. I believe that was Aperture's team that was able to walk away with it. They were leading 40-27 or so, so they will qualify. They will send Durag Activity home, and we'll see unsigned talent in the pro bracket on Thursday. But hopping back into our main focus here, that very early capture that came through from Status Quo kind of gives them an opportunity just to continuously clear out their base and start to really fish out more chances for them to take back the middle of the map and work another flagpole.
Devonator trying his best to stay alive in the base, not going to be able to do so. But here we go. The flood is coming in from G1. They're pushing through the P side. They're trying to find the shots, but Ollie going to be taken down. Guys, once again, we'll say it. You know, but Ollie, he was known as commonly during Halo 5, had a successful career, won the initial Halo X Games in 2016, has a gold medal, beat that Dynasty roster, what was known as CLG as the time. So this is a player that has a lot of experience and can bring it together, a roster. G1, I know that they probably went out and I imagine they paid a bag to get commonly, because this is a player that can absolutely transform your roster and make them a contender.
Absolutely. 6-5 is their presence right now on the map. 10-5 on the opposite side for Flamesword. How many times have we gone over this map mode combo where we're like, well, Flamesword is currently double negative. Definitely would love to see them kind of, you know, work their magic a little bit, but they're finding infinite value now as we know how much they love this position on the map, just working to util, but it's going to be Squall that's going to be able to take down Flamesword in return as the flagpole just moves its way through the blue utility side. This should surely be a capture, and it absolutely will be tied up one apiece.
Squall was able to grab, actually, I think the camouflage did get away. I think Ollie might have the camo. No, okay. So camo was burned, but Ollie has, ooh, look at that. Predominator gets the back smack, and Ollie has the heat wave to work with. So this is looking great for the side of Gamers first as they're starting to push forward. And I love that disengage from, I believe it was Predominator that was over in car 1. He said, hey, you know, if you're going to not take the fight with me, I'm just going to push to your utils, and I'm going to make your life a living hell in the back of your base. Love this from Sargoth as he's top mid, just looking for angles, finding multiple, gets the double, looking for a third. And there it is. Enable's going to spawn. He's going to be immediately met with bullets as this flag is out and away for G1 as they're trying to make a lead of 2-1 as it's Squall that gets this flag back for his team.
Hey, you can just see, I mean, like, the best chance now for Status Quo is just to shoot these players in the back, get up in top center, maybe try to land in a couple of shots, but they just simply cannot. 2 captures now on the board for Gamers first, looking to continuously lay on the pressure after they just found that one flagpole. Now that Sargoth is back up. Some pings also coming through. Squall will be traded out for Ollie there towards the middle of the map, but still presence of mind can come through. Pedro is going to be able to at least find one over by the Dynamo Nades, has one more down low, and there comes the beatdown for the double.
And he's just keeping the util side control. He's finally going to be able to push out towards their side. You can see 3 players ready from Status Quo. They're going to have to deal with Predominator, and they're easily able to do so. They're all squashed up together, though. So that's going to tell G1, hey, there's some weaknesses in the setup. We can make a push, and that's what Sargoth's doing. He's coming from underneath, and he's going to potentially be able to find a couple easy kills. He is eventually taken out, but look at that. The util side, I believe, is won by G1 as Flamesword is trying to push out towards P2 to get an angle on the camouflage. The nades are coming through. Flamesword immediately taking some damage and is pushed down. That camouflage still up for grabs as the kills are starting to go in favor of G1.
I mean, how smart was that play, honestly? Just to sit on the Dynamo nades and just wait for the opportunity just to go ahead and toss over a Dynamo grenade to be able to dissuade the pickup for the camo, and then it gets picked up by Squale, who is now inside of the enemy base. Frag out, needs to find this camo. Squale was weak from a grenade, so a melee was going to be able to do it, but the flag had still been pulled out. Frederick is trying to at least work this back over towards their utility side, but they will go down. 2 down now for G1 as Status Quo are starting to work their way across the map. Now into the utility, trying to work the recapture, but Squale off the respawn finds a crucial double kill and resets the flag for their team.
Resets the flag. He doesn't even have to get it in, right? It's just about keeping the pressure up. Predevinator's going to get another touch. He's going to try to get around the corner, and they could potentially cap this flag while fighting. Enable going to be able to shut down Predevinator for now, but Ollie has broken through the utils and prevented that from being a problem. Sargoth gets right on the flag. He tries to stop it. He went straight for the pole, but he did buy enough time for the flag to stay up, and my God, this is a flag that's a war story of a flag right there. I think everyone paid their life twice over in order to get that one back in for the team.
He was going for the thruster ninja is what he was trying to go for there. I don't even care. It looked cool. I want to see more of that. But still, these have been just quick flagpoles that went almost completely unanswered over towards the blue utility, and this is why we keep honing on Status Quo on this map mode combo. Aquarius captured the flag, any capture the flag really, whether it's on Bazaar here, hell yeah, even if Behemoth was played, I'm sure they would still struggle at it as well, as if they really have a hard time just recognizing when the opportunity has presented itself, and when they are being spawn trapped, they even have a tougher time working out from their base. Look at the mid-map coverage. Predevinator is going to be able to clean up Enable towards the middle of the map. Now the flag carrier of Predevinator is already up on the top side of blue utilities, eating some shots in the middle of the map. Will they be able to get capture number 4? No, we'll stop just short of the goal line. Double kill in sequence of 2 different players from Status Quo will come through. But I want to say this is now about 4 camos that have gone over towards G1, as the flag capture will finally come through. 1 more capture, and that'll be game, but it's a 3 capture lead for G1 nevertheless.
Yeah, G1 just looking a little bit better. Actually, I shouldn't say a little bit. They're looking a shit ton better. I mean, the guys, this is like great work from G1. They went down 1-0 in the flag. They've answered back with 4 unanswered flags, and they've just been absolutely dominating the kill feed. You can see a flag is out and away for Status Quo, as it's Burton who's trying to run this flag, but they don't quite have control of the map yet to get the flag out and away, and it's Ali and Sargoth that are able to find some kills to potentially get this flag, and a Predevinator finds the 3rd, and it's Enable all by his lonesome. He's going to try to find 1, is able to get it on Squale. But while all this was happening, now they have to worry about the counter cap. The flag is out and away. Predevinator hands that off. He says, I have a heat wave. You can run this flag, Ollie. I'm going to do what I need to do. Ollie's trying to stay alive as Sargoth was taken down. But look at this. They're going to go straight for that return. But even if they get this return, it's not really going to matter because they still don't have control of their base.
And look, I mean, even giving up their life for Predevinator, knowing that they were going to be exposed towards that fridge cross across the yellow courtyard, still gets the flag about halfway across the map. And here's the power position for Ali. Never left that utility side. Resurfaces themselves back over towards the yellow flag. And that is just not a place that you want to have an enemy member. Not when the flag is past the halfway mark. Flamesword trying to at least return the favor towards the sender of G1. The trade will come through, but the flag will be recovered by Ali for the time being. Status Quo reeling. They gotta get themselves back over towards the blue courtyard to reset this flag and at least get a flag pulled themselves, and they surely will. Squale will go down. Fragout will be able to find that kill. But can you end up turning this camo into a flagpole? We're talking 3 captures in under 2 minutes, Gary.
Well, it's definitely possible, right? We've seen it before. This is a map where you can definitely relay them out. There's some movement take to get flags captain under 10 seconds if you really have the opportunities. But they have to light up the kill feed. It's just something that they haven't been able to do. Flag is out and away for now. Sargoth is going to be the one on that return. Flamesword trying to do his best with the camo. Gets hit by a pre-nade. Predevinator going to be taking the fight, and Predevinator coming on top as we see Ollie stay alive and gain control of the util side. He's gonna have a fight with Enable that needs to go his way. It does not, and this is the opportunity that Status Quo is looking for to start getting into the base and causing some havoc.
It has to be the go time. You got to start almost rallying together. Cannot allow too many players to go down in sequence of one another. And you can see Enable understands that. Trying to rotate back through utility. Would love this flag capture to come all the way through. Here's the sizzling from the Dynamo Nades behind them. 2 kills do come through, but quickly traded on out for Devonator inside of the yellow utility closet. And they will go down as well. So Status Quo not having any more players over by the refrigerator, the blue side of the map entirely. Cannot rally a flag together, but they're still 2 down. Again, the word coming out from Garrett, it is doable.
Yeah, you got to pull a flag in about 5 seconds if anyone's there. You got to be able to get the first one in and then have enough presence to pull out another. So, I mean, yeah, you could still do it, but things need to go right now. And Flamesword's in the back base. He can't pull out this flag. The problem is he has to cap it at about 10 and still allow his teammate to pull out a flag immediately after. And that's just not looking likely. It looks like G1's going to wrap this one up. But thank you. A shout out to the new flag mechanics in the game to allow these sort of comebacks to potentially happen, right? You can be down 2 flags with 30 seconds left in the game and still potentially tie it up, go to overtime and win. Unfortunately, G1 not going to allow that to happen. We're not getting any overtime anytime soon, as they look like just the dominant flag team. The Slays weren't like that out of balance. Like they definitely did get outslayed, but Status Quo needs to find a way to be more efficient about their kills and using that to get objective pulls and to get them back to their base. So far, it really feels like their kills don't relate back into any sort of cap.
Yeah, I mean, look at Enable. 27-21, had a 10.7 KDA. We were highlighting Flamesword there early on. They went 19-21. There was at one point where they were +4 as far as KDE was concerned. Had 10 kills on the board before anybody else inside the lobby. And that was when they got that 10-minute marker flag captured. But then from there on out, I mean, it was all just gamers first. They were able to string together so many different flag captures. They were cycling so many different players out inside of Status Quo's utility, and that just always had them spawning inside the refrigerator. Do you truly feel like that was the turning point, or the tipping point, I should say, for gamers first, just to continuously snowball that entire map and why they were able to get so many different flag captures back to back? Explain it in further detail for me as we go through these replays.
Well, yeah, honestly, it was the fact that G1 was better positioned in their kills, right? So like you said, they got into the utils, they got into the power positions, and when they got kills, they had quick access to flag and they'd get it right away. Now on the other side, when you're looking at Status Quo and where their kills happen on the map, they're often out of position. They're often in top mid and not able to really get to the base in time. They weren't able to secure the utilities like Gamers First was able to do. And to me, that's what the real difference maker was. And we saw big things like this, like Squally getting the double kill, getting the flagpole, getting that thing out into the thing. And like this turned into a flag cap. And if this doesn't cap, like you know, it's Status Quo can make something happen. But when you have an all-out fight where you basically allocate all of your resources to stopping a flag and you're not able to do so, that's when you start to see games like you just can't recover from stuff like that. And they just couldn't recover after that flag came in. But here we go, we're moving to Bazaar, and man, this is gonna be a nice one. I love the amount of weapons there are on the map. There's gonna be a fresh diversity of ways to kill your opponent, and we'll see what happens. As Sargoth was able to get the overshield, but he hasn't quite been able to find any kills with it. He is eventually gonna find one, but it's gonna cost his entire overshield and then some.
Nice early rollout there for Burden, is able to convert that 41 Spanker into a handful of eliminations. Guys, exclamation point bracket will be able to pull up the Faceit link so that way you can go all the way through and see the updates for the brackets. We still have 2 more round 10 matches that we have to get through. Complexity is the only other one that still has to play through their match, much like the Status Quo and Gamers First match, to qualify for the pro bracket that is happening on Thursday. Complexity currently lead over top of their adversaries. 2-0 loading into map number 3. They won this Bizarre Slayer map mode 50-35. Rob the Turtle dropped 20 kills with 4,800 damage to boot. Definitely got to be looking out for that guy when the pressure is on. But speaking of the pressure, look at this pressure coming inside of Palm. Will end up at least garnering themselves the kill as Sargoth has to turn around, finds a player 2 shot. Now they're going to be able to at least keep his presence and get their shields back as well.
Sargoth pushing forward. He has the shock nades, and that's one thing I'd love to see. Prioritize those shock nades. They can absolutely devastate your opponents. You can find players around corners, and it gives you so much knowledge that you can hear. Like, there's no hit markers in the game, but there is a hit marker for those grenades, because it's a very audible sound when you're getting hit by them. But Predevinator, he stays alive. He's going to earn himself one extra thrust to work with as he just stays forward and push as he's trying to find more to deal with, getting away for the time being. But overshield coming up in about 5 seconds, and both teams on equal footing when it comes to map control. Ollie is down low and ready to grab that overshield. We'll see if he's able to get away with it as the kills starting to go into the favor of G1. And if they're able to put this overshield on, it could spell disaster. Oh man, and it is on. They have the 5-kill lead, and now Predevinator needs to find some bodies to kill.
Yeah, Squale will go down, but even if Predevinator doesn't end up amounting to anything at all, at least you burn the overshield with this 4-kill lead for Gamers First. So at least the job was done, at least getting that very massive power-up off the table. It could have been a snowball effect for Status Quo, but still encroaching towards this lead, now making this deficit just a marginal 3. Quick battle up top. Predevinator, incredibly low, is going to be flushed out by a grenade from up top on that red catwalk area. 2 more kills come through in sequence of one another, and now Status Quo within striking distance to flip the lead.
Fragout trying his best to stay alive. He knows it's a dangerous world out there. Don't go alone. And he's eventually able to get his shields back. But that man was, he looked frightened. I have never seen a Spartan cower in fear behind a wall, but he was looking a little bit worse for wear. Enable not having his greatest game thus far, sitting at 1-6. He's really been the X factor for the Status Quo roster all day. Been top slaying with Burton and absolutely making plays. Not happening so far in this bizarre Slayer, and maybe G1 have the antidote to the 2 FPS title champion.
Maybe. I mean, Enable definitely not a part of the sharing of the legwork, if you will. Everybody besides Enable up to 6 kills, 1-6 for Ian as far as the start is concerned. And this 6-kill lead that Gamers First is currently holding over Status Quo is starting to be felt. Double positive for Predevinator. Squally up to 6-5, 8-4, double positive for Ollie. Definitely can slay out. If you give them an inch to run, they will run an absolute mile. Frag got trapped behind this red pillar, will be flushed out. Melee comes through. But Ollie's going to be able to at least find that trade, so not a whole lot be able to build off of that for Status Quo, but now they might just be able to find something to see Burden across the way. Jumps up into Squale's face with the overshield. Very tough engagement. Enable will end up winning it across the map. Now shifting your focus back over towards Enable. See what they could potentially do now that they got their shields back. Again, slowly scratching away at this deficit, making it just about 3. Can you walk away with this one? No, Enable couldn't get the melee out, so no trade.
I was surprised that Predevinator took that fight against Enable for as long as he did. It did end up costing him his life because that was a tough fight to win. And there we go. Status Quo starting to find some kills in the feed. They're going to be able to flush out Ollie, and this is their chance. It's a tied game. They should have knowledge of the spawns after that check from Enable. They know they're all towards Burton, and they have control of the map. This is their opportunity to gain a lead and to start to run away with it.
Essentially just know that they're keeping them all trapped on the red side. Ollie, 2 shots, but Burton just doesn't care, just holds the angle, scopes in, is able to lock it down. Now Flamesword mid-map is going to be able to take down Sargoth. 3 dead for Gamers First. Predevinator at least trying to turn this and salvage what was a very unfortunate gunfight, but Status Quo, regardless, they do flip the lead, but a frag grenade kill will now diminish it just down to 1. But here comes that Bulldog. We talk about it continuously, tries to go for the quick little turnaround onto Ali, but won't be able to find it. So the Bulldog will be dropped in the red double doors for the time being, a power weapon that G1 might be able to use.
Well, that Bulldog was out of ammo, so it is going to be coming up on respawn. Now, the question is who gets it, because it's going to come up in about 5-10 seconds. You can see Squale already waiting at the Bulldog spawn, trying to get on top of that. And there's 2 players from Status Quo that are up top. So the fight's about to go down towards this Bulldog. The question is when. We see 2 players fly on out. Fragout's able to get the trade out on Flamesword's life. Squally pushes around the corner right when Fragout looks away. And what else? It's the Bulldog that makes the difference. We talk about the Mangler being the best weapon in the game. The Bulldog has something to say, and they're going to be able to get the overshield as we see the grapple come out from Sargoth. He gets that on his body, and all that momentum gone from Status Quo. They made a valiant effort to get back into this game, but they just lost complete control of the weapons and the overshield on the map.
Look at the respect coming out from Flamesword. Does see that Sargoth is up here with the overshield. Actually goes back over towards their rat spot. Tries to at least diminish the overshield. Will get them down to just being 1 shot. So Sargoth will finally go down by way of Burden's BR. But the lead swap came through yet again. To your point there, Garrett, now leading by 2. 40 v 38. Status Quo need to play this smart. Play smart Slayer, take out smart engagements, and Sargot just a little bit too late on sliding back over towards the safety net on the backside of Palm. Will lose their life because of it. Frag Out currently hitting a little bit of a route with this Mangler. Going to potentially look to get up in the enemy's bar. Some pings also coming through from Burden that there is in fact a player up there, but not feeling that engagement as Frag Out.
One thing I will say, man, Status Quo definitely uses the ping system more than any other team I've seen in the game. They're not they're well aware of how that can be beneficial to the team. But we're seeing this thing tied on up. Enables in trouble. He's stuck around a corner. Squally's going to try to push out, but man, that was a death trap. Talking about being put in a blender. He's going to be able to find 2. That's a huge swing for Status Quo. They go up by 2. Enable keeps his life, and although he was at 5 and 11 at some point, he's on a 4 killing spree, and he's trying to get the killing spree medal with his next kill.
Enable, slow start for them. Last time we talked about their KD ratio, they were 1-6. Now they've moved up to 8-5 since then. A total of 9-11 with those 4 assists. Definitely playing the smart role for their team, but is able to lock down one more. Predevinator will be there for the trade, but Fragout is still pushing it on the opposite side. Is able to take down Squally. Now just 4 kills necessary for Status Quo to tie up the series. Make that 3 as Burden challenges up inside bar. Nobody's looking at them. Predevinator's going to drop down for the Dynamo grenades. Wants to play for the overshield. The grapple being utilized here for Burden, and it's going to be popped. 2 more kills are what's needed. Status Quo, they smell blood in the water, and here's the last one inside of Palm, and it will be found. Burden 15-12 for them. Status Quo tie up the series 1 apiece.
Well, we're going to have to break down what happened at the end right there. That was a huge play from Burton at the end. He played his life so well, got behind enemy lines, and, you know, made them pay for it. If we go even before all this went down, his ability, he stayed on top of the door right there. That's where we see it. He stays on top of the door. You see him, he made a jump. So he jumped from needles. If you go back just a little bit more, Louis, you can see it from the opposite perspective. You can see it from Enable's perspective, right? This is the man knowing his jumps. So we go forward just a little bit to get towards Enable's perspective. You can see Burton down there. He jumps off the needler to hit the jump to top double doors, waits at double doors, and he's behind everyone, and he's just chilling. He's waiting for his opportunity. He sees Sargoth, and from here, he makes the absolute play. Finds one, turns around. They have no awareness. They did not expect this man to come up, and he finds kill after kill and secures the win for his team.
Great usage of, you guessed the word of the day, and will be the word of Halo Infinite, the sandbox. Grapple all the way to the overshield. The spanker turns there in the center of the map as well. I mean, everything at a certain point in time, maybe a few Dynamo nade being handed over towards Gamers First at a handful of times, but this was a very swing and contested Slayer throughout the middle portions of it. I mean, Gamers First, they had what felt like about like a 7-8 kill lead at one point, and Status Quo, they just take a step back, they reassess the situation, and they make sure they get power positions first, and then that came to power weapons, and then that play there at the end just showcasing everything that is just so beautiful. The movement, especially from Burden. Shout out to you, Shyway. I learned that jump for you off that needler spawn spot up on top of that door. I've never been able to nail it, but Burden definitely executed to a high degree, and it won him the map.
Well, you know, Glitchy also brings up a good point. I think he had a grapple as well. So he could have just grappled up, but I like to think in my head that...
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
You know,
yeah,
it'd be super hype if he had the needler jump instead of grappling. But hey, you know, that's why the grapple's on the map. And so you can make plays like that. And it's something that you haven't seen in any other Halo. You know, the sandbox doesn't lend itself to make movement plays like that because you have the grapple and you can get up to the places that you wouldn't normally be able to. And find players that aren't expecting you to be there. Super effective use of the grapple and being able to reposition. Guys, check this out. We're back on the live fire. You know what live fire means? It means we have a sniper rifle on the map to work with. And boy, oh boy, we have players that know how to hit their shots.
Swing map mode coming through here. Live fire strongholds. We saw Status Quo win it out in losers round 7 versus their adversaries, and honestly speaking, that was a tight affair to my understanding. But here's that sniper frag out. Isn't able to at least keep the centering, catches an unknown Sargoth try to work their way up towards the sandbags area. They're going to take this opportunity to try to flood back over towards B. Flamesword's going to take down Squally. This should be the B flip, surely.
Shot. Ali gonna be able to take him out with the help of Sargoth, and now the sniper gonna be going back into the hands of G1 for the first time. Enable was able to get the overshield though, and they're gonna be able just to brute force their way into sandbags. Ali has the sniper, but he is weak, and eventually the push is gonna prove to be too much, as he's gonna lose the sniper rifle. Frag out gets that thing back into his hands. The trip cap is short-lived, but it did do the damage. 31 unanswered points thus far for G1, but it looks like the answer may start coming soon as the sniper starts to heat up for frag out. He gets 2, and B should momentarily be heading over towards towards Status Quo, but Squally immediately on the rotation towards A, and they're just trying to keep him off points. It feels like they're so fast at getting to the next point. The rotations have been on point for G1 thus far. Status Quo just needs to win the fights and establish the control of the map as Squally finds another kill.
Quick update on the bracket here for you folks. We now have our second to last team to be moving over towards Thursday for that pro bracket, and that's going to be Complexity. They were able to win their live fire strongholds 250 to 76, and if you think that number's impressive, they outslayed their adversaries of Preposterous 53 kills to a total of 33. Shout out to you, Mr. Snow, for giving us that update. So now we have one last spot that's available, and it's between these two teams here. The Status Quo still struggling to get any sufficient amount of offense going for themselves, is working off of this A stronghold so far. Squally is going to be shrugged off from that nest position. Players now for Status Quo starting to hit over by that dummy field. Long-range engagement versus Flamesword is going to trade a couple of shots out, but has to concede the space for now and just retreat back towards their teammates, or a safer position, I suppose.
Squally, it's important for him to keep control of this area, not to let the opponents get that tower. And there we go. He finally finds Enable. He's shown himself, and he should find the easy kill on that player. And now, but that's unfortunate. There's another player from behind, so it doesn't matter, right? It's keeping the C tower is just so vital to your success, especially when you're not completely sure of the spawns. And eventually, Frago gets behind the enemy team. He finds the kill. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to find the next one at B, so control going over to G1 at the end of the day. C side in control of Status Quo, so they should have the advantage on trying to get the sniper, but nope. The shots do come in from Status Quo. Then this is going to be a knockout fight for the snipe. Someone's going to try to get their hands on it and get away. And it looks like it's going to be G1 that's able to do so, as Squally is pushing up with his team to get towards C. And I want to maybe see if we can cycle through and find who has that sniper rifle in the hands.
And we know somebody's got it. Where's it at? Sniper or the Mangler. Best weapon in the game. Can't change my mind. I know the Bulldog's strong, but you can't change my mind. But so we can't find the sniper for the time being. But regardless, I mean, you saw his Status Quo.
Oh, Squally has it. There we go.
Squally, yeah, we had to wait for the kill feed. Squally's got it. But when you have that 2 capture point for Status Quo, they only amounted a total of 9 seconds. This time around, they got a double stronghold capture. They got a solid second off of that towards their scoreline. Gamers First are so proactive at just baiting out these positions, getting unforced errors out from Status Quo, and just working the numbers, about to be over the triple-digit mark.
And to me, this is the difference of adding a player like Commonly to your team. Commonly, a well-known IGL. He's going to be very vocal in your games. He's going to tell you what to look at, where they're spawning, what's coming next. And this is why we're seeing this rotational play. Like, I've seen, I think Ollie already has the always rotating metal, which I think is like having like 5 back-to-back captures. Like, the man is just going absolutely off. And look, he's just hyper aware of what needs to come next. Like, he knows that they're going to be at B, that they could potentially push in C, so he gets back in a position to put some damage down on C. He almost gets the kill, but look, he's already ready to help B. He's playing his position so well. He's on top of it for his team, and he's going to always be in an unpredictable spot and try to get as many kills as possible. Frag Out is eventually able to take him out, but my God, what a play from Commonly and Ollie, and showing what it means to be a smart Halo player. It didn't light up the kill feed. It didn't make people turn their heads, but what it did do is alleviate so much pressure from his team.
Yeah, I mean, great points. 12-4 with 5 assists, make that number 13 on the board for Ali. As we take a look at what Sargoth is currently up to, does have the Heat Wave in their back pocket, fully loaded and ready to go. We'll work this C stronghold capture, and it will come through. So the trip cap comes out past the 160 point, and it's ticking up by 2. You got to get onto a point. You got to stop this bleeding if you are Status Quo. Enable stuck down in the open, almost able to walk away with that elimination onto Sargoth. The Burden will clean it up regardless. A capture point will finally go over. Status Quo will get that stronghold in their favor. Now working that Bravo stronghold. The flip comes through. We need more than 9, or I guess even that 1 second double capture that we ended up seeing come through. But Gamers First, again, just so quick. All of Status Quo started rotating over towards C. They lost a few lives along the way. Gamers First, they sniff it out. They push through scoreboard, and they get inside of A, and they also get B to boot. Again, just growing this lead past 160 points at this point.
We're finally, oh no, this is G1 that's about to trip cap. This is the difference. I mean, G1's been able to put trip caps on the board. You know, if we're talking Halo 5 and the way that Status Quo is playing this game, they'd probably have a solid 40, 50 points a time. It's just that the rotations have been so fast from G1. They're always in the hill when the capture point goes away, and they're just preventing any time to be accrued from Status Quo. And then when they put the trip cap on board, it's like, okay, it's fine if we die. Like, they're gonna get 1 kill. Oh, nice snipe from Squally. They're gonna get 1 kill, and then they're gonna capture 1 stronghold, and I'm gonna keep scoring. Like, this is why you go for these trip caps. They're so effective. As a sniper from Squally, just starting to light up. He's hitting the bodies, and there's gonna be 2 more pushing. He's gonna be the first line of defense.
Oh, we'll find the body shot there on the flame sword trying to be challenged up top. Squally will finally go down, but the damage has certainly been done. To say you have to play flawless live fire strongholds is the understatement of the day from me, myself. And honestly speaking, with this 216 point lead that G1 currently hold over Status Quo, it's got to be some miracles that have to start ensuing from themselves. I mean, we're talking a triple capture definitely has to come through at some point, and they have to somehow hold this double capture as long as humanly possible. C is currently being flipped as we hop on board with Ali. Does have 2 teammates here to flip that over pretty quickly. So Status Quo, very quick off the go, is going to immediately rotate themselves back over towards Alpha, flip that in their favor so that way they can keep accruing points.
Right, they're committing towards B. The question is, did they leave anyone at C? Because if anyone from Status Quo is like, hey, I don't think they have any presence at C, they can just get into C, and they can potentially put this team in a B spawn trap. We see all the kills starting to go in favor of G1, though. And there we go. You see how they're quick on the C rotation? The problem is because they all died, they left the A spawns open, and this should be enough for, I mean, G1 to at least get to like 245 and potentially take away this game if the kills go into their favor, as we're just a couple ticks away. It looks like they're full committing towards A, but they're going to open up those back C spawns. A player from G1 is just going to spawn back C and get into the hill right away, and it should be an easy enough capture as we see all the kills starting to go into favor. G1, they're grabbing A, the player at back C spawned in, and now it doesn't matter. See, this is why you have to keep C tower spawns. Is like, yeah, it was great, you guys got A, you full committed, but you left the C tower spawns open, and it's just going to be super easy just to get back here and make something happen, and that should be game.
Absolutely will be. 250, 246. Gamers First. They take the swing map mode there of the live fire strongholds, getting a leg up in this best of 5 for a qualification match for that pro bracket that we are playing through on Thursday. Make sure you stay tuned for that one because it's going to be absolutely insane. But now we got to prepare ourselves for a recharge oddball. We got ourselves another objective map, and honestly speaking, I'm trying to play it back in my head of how much oddball we've actually seen Status Quo play on the day. We'll go over a few of these stats in what was a backsmack of a match, let's put it that way. Gamers First really made their presence felt. Recap that for me before we fully start diving into this oddball for me.
I mean, hey, you know, I said it all day, man. It's about the trip cap pressure. Getting those trip caps are so important, and I think Ollie's been a huge difference maker to this roster. The way that he plays this game, the quick rotations, being on top of the spawns, being aware of where to go next. He's a player that spawns up and knows exactly where to go. He doesn't really show up in the stat sheet. 3,700 damage, 3,300 damage taken. You know, going positive, but not by much. But what he did to manipulate the spawns, to make the next step necessary, to alleviate pressure from the team, even though he didn't light up the kill feed, to me, he was the MVP. He made strong rotations. I can tell that he's IGLing for his team. And I think G1 looks like a really impressive Strongholds team because of it.
Just continuously finding so many one-shots throughout the entirety of it. It really felt like they had all of the sandbox in their possession. I don't honestly think, I mean, we saw maybe a sniper go over to Status Quo for maybe a solid 2 seconds, and they maybe shot like a solid shot of it, maybe a mangler here and there, maybe a heat wave, but when it comes down to it, all of G1, Gamers First, just did a phenomenal job at just cycling through the sandbox whenever these weapons were up, and the presence was felt. Nice little backwards motion here. Look at the acrobatics that Enable had to put themselves through the headshot of the sniper of Squale. Just fantastic work overall, because what Garrett said is absolutely going to ring true. These C tower spawns, specifically when you do have that sniper in your hand, is absolutely something that will win you so many different games here on Live Fire Strongholds. All of Gamers First just exemplifying that so well. So with this 2-1 lead, Gamers First going into this recharge oddball. Garrett, talk to me, man. What are we going to expect here?
Yeah, recharge oddball. It's going to be an interesting one, right? You're going to see a couple setups. Okay, so the first primary setup that we're going to see is the yellow room, right? You want to keep that ball in the yellow room, have a player at top attic, and then expand your players through to turbine and keep them spawning at back C. Now, you'll also see A holds occasionally where you're over at back elevator, you keep a player in control tower, and you rotate them through like top red, and you get your crosses from there. Now, you always have the backup route, right? You can always rotate the ball early when you're losing your control, and you'll see players take it to back C, where they'll try to milk out that extra little bit of time and play the ball off the map. Now, you're not going to see the C hold be the primary setup. It's been, in my opinion, it's been proven to be the most lackluster hold, because you can't really expand out of C, keep your teammates in a well-oiled position, and be able to have help to the ball right away. There's too many entry points at C. That's why you like to keep that ball over at A or at top red or toward yellow pipes. But we'll have to see what happens. The sandbox is going to play an ever important part. Remember, you have the camouflage, the grapple to deal with, the shock rifle, which can absolutely turn games on its head if you're hitting headshots. But G1 starting off strong, they're going to get the ball into Ali's hands, and they're going to start racking up some time.
You forgot the most important weapon, your favorite weapon in the entirety. I mean, you just saw it right there in front of Predevinator. He did that Disruptor pistol.
That Disruptor pistol is different,
man, it's diffy, let me tell you. But anyway, yeah, the ball will be rotated all the way across that C plat. Will be just tossed over there ever so lightly. Ali needed some help there, but Predevinator was just one shot. Could not give him the assistance that was necessary. Flamesword will back smack Squale as well, so the ball will be in possession for Status Quo for the time being. Some pressure coming through on the top side of control. Nice plasma grenade out of Sargoth. The left-handed throw around the pillar to keep himself just a little bit more strong-sided, but the Flamesword will pop back up from that jump down over by C-Plat. We'll trade things out in their favor. 2-for-1 trade. The ball cannot be picked back up just until this one specific moment. 3 dead for Status Quo. Gamers First, an opportunity to accrue some time.
Looks like that ball is probably going to rotate back towards long haul and get into yellow if possible. Now, look, Squale could potentially throw this ball out, try to get to stairs. You see the push starting to materialize over at control. Ollie's going to be the one that has to take care of that. He finds one. Looks like he's milking for the second. He's trying his best. He's eventually going to get taken down, so control going to be busted open for the time being. But Burton's going to take some damage, and he's going to have a hell of a wall to climb to get through these guys at long haul. And they know exactly where he's at. The nades are coming through. Eventually, the team help comes, but you've wasted maybe 20 seconds of ball time. And now, until you materialize your push finally over at C, the ball's just going to rotate away from you. And that's what the power of Ollie. Ollie, you got one kill. He saw the rotation. He called it out for his teammates. They rotated out perfectly. The only problem is right now is they don't have A control. We just saw the spawn from Enable at A, and that could put a damper on this ball. Now we're going to finally truly see the first reset fight, as G1 has just had complete control throughout this game thus far.
Yeah, I mean, the 50-point lead definitely kind of screams for that one little focus. Enable jumping back over towards the stairs should be traded out. Yeah, Sargoth is going to be able to fight it, but Burden was right around the corner to make that 2-for-1 trade happen. Long-range engagement. Flamesword will retrieve the ball. We're going to be looking at about 20 seconds and growing for Status Quo, but they have to make this setup a blistering one. They got to be able to slay out once these players for Gamers First start to work their way through. Seems that it's going to be a little bit of a control hit. Sargoth will throw a nade. Not exactly in a loving position. Is Burden just trying to get away with their life? Will drop back down the pit, maybe? No, just going to play this wall for the time being. Waits for some help, and some help will come through by Ian Enable to find another set of kills, and that should set up Status Quo again here on Elevator for some ball time.
Enable finding a critical set of kills right there, and now you're looking at a great position because Frag Out, he has the shock rifle, and Enable's been caught with the BR. Unfortunately, I think the yellow spawns came in and Flamesword wasn't aware of it, and they were able just to push right on through. Frag Out has been able to pick up the sword, though. This could be the difference maker. Unfortunately, Sargoth's going to take the fight from the long position. Predevinator, now the owner of the shiny sword, And this is going to look tough for Status Quo to break into as Predevator is going to push forward. He's oh no. Well, sometimes that happens, you know. We won't talk about it too much longer, right? You got to execute on your kills, bud.
Yeah, I don't know if he thought that he had a grapple or if he thought there was a nade next to him and he wanted to repulse it back. The return to sender is quite the fun medal to be able to get, but nice team shots onto a player from Gamers First with the swords. While they try to make that sword play happen, won't be able to come up with much of anything at all. And that means that 3 dead will come through for Gamers First. Last alive will be Predevator here in the control stairs. Is absolute behind the pillar, but some help does come through. I don't even think Predevator needed it. They take that reach out as the ball will get reset. It's going to be picked up by Flamesword, and they're going to bring it to the backside of Pipes.
Well, Squally is going to lead the charge. He's looking for the push right away. Predevator, look at them. They're all collapsing, swarming at once. They're going to be able to find kill after kill, and that's going to make more ball time for the team. Status Quo, they've definitely had the scrappier time. They've been able to get 47 seconds of it. But G1, when they get this ball, man, it's just been pure setup. They immediately get in the positions. They expand out. They have each other's help, and that's why they've been able to get 30 seconds at a time, have great setups, and then fight the scrappy fight versus Status Quo, where that's probably their little bit of their weaker part. Oh, Ali buys the triple. Fortunately, the over. Come on, get the over. Overkill. Ali, go. Get one more. He's there. Get it. No. Oh, well. Glad
So
to have you
close,
back,
yet
Ollie.
so close yet so far from that kill tag. But 11-9 from Ali, nevertheless, will amount to Gamers First, taking the first round here on Recharge Oddball. Just one more round away here, Garrett, before we can say that Gamers First is the last qualified team for that pro bracket that we have coming your way on Thursday. Status Quo, they gotta make something happen here in the second round inside of Turbine. Flamesword actually just holds the angle. They're able to find one, but Squale, Sargoth, I mean, a bunch of sharks. They smell that blood in the water down here in pit. They push the envelope, and they will get camo for their worth.
Sargoth still has the camouflage to work with. I wonder if that Mangler is up. I don't think it is for the time being, so he's not going to be able to grab the Mangler for now, but he has a great position. His teammates getting ball time over at A. He can check control. He can be listening for the cause for his team. This camo will run out soon, but I love this positional play. He's just making sure he's in a quick access point to help whatever teammate needs help. He's going to be able to find damage on the one, not quite able to pick up the kill, but delays them for the time being. And it's going to be Frag Out who makes a huge play to get that double kill in control and to start to break open the spawn. But once again, man, it's been G1. They grab ball, they get 20 to 30 seconds of ball time off their setup alone. And then if they get the kills on top of that, we're talking about another 15, 20 seconds of time.
Oh, big gunfight there for Sargoth. Will take down Enable. That'll open up the Turbine. Knowing that there's one more player up top, they will shrug that player all the way down. And here comes some more ball time for Gamers First. Now 70 seconds away from qualifying for that pro bracket on Thursday. Up top now, Sargoth dissuading Flamesword from popping up on top of this box. We'll try one more time, but we'll lose their head because of it. The setup is inside of A, yes, but the plays for the shock rifle cannot find the shot for the beatdown. Unfortunate to say the least. So the shock rifle will be dropped, but that player not exactly in a safest spot behind back batteries. But you gotta make something happen here if you are Status Quo. The push is starting to slow roll its way through Turbine, but it's just Enable that's in here, just trying to make this push happen. A very weak member down low will be taken care of. That's Frag Out, the Mangler. Second shot will come through. Some help around the corner is Sargoth to take down Flamesword. 3 dead in a row for Status Quo. Gamers First, they can just continuously slay out here because they are finding everything this side of the Mississippi as far as the kills are concerned and as well as the ball time.
Yeah, this is just looking like a dominating performance from G1 thus far. Sargoth has control of the elevator. That ball did get reset. Camouflage is coming up soon. I would expect him to maybe go find a better angle. Instead, he's going to go from the top down. He will eventually find the kill on camo, but I feel like there's an opportunity for G1 to potentially get away with that camo as Sargoth plays it a little bit differently. But instead, they're finding kill after kill. They only have one more to worry about. That player is going to go down quickly as Predevator now takes his approach towards ball. Going to get knocked down for the time being. Oh, can he hit the jump? Yes, he can. Oh, I love the movement mechanics, the sandbox, the grapple, and what the repulsor can do and the way it makes you move on the map. It's so satisfying.
Almost as satisfying to be a Gamers First fan right now, watching the second round of Oddball just completely outslaying their adversaries of Status Quo. I mean, not to say that Status Quo aren't finding kills, but they're not finding kills in succession of one another. If they were, then we'd probably be seeing convincing ball time, which in the second round has not come around at all. The setup is currently being held. So far, we'll hop on board with Enable. You can see Squale is inside of top gold. It has to worry about the cross for Devonator down low in the mid room. We'll make Enable effectively 2 shots, but the cleanup will come through again, but it's just straight engagements. It's straight, so Ali's going to pick up the ball. They're going to throw it off to Squale, and Zargoth has the help to kill Enable, and that means that more ball time will be accrued for Gamers First.
Yeah, Gamers First, just starting to run away with this game. Oh, hey, look at that personalized sword delivery. He'll take that all day. He's got one player to worry about. He's going to drop this, and yeah, you're dead. Sword in hand. Yeah, maybe in a couple months we might see the sword get taken off this map because it could definitely just take over positions on the map. But look at that, he's going to rotate this away. And who else? It's Ollie that's leading the charge on the rotation towards A. Look at this, he's getting right up in the action. He wants to be able to be the most expanded player possible and get the cross for his teammate with ball. You see, now he can check C, Balk. If he wants to, he's going to rotate and try to get behind these players at tower as that ball player is trying to get away. Unfortunately, the timing just didn't prove to be right, but I like the thought process from Ollie right there to be the one that breaks out, expand out, push the spawns out, get your crosses, and potentially find flanks. Didn't work out this time around, but gameplay like that is absolutely going to make this G1 roster a little bit better compared to what their performance at Rally was.
10-6 in this round for Zargoth. 10-6 in this round for Squale with 116 seconds worth of ball time. Burden has the sword, will drop down, gets communication. There's a player in long haul, will drop down, will take care of that player with relative ease thanks to the sword. Has a handful of swipes left inside of that energy sword, but is just trying to buy themselves the space in the time for now, trying to rotate the ball over. We know because of the X-ray vision and the Halo caster that we have in front of us that there were a decent amount of players there in the top side of glass. One player down low, just trying to flank down over by the B box for Devonator, trying to at least find this elimination. The ball will be thrown in. On the opposite side, it's Zargoth. I mean, there are enemies on every single angle of Burden. They will be finally taken down. The sword can be retrieved if it is necessary, but we got 1 minute and 20 left to play, and now you could just absolutely slay out if you are Gamers First. One more player over by batteries. The ball will be retrieved. The elimination will be found thanks to Devonator's VR. Just 10 seconds needed in Gamers First. We'll see you on Thursday.
Well, yeah, I think this one's all but over. Beautiful rotations from G1. They definitely just outclassed Status Quo in the objectives today, and that will be the difference maker. We could potentially see some last-minute heroics from Status Quo, but Ollie looking like he might have put the nail in the coffin with that last kill. Now he's just this forward player that can check the cam. Ooh, great nades come out from Burton to alleviate some pressure. Devonator cops down. He's going to be able to find one more. He grabs the ball just for a second. And at 95 seconds, you imagine that it's going to be close to impossible for this comeback to happen. But, you know, we'll never say never as Enable goes down. Sword is down towards flag 2 in the way of G1. But Status Quo still do have the spawn control towards ball. So they are going to be able to put up somewhat of a fight. As it looks like G1 is just waiting for the opportunity. It's just, oh no, I felt like they could have gotten the ball by now.
The ball was in such a precarious position mid-C stairs. I mean, with the spawns coming through from Status Quo, they'll have angles to look at it, so still scrapping through. The ball will be retrieved now by Flamesword, and they're actually rotating this through the long haul. 1 shot now as Zargoth, 2 shots, excuse me, will now be left down towards their HP, and well, they're going to be taken down for their worth. The Status Quo, stopping the clock, 23 seconds. They're down a whole minute of ball time here in round number 2. They have to win this round of Oddball to stay alive, and well, there comes some more well-coordinated nades and also some crisp BR shots as well. One more player left over by back batteries, and Zargoth will drop down. 99, 100 will be reached here for Gamers First to qualify for the Thursday Pro Bracket. Congratulations to them. They battled hard for it. Status Quo, they gave them a run for their money when it was kind of being felt, specifically on that Slayer that we had. The early goings of that capture the flag were great, but Garrett, Gamers First, were the better team on the day.
Hey, better team on the day. And, you know, this is I was gonna say, this is why you go and you find yourself an X Games gold medalist to add to your roster. I'm excited for what G1 has done today. I think Ollie's made a great statement on his way being back. You know, he wasn't the main slayer. He's not gonna come into your team and just absolutely dominate the kill feed. Though that being said, we're watching the overkill right now, and he almost had the kill tech right here. Incredible game from him. But what he does do is he brings leadership to your team. And then, you know, I don't think the G1 guys necessarily had like attitude problems or that they didn't have, you know, the ability to stay calm during their fights. But when you add probably one of the best IGLs to touch Halo in the last 5 years, you're gonna get better as a team. And we can see it in the strongholds in the oddball. They dominated in those game types. And to me, that's an indicator of Ollie being really present in the comms, making sure everyone was on the same page and making those rotations out there. So whoever's in G1, you know, if you guys are out there, you know, I'm going to give you guys a little clap. Thank you for picking up Ollie and giving him another chance. It's a shame when Halo doesn't have him. I'm glad to see him back in the scene, and I hope you guys can make a hell of a run with Ollie on this roster. You know, I'm glad Commonly's retired, Ollie's coming back, and he's making waves with G1.
Have themselves a whale of a game. I mean, this entire team of Gamers First in this oddball on Recharge was just having their way. I mean, it was just good fundamental Halo being played there at the end of it. You know, recognizing when we can get ball time. Okay, we're not going to be able to find these slays. Put the ball in a precarious spot, whether that's the middle of C stairs, the middle of batteries, drop, throw it down to the pit, and just slay out. Because when it really felt at the end of it all, you could even see it just in the damage. I mean, Enable drops 7,100 damage. But as far as slays were concerned, Gamers First were almost going untradeable most gunfights often than not, and you can't let that happen when it comes down to oddball, can you, Carrot?
Nah, you're not gonna win when you make mistakes like that. I don't know, man. It's Status Quo. I liked what I saw at moments, but they definitely have some work that needs to be done. And you know, honestly, I'd love to see Enable be a mainstay, an addition to this roster, because if they're on a different side of the bracket where they don't have to place one of the, you know, G1, who I probably consider, you know, the best AM roster out there right now. I think or I guess Team War would be the best, but you know, one of the best AM rosters. They have a little bit of an easier side. You know, maybe they play a team like Unsigned Talent. You know, not saying that Unsigned Talent wouldn't win or whatever, but Status Quo could absolutely have a bit of a luckier bracket break, and they could be playing it on Thursday. You know, they could definitely, they saw great moments. I think they're just going to have to reevaluate a couple things. The slaying prowess is there. Why are you not able to translate it in the objective games? What's going on in your flag? What's going on in your oddball that makes it so you're struggling and not being able to execute an efficient game like we saw from G1? G1 played one of the most efficient Halo games I think that we've seen all day, and there's a reason why. You got to go back into the film. You got to go with the coach, see what's going on, get the analysts out there and be like, really evaluate what's going on in your flag games. Because right now, I think the Status Quo's flag game is a liability, and they're a team that's talented enough to be dominant on flag with how they're slaying out through the games. There's no reason why their flag game should be the liability that it was today.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, it could end up just being that scrim time, and maybe you need it with Ian, who's, I honestly don't know how long Enables has been playing with the Status Quo roster. Maybe it was just a last-minute pickup for this this open bracket tournament for this weekend. Maybe it just comes down to practice, feeling it out with each other, because there were a lot of times when we were casting over their capture the flag of how many times we were highlighting how disjointed they were. But maybe in the future, later on down the line, we'll be able to see the Status Quo roster really come into their own and show their strengths. But a massive congratulations to Gamers First. They'll be one of 8 teams that are moving on to that pro bracket that we have on Thursday. They'll be joining the likes of Complexity, EXO, Unsigned Talent, BuiltByGamers, Falling Esports, Oxygen Esports, and Team War. Those are your 8 teams that we will see compete on the amateur side, joining the pros on this Thursday. Garrett, oh man, Thursday cannot come any sooner.
Oh man, I'm excited for it. Team War, be on the lookout. That squad is a nasty squad, and obviously we'll have to see how Ali, you know, he's back for the first time. We'll have to see how he stacks. Go make sure you guys check out the stream. I believe HCS will be doing a stream on Thursday. go check out the town over there. It's going to be awesome to see. Hey guys, before we go, we love to have you guys out here. It was really fun. We had a bunch of time. And I've heard that if you want to get better at Halo, I just have a quick tip for you guys at home. If you want to play like Ollie, because Ollie absolutely destroyed those last couple games, there's one secret. There's one thing that Ollie has done that you can do as well. And it's easy as a press of a button. Ollie follows the LVT Productions Twitch channel. Louis V. Titan, he is a follower. If you follow the channel as well, I promise you'll get some of that energy. You'll become like Ollie. Look at me in my eyes, bro. I promise that you'll become a better Halo player. If you follow the Louis V. Titan channel, you'll get to watch some great action. You'll be able to see some great Money Twos gameplay eventually. There's going to be all this. Oh, look at that. You see, hey, if it's gray, maybe uncheck it, then check it again. If it's purple, here, Louis, uncheck that. Yeah, unfollow for a second. Yeah, unfollow. If it's purple, click it, turn it to gray, and follow the channel. Make sure that you have, maybe make the bell ring while you're at it. We're going to be providing as much coverage for the open bracket as possible. So if you like the open bracket coverage today, well, hey, we're going to be doing it all through January, and we're going to be doing it all through February as well. And whenever there's an open bracket, we're going to be covering it, and we're going to be providing as much coverage as possible before we go proper. It's been a pleasure to cast with you. I hope that we're able to do some more in the future. We'll have to get you back on for some more open bracket action. Any last words you want to say before you head out into the winds?
I come from a long list of FPS esports where I've always been infatuated with the amateur community. Halo is nothing short of just that. I love the passion pit that they bring to the table going against some of these pro teams. That's why I just will continuously say Thursday cannot come soon enough. I might honestly just go hibernate in my bed for the next few days, so that way I can get to Thursday that much quicker. And honestly speaking, Garrett, to your point as well, it has been a true pleasure for us to finally get on the cast together again, to be able to call over some great action throughout the day, to be able to follow the rest of these narratives. Big shout out to Taylor, Mr. Snow. You saw him in the chat continuously giving updates. He was giving us updates as well for all those scores and the brackets as well. LVT, cannot be here without you, man. Definitely appreciate that. And of course, Alex Knighty, just being the coach in the back end, just making sure that we have all the right narratives, all the best matches coming your way. It was an awesome Sunday, to say the least.
Yeah. We got it done, guys. Thank you for tuning in. If you're in the chat, just know that you're a beautiful person. We'll be back with some more action. Make sure you stay followed on. Hey, if you want to see all the action that happened today, it'll be up on YouTube tomorrow. So, maybe go check that out. It'll be awesome to see. Guys, thank you for coming out and watching. Go listen to some of the music provided by monstercat, because we have banging tunes. And, we're getting done right before 9 o'clock Central. What a way to end out our night. Thank you for watching, and congratulations to our teams that made it to Thursday.